Howdy y'all, and welcome to the Houston Regional Championships. I hope you're ready for a great weekend of Pokemon action ahead, because we certainly are. I'm Sierra Dawn, and I'm going to be running the rodeo this weekend. Almost 700 players within the Masters Division have rolled into Houston for their opportunity to battle it out and be the best like no one ever was. But of course, if you need a little refresher on how this weekend is going to go down, here's a little recap video to get you up to speed.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team-list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top-cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
For those attending in person, there is so much here to do, like side events and carnival games, shopping at the vendors, or to check out our broadcast area. There is so much to do. Of course, for majority of our trainers though, their eyes are set on their chance to try and take that regional champion title. There's only a few events left here in North America until the end of the season, so it's going to be tough to get your name added to this talented list of players, all who have shown they have what it takes to win, and will have the opportunity to prove that with their direct invitation to the World Championships. Lots of money and prizes on the line for the rest of the trainers, and opportunities to earn crucial championship points to try and secure their spot at Worlds. Now, just a few weeks ago, our trainers found themselves in Seattle for an incredible event. If you skipped out, you definitely missed out, but don't worry, we have a little recap to get you looped in.
2026 marked the return of the Seattle Regional Championships. Over 800 masters flocked from all over the world to Seattle for their chance at the title of Regional Champion. Phase 1 of the tournament showcased a lot of balanced teams that we have come to expect from Regulation F, but Phase 2 saw a wider variety of Pokemon with an increase in tempo. Sebastian Gonzalez was our first finalist after a spur-of-the-moment decision to attend the event. How fitting that Pelipper made it to the finals of this Rain City showdown. Carson St. Dennis, who was coming off of a top 4 in Las Vegas, rushed his way through his side of the bracket and was waiting on the other side. In Game 1, Carson took the upper hand by going on all-out offense to start. It was actually Carson that would make it rain, with Golden Go getting the final knockout. Game 2, Sebastian knocked out Carson's Whimsicott on the first turn, but the damage was already done. Carson was able to ride the tailwind of victory and win his first regional championship after an 8-year hiatus.
Congratulations to Carson, your Seattle Regional Champion!
We're halfway through the season with just a handful of events left. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to see how you can join us at our next event.
Seattle had such high energy from beginning to end, and congratulations to Carson St. Dennis for a fantastic win. Now, let's focus up on the competition ahead. Going into the weekend, there's a lot of talented trainers out there in the field, but here's a few we have extra eyes on. Coming off his second place at Seattle, Sebastian Gonzalez has proven he has what it takes to make it to the finals and earn that medal. Now heading into Houston, can he complete the run back and go for the gold?
I'm feeling pretty good going into Houston after my best placement yet at Seattle, especially with the team I was very comfortable with. And I think I can continue that momentum as long as I keep my full trust in my play and my team.
Ethan Trejo also has been ramping up this season with progressively stronger placements, with a 9th place at Toronto into a 5th place at Seattle. Can he end off this string of Regulation F events now with the top 4 or even a win?
My best performance at the last 2 regionals has really given me a lot of confidence in this team, especially in Iron Crown. I never stopped believing. But I'm not thinking about top cut yet. I think I can obviously get there and win the whole thing, but I got to think about day 1 first, and then after day 1, I can think about day 2, and then in day 2, I can think about top cut if I get there. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident in Iron Crown and the team as a whole.
Last but certainly not least, we have your current world champion, Giovanni Siski. With his own Pokemon journey starting in Dallas Regionals back in 2018, it's time to see if he can get another title again, this time as the home region hero.
Yeah, I don't see it as pressure. I just see it as a bit more meaningful in some ways. It's been since 2018 since we've had our last Masters champion from Texas win the Texas Regional. And so, of course, it would mean a lot 8 years later, as that was actually the first event I ever played back in seniors. And Cedric, of course, won in Masters that year. So it would feel a little bit full circle for me to be able to win the Texas Regional. But, of course, it's going to be a very challenging tournament.
Best of luck to those 3, as well as everyone else who's attending. We cannot wait to see who takes the Houston Regional Champion title. And if you think you have what it takes to win, there are still a few opportunities to compete, but the competition is going to be fierce as trainers look to lock up their spot to compete at the Pokémon World Championships in San Francisco this August. Who are you rooting for this weekend? What have you been enjoying about the event? What Pokemon would look best in a cowboy hat? Let us know with that hashtag #PlayPokemon over on our socials. Now, trainers, I hope you're ready because it's time to get started with the Houston Regional Championships. Yeehaw!
5, 4, 3, 2.
Against it, and then applied with that berry zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokémon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Howdy, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Houston Regional Championships. With only a couple events left until the World Championships, trainers have their sights set on that gold, their opportunity for the direct invitation, or just all the glory they can get along the way. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host for this weekend, and joining me in the lounge to start off today, we have Gabby Snyder, Joe Brown, and Evan Ladd. We're in Houston, guys. How's everyone enjoying?
You know, I actually talked to a slowpoke on my way in, and it yawned, and it hit 100. So it's humid out there, y'all.
Yeah, we did it.
We did it.
Mission successful. But
Sierra?
first time in Houston, I'm excited.
Yeah, and I have to say, Sierra, as the only Southerner on broadcast team this weekend, you did it. You nailed that cowboy hat toss. You nailed the howdy. Good work. You're crushing it already.
Thank you, thank you. It only took 5 takes, guys, and a lot of practice beforehand, I swear. But I'm proud to make you proud. I'll throw that back to my British Columbian roots, all right? So,
The south of the north.
yeah, exactly. We got a competition to talk about this weekend, though, especially too with Houston ahead. Oh, we're running out of events for the season. This is also for North America, our last Regulation F event. So how's everyone feeling?
Listen, I might be, people might disagree with me. I really do enjoy the Regulation F format. People might not like some of the popular Pokemon, but I think in any format, we go back to Regulation H or we go back to Regulation I or G, there are certain pain point Pokemon regardless of what the format is. So I am a little sad because I really did enjoy the second go around of Regulation F.
I think a lot of people were expecting to see Raging Bolt, Calm Mind everywhere, and I don't think that's the story we're telling about Regulation F at the end of the day. And the fact that that's not our story makes me kind of happy and excited. I hope that when we go back to Regulation I in a couple weeks, we also tell a different story than what people are expecting, and that's why I love Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting when we have these return formats. I was kind of expecting people to be in a state of, well, it's a return format. I already know what works. I'm just going to stick with what I did the first time around. Players haven't been doing that really. Some people have. Obviously, we have seen players like Paul have great success with the traditional balance teams, but other players are out here innovating and trying some new looks at this meta, which I think is really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, personally myself, I was worried of all the Raging Bolt balance teams out there. I like to play more of those offensive teams, right? So Seattle really was a treat because the wins were picking up. We got a high offense meta going out into Seattle, which was a really big breath of fresh air considering what we've gotten to see before. Tailwind was everywhere, and it took the competition by storm.
as the former resident Pacific Northwest resident, having such an aggressive metagame in that part of the region was a surprise. Not what I expected, just from personality, let's say, of that region. But, you know, it was exciting to see. I think that that fast pace, that aggression was something that a lot of people, again, didn't expect from Regulation F. And just to see how everybody kind of zoned in on it at the same time made it really exciting to watch from the sidelines.
Yeah, I think the tailwind cores make a lot of sense because oftentimes you hear about the fire, water, grass core on team building, right? But then the second most common is Fairy, Dragon, Steel, and the success of Regidrago, Golden Go as a two-pair Pokemon duo that is also filling the trio of Fairy, Dragon, Steel in that middling speed tier means they really do need the success of Tailwind to be fast and everything and go for those big knockouts.
Well, the Tailwind Pokemon are just good, right? Like, Tornadus is still just a good Pokemon. And I think the real interesting part was seeing Whimsicott come back in Seattle. You know, that's a Pokemon that is always going to be a threat with that Prankster ability and access to some of those more disruptive moves like Encore. We're going to see a lot more of Whimsicott when we go back to Regulation I in particular, but some players are getting a jump on that with the Whimsicott and diversifying their Tailwind users.
I mean, the different tool sets that either of them have is really cool to see. And it was a lot more Tornadus that popped up within that top cut, but of course Whimsicott taking the gold in the end. And I love to see how that kind of was innovated on. So now knowing those Seattle results that we had, wanted to pose the question to each of us, what Pokemon, not even Pokemon, what team would we be bringing to Houston if we got to compete ourselves? And Gabby, I'll start with you because everyone else seems to have, you know, some variation of a faster Pokemon on their team, except for Joe Brown, who does what Joe Brown wants to do. But your team is probably the slowest of them all.
Yeah, so this is the team that I would want to bring, and I want to bring it for two reasons. One, I love Trick Room. This is a team that really focuses in on Trick Room, and I think in a format where a lot of people are only thinking about Tailwind, going all in on Trick Room does give you a bit of an advantage, because if you can trick your opponent into using Tailwind, that just gives your Trick Room that much more power. I also want to bring this team because I can't play it at my locals because half of my locals will run hard Trick Room at any given point in time. And I just love Porygon 2, and let me tell you, Porygon 2 does not match up into Hatterene and Indeedee. So this would be Porygon 2's last ride. It does not also match into Miraidon very well, so it's a little bit of a treat for myself, and also I think just to call into a metagame where I think I would be able to get some easier wins against more Tailwind-focused teams. Would I be the one person that brings this team into Top Cut or Day 2? I don't know, maybe. I could if I tried. Would I try? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think it's really interesting because obviously 3 of us selected the Porygon 2 and Ursaluna core. And I think that's kind of telling of sort of the styles of all the 3 of us.
Yeah.
But also for me, this is a Pokemon that I have really enjoyed playing since the first time Regulation F came around. You know, I was really excited to see Scott Iwafuchi back out on stream in Seattle running his variant, which was what really kicked off a lot of the Porygon 2 shenanigans out here in the Regulation F meta. But it really does feel like this Ursaluna Porygon 2 variant is what has really solidified itself as a dominant threat. And for me, if I'm coming to the end of a regulation, I'm going to pick Comfort. I'm going to pick the Pokemon that I know best how to use and just try to adapt to whatever someone else who's trying to break the meta open is doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Comfort makes a lot of sense for me. That's why I went with this as well. Sierra's familiar with this team. We like clicking Fiery Wrath. We like clicking Thunder Wave. We like Icy Wind slowing our opponents down. I also feel vindicated since Ogerpon Cornerstone won a regional to finally have that on the slide and not sound crazy. But the Terra Fairy Galarian Moltres is just a really solid Raging Bolt and Regidrago counter, and if you add up the teams that have 2 of those or have either of those 2 Pokemon, it's going to be a pretty wide margin of the field, and it's pretty strong.
I think the thing that really surprised me most about looking at all of these teams is that, Sierra, you were the only person who put Iron Crown on one of the teams, and it really feels like Iron Crown is kind of having a moment and feels really strong in the meta right now.
Yeah, I was really surprised about that as well. I submitted my team last, but I didn't look at everyone else's teams, and the first word our graphics operator is, are you going to copy everyone else? And then I'm like, yeah, Iron Crown and Didi, and it turns out nobody else had that, which I think is really, really surprising. I think, too, when you're looking at maybe not necessarily the 6 that I brought, but just like those core pieces with the Iron Crown and Indeedee, they just put so much offensive pressure out that's been really difficult to counter. And for myself, with the supporting crew of this team, this is a variation of NJ's team, but I really like personally Rainy Day, so throwing that on there to have a little bit of accuracy, a little bit of power boost for my Pokemon, and I love more so that sort of play style, especially because they said for my original play style, which would have been my Slithering Sun team, that it's not just a team we'd bring, but a team that we bring that had an opportunity to not go 0-4, so I had to switch.
All 6 of us have a redirection grass type Pokemon on the team as well.
Yeah.
In either Ogerpon or Amoonguss.
I mean, looking at the teams, though, I mean, maybe recency bias with Seattle, but if I had to wager, I'd feel like Dwee's team's probably going to be winning out here.
Yeah. Are we just going to ignore the bear in the room, which is that we all have Urshifu on the team here?
Why wouldn't we?
Why not, right?
It's kind of expected, though. If you look at the usage graphics from, like, how many regionals at this point, like, if it's not number 1, it's number 2.
Yeah, and Sierra's the only person without an Incineroar on a team.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about Iron Crown when we have 5 Incineroars to deal with it.
I mean, whether you're concerned about the Incineroar or the Urshifu, it is a Pokemon that is popular, that's for certain. Taking a look over at Phase 1 of our competition, it is the Urshifu that is the most popular, taking that number 1 spot, the Fluttermane and the Incineroar. This is just very quintessential Regulation F.
It is, and I think that's, again, something kind of beautiful to end on at the end of the day. Like, this is going to be a tournament that it's going to be a nice bookend, let's call it, right?
Maybe Regulation F was the friends we made along the way, Gabby.
F is for friends?
F is for
yes, that's true. But
Regulation friends.
Look at how much Amoonguss has risen. Like I just talked about the redirection grass types, right? Amoonguss 25%, Bolt, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Wellspring at 22%, right? Like it's just the amount of support that you could, kind of need in this format to make Urshifu, to make Fluttermane, to make Landorus work as effectively as he can. You need that supportive grass type.
Yeah, and I would probably expect to see Cornerstone at somewhere around in the teens in terms of percentage, which means that Ogerpon writ large, probably at over 50% of the field here across all of the forms. But I have to give another shout out to Indeedee, who has repeated her appearance here on the top 12 graphic, sneaking in there on number 12. That's a Pokemon that, again, when we talk about Iron Crown, we usually have Iron Crown next to Indeedee, but Indeedee also has a lot more additional usage, hard Trick Room, like you mentioned, Gabby, and just as a good support.
I did actually ask about the Iron Crown usage here. It's around 13%. So you can guesstimate that the hard Trick Room usage is like, what?
4%?
Yeah, 4%.
4% Hatterene, yeah.
I mean, what I'm eyeing up, obviously still on the graphic, but Raging Bolt's going from that top line from Seattle to then dropping 7% into that second one, which you might say like, 7%, like what does that matter? But I feel like too, that's kind of an indication, like when we talk about that Raging Bolt balance and everything else, we're seeing less people at least bringing it on day 1. So I'm really intrigued to see how the conversion of that's going to be, because we are in that phase of kind of moving away from that balancey team, but balance is always going to be strong.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to who are the people who bring Raging Bolt balance and just what kind of teams they match up into. Because I think, we've seen Paul Chua just absolutely destroy other teams with Raging Bolt balance. And if that Pokemon is in the hands of some very strong trainers, I think it will convert very, very well. And it certainly can match up very well into a majority of the Pokemon in the top row as it is. So it just depends on how the tournament's going to play out.
I do also, I'm not concerned with what the actual statistics say of the highest usage. I do, and I've said it the whole format, that Landorus Incarnate is the best Pokemon in this format. It's definitely a major factor as to why Raging Bolt, who started off way higher in this Reg F 2.0, has fallen all the way down to 22% usage because as it's just such an incredible counter into it. Then you also Terra Steel for the Moonblast coming out from Fluttermane. Like, I know it's not number 1 on the stats, guys, but I do think it is the strongest Pokemon in this format.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Landorus definitely threatens Raging Bolt quite a bit and is definitely contributing to the negative trend here for Raging Bolt. I am going to be really interested in the conversion rate. I'm really interested in what this day 2 graphic looks like, because I think, and this is just me making things up, feeling it in my gut. But it really just feels like this day one with Raging Bolt so low is a lot of players who are tired of Regulation F trying something new.
Yeah.
Just trying to bring something else. And I'm really curious how those teams are going to do and if Raging Bolt makes it back up to that top row in day 2.
That's why there's 3 trainers out there playing Slitherwing. You know, we're bringing out the
notoriously great answer into Raging Bolts.
And 3 more than usual.
And there is a Venonat out there. There is some crazy Pokemon out there, guys.
It's not Bug Month, but it was Bug Month.
in honor of Bug Month. Yeah. I mean, I love that call out of just like getting to see different teams because of this being the last Regulation F event, right? And when we go from a more hyper offense into, okay, well, maybe it's not just balance everywhere, so I can try and play these other things. I'm kind of intrigued to see if there is going to be a Pokemon that we don't necessarily expect try and push their way to the top, or if it's just going to be a little of the same old.
I mean, just based off of my own personal observations that aren't my locals, I have been seeing a lot of Chen-Pao Dragonite recently, and I would be very afraid of that if I were competing. It's just a very difficult team to be caught off guard by. And I do see Chen-Pao on the usage graphics, so I do have to worry about that. But I'm not playing, so I don't have to worry about it that much.
I think that if there were to be a surprise Pokemon to have a big performance this weekend, I don't think it would be a core, like, new Pokemon that's very core to the team. I think it would be a surprise supportive or surprise additional Pokemon added onto an existing core. You know, it's not like a Pokemon that is going to be the whole team is built around and we haven't seen it yet. I think it'll be kind of that 5th or 6th team slot.
Yeah, I will be very pleasantly surprised if we see a new meta-breaking Pokemon or Pokemon Core show up in this tournament. I think we've played enough Regulation F that a lot of those strats have already been mined. I think what we're more likely to see are some smaller adaptations on these Pokemon that we see at the top, on our top 12 graphic. Things like Choice Band Urshifu, or things like the various different types of Raging Bolt. There's Booster Energy, Life Orb, and Assault Vest all out there, and leftovers. So I would be looking more at some of those smaller adjustments on some of these Pokemon that are just sort of trying to fit a specific niche in the team.
I mean, regardless of what Pokemon are being brought, it's evident that there is still a couple of trainers out there that are playing Dondozo, as we are waiting for one remaining match out on the field, everyone. So while we wait for that match, well, we'll take an opportunity to do a little house cleaning and talk about a couple of the other things for this event, notably what you can win coming out to some of these events. As said, there is still a couple of events that we still have going on for this season, so an opportunity if you want to put the $6,000 fates and Raging Bolt or anything else. So there's a big chunk of money on top for number 1. That's a lot of Pokemon plushies, Gabby.
It is. I'm curious.
How many?
Well, it depends on which plush you want. I mean, if we're going like the life-size Evolution plushies that have been going right now, that would be...
Can I get the whole collection?
Yeah, you could definitely get like the whole collection. You could probably get like maybe 7 or 8 sets of the whole collection if you include shipping.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good day, guys.
Yeah.
Gabby, can I get a Bidoofs per placing metric?
If you give me a calculator, yes. The mental math is not I need more caffeine to get that going this morning.
Well, I'll give you an opportunity to get the math going for us, Gabby, but we can talk about the players and kind of where we're at here in North America in terms of our leaderboard. Of course, we're looking at the top 80 to try and get those Worlds invites. So I'm going to say someone like Justin Tang with a casual 1,800 points is pretty low.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Justin needs a top 4 at a regional to beat the best finish limit on his regional placements at this point. So good luck to you, Justin. Top 4 or bust.
Yeah, he's pretty much reached maximum capacity of what you can earn via championship points, right? With only a little bit of flexibility there, but I love seeing the adjustments on the ups and downs. Players like Josh Lorsey on the rise, number 6 in North America, playing players like Ugarte, Keon Campbell with that top 8 in Seattle, also bringing him into the top 8 in the leaderboard.
Especially, too, taking a look at the leaderboards, there's obviously going to be names that we've gotten to see event over event. Obviously, when you talk about Justin Tang, we've seen that back-to-back from Paul Chua, right? But then there's a couple of players on here as well that we've not even necessarily gotten to see on broadcast just as much. When you're looking at Eric, when you're looking at Brian Collins, etc. But obviously, you're having fantastic seasons. This is going to be a consistency across events as well as those locals, and so really making sure that they are basically secured here for Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to forget sometimes, but if you go and win a cup, you get 50 championship points. And I mean, that is going to add up very quickly, especially when you look at how close some of these trainers are. I mean, between Eric and Marcus Dion, that's only 1 championship point. So every single point counts.
And there's going to be travel awards, there's going to be stipends, there's a lot on the line. Real question though, how many championship points do each of us have? I got 0.
99.
Hey, nice. You're halfway to the ace trainer.
I'm only 1 point away from qualifying for a big summer event too in the New England area, and I was so sad when I realized I was 1 point
They won't
away.
round it up?
Well, my husband's the organizer, so I don't think he will. I think that's called nepotism.
He better round it up. That's the other way around.
I'm launching an investigation into that. I don't know my championship point total. I know I have 2 second places at 2 local events.
Were they cups or challenges?
1 cup, 1 challenge.
Okay, so that would be like 10 plus maybe 40.
Cool, I'm at 50 points right now. Unfortunately, was not able to attend any regionals yet, but hopefully we'll be able to add. That's where the points start really adding up, so I can get that ace trainer reward.
Yeah, Sierra, if you take your 0, multiply it by my 0, we're at a combined 0 championship points.
We're so good. We're so good. I mean, hey, I got to compete at an IC. I didn't do well at the IC.
But you were there.
But did you have fun?
So, like, event-wise, yes. The team that I brought-wise, definitely not. It's, you know, it's like that sometimes. Bring teams that you enjoy to events, people, and you'll have a lot better of a time. Taking a look over at Europe as well, because, of course, the whole conversation is gearing up to the World Championships. Some very, very familiar names here when you're looking at the top spots, and even just all the way around. Europe has been on an absolute tear, and, of course, a couple of these top spots, like Marco, we've seen Iru world champion, like.
Yeah, no, it's honestly, it always surprises me just how close the leaderboard ends up over in Europe. I feel like in North America, at least, we see a lot of these larger gaps. But again, just look at how close the top 8 spots are from each other. It really could be anybody's game over there. I think they have, what, 4 regionals left at this point, plus North NAIC as well. It's anybody's game.
300-point difference between first and second in North America in championship points, and a 50-point difference. As you were saying, that is just a League Cup difference between first and second in Europe.
This is kind of hiding the real story of Europe right now, which is that the Italian trainers have been dominating.
Well, 100%, but that's...
We see Marco on number 2, but all of the other Italian players who have been winning the regional championships and special events in Europe, they don't need these championship points because they're already qualified for the World Championships.
That's very true.
That is true. Last but not least, though, before we start getting closer to the conclusion of our Dondozo match, spoiler alert, it's not. But let's talk about LATAM as well, especially, too. The conversation always is that LATAM is so strong as a region, but sometimes gets under-discussed, right? And I think that's something you can clearly see with just the sheer amount of championship points that we get here in first spot.
Have we ever had a master break 2,000 championship points?
I feel like Riley did the year that Riley top cut like 7 regionals in an IC or something.
Because if it's not Riley, then I think Juan Salerno has to be the first master, because that is an insane number.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, but that's what placing second at an international championships and then traveling the world to attend other regionals, other events across the globe. That's what'll do it for you, and that's part of why Juan is one of those players who is out there making a name for the Latin American region.
Yeah.
This is a region that has, produced a world champion already in Paul Ruiz, and is a region that people definitely have slept on in the past, but I don't think people are making the same mistake this time around.
Especially too, there's been more Latin players that have been coming up to the US events, which is always really, really nice to see. I've loved to see that there is a little bit more of that travel, and we've gotten to see how they've stacked up against our players, which is really good.
Yeah, and they're also finally getting some grassroots coverage as well in the broadcast scene. So good luck to them. I think it's next weekend they're doing that, if not this weekend. So I'm looking forward to hitting up YouTube and watching that when I get a chance.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. We're getting really close to our own coverage as well, but gotta hold on just a little bit longer. Your opportunity to get a snack or get some water, or you can check out this interview with our world champion, where I got an opportunity to sit down with Gio.
Hello, everyone. I am here with your current world champion. We have none other than Giovanni Siski. Gio, how are you feeling? Are you ready for the weekend?
A little tired. I've been practicing a lot as well, so I feel generally prepared, but it's Pokemon, so anything can happen, right?
Yeah, you know the reins by now. And going into this event as well, I know you're tired, but you didn't have to travel too far being a Texas local. So is that a little extra pressure going into the event, or like how would it feel to be able to get an accomplishment at somewhere where you started?
Yeah, I don't see it as pressure. I just see it as a bit more meaningful in some ways. It's been since 2018 since we've had our last Masters champion from Texas win the Texas Regional. And so, of course, it would mean a lot 8 years later, as that was actually the first event I ever played back in seniors. And Cedric, of course, won in Masters that year. So it would feel a little bit full circle for me to be able to win the Texas Regional. But, of course, it's going to be a very challenging tournament.
I mean, there's a lot of strong players out there, so it definitely will be. But you're talking about the history of VGC there. Now, you guys might know Gio as your world champion, but some might also know him as an encyclopedia of VGC history and stuff. So, Gio, I have some questions here about the history of the game. Are you ready?
No, but let's do this.
Going for it. Well, we'll start it off super easy, I promise. Okay? Super easy. Only one of the 4 organized play regions have never won its own international championship. Which region?
Latin America.
Yeah, easy. They've definitely come close. A lot of strong players, but that title just avoided just yet.
Narrowly missed this year.
Yes.
Narrowly missed.
Yeah, so see, it's easy. It's easy. Next one, I think that this one you should be able to get. How many different nationalities are represented among the VGC Masters World Champions?
Nationalities.
Yes.
And we're dating specifically back to 2009, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we would have Japan, United States, Italy, South Korea, Ecuador,
Yep.
Portugal.
Yep. And there you go.
And that's it?
That's it. 6.
Yeah.
See? Okay. Got it. Are you ready to ramp up the difficulty?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So 6, maybe 7 if you count the early days. Pokemon hold the record of 3 world championships in the Masters division. Name me at least 4 of these 6 Pokemon, but you can go for all 6.
Okay. I mean, the obvious answer, first and foremost, is Incineroar.
Yes.
Of course, Incineroar has that.
Yes.
I want to say Metagross has at least 3.
Yeah.
I was pretty sure about that.
Yeah. 2.
Cresselia definitely has at least 3.
Yep.
I know that one for sure.
Yep. Do you want another hint on that?
You said 3 Masters titles.
3 world championships in the Masters division.
Titles.
Yeah. So you have Metagross, Incineroar, Cresselia so far. But something we've gotten to see sometimes a little bit more on these Balancy teams. Kind of a staple.
I know what you're... Okay. Did I tally this wrong? Hold on. Okay.
Are you doing the numbers in your head?
I'm redoing the math on this because I know what you're insinuating, but I just want to make sure that it's correct before I say it. You're definitely referencing a Moongus.
Yeah.
It's won in 2013 and 2023, but I'm blanking on its other results somehow.
Yeah. But
2015, of course, with Shohanami. I don't know what I'm saying. Of course.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, okay.
All right, we have...
That's bad. The Sunny Day Amoongus, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so you got 4 of the 6. You want to try for those last 2?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
I almost want to say Bronzong, but
Nope.
it dates back further than 2009 for that to count, so it wouldn't count in this situation. Because if 2008 counted, then it would. Or like 2008 and 2007, I should say.
It's the encyclopedia. What am I telling
But
you guys?
it doesn't count. Solomon says 3.
Yep.
So, yeah, because of 2009, 2018, and 19.
There you go. All right. One last one.
I mean, my immediate thought is that it goes to a legendary or a pseudo-legendary.
People love thanking these Pokemon. Thank you. Thank you, genies.
Oh, of course. Of course. I just want to make sure that I actually tally it up correctly. I know it's not Tornadus. It's definitely Thunderous because of Ray Rizzo, Shoma Honami, and then Eduardo Cunha, because it's kind of tricky because it's not a Prankster Thunderous from Eduardo. Yep. It's a Life Orb one with Defiant, but yeah, it would be Thunderous.
There we go. And then the seventh one, depending on where you date back, Snorlax. But when you count the early days, you know, I can go up for debate. Last but not least here, all right? And bear with me because that's a little bit of a ramble with the question. The original Triple Crown of VGC, winning a regional, specifically a national championship, and the World Championship, all in the Masters division, was achieved by Wolf Glick. Who is the only other trainer to accomplish this?
If you're counting internationals, then it would be Eduardo Cunha.
That's the bonus answer, but going to national champion.
If you're talking nationals specifically, okay. I mean, Ray never got his nationals title. He got top 8 in 2014. That was the closest he ever got. Regionals, nationals, and worlds from a Masters champion?
Yep.
Oh, it's Arashimari, of course.
There we go.
Yeah, he won nationals in 2016. Yeah.
There we go. And then you already answered the bonus question before we got there, which is if you included an international championship, then Eduardo being another one to get the Triple Crown. So yeah. Also, fun fact, 2 people with their wins in the Senior Worlds Finals would be Toller and James Evans, who have also accomplished that. But see, you got them. Let's go. You feel relieved now?
It's okay. I expected some like more off the wall questions, but they were pretty streamlined, and I just had to kind of like think through it. I'm honestly kind of disappointed with how long it took me to think of some of those, just because I was trying to go like one by one, think of all of them, but they're honestly like a lot more simple than I anticipated. Yeah.
Well, maybe at a future event we'll get some more difficult questions.
I would like that. Yes.
All right.
I'd like to run this back for sure.
Holding you to that, but for now, you have a different competition to be focusing on, which is the regional. So, Gio, best of luck. Thanks for playing the game, and let's get back to it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 Houston VGC Regional Championships. Dewey Ha here at the desk with Aaron Zhang. Aaron, it's been a long time.
Dewey!
Hey, how's it going? Where you been?
Dude, I've seen you a lot, but not on the cast, man, with each other.
But we're back now.
We're back.
We're back now. And
for those that don't know, Dewey and I, we've casted a lot. We're really, really good friends. Dewey actually even wrote my letter of recommendation for business school, and I got into Stanford because of this man. So thank you, Dewey. Everyone say thank you, Dewey, in chat. But the last time we have casted together was actually the 2019 World Championship Finals.
It's been a long time.
Dude, that was 7 years ago.
I know.
I think we look the same, though.
We look about the same.
Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed, really. But I'm really excited to be here with you today, Aaron, because we got some exciting matches here at the Houston Regional Championships. It's the last format of Regulation F, and I think it's a little bit bittersweet. Some people like Regulation F, but then we also heard Evan talk about there's a little bit of burnout with Regulation F.
A little bit.
There's going to be a lot of maybe last things to happen, right? Like I think the last tournament in a format's always exciting because this is kind of like, well, I don't got to keep any text anymore, right? I've had so much time to do a bunch of research. Let's just put it all out there and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think, qualifying for Worlds is challenging, right? Especially in this day and age where there are a lot of events and you do have pretty deep pool of events that you can go to. And so now that the events are so big, getting those championship points really does matter. So it's always this question of like, oh, do I really want to try something crazy, or do I just want to stick to something that I've known, I've played a lot with, and just like try to secure some points, right? I think the reality of how the circuit is built nowadays is it's what, top 80 qualify from North America. And so you do need to have like 1 or 2 deep runs to really manage to qualify, because the reality is that there are a lot of people that will have like 5 regional finishes, and like if it's only top 64, top 128 finishes, that's not enough often to get you over the edge. And so figuring out what is my best way to make a deep run that gets me top 32, top 16. Is it trying something crazy, or is it just sticking to the basics and saying, look, I know I can play this really well and I can beat most people with it. Maybe it's not the most relevant in the meta right now, but it gets the job done. That's the big question.
And then of course it's always like, are you going to be doing something that's a little bit more towards your comfort level, or is it going to be something that's more, you know, sort of like a shift in the opposite direction, right? Maybe you've been playing a lot of hard trick room your entire time in Regulation F, and then you're going to change it up. It's comfort versus, you know, trying something new to take people off guard, right? I'm personally a fan of playing something comfortable. I'm not sure what you are. I mean, you have a bunch of teams that you go through. You try so many different teams and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's really up to the player. But, you know, we have a lot of exciting matches to come here at the Houston Regional Championships.
Let's take a look at the notable matches, and I'm stoked for this round because we are actually going to be featuring Leslie Fu, aka Fuslie, who is one of the largest creators on the internet. She has ventured into VGC and has been taking it super seriously. Her first event was just the Las Vegas Regionals a couple of months ago, then went to the Seattle Regional Championships, and now we see her competing here. She actually released a vlog yesterday of her recent regionals experience, and it's just really, really cool to be able to see her and, yeah, just see what team she's brought to the event. I think she has done a really great job of truly trying to improve at this game, and I can't be more excited to feature her. But of course, we've got a lot of other notable players here, as you can see, and there's some really old names here. I'm looking at Joseph Pekowski versus Justin Karras. Joseph is a name that a lot of players today probably don't know, but you and I do it. You know, we go way back in the day, and he was a semi-finalist at the 2012 World Championship. We're here 14 years later, and he's still competing.
Yep. On the other side, of course, is Justin Karras, a player who is also, you know, been around for a long time. Finally got a regional championship within a couple of recent years. So that's a pretty exciting matchup. Of course, you know, we have a former world champion we have a couple of former world champions in the field right now as well. I mean, you got Carson Confer, the 2016 Senior Division world champion, going up against Dylan Matthews, and of course, you know, all the way at the bottom, you got the 26. Actually, two world champions from that year, actually, with Wolf Glick, the 2016 Masters Division world champion, going up against Austin Frank.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Wolf was actually literally like a few days ago, was like, I don't think I'm going to go to this event, but then found some spicy sauce, a team that he really enjoys playing, so I'm hoping we get to feature him on the stream. But of course, him making a return and, you know, continuing to try to qualify for the World Championships, definitely an exciting name to follow. But man, I'm stoked for this match. I am really, really excited to see both players. And of course, Leslie is going to be going up against Ryan Coombs, and yeah, I think should be a fun one.
Yeah, and it's nice that we're getting to feature players that we haven't necessarily been able to see on stream before. It's always cool to be able to showcase, you know, all the different people that are here at this event competing. So I'm excited to see what Ryan's going to be bringing to the table here. And, you know, what you said about Leslie, very true. I love seeing that she's taken this game to heart. She's learning, and then also, you know, Leslie has progressed, right? Like you mentioned that in Seattle, that was her, or sorry, Las Vegas was her first ever
event,
regional championship. Didn't do too well, but then eventually, you know, kept trying at it and then did pretty well at the Seattle Regional Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things about VGC is it is a very steep learning curve, right? But the hunger to improve and want to learn more is one of the biggest things that helps players improve really rapidly. And we've seen people start playing in a first season and, you know, win regional championships and, you know, get, you know, top cut at the World Championships. And so I think VGC is a really rewarding game if you're willing to sit down and put the time in. There's so much to learn, of course, and that's what often can make it feel daunting. But to follow a player's, you know, first season, first competitive journey, I think is particularly exciting. And so, yeah, and I think part of it is I know like Leslie's been kind of using the same stuff, you know, really getting practice and reps in with the Iron Crown Reggie Drago, which has been actually one of the top archetypes coming back into this format. We saw Justin Karras pilot it way back when we had this format previously, and we did just see Reggie Drago win a regional championship. I think Reggie Drago always a really interesting Pokemon because it feels like it can just win games if your opponent doesn't have good counters to it. Of course, I'm now taking a look at Ryan's team sheet, and he does have that one Pokemon you really don't like seeing with Reggie Drago, which of course is Fluttermane, but you know what's pretty good against Fluttermane? It's going to be that Iron Crown.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an exciting matchup, and like, you know, another Pokemon that we see here on Ryan's team, the Cresselia. I think that Pokemon has actually...
That's a throwback.
That's throwback. I think that's one Pokemon that's actually been trying to make a comeback. I mean, I remember watching a couple of, you know, locals happen, and I remember seeing, Cresselia plus Bear. So, you got the Ursaluna as well as the Urshifu. So it's exciting to see that team. I really like it with what the support that Cresselia does. I mean, it has Levitate, so it naturally pairs well. And with the Ursaluna. So I'm excited to see how these two teams go up against each other.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Cresselia, Dewey, because you and I have been playing since Cresselia.
I think it's one of the greatest Pokemon of all time.
Yeah,
I think it's one of the greatest Pokemon of all time.
It is truly up there, and we heard Gio talk about, he was like, yeah, Cresselia's won like 3 World Championships, right? It is interesting to see its longevity throughout all the years. For those of you that may not have played or followed VGC back in the day, I mean, Cresselia was truly like an absolute monster, especially in the 2012 format in black and white. And part of it was because of its versatility, right? You could use a Trick Room set often with offensive attacks like Psychic / Psyshock, Ice Beam, Trick Room, and, Fork Move.
Yeah.
But you could even use offensive Cresselia. Wolf Glick and I both used Choice Specs Cresselia to win the national championships in 2012, and part of what made it so strong, this was in the closed team sheet format, so people also would be like, oh, it's a Cresselia, like you'll do some damage and then suddenly you get a one-hit knockout.
Yeah.
You run Hidden Power Fire to one-shot Scizor and do over 50% to Metagross as well. I mean, it was truly crazy, but here we are all these years later and it's still relevant.
It was an important part, right? Because, I mean, Hitmontop was one of the best Pokemon in the format back then.
That's right.
So then Cresselia with access to Psyshock could actually hit that Hitmontop for a lot of damage, actually. And yeah, I remember that shift because a lot of the Cresselios were trained to be very bulky, very defensive. Nothing in the format could really one-hit KO Cresselia.
Yeah.
Like, even a Tyranitar Crunch wouldn't do it.
You would need, like, Dark Gem Crunch.
Or Fling
Iron Ball, that's right.
But then nothing can really knock it out back then. But now, like, you have a lot of threats, right? You got the Urshifu single strike that can hit it really hard for super effective damage. Fluttermane's gonna chunk it as well. So, like, Cresselia's kind of lost that, but, back in the day, I love reminiscing with you, Aaron. Hey, what would you say is the best Pokemon of all time? Best VGC Pokemon of all time?
I mean, Incineroar has got to be up there. I think Fluttermane is very quickly making a claim for it, though. It has been insane since it's been introduced to VGC, right? Like, the number of titles it has claimed, and it has shown a lot of versatility as well, right? We've seen people use as offensive as max speed, max special attack, throw a Focus Sash on it. We've seen the more dominant sets in this series has been literally like max HP, max defense, like use it like Thundurus from back in the day, Thunder Wave, Icy Wind, Taunt, right? And so, but I think Incineroar's longevity has, really contributed to its strength. And it's part of the reason why Cresselia has been a little bit harder to use, right? When you are staring down a Pokemon that's so common, like you can't really do damage to, like can remove your item with knockoff as well, and can just like, stay in front of you, can be frustrating. But part of the thing about Cresselia is how it synergizes with Ursaluna particularly, right? You have that Levitate, you're immune to Earthquakes from that Ursaluna, and of course it gets access to Lunar Blessing, which we didn't see back in the day. It was not a move that existed.
No, not at all. Cresselia kind of just, I mean, you had recovery options on Cresselia, right? You could rest with a Lumberry if you really wanted to.
I mean, hey, Brendan Zhang won the 2013 Junior Division World Championships with that.
You didn't really want Moonlight back then because like Sun wasn't really as prevalent and Rain was more prevalent, as well as Tyranitar, so then you wouldn't be able to recover as much, right? So then you really didn't have that much recovery options, but now you got recovery options for your entire team.
Absolutely, yeah. And Lunar Blessing is a really interesting move. We have seen Life Dew being used on like Clefairy, for example, in a way to like heal your partner and heal yourself a little bit, but it is tricky because it's like 25% healing sometimes can feel really big, sometimes it can actually feel kind of useless. And so part of the thing about using Cresselia in this format is it feels like it maybe isn't as well offensively positioned as it used to be back when it was super relevant in VGC, especially in Generation 5. And so it gives you a tool to use, but at the same time, sometimes it can just feel like it's stuck on the field and it's not doing very much. So part of piloting Cresselia is, do I get it out the field at the right time? Am I able to set up Trick Room right when I needed to? And most importantly, with these teams, can I have Ursaluna out on the field next to it?
Yeah, absolutely, Aaron. Thanks for telling us about Incineroar. Hey, my pick for greatest Pokemon of all time, Amoonguss.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
Hasn't won as many world championships as Incineroar, but I think...
But it's Pokemon that's like commands so much team building that like, it's like when you go down the team building checklist of like, what do I need to...
Redirection, status
exactly.
effect, like Amoonguss has it all. Very bulky Pokemon too. Like, honestly, just having an Amoonguss on your team kind of already makes your opponent think twice about what they have to bring, right?
It absolutely does.
I mean, they had to create an item just to kind of like counter Amoonguss. They had to create safety goggles.
If you don't have an Amoonguss counter, you might just lose. And I was thinking about this because we featured Paul Chua, and he won EUIC, but before that he was competing at the regional championships in, I think it was Vegas, and his Amoonguss, I remember, just didn't have, or it was Toronto actually, excuse me, I remember his team didn't really have great Amoonguss answers, and we saw him on stream, and like he, went very far in that event. But like in day one, I think when we featured him, it just felt like Amoonguss was able to walk over his team. And then so when we saw him again at EUIC, I think he had made an adaptation. Maybe it was like Taunt on Incineroar that gave him a much better Amoonguss answer. And that's the thing, right? Even the best players, we're talking about Paul Chua, like one of the most decorated players of all time in VGC. And here is an Amoonguss kind of just being able to click Spore. And so if you do not have good team building like ways to counter it, it can just feel really frustrating to fight against. And so it's one of those Pokemon that every time it's legal, you have to be like, look, I need at least one answer to it. I need a Taunt, I need a Safety Goggles, I need a Grass Terra somewhere on my team, because if not, it's just going to put everything to sleep.
I think also one litmus test as to how great a Pokemon can be is like, are you going to bring its pre-evolved form, right? We've had jokes about Incineroar and Torghast 2, Amoonguss and Foongus 4-2 as well. But here we go. We're jumping right now in the match between Leslie and Ryan. Let's get ready to take this away, Aaron.
All right, we've got a very fun dynamic here because Leslie is running that kind of hyper-offensive Iron Crown composition. The goal behind these teams is punch, punch, punch. You want Iron Crown to click that Expanding Force. You want the Regidrago, of course, to click that Dragon Energy. And the idea is, let me try to do as much damage as quickly as possible. Now, the main things to note are, for Iron Crown, you have to worry about the immunity, right, in Incineroar. And then for Regidrago, you have to worry about the immunity in the Flutter Mane. Ryan is running a team that we have seen throughout the course of this format. You've got some faster pace offense, especially in that Flutter Mane, but otherwise, it is going to be a slower paced team, right? Cresselia aiming to set up that Trick Room. Amoonguss and Ursaluna, two Pokemon that really, really thrive under Trick Room. And often the goal is, can I set up Trick Room? And then also, I've got Flutter Mane and Urshifu to do a lot of damage either before or after Trick Room.
Yeah, so Ryan really wanting to set up that Trick Room. So, a lot of his team will be able to function there. Leslie gonna have to try to stop or at least try to maneuver around in that Trick Room. We talked about it a little bit before, Aaron, that Cresselia and that Ursaluna pair up so well, right? If you Lunar Blessing, you can actually heal up your Ursaluna and then you'll just be, your Flame Orb will ideally activate immediately after you use Lunar Blessing to make sure that, you don't lose that burn or possibly get status in another way.
Exactly, yeah. And part of the value of Cresselia, of course, is that it is an incredibly bulky Pokemon. And as we take a look at Leslie's team, there isn't really anything to hit it for super effective damage, right? It also is running that Steel Terra, meaning that you suddenly get resistances to both Psychic and Dragon, which are huge when the main attacks on Leslie's team are going to be that Expanding Force and Dragon Energy. I want to point to one thing, and that's going to be that Indeedee with Imprison, because Leslie's team is a fast-paced team. You want to attack as quickly as possible. Trick Room is normally kind of a nightmare for these teams to go up against, but you can deny Trick Room, of course, with that Imprison.
Yeah, so Leslie, if she would like to stop that Trick Room, you just got to have that Indeedee out, have the Imprison setup, but also have that Indeedee survive the turn as well, because, you don't want to Imprison and then somehow lose your Pokemon and get it knocked out, right? So that's going to be the answer to the Trick Room there for Leslie. Of course, Regidrago, very strong Pokemon. That Dragon Energy with that Dragon's Maw, boosted with that Life Orb, that's going to be chunking a lot of Pokemon on the other side of the field unless it resists it. So this is much more of a, hyper-offensive team as well. You can also switch into that size spam mode as well with the Indeedee Iron Crown.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things to pay attention to in this matchup is the dynamic of when Indeedee hits the field, right? Leslie ideally wants Indeedee out to click that Imprison when Cresselia's out. So Ryan might say, look, I think you're going to try to Imprison me early. I'm not going to bother with Cresselia in the early game, right? If you're Ryan, you can lean into offensive options like that Flutter Mane, right? Like the Urshifu. And Incineroar, I think, is going to be an absolutely key Pokemon to pay attention to, because if the Incineroar comes out, Iron Crown's not going to do very much damage, right? So I think from Leslie, and you might be considering something like an Iron Crown Indeedee lead to try to counter the Cresselia, but then Ryan can lead something like Incineroar plus Flutter Mane, which could pose a lot of offensive pressure. But it's actually going to be Indeedee Tornadus.
Here we go, jumping into round 2 here of the Houston Regional Championships between Leslie and Ryan. Leslie leading with that Tornadus and the Indeedee. Over on the other side of the field, Ryan leading with the Incineroar and that Cresselia. Incineroar able to provide fake out support, and maybe this Trick Room will be going up. Well, actually, no, because of the Psychic terrain, though.
It can fake out the Tornadus, because of course it's not grounded, so you can't stop it a little bit. So I think Ryan here kind of going for a middle ground lead, where it's saying, look, even if you Imprison me, it's fine. Incineroar can still do a lot of damage to your team. So something like a Regidrago would have been perfect to pair with the Indeedee here, but Leslie opting for Tornadus plus Indeedee in a way to potentially, get some Bleak Wind Storms, can get an initial Imprison off with the Indeedee as well. I think the Indeedee kind of caught in a tricky position right now. now, though, because, of course, it is vulnerable to just eating up and knock off immediately. Tornadus, a Pokemon that is tough because it can Bleak Wind Storm. You don't really want to set up Tailwind in a matchup like this. Could Rain Dance, but not super relevant in this current moment. So Tornadus caught in a tricky position, and we'll have to see what ends up happening. I think Ryan right now in a strong offensive position as Bleak Wind Storm does come out to start the game.
Hits into the Cresselia, and the Incineroar does very little damage, but here Cresselia goes with its own form of speed control with the Icy Wind, going to slow things down on that Tornadus and that Indeedee. A critical hit on that Tornadus, but most importantly, getting that speed drop right there. So if you can't set up Trick Room, well, why not just slow the other team down? And here's a knockoff into the Indeedee. Indeedee hangs on, but will lose its Rocky Helmet for that knockoff as Incineroar takes that chip damage back. And here's Indeedee using Dazzling Gleam, neutral damage, and a critical hit on that Incineroar, bring it down to about 50%, and Cresselia still sitting so strong. A very much a throwback to old school Cresselia. It's just sitting there on the field, not taking any damage at all.
I will say, actually, the turn ended up in more damage than I'd expected. As we get a sneak peek on Ryan, what Ryan has in the back, it is going to be the Fluttermane or Saluna. I think those four make a lot of sense in this matchup. I think you absolutely need to bring the Incineroar, otherwise Iron Crown can kind of just walk through. And so having, you know, the resistance or the immunity to the Psychic type damage is a really, really big deal. But yeah, I think, you know, the Indeedee Tornadus lead is kind of awkward just because it doesn't offer a ton of offensive pressure, right? And as you can see, Ryan opting not to go the Trick Room route, knowing, hey, Indeedee here does have the Imprison. I'm not going to bother to click it. Incineroar actually took a fair bit of damage, given that it is Assault Vested, but I think this next turn will be really crucial, right? Because part of what Leslie's team wants to do is ideally get that Regidrago out next to it, to the Indeedee, as we might just see both Pokemon fainting here this turn, though, as another Icy Wind comes out.
Yeah, so Indeedee gets knocked out by the Icy Wind here. And it looks like we might have Incineroar going for the U-turn here, hitting into that Tornadus. It's going to be retreating right here. So, yeah, looks like there is some tech issue right now. And looks like we might be taking a pause here in Swiss round 2 as the stage will try to figure out what is occurring right now. So, we've seen some moves here. We've seen some moves. We've seen some moves. Yeah, we've seen some moves here. Not bad. It's always nerve-wracking, though, when you kind of go into these situations. You kind of have a couple turns played out, and then now you have to reset the entire thing, right? But, you know, it's technology. 2026, it still happens, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Quick explanation on what has happened. I believe the team sheet has not fully matched one of the teams, like the actual team, right? And so... Yeah. So many reasons why this can happen. Sometimes it's just human error. Sometimes it's you like update your team right before the event and then it like doesn't get saved properly. I've had that happen. I've had all of these mistakes happen to me before, so it is one of the natures of the structure that we use. And so we're gonna take a pause.
Yeah, it's a rental code issue.
It is a rental code issue, yeah. And so I believe we will be fixing things and getting back into it. But we didn't see 2 turns of that game, do we? So I do want to like break down even what we saw initially because
Aaron.
I do think with Leslie's team, like Tornadus, Indeedee is probably one of the more passive duos that you can have, and Tornadus is a Pokemon that is interesting in this matchup, right? Bleak Wind Storm actually does do neutral or super effective damage to everything, but it is also going to be quite a frail Pokemon, and you're not going to be doing a ton of damage. And so I think given, you know, we saw Ryan go with the Incineroar plus the Cresselia lead, something like that Regidrago could put on a lot of offensive pressure immediately. If you go Indeedee Regidrago, for example, you immediately pressure with Helping Hand Dragon Energy.
Yeah.
Cresselia could then maybe go for a Trick Room in front of that, right? But then do you want to click Trick Room in front of the potential Imprison? You could go Follow Me Dragon Energy as well. I think the main question is really this Cresselia, though. It's such a key piece for Ryan's team because Leslie cannot knock it out very easily. The best way I could think about it is probably something like the Iron Crown plus the Regidrago, or sorry, excuse me, the Regidrago plus the Ogre Paw, because then you can Draco Meteor and Ivy Cudgel it, and if you Terra into Steel with Ivy Cudgel cover Spirit, and if you don't Terra, that might still be powerful enough to knock it out.
Yeah.
Of course, Incineroar can then fake out in front of it. So yeah, I think Ryan has shown a Incineroar Cresselia. This is a really good lead combination. The question to me then is like, how does Leslie deal with it? Because you don't have to click Trick Room with Cresselia on turn 1 like we saw Ryan do.
Yeah, so there's options for Ryan as well, right? I mean, that's one of the great things about Cresselia. Like, it has so many different options. Could go for Trick Room, could go for its own form of speed control. You know, you don't need Ice Beam if you can just Icy Wind, slow things down, right? So, you know, what's a more classic duo, Aaron? A Fake Out User and Cresselia.
It's on him on top.
It's on him on top. It's something.
It's better replacement.
Yeah, it's what's obsoleted him on top, basically, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Like, that's, you know, you just have to take 2 big swings into that Cresselia in order to be able to knock it out. Otherwise, you know, Cresselia's just going to sit there and just be such a nuisance, right? Like, I mean, so much support can heal the other team, and it's just going to be problematic for Leslie if Leslie cannot identify the best and most effective way to knock out that Cresselia.
Absolutely, yeah. And so I think, you know, thinking about, how I would approach the matchup against Incineroar plus Cresselia, it's tricky because Incineroar will have that fake out pressure unless NDD sets up the terrain, but if NDD sets up terrain, that means you are giving up a slot to do a lot of damage. So yeah, I think like NDD or Urshifu is interesting. NDD plus the Regidrago is interesting. Part of why I think NDD Urshifu is actually interesting is because you can go for surging immediately into the Incineroar, and then NDD can just maybe go for an Imprison immediately, deny that Trick Room. This is going to be Water Terror on the Urshifu as well, and so what that allows you to do is also get rid of your fighting typing, and so Psychic from Cresselia isn't going to do as much damage. So I think one approach you can go with against Incineroar Cresselia is NDD Urshifu, turn 1, go for Water Terror, Surging Strikes into Incineroar, and go for Imprison simultaneously. You could also lead two things that are not the NDD, but then the scary thing is, okay, Incineroar can fake out one, and then Trick Room can just get set up. And if Trick Room gets set up, things feel really dicey.
Yeah, you never want to be operating in Trick Room when you don't want to be operating in Trick Room, Aaron.
Yep,
that's right. That's one of my key tenets of VGC. Did you know that? Yeah. If your team's not built for Trick Room, don't operate in Trick Room.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're still looking like they're trying to resolve the issue on the stage, but you know, this is an exciting match, right?
Yes.
Like there's a lot of pieces, and you know, we talked about how to learn from VGC, and it's just coming here to these events, competing, because I mean, there's a lot of things that there's a lot of pieces that can happen, right? There's so many different moving pieces between your opponent's team as well as your team. So yeah, I love talking to you and breaking this down.
You know, that's why we're here, Dewey. We're here to entertain and also educate. You can see Ryan and Leslie chatting, having a good time. So sometimes these things happen, but I can't wait to go back into the match. And yeah, I think we already got a sneak peek of what this dynamic looks like, though, right? Like, part of why Ryan's team functions really well is because you don't have to only rely on that Trick Room. You're talking about it, Dewey. We've got that Icy Wind from that Cresselia. Does actually pretty notable damage we saw into the Tornadus as well, right? It's super effective. And so, yeah, I think if I am in Ryan's shoes, basically the angle that I'm going to go with is I want to knock out the NDD, then I want to set up Trick Room, right? Because Imprison's only relevant when NDD is actually out on the field. So Incineroar is a really good partner for that because you threaten that knockoff. It is actually noticeably harder to knock out that NDD if you don't have the Incineroar, which is why I think the Urshifu, you know, suggests the
suggestion,
Urshifu, yes, exactly, is what I was suggesting. So the question then becomes, how long can Leslie conserve the NDD, right? Because if NDD goes down on turn 1 or turn 2, then suddenly it leaves the door open for Cresselia to just click that Trick Room button, and then Ursaluna comes out. And I think if Ursaluna gets 4 turns of Trick Room against Leslie's team, it feels really difficult to maneuver. If you are able to deny that Trick Room, it is a really big deal. And we got a sneak peek here from our side on what Ryan had in the back. There was no Amoonguss, right? It was Fluttermane plus the Ursaluna. So something like an NDD Urshifu combo can feel really scary if you are able to deny that Trick Room on turn 1. One other thing to pay attention to if Incineroar comes out again from Ryan's end is that Grass Terra, because that's how you get around Urshifu.
Yep, and it looks like the issue on the stage has been resolved. It was a rental code issue. They are going to be restarting 0-0, no penalties issued because this is just a simple tech issue. They're going to be restarting from scratch, so glad to see that, you know, it's just going to be a 0-0 restart.
Yeah,
we get to start fresh, right?
Start fresh, absolutely.
A full set of Pokemon. You know, this is the experience that you're getting here at the regional championships.
Yeah, and you can see both players having so much fun. My guess, it seemed like based on the player cams going into turn 1 was that like the issue was already identified before. So I wonder if like part of it is, you know, with Team Prove you only have 90 seconds, and like so I'm guessing Tornadus Entity was not the intended lead from Leslie's end as well. It was a little bit surprised to see that, and it seemed like both players were trying to figure out what was going on, and so excited to start from scratch and see what ends up happening.
What the real strategy is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We've talked about the teams before. Ryan running a team of Ursaluna, Urshifu, Cresselia, Incineroar, Fluttermane, and Amoonguss. Leslie on the other side running a team of Indeedee, Ogerpon, Hearthflame Mask, Regidrago, Iron Crown, Tornadus, and Urshifu. So the teams, again, for those of you just tuning in for this really exciting Swiss Round 2 right now, Aaron.
All right, Dewey, so this is what I'm thinking, right? Okay, if
are you predicting this right now? Are you going to predict the entire match?
No.
Come on, I think you can do it.
I do think, you know, I was talking about Urshifu a lot from Leslie's end. It is really awkward because it's going to be that Choice Scarf Urshifu, right? And so bringing a Scarf Urshifu into a matchup against Trick Room seems very, very unintuitive. And it, like, Yeah, just feels really abnormal. The reason why I think it could work is because if you're able to use it to threaten the Incineroar, then then it can outspeed Choice Specs Flutter Mane even, and then with Ryan having gone Flutter Mane Urshifu, you can just Surging Strikes both. But then Ryan's defense then is going to be the Incineroar. You go for that Grass Terra, get around a Surging Strikes, being able to deal super effective damage. But then now Leslie's got another tool. Let's say Incineroar goes for that Grass Terra, Dewey. You know what that opens the door for?
What, Aaron?
Iron Crown, because suddenly you are no longer Dark typing with the Incineroar. So now, let's say you've denied Trick Room and you've got an Incineroar to Terra, Iron Crown can be like, hey, it's time to Expanding Force, hit the field, and just click Expanding Force across the board. So I'm like, there's one mode Leslie can go with, which is Urshifu, Inity, Iron Crown, plus a fourth. The fourth would probably be the Regidrago or the Ogerpon. I think Tornadus is just like really difficult to bring here.
You're expecting to see some 3D chess right now, right?
Maybe, right? This is like one mode I could see, like, if I were in Leslie's shoes, I would consider. But I think the reality is it feels very unintuitive to bring a Choice Scarf Pokemon into this matchup to begin with, right?
Hey, do you remember one of my key tenets of VGC? Never operate in Trick Room if you're not built to operate in Trick Room.
That's right.
A supplement to that is also don't operate in Trick Room with a Choice Scarf Pokemon.
That is probably, the absolute worst nightmare. You definitely don't want that to happen. But the way you get around that, Dewey, is you just deny that Trick Room. Don't let Trick Room get set up. And we've got the Imprison on the Entity. That's going to be, once again, the key move to pay attention to. So, to me, all of that talk boils down to basically, can NDD imprison at the right time, right?
And hang on. It has to survive.
That's right,
to survive as well, yeah.
But part of what's important about this matchup, though, is that, if you're Leslie, you do have a lot of offense instead of that paired with the Entity, right? So I think the idea that Leslie wants to execute is let me do as much damage as possible while denying the Trick Room. Denying Trick Room is good, but it's not necessarily just enough because Ryan also has a lot of offense on his team, right? And then also one of the reasons why Leslie probably might be hesitant to bring the Urshifu and why I would be too in her shoes is because you are staring down Rocky Helmet Amoonguss, and it's like, wow, do I really want to bring a Scarf Pokemon in a Trick Room matchup with Amoonguss as well? It feels
and possibly into a Terra Grass Incineroar.
Precisely. Yeah. So I think for that reason, maybe we don't see this Urshifu NDD line.
You're talking to yourself. You were so confident in this 3D chess move right here, Aaron.
I think it could work, right? But all I'm saying is it is not. One feels very unintuitive. Two, we have the luxury of knowing what Ryan had in the back, right? It's like if there's an Amoonguss in the back, suddenly that feels way riskier to try to execute. And actually, now I was thinking about the 4 Pokemon you might want to bring on Leslie's end. I do feel like the Ogerpon might be pretty important because that gives you a switch in into the Amoonguss as well. Should Amoonguss be led, right? Otherwise, if you don't bring the Ogerpon, Amoonguss is led, you are actually vulnerable to Spore immediately because there isn't something like Grass Terror Safety Goggles on ADD.
Don't forget, you have to respect the Amoonguss.
Yep.
Absolutely have to respect the Amoonguss.
That's right.
Another key tenet of VGC by Dewey.
Respect Incineroar, respect Amoonguss, respect Trick Room, right? Ryan's team kind of has it all in terms of the fundamentals.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's such a throwback team. This is, honestly, you take out the Incineroar, you put in a Hitmontop, that's a 2012 team.
That is, yeah. We've got Incineroar, we've got Amoonguss, we've got Cresselia. Just with some new tools, Urshifu, Ursaluna, Flutter Mane, some of the strongest Pokemon to be introduced to Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, you got a really fast Pokemon for the not Trick Room mode, and then you got a really slow Pokemon for the Trick Room mode. This team building hasn't changed at all.
It has not.
It has not changed at all.
And I believe we have resolved the issue. No penalties. We are going to be starting from scratch here. Once again, Ryan running this pseudo Trick Room team has a very strong Trick Room option, but also has some very fast-paced, strong offense from Flutter Mane, as well as Urshifu. And Leslie, of course, running the hyper offense, Regidrago plus Iron Crown combination. This team hits really hard. You've got a lot of spread moves, but you're going to be much faster paced than Ryan's team overall. However, of course, that Flutter Mane on the side of Ryan, able to threaten with a lot of damage to a lot of key Pokemon.
Yeah. Did you see that graphic about teams that you'd predict to win, or the Pokemon that you bring to this tournament?
Yep.
Cresselia or Porygon 2, Aaron, if you had to pick one?
All right, I picked Porygon
2. I know. Yeah. But would you change it now to Cresselia just because? No? Still no? You're sticking with Porygon 2?
I love Cresselia. It has been one of the Pokemon I've used the most historically in VGC. I like the Porygon 2 option a little bit more, but I do think Cresselia is actually very well positioned in this matchup, right? Once again,
yeah, it's very good in this matchup, as well as it kind of just slots really well into the team that Ryan brought.
Exactly. It's like a combination of it being paired nicely with Ursaluna. The other thing, once again, is that Leslie doesn't have Dark-type attacks here or Ghost-type attacks, right? So you don't really have any ways to hit Cresselia for super effective damage. Steel Terra, probably one of the best Terras to have into, or maybe the single best Terra to have against Regidrago and Iron Crown. So We have resolved the issues. We are getting into game 1 here, and it is going to be a run back, actually, with the Tornadus and the Indeedee.
Still the Tornadus, still the Indeedee, and Ryan playing as well with the Cresselia and that Incineroar. We saw how it went in the game that had that technical issue. Is it going to change, or is it going to be the same? This Intimidate not going to matter at all versus this Tornadus and this Indeedee. So here we go. How is this turn going to play out? Is it going to be any different than what we saw during that first sort of preview that we saw?
Now, one of the things about Tornadus is that Bleak Wind Storm, like I said, does do neutral damage or super effective damage across the board, right? So there is an angle where you like set up Rain Dance, or you just click Bleak Wind Storm. Of course, then you are going to be flipping a lot of coins, but it can slowly start to wither away, right? The other thing that I am curious about from Leslie's end is, once again, how do you conserve this Indeedee? It is vulnerable to a knockoff, as you can see Ryan just going for it. If you knock out that Indeedee early, then that just opens the door for Trick Room immediately. Leslie can counteract that by going for a Fairy Terra with that Indeedee, but then, of course, you'd be committing your Terra quite early. One of the other things I'm thinking about here is, yeah, you either go all in with Tornadus early, start just doing a lot of damage with Bleak Wind, but it's actually going to be the Tailwind setup. Okay.
Tornadus going for the Tailwind here, gonna go ahead and speed up Leslie's team, as Indeedee going for the Imprison. Saw that it could survive the Icy Wind and the knockoff. So now Cresselia using Icy Wind. It does dodge, it does miss the Tornadus. Indeedee takes a little bit of chip and will be slowed down, but here comes that Incineroar with that huge knockoff into that Indeedee, and Indeedee hangs on, loses its Rocky Helmet, but will be able to chip back at that Incineroar. So now a very speedy team on Leslie's side, but that Imprison's come out, but Indeedee is in it's almost knocked out.
It is almost knocked out. So the idea behind Tailwind is probably kind of thinking one step ahead and being like, okay, now I've set up Tailwind. Even if Ryan has that Flutter Mane in the back, I will be able to outpace it. What is a little bit awkward is this turn specifically, right? It would have been a dream if Tornadus got KO'd and you get a free switch into something, but now there's not a lot of offensive pressure. This subsequent turn, and Trick Room is denied, but Indeedee is quite low. So Leslie this turn can maybe threaten with a bunch of damage, right? Something like a Bleak Wind Storm into a Dazzling Gleam, or even a Helping Hand Bleak Wind Storm. Has set up Tailwind. So then the question is, will you be able to knock out Cresselia the subsequent turn? Because if not, then it does threaten with that Trick Room. So Leslie right now has set up the speed. She knows she will be faster at least this turn and next turn as well. The question is, can you deny that Trick Room?
Yep, and importantly, the Tornadus dodging that Icy Winds hangs onto its Focus Sash, so will need to be doubled up here.
Oh.
Tornadus going for a Bleak Wind Storm. It's going to miss the Cresselia. That's an important target to hit, but Incineroar will take some damage here, as Cresselia will use its Icy Wind here. Does
Indeedee hangs
hit
on.
into the Indeedee hangs on. Tornadus' Focus Sash will get broken there, and now Incineroar will have to hit into that Indeedee because of the Follow Me and knock it out. So now Incineroar will be able to pivot out, but importantly, Leslie will also be able to pivot out. Unfortunate miss there that the Cresselia did not take any damage this turn.
Yeah, I actually think every little bit of damage on it does matter a lot. This is, of course, the fundamental downside of clicking that Bleak Wind Storm, as Flutter Mane is going to be the replacement. So this is where Leslie setting up that Tailwind earlier actually really does come in handy, because you know whatever you're sending in should outpace the Flutter Mane. The question, though, is can you deny the Trick Room, right? Iron Crown comes out. It's going to be very helpful into the Flutter Mane, but I think what will likely happen is Crown will target the Flutter Mane, but then Cresselia can just set up that Trick Room now. And so that's why, you know, the dynamic, once again, is like, can Indeedee click the Trick Room at the right time, or in the Imprison at the right time? Ryan prioritizing knocking it out now has given him a pretty major advantage. And like I said, right, the lack of that damage on Cresselia, it does really hurt a lot. You can see the hover into Incineroar here, I think a relatively safe switch in. And so I think one of the angles Leslie could have maybe gone for is had that Bleak Wind hit, and then you have like Ogre Pawn in the back. Suddenly you have like a Fire Terra, you know, Ivy Cudgel plus Bleak Wind into Cresselia, try to knock it out. But Cresselia's bulk, I think, is really paying dividends here. And Ryan going for this potential switch play, honestly, just really safe, because there's not much damage out here on Cresselia.
Yeah, so this Cresselia, you know, again, going back to it, it's so bulky that it's just not going to get, there's just not enough firepower over on Leslie's side to knock it out. Flutter Mane will switch out, will be replaced by the Incineroar. The Intimidate, again, not going to matter at all versus this Iron Crown or the Tornadus. So really just having that Incineroar out for support, as now we will see Terrestrialization. It is going to be the Iron Crown on Leslie's side, terrestrializing into the Water type to try to get, you know, some not take super effective damage. So defensive terrestrialization there, and here's Tornadus with the Rain Dance. gonna boost a potential Terra Blast if it happens, but here's the Tachyon Cutter into that Incineroar instead. There are those 2 hits, so now it's gonna come down to what Cresselia does, and there's the Trick Room.
So I think Rain Dance sets you up for more accurate Bleak Wind Storms. Leslie maybe being like, oh, I missed that first one. Now, you know, I would like to try to hit my other one subsequently. it's kind of awkward, right? Because Tornadus is a frail Pokemon, but I think the upside for Leslie right now is that Ryan does have 2 Pokemon that don't put on a ton of offensive pressure, and the Terra on Iron Crown means that now you are, not going to really take too much damage from anything like a knockoff. So this turn, I think, Leslie has the ability to pressure with a good bit of damage within that Bleak Wind Storm. And Incineroar's in this awkward spot where you actually kind of want it to faint, right? At this point, like, you already have set up your Trick Room. What you don't want to do right now is, like, switch that Incineroar out, like, U-turn and bring out Ursaluna and have Ursaluna just take, like, a ton of damage.
Yeah.
And so you can see here, Ryan's like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to click Knockoff. But what this means is Leslie could just protect with both Pokemon this turn, and it's going to start off with Tornadus Protect. If you protect with both, that's already 1 turn of Trick Room done.
Yep, so now no Protect from that Iron Crown will get knocked off, but, the booster energy is already being consumed. Cresselia's Psychic will land into that Tornadus Protect, so now Iron Crown will be able to get to move. Here's that Terra Blast, that Water Terra Blast, rain boosted into that Incineroar should be plenty to get that KO from that range. So the Terra Water with that Rain Dance, just making sure that the Incineroar gets knocked out.
Absolutely. Now, however, it does give the free switch into Ursaluna. This is Ryan's win condition, and so I think it does put Leslie in a fairly tricky position because the Ursaluna is quite powerful. The one upside here is that Ursaluna doesn't have that Flame Orb active yet.
Guts boosted yet.
Exactly, yeah. And so even though, it's really scary for Leslie to maneuver against Trick Room, she's actually in a playable position right now, right? Tornadus, Bleak Windstorm will be 100% accurate against both. And Ursaluna, the question is, can you get a knockout onto Iron Crown, right? Because I suspect you might need to double up.
Right? Yeah,
exactly. Guts boost or double up. So what you could do if you're Cresselia and Iron Crown is like double up into the Iron Crown. Ursaluna's actually going to opt to protect, saying, you know what, I know I'm running out of turns of Trick Room, but 2 turns is enough for me to work with after this one.
Yeah, especially now that you see that, there is that Terra Blast option. Well, you already knew that the Terra Blast option was coming, but a Terra Blast Water in that Ursaluna, if you miss that KO, that's going to be super unfortunate to see from Ryan. So Ursaluna does protect here, trying to get it.
Protect on the Iron Crown, though. That's big for Leslie.
Yeah, Bleak Wind Storm hits into that Ursaluna Protect. Of course, now because it's rain boosted, does not miss at all. Cresselia takes the hit. Ooh. There's a speed drop in Trick Room. Cresselia loves to see that. Cresselia now using Psychic, hitting in that Tornadus, bringing it down to a little under 50%. Ooh. And here's Iron Crown's Terra Blast into that Ursaluna.
So the reason why I was making a big deal out of the lack of Protect from Iron Crown is because it means that it can protect this turn, right? You might have expected a Protect on Iron Crown to like not get knocked out there, but Leslie has burnt a couple turns of Trick Room. There's only 2 turns left, right? So that
maneuvering really well through this Trick Room.
Exactly, yeah. And this is the awkward thing about Ursaluna. If you don't get it out on the field at the right time, right? And so this turn, of course, Leslie could protect with the Iron Crown. Tornadus could go for a Bleak Wind Storm, and then suddenly you're in a position where you can either switch out Iron Crown or even go for the double Protect. If you get that double Protect, right, like this could be a very different game. And my final question is, what is Leslie's final Pokemon? Because an Urshifu would be so well positioned right now. But once again, that is not the most intuitive Pokemon to bring into this matchup. So the first question I have here
once you do that 3D chess move, that's right.
So then the question is, okay, this turn, does Leslie go for the safe Protect on the Iron Crown? And it's going to be a switch from the Tornadus. Okay, I mean, let's see if it's Protect and the switch. Could be big.
It is going to be an Urshifu, the Choice Scarf Urshifu, just like you said, Aaron. 3D chess going on right now here.
Iron Crown does Protect.
There's that Protect, 100% right now. It's going to decay for the next Protect if that's how Leslie wants to try to solve the Trick Room. Here's that Psychic into that Urshifu, though. 50% damage because of its super effectiveness. But again, Ursaluna using that Facade into that into the Iron Crown, but again, Cresselia, a bulky Pokemon, but doesn't have that much damage output right now.
Yeah, I mean, Urshifu,
50% still a lot, though, but
it was like perfect 4th Pokemon. Unfortunately, there's one more turn of Trick Room. If Trick Room was over, I actually think it would be so well positioned, but Leslie has to make it through this final turn. That's why Ryan was willing to Protect with Ursaluna, saying, look, even 2 turns of Trick Room is enough for me to deal with, right? So the big question I have here, I think if you're Leslie, what you could do is like switch the Tornadus back in for Urshifu.
Save that Urshifu for later,
Exactly, and go for a double Protect with Iron Crown. Alternatively, you could switch Iron Crown out into Tornadus, but the problem is Urshifu switching in on that Psychic. It took a little bit too much damage. And so it is going to be Urshifu pivoting back out. Okay. If you're going for this, I would think that Iron Crown is going to attempt a double Protect, but you could also try to sacrifice it to get the free switch in back into your Urshifu.
But no double Protect. Cresselia using Psychic, hitting into that Tornadus. Tornadus hangs on. Here's Ursaluna going for the Facade, no Protect. Iron Crown will be knocked out, so now it is going to be Urshifu and Tornadus over on Leslie's side of the field. Urshifu does have the rain going. That's kind of nice for it, but
it just ended.
Well, you can always set it up again. You can set it up again. Yeah.
You don't need to click Tailwind, that's for sure.
No,
right?
yeah.
So, I really like the Urshifu as the final pick. I think it just took a little bit of too much damage, and unfortunately with Choice Scarf Urshifu, you need it out when there's no turns of Trick Room, and even one turn of Trick Room makes a big enough difference. And so, okay, we're seeing the potential hover into Ghost Terra here. Of course, that gives you the immunity to the close combat. So what Leslie might hope for is something like a Rain Dance plus a Surging Strikes into Ursaluna. I think, Trick Room got stalled out, but Ryan got enough out of it, right?
Yeah, Ursaluna was able to maneuver through it, get some knockouts and stuff like that. And what's stopping Cresselia from just setting up another Trick Room if necessary, right?
Exactly. Yeah, this is what makes Cresselia a tricky Pokemon to deal with in this matchup. It has so much bulk to work with. You can't knock it out very easily. And so I think, if you are Leslie, you can hope for a Rain Dance, Surging Strikes here, try to knock out the Ursaluna, but with Ghost Terra, probably won't get the knockout. But I think, the Urshifu, the Iron Crown, the Entity brings were all right. My big question mark is Tornadus. Is that a necessary Pokemon in this matchup? It actually can be decent, but it's got to hit those weak wind storms, and it can be valuable. And it is going to be the close combat, so perfect Ghost Terra from Ryan's end.
Doesn't affect their immunity. Yeah, so that was a great defensive Terra there, as the Facade will land into the Urshifu. So it looks like Leslie does have, sort of a game plan if that Trick Room does get set up. But, you have to wonder what happens if Iron Crown went for that double protect and was able to get it as Cresselia knocks out that Tornadus and Ryan takes game 1 versus Leslie. But, what happens if that Iron Crown gets that double protect?
Yeah.
Like, how much different would that be? Because, then you have a lot more offensive pressure to be able to put and apply to that Cresselia to maybe prevent another Trick Room.
Yeah, I think this is honestly just a really tough puzzle to solve for Leslie, because basically you want to deny Trick Room, but you also have to knock out Cresselia, right? And that 1-2 punch is really tricky, where Entity just took so much damage on the first turn. You, of course, could Terra the Entity to get around the super effective hit of knockoff, but if you Terra it, then suddenly it's taking more damage from the Psychic from Cresselia.
Yeah.
Flare Blitz still does good damage. So I think basically the Entity lead is really good. You probably need to pair it with something that offers a little bit more offense, because the Tailwind from Tornadus doesn't contribute too much in the early game, helps a little bit more late game, especially putting on pressure against Flutter Mane, but there's already Choice Scarf Urshifu in the back, so you actually don't really need the Tailwind for that specifically. So that's why I was pointing to the Urshifu Entity lead initially, even though it seems so unintuitive. It just puts on a lot more pressure. And yeah, I was really happy to see Leslie bring Urshifu as the 4th. I think that was the right one. But yeah, you have to make sure that it gets out at the right time. And I want to give Ryan huge props in that last one, right? Because I think
navigating through that matchup was pretty intense.
I do think it's Trick Room is really powerful for him, but he was really smart on not clicking Trick Room in those early turns. He knew what to do, which was the main win condition for him, in my opinion, is knock out Entity, then set up Trick Room, then get Ursaluna out under Trick Room, and he basically sequenced that really nicely. If you're on his end, he also knows, hey, I didn't bring that Flutter Mane out in the 4th one, but I saw you brought Urshifu out, so he now might think about pivoting into Amoonguss as the adaptation, saying, okay, your Urshifu is actually pretty scary. Amoonguss gives me a much better Urshifu answer.
Unless it's 4D chess, right? And Leslie was like, you know what? I'm going to show the Urshifu, force the Amoonguss, and then bring the Hearth. The Ogre Bond instead. So 4D chess there, Aaron. Think about that.
It could be, yeah. But I think, he, with the Incineroar Cresselia, I think he identified what is probably just the most consistent and best lead here. It gives you a lot of options against everything, right? Gives you the offense that you need into the Entity, but also gives you the defense to pivot out. For example, if Entity is not led, you can just fake out plus Trick Room and then go from there. Or you can U-turn Trick Room, bring out Ursaluna immediately. So it's like you said, Dewey, the classic fake out plus Trick Room combination, and Incineroar is even better than that Hitmontoplet we used to see, because of course you can pivot out with that U-turn as well. And so it is
no need for a check button or a red card.
Yep, exactly. It is an immensely, I think, challenging lead combination to deal with here. And part of the thing about Leslie's team is that it has really good coverage into so much of the format. Cresselia is not exactly the most common Pokemon, and so it's a little bit harder to deal with than some of the other Trick Room users that we might be used to seeing. So yeah, the big question I have is, from Leslie's end, do we see an adaptation away from that Tornadus into something that offers a little bit more offense? Let's see.
It is. It's a much more offensive lead from Leslie here. It is the Indeedee and the Iron Crown. Ryan sticking with the tried and true Incineroar and that Cresselia. So a little bit more offensive power here as Indeedee sets up the Psychic Surge. Iron Crown now is able to, well, you don't want to be, you don't want to be side spamming into these Pokemon right now, but it does offer a little bit more firepower than that Tornadus.
Yeah, I actually think this is an even better adaptation than the Urshifu I was talking about, specifically because there's Terra Blast in Iron Crown, and with that Terra Blast, you can just send Water Terra into the Terra Blast immediately. The main thing is with the Assault Vest on Incineroar, I'm not confident that actually gets the knockout.
It's going to be close. It's going to be really close.
Exactly, yeah. You, of course, do have that helping hand as well, right? So I think this is the perfect adaptation from Leslie. You do apply a lot of pressure immediately, right? You get the damage out. And so you can see Ryan hovering that Icy Wind instead, doesn't want to click that Trick Room, but that's a big deal. As long also you don't get Trick Room up. Right now, the Iron Crown's super well positioned to do a lot of damage. So I think this was, definitely the right move. Ryan, as you can see, doesn't want to get baited, and there's that Grass Terra that we've been talking about to get around the super effective water type hit. So I think turn one's going to be pretty explosive to start.
Yep, and here we go. Looks like it's going to be Leslie's Iron Crown terrestrializing into the water type that we saw in the previous game. Ryan will be following suit with that Grass Terra on the Incineroar to try to absorb this Terra Blast much better. But that does open up the opportunity for, you know, Iron Crown to be able to go for Expanding Force. Yeah, you'll be chipping away at that Cresselia, but at least you'll be able to get some pretty good neutral damage down onto that Incineroar with so many more boosts as well, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Fantastic identification of the Grass Terra here. It is going to just be that Terra Blast immediately. So this is always the tricky game that you have to maneuver, right? Do you want to make the read? The thing is now you know that there's no, you know, immunity into that Expanding Force anymore, right? And so Expanding Force will do a lot of damage. I think Ryan, though, going for kind of the perfect turn one play to counter Leslie's play, which is likely the Terra Blast into the Trick Room, or the Imprison, I should say. Knockoff, not getting that knockout, though.
Yep, still not getting that knockout onto the Indeedee, but, you know, Indeedee's been in this position so many times before, and Indeedee, again, content to go for another Imprison, so it will be able to stall out one more turn of Trick Room. But at the same time, like, what is Indeedee going to be able to do here? Because it's just going to get knocked out, most likely, if it stays out on field. Yeah, it can also, like, go for the Follow Me support. Could possibly go for a Helping Hand. Yeah, if you want to just, like, you know, kind of give Iron Crown one last affirmation on its way out.
And there it is.
Yep,
okay, Helping Hand, the perfect move from Indeedee. Otherwise, of course, it would just faint as Psychic comes out here. I do think, you know, yeah, Ryan made kind of the perfect play on turn one to not get baited into the Imprison and was able to not take a lot of damage. But this is actually going to be a pretty explosive Expanding Force.
This is going to be a nice Expanding Force. And Incineroar using U-turn here, going to pivot out, slowly chip away at this Iron Crown. So now, you know, Ryan has to pick what's going to be taking this Expanding Force. Is it going to be the Flutter Mane or the Ursaluna? What's coming in is not going to like what it's going to be seeing.
I mean, I wouldn't expect it to survive, right? It's like boosted by terrain. You've got the Helping Hand. You've got the booster energy. Exactly. So I will say, right, like part about maneuvering this matchup for Leslie is doing as much damage to Cresselia as possible. You're not going to one-shot it. So even 30-40% from something like a Helping Hand Expanding Force makes a big deal. So can Flutter Mane survive this? Let's see.
Oh, absolutely not. And Cresselia takes so much damage from that.
Okay,
it's a critical hit with the Helping Hand, so you won't have that. You won't have that explosiveness for the next turn, but I mean, that's still a good chunk. You want that kind of damage done onto that Cresselia in order to make sure that that happens.
Okay, and if it's Urshifu coming out right now, you just have Surging Strikes and Expanding Force, right? And so I think, you know, it would be the perfect position to have Iron Crown plus Urshifu out next to each other. I mean, quite frankly, Regidrago and Ogerpon are both also amazing brings here. Like, Flutter Mane's been eliminated, so Regidrago now can just click Dragon Energy. The crit certainly helps. I am curious, right? Because I think if Leslie, whatever fourth final or third Pokemon she brings out here is already powerful enough, let another Expanding Force into a powerful move, probably would knock out Cresselia anyway. And so this is how you deal with the matchup, right? It's like you deny Trick Room and get a lot of damage down while that's, you know, the case, and then you try to burst through afterwards to prevent that Trick Room from being set up. So it is Urshifu. All right.
So now Leslie has the damage output necessary to knock out this Cresselia. Cresselia, a Pokemon notorious not carrying Protect at all because it just has so many other moves that it wants. So now it looks like Leslie has what it takes to knock out this Cresselia and deny Ryan the Trick Room. There is one Icy Wind down on the Iron Crown on Leslie's side, though, so you do have to watch out for that speed interaction. But yeah, Ursaluna forced to retreat right here because there's just too much firepower over on Leslie's side here. The Incineroar comes out, will try to, you know, intimidate this Urshifu, but Urshifu doesn't really care, you know? Surging Strikes will just be a critical hit anyways. Urshifu goes for a close combat instead into that Incineroar slot, so looks like Cresselia might be sticking around this turn, but again, you know, that Incineroar will not. Here's Cresselia going for another Icy Wind, chipping away at that Iron Crown and that Urshifu. So now that Urshifu's Choice Scarf is going to be sort of mitigated, as well as Iron Crown's speed effectively being 50% now. And the Expanding Force gets the knockout onto the Incineroar and continues to chunk away at that Cresselia. So Ryan identifying that Trick Room might not be the play here and just getting down more Icy Winds.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised not to see Trick Room there. I felt like it was a pretty safe opportunity. Close combat instead of Surging Strikes puts Urshifu in a more compromising position. I think if it was actually the Surging Lock, the game would probably be over at this point. Now the thing is Cresselia can go for another Icy Wind. I think the awkward thing for Ryan, though, is that this Ursaluna still does not have that Flame Orb active, so won't be able to actually get a knockout. So my question is, yeah, if you go for Icy Wind plus a Headlong Rush, like, do you even get the KO? The other thing is, you know, Leslie knew, hey, the Terra was already committed, so she was like, look, I can knock out the Incineroar even if it protects, and so Ryan makes the perfect defensive play. But yeah, I think Surging plus Expanding has pretty good coverage across the board here, and Ryan not setting up that Trick Room now puts him in a pretty awkward position. This Urshifu is Choice Scarf, so it actually still should be the fastest Pokemon. However, it is going to be intimidated, right? And so Ryan, yeah, trying to, you know, hover that Protect, go for the Flame Orb activation, but of course he can't protect in front of Urshifu.
Those unseen fists chasing after this bear, and there it is, the close combat into that Ursaluna slot. Does survive because of that Intimidate from the Incineroar, but most importantly will survive because of that Protect and will not get knocked out from the Expanding Force. Here's an Icy Wind into the Iron Crown, now 3 stages of decreased speed, 2 stages of decreased speed for the Urshifu, as now the Iron Crown goes for another Expanding Force. Will hit into that Cresselia. Should be enough to get the KO from that range. Yes, it is enough to get the KO from that range. Now Ursaluna will get its Guts boost from the Flame Orb, but it looks like Leslie, great adaptations going into Game 2 to be able to force Game 3 here. So much more offense. That was so key in order to put pressure on that Cresselia.
Exactly, and I think, like, so then if you're Ryan, you're like, oh my gosh, NDD plus the Iron Crown's really difficult to deal with, right? Like, Ryan felt forced to Terra to not feint to Terra Blast, but then it just meant Expanding Force could go across the board, right? And that's what I was saying when I was trying to paint the dynamic of the matchup. It just ends up being the Iron Crown, which I actually, like I said, I think is better as a lead combo than the Urshifu, specifically because you've got that Terra Blast, meaning you do put on offensive pressure. Leslie just opting to protect the Iron Crown here. She's still got a 4th and final Pokemon, and no need to reveal it here. Ursaluna is still going to be slower than Urshifu. And we're going to a Game 3, folks.
Leslie Fu forcing the Game 3 here. Great adaptation. You know, again, the Indeedee kind of went down, but it's not like it didn't do anything, right? It forces that imprisoned mind game.
Yeah.
It forces Ryan that he has to sort of kind of think again. When is actually appropriate time to be able to click Trick Room? I lose access to Trick Room turns 1 and turns 2, and then on the way out, Indeedee with such a huge helping hand, the critical hit did more damage, and that was pretty key. But at the same time, it's like the more offense also on Leslie's team was super important to be able to pressure that Cresselia and keep that pressure on, basically.
Yeah, it's like now Leslie has shown her hand, right? Like, hey, I've got Indeedee, I've got the Iron Crown, and it's actually like so strong across the board. So if you are Ryan, then the question is, what do I do, right? And I think part of it is actually conserving this Incineroar, right? This is where I think Amoonguss can be really interesting, because Indeedee plus the Iron Crown, like, yes, you've got the Expanding Force pressure, but Amoonguss, of course, could like go for a Fire Terror round potentially to, you know, then not take super effective damage from the Expanding Force. And you also do have some offense from like the Flutter Mane, right? I think the reality is the Terra Blast on water Iron Crown actually changes everything here. Like, sometimes you see something like a Calm Mind instead, right? But the Terra Blast means that you put on a lot of offensive pressure immediately, and it means that I think Leslie actually has just a pretty safe lead of the Indeedee plus Iron Crown. So if you're Ryan, what you might want to do is actually not lead that Cresselia. Lead 2 things, like, you just immediately knock out Indeedee on turn 1. Then if Cresselia hasn't taken any damage, you can come out in the field and safely set up that Trick Room. So if I'm Ryan, I'm thinking of maybe a lead adjustment like Flutter Mane plus Urshifu, right? Or maybe you can still lead the Incineroar, but like apply pressure with that Flutter Mane simultaneously, then set up Trick Room, then get Ursaluna out. I think Cresselia just wasn't able to do anything really in that last game, and I think Ryan had the opportunity to set up Trick Room instead of click that Icy Wind again. I was surprised to see him click Icy Wind, and so all it takes is one good Cresselia turn to get that Trick Room up, and Ursaluna will be super well positioned, but you have to find that turn.
Yeah, so now it's about the adjustments that Ryan will make, and how Leslie predicts Ryan will make those adjustments as well. Here we go into Game 3. It is going to be the Indeedee Iron Crown, and there's the adjustment. Ryan leading with the Incineroar and the Amoonguss.
And this is the Amoonguss I was talking about, right? Not very intuitive to want to bring into this kind of matchup, but the idea behind it is, hey, you can now go for a Terra, and you can't both click Terra Blast and Expanding Force simultaneously. I think the interesting thing here is, what do we see on turn 1, right? Amoonguss is still vulnerable to something like a Helping Hand plus Expanding Force, so could protect. And oh, look at this, there is no Trick Room in the back. No Cresselia, no Ursaluna at all.
No Trick Room mode at all, huh?
Oh, it's a gamble though, right? Okay, we're seeing the hover into U-turn, Fire Terra, and Spore immediately. one of the other questions I had in this matchup is, did Leslie bring that Ogerpon? Because if so, we were talking about you need an Amoonguss
that's
answer.
a switch. That's a switch.
Exactly.
That's a possible switch, right?
Exactly. Oh man, this is really explosive right away. Amoonguss really needs to get one good Spore off in this matchup.
Yeah. One key Spore from Sporini is gonna go ahead and shift the momentum of this game right here. So this is a really tense turn one. Is Amoonguss gonna be able to go for a Spore somewhere, or is Leslie just gonna target it down? I mean, of course, with the Terra Fire, you always have the the Amoonguss Terra Fires now, so we know that the Iron Crown's not Terrastalizing, but imagine if that Iron Crown Terrastalized into water, Terra Blasted that Amoonguss and knocked it out from there. Here's Ndidi using the Helping Hand onto the Iron Crown. This is going to be a lot of damage right here. It looks like it's going to be a Tachyon Cutter, though, into the Amoonguss, so Amoonguss is going to take that so well because of that Terra Fire, and now it looks like Amoonguss will be able to go for a Spore here. Incineroar will U-turn out, hitting that Iron Crown, and now Ryan will get to choose what will be the support Pokemon he puts next to that Amoonguss. It is going to be the Flutter Mane here, so now a lot of offense over on Ryan's side as Leslie's team will start falling asleep. Here's the Spore into that Ndidi. It will take a quick nap, but hey, this Ndidi has more health than it's seen in any of the games that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think the Tachyon Cutter probably trying to predict a potential Cresselia switch-in, right? Which would make a ton of sense. It's a great switch-in in that position, but Ryan actually decides, you know what, I'm just dropping Trick Room outright, which I think is going to be a gamble. We'll see if it pays off. If Amoonguss is eliminated, it becomes scary for Ryan because then you can just Surging Strikes everything. And quite frankly, actually, with that Fire Terror committed, Urshifu with Surging Strikes is already looking really powerful. The Spore crucially went into Inity rather than Iron Crown. I think if had it gone into Iron Crown, Leslie would be in a much worse position.
Yeah, there's no offense then.
Exactly. But with they going to Inity, like the crowd is actually still pretty scary here. You can just click that Expanding Force immediately and go for a Terra with it to get around a super effective hit from Shadow Ball from that Flutter Mane. Leslie could also just protect this turn, but looks like it is going to be the Terra option.
Yep, so the Iron Crown will Terrastalize into that water type. Is it time for a Terra Blast? Water into the Amoonguss to get the KO?
My question is, can Expanding Force just knock out, right? Because
that's true, yeah.
But do you want to take that gamble, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. Here we go. Ndidi will take its first turn of sleep as Amoonguss will go for a Rage Powder here, again providing that support. Here comes the Flutter Mane going straight up for a Moonblast into the Iron Crown. Iron Crown hangs on though, and here's the Terra Blast. That Terra Water Blast into that Amoonguss will be able to get the KO. Amoonguss is knocked out after providing support, putting that Ndidi down to sleep, as well as protecting that Flutter Mane. So this Iron Crown right now will be KO'd from the next attack from that Flutter Mane. Ndidi trying to go for a possible Helping Hand or a Follow Me there, trying to draw away, but it does have to take its first turn of sleep.
Really good call there to go for Moonblast onto an Iron Crown, which of course normally would resist it, right? Part of the idea is if you lock into Shadow Ball, Iron Crown protects, Ndidi wakes up the next turn, your Flutter Mane is actually useless. So the idea is, look, I think you're going to Water Terra. If you do, amazing. Even if you don't, I still do good damage, and with the Rage Powder, I redirect a potential Tachyon Cutter, right? I think Iron Crown there maybe had the ability to go for Protect that turn, stall out one turn of sleep with Inity, and then also see what does the Flutter Mane with Choice Specs want to lock itself into.
Yeah.
Should it lock into the Moonblast, then I actually don't need to go for Water Terra the subsequent turn. So Ryan got the best end of it. Really good decision to go for that Moonblast and puts himself in a really solid spot right now. However, one quick wake up here with the Inity to go for a Follow Me can certainly turn the tides, right? And if you are Leslie right now, you could try to protect the Iron Crown, burn another turn sleep with Inity, or you could say, you know what, I'm just going to go for it. I'm going to hope I wake up, I Follow Me, and get a huge amount of damage this turn, maybe even a knockout if it's Tachyon Cutter into Flutter Mane.
One of the thrills, I guess you'd say, of playing against Amoonguss is you never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to happen. How fast is this, how sleepy is this Ndidi right here? Is it going to wake up? Looks like Iron Crown will be switching out for Leslie's side instead. Preserve that for later, and it will be the Urshifu to take the place of that Iron Crown.
But again, wakes up!
Ndidi does wake up though and goes for the Follow Me, so that Flutter Mane will be Moonblasting into that slot. So a safe switch for that Urshifu here as that Moonblast lands into the redirection of Ndidi. Special attack trap not going to matter at all. Here's that knockoff, and looks like the Rocky Helmet will you know, have a little bit of chip damage back to that Incineroar, as indeed he wakes up after 1 turn of sleep, and most importantly, makes that Urshifu stay on the field.
Yeah, Urshifu getting to switch in for free here is a dream, of course. Kind of risky with the threat of Moonblast coming out. Leslie might have been like, you know what, I'm actually willing to give up Urshifu to get a free switch in back out, but I do think Urshifu is actually really crucial here, so ends up working out really nicely, but a little bit scary there, right?
Because it's very scary.
You're staring
Not a
down
little scary, it's very
scary. Yeah, but it ends up working out, and now the Choice Scarf Urshifu is so well positioned, pressures with that Surging Strikes, and Ryan dropping that Cresselia, no Trick Room option, and no Terra at this point. He is incredibly vulnerable to Surging Strikes. He has that Urshifu which you can switch into. That will allow for resistance, but if you're Leslie, you can just click Surging Strikes into Flutter Mane and Terra Blast into Incineroar right now.
And deal big damage, get knockouts, and, you know, put yourself closer to winning this round 2 here at the Houston Regional Championship. So Ryan now has to make a decision. Is this Urshifu going to be the switch in here? Looks like Incineroar will be the one swapping out for that Urshifu here. You know, like you said, take that Terra Blast much better than that Incineroar would. Save that fake out for later. And here's the Surging Strikes into the Urshifu slot. So now this not very effective move. So maybe predicting that the Flutter Mane would switch there and not really wanting to take it out just yet, but, you know, that's 3 strikes into that Urshifu on Ryan's side. Not very effective at all. And here's the Flutter Mane Moonblast into that Urshifu, gets the 1-hit KO. Easy spot there from that Flutter Mane, but now what is this Iron Crown going to do? It's going to be the Tachyon Cutter, so that's how Leslie will deal with that Flutter Mane. Gets the KO there, so big knockouts right there. It's going to be the Incineroar and the Urshifu over on Ryan's side versus the Iron Crown and Leslie's last unrevealed Pokemon.
What is that 4th and final pick? Crucially, Psychic Terrain's still up, so no ability to go for Fake Out onto anything that's grounded. Iron Crown's going to be immune to it.
It is the Tornadus.
Oh, you can't fake that out.
So yeah, you can't fake that out.
This is gonna be close.
Doesn't hold that covert cloak that some Tornadus hold just to prevent you know, those secondary effects from happening. So now this is gonna be close. Like, what? How's this gonna play out, Aaron?
Well, I mean, if the Urshifu is faster than the Iron Crown, right, you can just fake out into Tornadus, close combat into the Iron Crown, but it looks like we're not seeing that. It's actually going to be, oh, interesting, a hover for the Detect here. I think Leslie, yeah, had the opportunity to just Surging Flutter Mane previously. If you knock out Flutter Mane, the Moonblast does not knock out the Urshifu, and so that may have ended up working out a little bit better for her. Tornadus is also quite powerful in this endgame because you can just click Bleak Wind Storm, right? But with it not being grounded, it is vulnerable to Fake Out. You can see Ryan actually trying to not go for this Fake Out option, thinking about going for Detect, but it means that you are going to be immensely weak to something like a Rain Dance and a Terra Blast or just a Bleak Wind Storm.
Or even a Tailwind to allow your Iron Crown to move before this Urshifu. So now Tornadus will use Tailwind, so no Fake Out from that Incineroar here. It looks like Iron Crown will be content to go for an Expanding Force. Not going to do any damage because that Urshifu will be able to protect itself, and Incineroar does not get impacted by it. And here's Incineroar going for a knockoff into the Iron Crown, gets the knockout. So the Tailwind set up for the Tornadus. The Tornadus does have its Focus Sash intact, though. So a couple Bleak Wind Storms, you know, the Bleak Wind Storm will be able to get the KO on the Urshifu. Incineroar is going to have to slowly chip away at it.
Yeah, the thing is, the Solvest Incineroar is still quite healthy here, right? There's the Flare Blitz option as well, so you can Bleak Wind, but I think 2 Flare Blitzes probably just knock out Tornadus. Flare Blitz into Knockoff also does it. So you have to Bleak Wind this turn, right? Oh, and it misses as well!
Incineroar dodges the attack, and so does the Urshifu! And here Urshifu comes with the Surging Strikes into that Tornadus. Big damage going into that Tornadus slot. Might just even get the KO, and it does. Ryan Coombs will move on to 3-0, but such a well-fought battle between these two trainers.
What a fun one. Ryan opting to not bring Cresselia. Cresselia Ursaluna, you know, such a strong combination, but after facing down the Iron Crown Entity combination in Game 2, Ryan decides to go with the fast mode. I think, yeah, super close game there. The double misses there, I think, honestly, probably didn't matter. Like, what ends up probably happening is you knock out the Urshifu, should it connect, you do like 25% to the Incineroar, but then Incineroar Flare Blitz does a lot. Maybe, though, I was thinking because Ryan had clicked Flare Blitz first instead of Knockoff, if, like, you know, end up taking too much damage from recoil and then Bleak Wind crits you actually, I don't know, could be scary, especially single target, but that is the danger of these end games where you have to click Bleak Wind Storm so many times, right? And then the Tailwind ultimately was tried to allow Leslie to outspeed that Urshifu, but with the lack of any damage there. Incineroar was just too healthy. So I think the key turn that I'm thinking about in that game was when you had Urshifu out on the field next to the Iron Crown, because it threatened the Flutter Mane with the Surging Strikes knockout. And Flutter Mane doesn't get that Moonblast off. I think Urshifu probably just honestly carries the game from that point. So Leslie got really, really close. Ryan really stayed composed though, and yeah, managed to identify, hey, look, like I need to conserve this Incineroar, managed to conserve it, and then was really, really well positioned in the end game. But that was a super back and forth set, and it was a really fun one to watch both players maneuver and try to see, you know, what can I do differently? For Leslie, it was leading Iron Crown and Entity, and for Brian, it was, I'm going to bring a Moongus, and I'm going to completely change things up and drop Cresselia.
Yeah, I mean, it was so back and forth, like, it really came down to the wire, right? I mean, what would happen if, you know, the Flare Blitz threat was there? What if that turn Tornadus just instead set up a rain dance?
Yeah.
And then, you know, you wouldn't have to deal with those Bleak Wind misses, but then also you weaken the damage output.
I like that call out a lot.
Of the you know, the damage output of that Flare Blitz. And what, are you going to switch to knockoff? You get one good knockoff, and then from there on, like, the damage power has been reduced, right? So a Rain Dance, that turn of the Tailwind might have possibly shifted things, but again, it was really tough because that Incineroar just was able to stay and maintain health so long in that game.
Absolutely, and the other awkward thing is if you Rain Dance, it does set up the rain, and Urshifu on the other end has Aqua Jet, so suddenly it's like, okay, I'm eating up a rain boosted Aqua Jet with Splash Play and a knockoff, and that alone probably puts the Tornadus in KO range where like another attack just gets the KO. So yeah, I think when Urshifu and Crown were out next to each other, that was probably like the game-winning position for Leslie, but it's, you know, hard to, like, part of it is also like, you don't know how the Flutter Mane is necessarily trained. Like, if you expect it to survive that Surging Strikes, then like Surging Strikes into a Flutter Mane that survives, and then Incineroar where it eats up the Terra Blast, you know, with no booster energy anymore on the Iron Crown means that both Pokemon potentially could survive, and that's probably what Leslie was scared about. So she's like, okay, I've got two ways to see like direct super effective hits to guarantee the knockout, but then Ryan made the perfect switch, which is bringing in that Incineroar. So a very back and forth, very tense in terms of switches, and great calls across the board by Ryan.
There's a lot of moving pieces, man. I think by the time that the match ended, you know, we started at 3D chess with your Urshifu play. I think by the time we ended at like 6D chess.
Well, yeah, honestly, I was talking about Urshifu so much, but I had, when I was like coming up and theorizing that game plan, I had missed that there was the Terra Blast specifically in Iron Crown, and like Leslie did a great job identifying, hey, this is just the best lead, and I think that it meant that Ryan actually did not have a ton of answers for it on the get-go, and I think he figured out kind of a creative solution with the Amoonguss being able to get that Spore off, right? You know, Entity did wake up early for a little bit of drama as well, which created, just such this back and forth matchup. But a single Spore off thing can be game defining, especially in a matchup against Hyper Offense.
Yeah, that was just round 2, Aaron.
That was round 2?
That was just Swiss round 2. We got more Swiss rounds to come. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick break, but when we come back, more action here from the 2026 Houston Regional Championships.
I would say probably on average maybe 5, sometimes I would say actually it's probably usually less than that, maybe 4, sometimes more, sometimes less hours that I spend practicing each week. My favorite Pokemon, and this has actually changed a bit within the past few years, is Clefairy. Clefairy like kind of shot up as one of my favorites when I won the Los Angeles Regional Championship with it, but I've always loved it. It's just super cute Pokemon. Helps its friends. A close second would probably go to Milotic or Politoed, but I think Clefairy takes the cake as my favorite Pokemon. The most underrated Pokemon in VGC right now is probably Farigiraf. I don't know, it like makes its way onto a lot of like good teams, but specifically in the current format of Regulation F, it's a little bit on the fringes, but whenever I use it, I'm really, really impressed by it. In some formats, people, you know, really showcase it, like obviously it won the World Championship, but in a lot of the recent formats, it's a little under the radar, and it's better than people give it credit for. I think the current meta is fun despite me not being able to click Astral Barrage, which is my favorite thing to do with Calyrex Shadow Rider, but is not present in Regulation F. So I struggle with that a little bit because one of my favorite Pokemon to use, but otherwise I still think Regulation F is fun. There's a lot of like really strong teams, and I think it can be really difficult to try and have answers for all of the really good teams. But You know, I feel like every format has that to some degree, but some of the different Pokemon you get to use in this format are pretty unique, so I like that. I make video games for a living, and I do that in my free time and as a job, so we play a video game here in the tournament, but I also work on them, so that's pretty fun, game development. I think a really important piece of advice in the Pokemon Video Game Championships is to just always persevere and keep your mentality and just try to stay positive about things. You know, even when you're losing or when things don't go your way in a battle, I think you always need to just stay calm and think about what you could always be doing better, especially when practicing too. Like, even if you lose during practice, it's like, hey, at least you learned something. So just always try to keep learning and keep growing. That's my one piece of advice. If I could create my own Pokemon, I would want it to be able to have a spread fighting move that hits both targets. Maybe a Pokemon that has a unique move to do that. And the reason I want to do that is so that I can put that Pokemon next to Calyrex Shadow Rider, and nothing can terrestrialize into the normal type anymore safely in front of it, because I can also have a spread fighting move to hit that other target. That's what I would do. It'd be very evil, but I'd have a lot of fun using it. One game of mine that I'd really want to relive is my set versus Michael Kelch at the World Championships. That was just a really fun one. I was so excited to be able to play an archetype of that Calyrex Shadow Zamazenta on the world's biggest stage in front of a ton of people and to just showcase that. It'd be fun to play that again. And, you know, I haven't made mistakes during that set. I ultimately won, but that would be a fun set to revisit. I think my favorite type of food right now would be tiramisu. I love like dessert food and anything with like chocolate or coffee. I mean, it's a very specific kind of food, but I love tiramisu. I think I'm gonna have to go with hot dogs. I think cotton candy, it's not my favorite just because it's so sweet, and there are lots of different varieties of hot dogs that you can get traveling to different parts of the United States. It's always fun to try all the different ones. Seattle actually has a very unique hot dog, a Seattle dog that has cream cheese on it. And as horrible as that sounds, you have to try it if you're visiting Seattle, so.
You wanna be the best, as a champ, move a chest, beat the rest. Oh yes, he a champ, she a champ, they a champ, we champ. Stay shine right with the team. Go, for the winner and running with the team or your friends, go get it. Win or lose, great fun that we having. Win or lose, great fun that we winning, let's go. Champions game is all we one. Team ready, now we gonna be number one. Play it up, come up with me, we awesome. Champions game is all we one. Team ready, now we gonna be we the champ.
Now, trainers, I hope you're ready, because it's time to get started with the Houston Regional Championships. Yeehaw! With the Houston Regional Championships. With the Houston Regional Championships. Yeehaw!
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 Houston Regional Championships. It's been such an exciting round two already. Guess what, Aaron? What comes after round two?
One.
Yes, exactly. You get it. We're back here getting ready for round 3. Dude, that was a really great drawing by that Bidoof.
It was.
I know. Can you draw like that, Aaron?
No.
You can't?
I can't.
You can't?
I can't.
I can try.
You're better at me than
I wouldn't say that, Aaron. I think you're better. I think you're better than me.
You
in
got
most
the
regards.
tie, you got the pin. I'm just here with my white shirt, man. Like, what am I doing?
We'll match tomorrow. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Yeah, but it's been. We already saw an exciting round 2. We're getting ready to jump into round 3 right now. The players are all seated. We're getting ready to jump into it. Aaron, what are you excited to see this weekend? What are you most excited to see this weekend in the last Regulation F Regulation F tournament?
I just want to see some fun Pokemon, man. You know, something we haven't gotten a lot of on stream. Some unique sets, some crazy stuff. That's what I want.
That's what you want?
Yeah. Or some Ascended Heroes.
Well, Aaron, I'm just excited to be here with you this
Thanks,
weekend.
man. It's been a while. 7 years.
I know.
7 years.
We don't have to keep. We don't have to keep telling the viewers.
We're getting old. We're getting old.
We are getting up there in age. But we have the notable matches for Swiss round 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at them. We have a lot of matches to choose from this round, right? So let's take a look at some of the matches here. I mean, Yotam, I was able to interview him in Baltimore when we had a regional in Baltimore. It's great to see him back here as well. You know, we will be featuring Dylan versus Enrique on stream, so that's exciting to see.
And they've got some fun Pokemon, you know? I wanted to see some new things. I guess, you know, I wouldn't call these necessarily new Pokemon, but it's an archetype that we actually haven't seen in a while from Dylan's end. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
We'll talk about that later.
I'm jumping ahead of my...
No, Aaron, you're not jumping ahead. You're foreshadowing. That's the term that you're looking for.
Building it up for our viewers.
That's what you're thinking about. But you know, we still have 2 World Championships now featured in the notable matches. Giovanni Siski versus Zach Knight. Of course, the 2016 Masters World Champion Wolf Glick versus Max Simon. You know, there's so many players out in this field right now. There's a lot of notable matches happening. Of course, this is just a small snapshot of it, right? This is just a small snapshot of it. There's more.
Absolutely.
There's hundreds of players out there.
Hundreds of players. Hundreds.
Below 1,000, but between somewhere in the hundreds.
Yeah, I think we started this tournament, with around 700 Master players. So, you know, 25% of that field right now is at 2-0. So, quite literally hundreds, or I should say, you know, between the 100 to 200 number, closer to 200, is the number of players who are 2-0, but it's a long day 1, right? There's 8 rounds, and with so many players, but with so many good players now, like the odds of you running into people, or the odds of us having a match of 2 like very high caliber players is quite high. And this one that we've got between Dylan and Enrique, both are players that we've seen before on streams in VGC. And Dylan came, you know, so close to actually winning a regional championship last season, finishing in 2nd place. And so he has come so close to the title, and he's looking for that first one.
Yep, and Enrique, we've seen him on broadcast so many times before, and he's also chasing that first regional win, right? Like, I mean, we've seen him make it to the top cut, but we've never seen him go all the way.
Exactly, yeah. He's the player that I remember watching starting during the online era of Sword and Shield, during like the Players' Cups, and had some deep runs there. And, you know, I feel like he's very quietly always in like the top 16, top 32 of a lot of these events. And so excited to see both of these players go up against each other, because I think, you know, they're both names that have been around for a while, have had some pretty deep finishes, but both are looking to, you know, win a first championship.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see what teams. You've already foreshadowed that there's going to be some cool stuff on screen.
I'm a little excited, you know, man?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm glad that you're excited.
Thank you. Thank you.
You be you, Aaron. You be you.
I've got a question for you, Dewey. You know, we were talking about team building fundamentals, right? And normally, I think in VGC, you want to see a mix between physical and special damage.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a team just use physical damage?
No, because there's a lot of things that will stop you from doing physical damage, like a lot of Intimidate.
Yep.
You know, I mean, it's Pokemon like Incineroar with Intimidate.
Yeah, that's pretty common, right?
Many times, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I was just asking, you know, out of curiosity. There's no context to the question. There's no reason I'm at.
No, never seen that. Maybe I've seen it the reverse, where it's like all special attack, because that's a little bit harder to mitigate.
Yeah, there's no Intimidate to no equivalent of it.
No Well, I mean, the closest you have is like Snarl,
sure,
right?
But that's an attack. It's not an ability.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, I'll think about this more. I'll dive into this knowledge of Pokemon.
Like, dwell on that thought. For the viewers at home, think about it. You know, have you ever used the team or seen a team that's fully physical or fully special? No reason why I'm asking this.
I do. I do, yes. This was back in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, when I used teams because the typing hadn't changed yet, so I just used all normal moves.
Okay.
All physical.
Fair.
So, yeah,
fair.
All the way back in the day, maybe.
Cool. I just, dwell on that a little bit.
I'm dwelling right now, Aaron. I'm still trying to think about it, but yeah, I've never seen. Have you ever seen that?
I can't really remember the last time.
You can't remember the last time?
Okay, well, surprise.
Is today the day that changes? It might be. Here we go. Dylan Kleinvin on the left and Enrique Grimaldo on the right. So Dylan with that team of Qian Pao, Dondozo, Dragonite, Gouging Fire, the Ogre Pond with the Wellspring Mask, and the Ting Lu. Over on Enrique's side is the Amoonguss, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the Farigiraf, the Fluttermane, the Incineroar, and the Ogre Pond with the Wellspring Mask as well. So, hey, Aaron, were you foreshadowing something earlier?
You know, I might have been, and here we are. It is truly an entire physical team from Dylan's end. He does have a Runation on the Ting Lu, so, you know, that's a way to just, like, deal consistent damage.
Yeah.
But it's quite fascinating to see, and, you know, I think one of the key pieces of this team is going to be that Gouging Fire. You've got the Howl. This was a Pokemon that we had seen a little bit when we had this regulation previously. Of course, the Ting Lu Dondozo combination also quite popular, as we've seen throughout Scarlet and Violet VGC. But, you know, Gouging Fire here, incredibly powerful in being able to boost up all of its partners. That really cool tech that I want to call out in the Ogre Pond is going to be the Encore here, rather than the Follow Me, which
not something that we don't see much, yeah.
Exactly. And classic Dragonite Champao, but this is not Choice Band Dragonite. It's actually going to be loaded dice. And what I like a lot about this is because you've got the Gouging Fire, a single Howl basically makes you feel like a Choice Band Dragonite, but then when you have the flexibility of switching moves as well, that's incredibly powerful. So Dylan has, you know, two clear combos in the Dragonite Champao, the Dondozo, Ting Lu, but Gouging Fire effectively can be led with any of these Pokemon and start giving them boosts. You really, really would love to get boosts, I think, on the Dragonite in particular, but everything is happy to, you know, eat up a Howl. Maybe not the Ting Lu, it doesn't really need it as much, but yeah, Dragonite in particular, as well as Champao at +1, was so scary.
Yep, and, you know, one nice thing about running all physical attack is that no matter what, if Qian Pao's on the field, hey, guess what?
Yep,
you're always on the boost.
Exactly,
on the boost, right? So Dylan's got that going for him on that side of the field. All physical attacks. Oops, forgot the special attacks at home. Over on Enrique's side, it's a little bit more of a balanced team, right? Like, you got the Trick Room mode with that Farigiraf. If not, you're kind of trying to chase that Trick Room mode in order to empower that Amoonguss, as well as that Blood Moon Ursaluna. But also you have options in speed with that Fluttermane, right? But also, this Fluttermane has access to Trick Room too, so this Fluttermane could be an option. Maybe, well, I mean, it's an open team sheet, so you're not really catching anybody by surprise anymore. Not like a 2010 Mewtwo or anything like that.
Not like that.
But, you know, this Fluttermane out on the field could easily pivot to a Trick Room mode.
I don't think I've ever seen a matchup where, like, an Assault Vest is literally useless. Like, Ursaluna, should it be brought in this matchup, will not get value out of the Assault Vest. It will simply just be a 4-attack Ursaluna.
Imagine playing down one item because your opponent built a completely different team.
Yep, and, like, you know, Water Ogre Pond as well. Hey, I can Terra, get that special defense boost, also not super relevant. So, you know, Enrique's team is one that we have seen throughout this format as well. And the idea is I can set up Trick Room. The Assault Vest Ursaluna is normally really bulky, and you can still get one-hit knockouts with the normal Terra Blood Moon, but also be able to deal good damage consistently while also being able to survive attacks. A little bit more defensive compared to the Life Orb variants. I do want to call out a couple things, Dewey. You pointed out the Trick Room on Fluttermane. I think that's a really good call out. It's a choice spec set anyway, so the fork move is normally flexible. Some people run Power Gem, for example, but it means that you have two ways to set up that Trick Room. The Amoonguss here is also interesting because this is no Protect Amoonguss, and it's got that clear Smog, so you can't get rid of some boosts with it.
Yeah, so I mean, that's going to be a pretty key player right there. But of course, I think the Incineroar is going to be important because considering that all your targets are going to be impacted by that Intimidate. Usually, what it's nice to get one, but if every time you switch in that Incineroar, you effectively, you know, decay your opponent's attack stat, that's pretty good.
It's really, really good. I think
these are value intimidates right here as we get ready to get underway.
Would you believe it? Incineroar's out on the field, and boom, intimidate immediately.
It is going to be the Incineroar and that Blood Moon Ursaluna versus the Ting Lu and the Dondozo over on Dylan's side. So, you know, the Intimidate hits the Ting Lu, sure, it's a little bit, but I mean, most importantly, getting that Dondozo with an Intimidate is going to be pretty big.
Actually, it was Oblivious, so
never mind. Yeah, all right, cool. Hey, bypass Intimidate with that.
I was going to say, I actually think this is probably Dylan's absolute best lead into the Incineroar, right? Because you have one thing that doesn't actually care about the Intimidate in the Ting Lu, and then Dondozo is also fine. This combo can be really annoying to deal with, right? Because you can start just trapping things in with Sandtube and the Yawn. And so Enrique recognizing, I don't want to get trapped in. Wave Crash is also going to threaten me with a lot of damage. I know I'm pressuring Fake Out right now. Pivots to Amoonguss. Fantastic play on turn 1, right? Because Amoonguss is real annoying for this combo to deal with. However, Ting Lu does have Taunt, so that's one way to stop the Spores from coming in the subsequent turn. We're going to see the Terra immediately. Ursaluna's looking to just deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be dealing a lot of damage. It has to do something. I mean, it already lost type effectively in this matchup. Terrestrialize into that normal type gets a huge boost to its offensive firepower for all those normal attacks that it likes to use. Ting-Lu and Dondozo going to protect itself here. Doesn't want to, kind of wants to scout to see what Enrique is going to do, right? You know, there's really nothing to be punished here for that. Like, yeah, Amoonguss gets to switch in, but it's essentially a pretty safe double protect to get a better grasp on everything. Like the terrestrialization's been revealed, as well as that switch.
This is an interesting turn, right? Yeah, you can go for the same
block fake out.
Taunt and Yawn. Ursaluna now does threaten with that normal Terra Blood Moon, but without it being Life Orb and with Ting-Lu out on the field, I'm not sure it's actually strong enough to get a knockout onto either. Yeah, the main question I was thinking here is, like, does Amoonguss want to gamble and not click that Rage Powder? Rage Powder is always safe, right? But if you expect Dylan to not go for that taunt and go for Sand Tube instead, you could, like, try to fish for a Spore. Enrique could always go for Rage Powder here and then go for the Blood Moon and just do a lot of guaranteed damage this turn.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Amoonguss, yeah, it's kind of threatened right now, right? Like, doesn't want to sit and get taunted. Oh, here's a Blood Moon.
No Rage Powder.
No Rage Powder, just a Blood Moon. Looks like Ursaluna now going on the hunt. Hits that Ting-Lu, does not get the KO, but does a good amount of damage right there as Ting-Lu does get the taunt off onto the Amoonguss, so no potential Spore as Dondozo will go for the Yawn. This Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to get drowsy, will fall asleep the next turn if it doesn't switch, and there's a Spore trying to get a Spore off, maybe hoping that the Blood Moon would be enough to knock out the Ting-Lu, or maybe Ting-Lu just wouldn't even try to go for that taunt.
Yeah, this is Dylan's best defense, right? Everything else on his team is a little bit more offensive, and so these Pokemon can survive for a long period of time, and I think the way Dylan sequenced that turn means that Enrique's in a really awkward spot this next turn. Like, you kind of feel like you want to switch out both Pokemon, and now the Sand Tomb combination with the Yawn can start coming out, and so you can see just how defensive these Pokemon are turning, right? Even with normal Terra only doing about 55-60% to the Ting-Lu. Sand Tomb comes out now. This Amoonguss is caught in a really, really bad spot. It's taunted. It is about to fall asleep thanks to the Yawn, and it can't switch out either, so it is just kind of a nightmare. And so Pollen Puff at least able to do a little bit of damage. Actually quite good there.
Super effective even.
Yep, exactly. Bringing it quite low, but the question is, you know, if you are Dylan now, you can just double protect your Pokemon this turn, or even just go for offense. You can see he's considering wave crashing. Ting-Lu, yeah, noticeably has taken a lot. Once Ting-Lu faints, it opens the door for Ursaluna to then just do even more damage.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think Dylan probably pretty happy to trap the Amoonguss in right now.
Yeah, and of course, you know, you threaten a lot of damage on that Incineroar, but of course Incineroar does have access to the fake out, so Ting-Lu will protect here. Dondozo most likely going to follow suit, just doesn't want to. No protect there. Incineroar will fake out into that Dondozo slot, so Dondozo will have potential for a protect next turn as the Amoonguss will go for a Pollen Puff into the Ting-Lu protect. So right now, you know, this Dondozo can go for a very powerful wave crash into that Incineroar. The key for Enrique right now is just to try to knock out that Ting-Lu as the Amoonguss comes out of that taunt. Just so that way, you know, the Amoonguss will be able to do something besides these, like, pretty laughable Pollen Puffs. Like, yeah, it's super effective damage. It's, like, not bad on the Ting-Lu, and it'll slowly chip it away, but it could be doing more.
Exactly. Yeah, I think one of the key questions is when will you be able to knock out the Ting-Lu? Because knocking out one of Dondozo and Ting-Lu breaks this trap, and you can see Dylan considering switching. The logic behind not going for Protect the previous turn, by the way, was saying, look, you're not really threatening my Dondozo at all anyway. And crucially, actually, Incineroar here, going for that parting shot is going to be faster than both of these Pokemon. Not going to be something like a Flare Blitz into the Ting-Lu. So Ting-Lu will stick around for another turn, meaning that it has the ability to continue trapping Pokemon in, or even going for Ruination and Taunt, right? And so Enrique now bringing out the Ursaluna once again, but the Amoonguss still caught in a really tricky position, and with Sand Tomb coming out now onto the Ursaluna, gets a critical hit. The Ursaluna now no longer can switch.
And here's the Wave Crash. Dondozo uses the Wave Crash into that Ursaluna, no damage whatsoever. As Amoonguss is fast asleep here, so you know, the Amoonguss, it's done some work. It's been taunted. Now it's like, oh, I'm just gonna take a quick nap right here, as the Sand Tomb continues to slowly chip away at the Blood Moon Ursaluna and that Amoonguss.
So this next turn is interesting, right? Because the Ting-Lu is obviously quite low at this point. Oh, we see the hover over the Fisher. I mean, it's actually not a terrible spot to go for right now. The thing is, Amoonguss now theoretically could wake up after one turn. You can see the hover for Yawn and Protect. Yeah, I think like Dylan's goal here is to just conserve Ting-Lu for as long as possible, knowing that Dondozo won't just faint to a Blood Moon. Still will take a lot from a Blood Moon right now, though, and Enrique makes the target correct.
Yeah, so here's the Blood Moon from that Blood Moon Ursaluna, hits into that Dondozo, brings it down to a little bit above a quarter as Dondozo goes for a yawn here. So now Ursaluna is gonna fall asleep. As Amoonguss wakes up here, Amoonguss does go for a Pollen Puff to the side, so that will heal the Ursaluna back to full health. So the Amoonguss now awake, able to provide some more support here. You know, keep Enrique's team around. You know, the next turn, Ursaluna will fall. Well, after this next turn, Ursaluna will fall asleep as the Sand Tomb chip damage takes effect.
The Pollen Puff is such a big deal, though, right? I think, like, from Dylan's end, if there's no Pollen Puff, no Regenerator on the Amoonguss, right, like, all the chip damage matters, but Enrique can erase so much of that chip damage with this Amoonguss and waking up at a crucial time. Now, in a pretty good position, right? Like, both Ting-Lu and Dondozo now threatened by the Spore as well. Ursaluna can threaten with the Hyper Voice. You can see Dondozo opting to protect here. Ting-Lu just protected, though, right? So that's what's awkward. Yeah, you can try a Taunt or a Ruination on the way out. Ursaluna can potentially knock you out with a Hyper Voice. I'm actually curious if it has any chance of surviving, but it looks like it's the double protect attempt, and he gets it!
Got the double protect. Ting-Lu will hang on as the you know, powerful Ursaluna will have to fall asleep after this turn. So huge double protect there as Ursaluna goes for a Hyper Voice. Will land into this double protect as now this Amoonguss will be able to make some moves here. Maybe go for a side Pollen Puff to keep the Ursaluna as healthy as possible, but it will be a Spore into that Ting-Lu protect. So now the Ursaluna will go ahead and fall asleep.
That is such a big double protect. I think sometimes it's like weird to see a double protect kind of early on in the game, right? Like knockouts haven't really been taken yet, but that was such a pivotal one because now the Ursaluna falls asleep, meaning like you don't threaten the Ting-Lu with enough damage to knock it out now, meaning it gets a guaranteed taunt into the Amoonguss slot, right? If you don't get the double protect off, Ting-Lu faints, Amoonguss is actually still in a pretty good position. And so Dylan, finding himself in a much better spot because of that double protect. And you can see he's now thinking about clicking Fissure, right? The reality is that your wave crashes aren't doing that much damage anyway. So we'll see, you know, Fissure only 30%, but if you're gonna click it multiple times, the odds of getting one, not terrible.
The odds are increasing the more you click it, right? Ting-Lu will use taunt into that Amoonguss, will prevent spores or rage powders, will be able to continue Pollen Puffing. Here's a Fissure. It doesn't hit. Ursaluna dodges the attack even though it's sleeping, and here's Amoonguss going for a Pollen Puff, trying to break this lock as Ting-Lu hangs on. Will need one more Pollen Puff to KO it from this range.
Yeah, what's a little bit awkward about this, I think, for Dylan is you want your stronger Pokemon out on the field. Chimpow's obviously really big, but you know, once it hits the field, it's vulnerable to Incineroar coming out and Intimidate. Like, Dylan really wants to get a knockout sooner than later. He's in an okay spot too, but Ursaluna has taken a turn of sleep, so if he just wakes up immediately right now, I think Dylan's going to be in a really tricky spot, right? And the thing is, Amoonguss can still click that Pollen Puff to heal the Ursaluna. So the Amoonguss is just such a pivotal defensive factor in this matchup because it allows Enrique to have many more turns, and that gives him so much more room to work with, because the thing with Ting-Lu Dondozo is you chip away, but if you don't hit those Fissures, you're just never actually getting knockouts.
You're not dealing any damage.
Exactly.
Yeah, the wave crash isn't doing much at all. You know, and you gotta commend Enrique for being able to get, you know, realizing, hey, these Sand Tomb locks are gonna be a thing. I need something out there that will be able to help out. So that Amoonguss hitting the field, being able to Pollen Puff, super important there. As Ting-Lu will protect here, gonna preserve itself for one more turn, maybe open up an opportunity for a Fissure here. Ooh. As Ursaluna continues to stay asleep. So that's its second turn of sleep. Here's a Fissure! Got the Fissure into that Ursaluna. Ursaluna gets one hit KO'd from that spot, so there's the Fissure. Only took 2 tries, Aaron.
I mean, that's basically expected, right? It's like if you are using Fissure twice, the odds of getting at least one is slightly in your favor, actually. And so, yep, gets the first one there, nails it. Yep. Or, sorry, the second one.
And the Pollen Puff fails because the Pollen Puff was targeted towards that Ursaluna slot too.
Exactly.
So, huge Fissure right there from Dylan, being able to eliminate such an offensive threat over on Enrique's side. Here's Fluttermane, will be replacing that fallen Blood Moon Ursaluna, but I mean, such a key piece, the Terrestrialization, as well as such a heavy hitter on Enrique's side, is knocked out. This is a choice specs Fluttermane though, so you do have to watch out for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Enrique has absolutely brought all the right tools here, recognizing like special damage is still really powerful into you. No ability to tear anymore, has gotten good chip damage across the board, right? So Fluttermane well positioned, but Ting-Lu dropping the damage, big deal. It's just gonna be a Dazzling Gleam here. You can see Dondozo hangs on with a good amount of HP.
Yeah, so locking in the Dazzling Gleam for now. Does still have that Incineroar in the back to pivot if necessary. As Dondozo goes for a yawn here. You know, the Fluttermane can't protect out of that and will just be on the offensive as here's a Pollen Puff into that Dondozo. Dondozo still hanging on here with 60 hit points after the leftovers recovery. So Dondozo still being kind of a menace as Amoongus's taunt does wear off. So that's going to be pretty big to be able to redirect with Rage Powder or even go for some spores. Won't be able to spore that Ogerpon though.
Yeah, it's
or Rage Powder away stuff from it.
Exactly. It's an interesting dynamic because I think if you're Dylan, you really want to get rid of this Amoongus, right? Once Amoongus faints, like I think Ogerpon can kind of just win the game. Fluttermane's about to fall asleep, so this turn is, I think, tricky for both players to maneuver, right? Enrique knows, okay, I'm going to fall asleep if I don't switch out this Fluttermane, but if you just don't, if you like keep Fluttermane out, it means you can't switch, or you can switch Amoongus out, right? But you can only switch one Pokemon out this turn, and that's what makes it tough, because you ideally would like to switch both. So you either eat up the sleep, or you get the Regenerator health on Amoongus. And we see the Water Terra Encore. This is a really cool option. It is going to be Fluttermane switching, so this is a really nice play by Dylan.
Dylan reacting to that on the camera, if you saw that. Incineroar now takes the field, the Intimidate. Yeah, it's going to be pretty big on that Ogerpon, as it is going to be the Terastallization over on Dylan's side now. It is going to be that Ogerpon will get that Embody aspect and boost its special defense here. So, but most importantly, also losing that Grass typing. So now that Pollen Puff won't be super effective, but, you know, now you can be put to sleep.
Exactly.
Yeah, so here's the Encore into that Amoongus right now. Gonna go ahead and make it do everything that it's already done again. And here's the Wave Crash from that Dondozo into that Incineroar. 50% damage right there. That's the damage that Dondozo is looking for right now. Does take some recoil back as Incineroar will munch away on its Citrus Berry to heal back 25% of its health. And here's a Pollen Puff into that Ogerpon. Thanks to that Embody aspect, thanks to losing that Grass typing, takes that like nothing.
Yeah, I wonder if it had gone into the Dondozo slot, whether or not that would have been enough for a knockout. But now after the leftovers, Dondozo can just protect or even consider switching, as you can see here. This is really close. I think basically like Dylan really wants to just get one more knockout. Just gonna switch. This, of course, now activates the Sword of Ruin. So if Incineroar opts to fake out the Dondozo slot, Chien-Pao here, of course, will replace it, and then Ivy Cudgel could just get a knockout. So let's see. Incineroar, will it fake out into the Chien-Pao slot? Amoongus is still going to first make that switch.
Yeah, so important switch right there. Get that Regenerator health that Amoongus has been dying for ever since it got locked in. As Fluttermane will take the field. Incineroar goes for the fake out into the Ogerpon here. And Ogerpon will not be able to move because of that fake out. So now Chien-Pao and Ogerpon over on Dylan's side versus Enrique's Fluttermane, and the Incineroar fake out has been burnt. But that Fluttermane is a speedy Pokemon and has so much power to threaten behind it with that Choice Specs.
Focus Sash, though, not broken on the Chien-Pao, right? So has the ability to survive an attack from Fluttermane. You can see Dylan considering Protect here. Protect plus Ivy Cudgel, pretty powerful. Enrique, of course, could get around that by switching back into Amoongus, and that's what he goes for. Really nice play there.
Gonna get that Regenerator health as much as possible. I mean, if that Fluttermane got knocked down, Amoongus would be locked at this health, so maybe opening up a possibility for another switch to heal back more, as Chien-Pao will protect itself here. Ogerpon will be able to move here. Goes for the Ivy Cudgel. Will hit into that. Looks like it's going to be the Amoongus slot there, so not very effective. Great switch from Enrique to be able to take that, as here's a parting shot into the Chien-Pao slot. So Incineroar stuck right now on the field after hitting into that Protect.
Yeah, Dylan must be relieved to see that, because now you can just safely Ice Skull Crash into Amoongus, Ivy Cudgel into Incineroar. There's really no counterplay to it. You just need that Ice Skull Crash to hit. Enrique hoping to, you know, slow down the damage output of the Chien-Pao a little bit, but he's found the perfect position where you can't switch in Fluttermane at this point. And Amoongus, this is where the lack of Protect really hurts it, right? You can't just Protect and safely switch into something. So here we go.
Here's
Ice Skull Crash
hits, connects onto the Amoongus, gets the KO. Here's the Ivy Cudgel following suit, landing into that Incineroar. So great positioning here from Dylan to be able to set up these big knockouts in the end after such a slow start. Here's that Ivy Cudgel, lands in that Incineroar, gets the KO. Enrique down to just the Choice Specs Fluttermane now, but it looks like the writing might be on the wall. 3 versus 1 versus this Fluttermane.
And that Encore was so cool. Not a tech that we see very often on Ogerpon, but putting Amoongus in a position where it just couldn't really do very much, right? If you didn't have that Encore, Amoongus actually becomes much scarier, because as soon as Taunt wears off, it does become a huge threat with that Spore. But having Encore means that you have another way to limit it from clicking those Spores. And so Dylan now, of course, with 3 Pokemon advantage, 2 Sucker Punches should guarantee it on Fluttermane. And Ogerpon probably survives an attack from the Fluttermane here as well.
Yeah, and there's the Sucker Punch into the Fluttermane. Does big damage right here. Fluttermane will go for a Moonblast, but Ogerpon Ogerpon can take that thanks to that embody aspect. Here's the Ivy Cudgel to follow up into the Flutter Mane and gets the KO. Dylan will take game 1 here. Critical hit, just gravy on top right there. So Dylan takes game 1 versus Enrique. Slow start to such an exciting finish, Aaron.
Yeah, my question is, what do you do differently if you're Enrique? Because it felt like his Pokemon choices were pretty fine. It is just a really difficult defensive core to maneuver against, right? I am looking at his own Ogerpon, right? It has super effective damage into both Ting-Lu and the Dondozo, and crucially, there was that double protect in this game. I actually think it looks probably quite different if that double protect doesn't happen, because should the Ting-Lu get eliminated earlier, you're just not dealing with the threat of taunt and the trap nearly as much, and that means Amoonguss can be a much bigger player. So I actually really liked Enrique's approach to this early game, and he might be being like, look, the odds of a double protect are more in my favor, or of you getting the double protect are more in my favor than not, so I'm willing to run it back. Otherwise, I think like Farigiraf, really awkward Pokemon to bring into this matchup because it is just a liability into Dondozo Ting-Lu. So that means the other Pokemon you could adjust to is going to be that Ogerpon. Ogerpon's weird. It's like tempting because it gets super effective damage into a lot, but it's also like not the most offensive, so it often does get, you know, kind of put to sleep by Yawn and then stays on the field for a while. I don't hate it. I think it's a potential adjustment he could bring, but I do think Enrique's 4 were also pretty decent in that last one.
Yeah, maybe thinking about it, like it's tough, right? Like you don't want that. You want the Amoonguss out because you want to be able to kind of mitigate that Sand Tomb damage, but also like you need something partnered with it to try to get more damage down out on the field.
But there
it looks like it will be that Ogerpon over on Enrique's side, as it is going to be an Ogerpon and the Ursaluna lead. Dylan sticking tried and true. Dondozo Ting-Lu gonna slowly whittle away at Enrique here with the same strategy to open this match.
So my big question here is, are you able to get a knockout with the double up, right? Because what you could do right now if you're Enrique is just straight up Terra the Ursaluna and then Blood Moon into going for an Horn Leech with the Ogerpon. Try to just knock out Dondozo immediately. If this weren't Assault Vest, Ursaluna Protect would be great here, but because it is Assault Vest, you have to just go for it. What's a little bit scary here if you're Enrique is like, oh, I might face a double Protect, so you might click Hyper Voice instead of the Blood Moon, expecting to Protect. But yeah, it's not going to be the double up here. Ogerpon actually playing defensively, Spiky Shielding.
Yep, so here's a big Blood Moon from that Ursaluna. Gonna try to put out as much damage as possible. Ting-Lu hangs on with a little under 50%, and here's the Sand Tomb gonna start slowly chipping away at this Ursaluna with all that residual at the end, and here's Dondozo going for a Yawn as well, so this Ursaluna is trapped in, gonna fall asleep next turn. Can't use Blood Moon, but you know, you still have options to protect from the Dondozo and the Ting-Lu to try to just make it fall asleep and then just kind of play this 2-on-1 situation.
This is a really nice call by Dylan, right? He ends up doubling into the Ursaluna, which he knows can't protect, right? So he's always saying, I'm always going to get Sand Tomb and Yawn off unless you get a knockout. And Ogerpon playing defensively does not go for that Horn Leech. Now Dylan can safely double protect. Ursaluna will guaranteed fall asleep. And it puts Enrique in a kind of tricky position, right? Fishing for the knockout there with Ivy Cudgel. Dylan's not going to give it to him. Ursaluna will fall asleep. And what this means for the next turn is that Dylan can pivot the Ting-Lu out into, say, his own Ogerpon, go for a Yawn with the Dondozo, or even start fishing for Fishers immediately. So I think Enrique could have played a little bit more offensively on turn 1, was like scouting out for potential protects or didn't want the Ogerpon to get trapped in. But Dylan, yeah, ends up playing really nicely. Ursaluna's already taken a lot of chip damage. And right now, there's no Amoonguss to help Pollen Puff it out of the field.
Yeah, so that might be something that Enrique has to think about, like how is it going to be a play? Well, first off, did Enrique bring the Amoonguss, and will Enrique be able to get that Amoonguss in safely to provide that support that we saw that kind of kept him in game 1, right? So here's Ogerpon going for the Ivy Cudgel. Ting-Lu will be sacrificed there. Dylan losing such a pillar, a cornerstone of his team from the previous game right there, just not being able to be an absolute nuisance with all that Sand Tomb damage, as well as freeing Ursaluna, and here's the Yawn from that Dondozo into the Ogerpon. So Ogerpon not trapped will be able to switch out, but it is going to be the Chien-Pao to replace the fallen Ting-Lu.
Chien-Pao, of course, such a pivotal Pokemon in this matchup because you have that sort of Ruin, just applies so much offensive pressure. So yeah, I think Dylan there maybe had the opportunity to switch out into his Ogerpon, but he also may have just been like Ting-Lu's done his job. It's already, you know, kind of played a big role in stopping the Ursaluna. Now I just want to get damage out, right? Because once the Chien-Pao hits the field, its goal was to try to dish out as much damage as possible. The thing that's a little bit awkward about this next turn is you know Ogerpon will fall asleep if it stays in, but maybe it's tempted to. Sword of Rune is active. It could go for that Horn Leech into the Dondozo. And so it's going to be the Stellar Sacred Sword. I think this is definitely a really powerful play. And Ogerpon is going to switch. So, you know, Incineroar could come in here, but the question is, would Intimidate be enough to stop the damage of Stellar Terra Sacred Sword.
With the Sword of Ruin,
right.
too. So it's a lot of multipliers landing here. The Intimidate, again, hitting that Qian Pao. Ursaluna free now, released from that Sand Tomb, gonna switch out as well. It will be Fluttermane to take the field, so a little bit of a fresh start for Enrique here as Dylan will Terra this turn. It is gonna be that Qian Pao, like you said, into that Stellar, so gonna get some boosts on all these Qian Pao's attacks.
Beautiful double switch by Enrique there, though, right? Fluttermane is going to eat up the Sacred Sword, as we saw, and so that's such
it does
a
land
turn.
into it, too, yeah. So here's Dondozo going for a yawn, just going to yawn down that slot, expecting a switch, so that Incineroar will be drowsy. Does Incineroar want to stay in, possibly go for a fake out, or does it want to switch out to prevent it from falling asleep?
Yeah, you would think a switch into Ogerpon is pretty safe here, but the thing is Dylan is also kind of in an awkward spot because you got to start doing damage, right? So you can see the potential to go for the Wave Crash. Like, this could be a turn where you just double up on a Fluttermane and just eliminate that piece of offense immediately. One of the things you have to be wary of is if you click Wave Crash, there could always be a switch in back into the Ogerpon from Enrique's end. So it's one of the dynamics, but the reality is Qian Pao going for that Terra, not getting any damage off and getting intimidated does not feel great.
Yeah, so Incineroar does not want to stay in, switches out. Will go back to the Ogerpon, like you said. Safe switch right there. Not very threatened as Qian Pao will protect itself. Does not want to get knocked out, but it's actually going to be a double protect. Going to try to scout out what that Fluttermane is going to lock itself into. So that's kind of important. You know, information is key here as Fluttermane will lock into that Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, but the lack of damage means like Enrique now has positioned Ogerpon out next to Fluttermane. Like, I feel like he's in a much better position, right? You could just even go for something like a Follow Me and click Dazzling Gleam. Qian Pao is just such a big piece of offense here for the Dylan's end, and not being able to get any damage off with it so far has like made it struggle, right? So it feels like if Qian Pao gets eliminated, yeah, it's just Follow Me, then Enrique should have a huge advantage. So that double switch was just beautiful by him.
Yeah, so here it is. Ogerpon drawing away this Icicle Crash. Not sure if it was already targeting it, but it will draw it away, take it pretty well, about 50% there, as Fluttermane will continue to use Dazzling Gleam, so Qian Pao goes down to its Focus Sash. Some pretty decent chunk done to that Dondozo, bringing it a little over 50%, and here's another yawn into that Ogerpon because of the Follow Me. So Dondozo's still content to go for these yawns, but I think Dondozo might have to switch to clicking Fisher soon.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But it's risky, right?
It's risky.
Yeah.
You can see it's still hovering those yawns. Fluttermane, of course, Dazzling Gleam right now can't just knock out that Qian Pao. This is a key question once again. Like, does Enrique ever want to bother staying in on a turn like he knows he's going to fall asleep, right? The general play is no, like you can switch, but if you switch, you obviously open yourself up to taking damage. And so Qian Pao going to be the first to pivot. Dylan recognizes this is my win condition. I cannot let it go down to Focus Sash right now.
Yeah, so Ogerpon will replace the Qian Pao as Qian Pao will be
He stays in!
And Fluttermane goes for the Dazzling Gleam. No switches over on Enrique's side. Here's a holy, gets the KO on that Dondozo. So huge play right there. You know, sacrificing the Ogerpon to fall asleep, but, you know, it does get to heal back up. It's not trapped, but it will fall asleep.
It'll fall asleep, but, you know, I think that is absolutely the turn that you go for it, right? Gets the knockout onto the Dondozo. Enrique still got his Pokemon. Qian Pao, yeah, was that Sash earlier? So when I say can't break the Sash, Sash was already broken, can't get knocked out. Now the thing is Incineroar can just pivot in, right, and be able to intimidate both of these Pokemon once again. Single Dazzling Gleam is so powerful here. You would need a critical hit potentially on the Fluttermane, and so I think, yeah, Enrique played a really nice defensive game this one, and I think going for that attack with Ogerpon, really nice, recognizing, look, I feel like you kind of need to attack here with the Dondozo, just gets the KO immediately. So two, yeah, really nice plays in this one. And Incineroar being able to just switch back in and out on a team with physical attackers feels so good, and this is one of the things for Dylan. If you don't get the knockout on Incineroar early, it gets to do this for the entire game.
Yeah, or you don't, you know, your Sand Tomb lock gets broken instantly because Tinglu gets knocked out. So
could flinch, could crit here.
Here's Qian Pao with the Icicle Crash, doesn't get enough, and Dazzling Gleam goes for, you know, the pickup on the KO on the Qian Pao, does a good chunk to that Ogerpon. So writing's on the wall here. Enrique is going to take game 2 since it's just this Ogerpon on the field, and now we're going to go down to an exciting game 3, Aaron.
Whew. I love the Ogerpon adjustment, right? I think, like, Amoonguss is tempting because Pollen Puff is actually such a good move, but an inability to protect it, I think, makes it a bigger liability, and it is much more weak to the Qian Pao than the Ogerpon is. And I think the way that Enrique distributed damage with Fluttermane in this game was really nice. So Now the question is, if you're Dylan, how do you respond to the Ogerpon and Ursaluna lead combination?
Yeah, and you know, if you're going to continue to go with that Dondozo Ting-Lu, you really have to watch out, make sure that Ting-Lu can stay on the field.
Yep.
Not get knocked out so early, because like so many turns that Dondozo was spent yawning into slots that could just switch out and mitigate that turn. Basically, Dondozo was sitting there doing absolutely nothing.
Absolutely
I mean, usually
nothing.
that's what a lot of Dondozos like to do, just sit there and not really, you know, threaten much, but at the same time, it's like you have to do something at some point, right? So Enrique takes game 2 there. We're going into game 3, Aaron.
Yeah, and I feel like Dylan had the best possible turn 1 given the lead matchup in that game, and it still didn't work out for him. So if I'm in issues, I'm thinking, okay, I don't know if I can go Dondozo Ting-Lu as a lead again, right? Because it just was a little bit too passive, and the Ogerpon's offense is actually such a big deal. So you might be thinking about ways to thread in Water Ogerpon and Ursaluna with a little bit more damage right from the get-go. We haven't seen Dragonite make an appearance yet in this one. It is kind of awkward to bring because you often do feel forced to Steel Terra, and if you Steel Terra, you do become weak to Earth Power and Vacuum Wave from Ursaluna's end and Flare Blitz from Incineroar. So it is, you know, kind of a liability, but I'm like, something like Dragonite, Champ Power, Gouging Fire, Dragonite could be interesting because you could Howl, give Dragonite an attack boost immediately. I think the reality though is that Gouging Fire feels really hard to bring in this matchup because Earth Power from Ursaluna can't just demolish it. But I don't know, I don't like love Ting-Lu Dondozo into the Water Ogerpon lead. It's really scary.
Yeah, so how is Dylan going to adjust, or is Dylan just going to do in-game adjustments more so than team adjustments, right? Like,
yeah, I don't know. I feel like you kind of need a new lead mix-up or bring a different Pokemon. Like, one thing I was theorizing was Dragonite Chien-Pao as a lead, because the reality is that it is normal Terra on Ursaluna, so Stellar Terra Sacred Sword can always go into the Ursaluna slot. It either means Ogerpon redirects with the Follow Me and eats up a lot of damage, or Ursaluna just eats it, or Incineroar switches in, or the Fluttermane switches in.
There's a lot of...
Exactly.
We're back to 4D chess,
yeah,
right?
And it's like, all of those are great other than Fluttermane switching in, right? And that is like kind of the biggest question mark. I think from Dylan's end, you can see the way you play with Chien-Pao is so important. In game 1, it was really well positioned, right, to just do a lot of damage, because that's like the carry at the end of the day with the 4 that he's bringing. It's the best damage dealer. So it's crucial on getting the right damage here. Let's see if he makes a lead adjustment here.
Dylan does make some adjustments, a huge adjustment here. It is going to be a complete mix-up. No Dondozo Ting-Lu leads. It is instead going to be the Gouging Fire and the Dragonite, as Enrique leads with the Ogerpon and that Blood Moon Ursaluna. So a little bit more offense, you know, this might be what Dylan needs to be able to break through.
Yeah, and I think the reality is you can always go for Howl and Scale Shot here. The main question is, do you want to, you know, Terra? You can also like theoretically protect with the Gouging Fire here. You see Dylan really just hovering, thinking about all of his options, but Scale Shot into Ursaluna is guaranteed. Ursaluna cannot protect. You can see that Hover into Steel Terra immediately does not want to eat up something like an Ivy Cudgel into a normal Terra Blood Moon to just faint on turn 1. So this is what makes it dicey, right? It's why when I was suggesting, I was like, this could work, but you have to still really play with respect, because the Ursaluna can just Earth Power everything.
Yeah. Well, it is going to be Terrestrialization now. It is the Blood Moon Ursaluna over on Enrique's side, so, you know, really wanting to become that normal type to really just make it do so much more damage here, as Ogerpon will protect itself with the Spiky Shield. You know, doesn't want to take an attack from that Dragonite. Here's the Howl from that Gouging Fire, gonna boost the attack of Gouging Fire as well as that Dragonite. Hello, Choice Band Dragonite, you're back, but now you can actually choose your moves. Here's the Scale Shot from that Dragonite into the Ursaluna. There's 2 hits. There's the 3rd hit. Oh, it won't even get the KO from that point right there. So
pretty good damage though.
It's 5. It's good damage. It's 5 hits, but like, it would have been nice if those 5 hits would get the KO, but unfortunately you'll need 1 more Howl to do that. Does get the speed boost here. No Terrestrialization on that side. Here's a Hyper Voice. Just a Hyper Voice here. No need to commit to the Blood Moon. Does good damage. Critical hit on the Dragonite. Big damage right there. So that's a strong Hyper Voice.
Yeah, but crucially, it doesn't get a knockout onto either. So I think you're in Dylan's shoes. You're actually probably quite happy with that, right? Now you have a boosted Dragonite. You can just Scale Shot Breaking Swipe. So if you're Enrique, what you could do is switch in Incineroar. Oh, it's going to just be the Follow Me option. Does Breaking Swipe get the knockout? If so, I feel like Dylan might just win this game. Let's see.
Here it is, the Breaking Swipe. And Ursaluna gets his KO. Big KO onto that Ursaluna. Ogerpon's attack stat will drop, so that those Ivy Cudgels won't be doing more, but it looks like this Ogerpon is content to just be in the sort of support moveset right now, or, you know, the support mode. Here's the Scale Shot. It doesn't even matter. It's just going to get KO'd. There's 2 hits. There's the 3rd hit, gets the KO. So Ogerpon gets knocked out. So big change of pace from Dylan here, getting 2 huge knockouts on turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just Fluttermane and Incineroar in the back, the next turn you can just protect and go for a double protect, actually, and then now you're at +2 speed, so then you can go for Steel Terra Ironhead the subsequent turn and just knock out Fluttermane. It is Fluttermane.
It is a Fluttermane, yeah.
You're staring down this Dragonite. I think, yeah, Enrique really hoping, yep, it's Flutter Instant, really hoping to survive that turn, get a Hyper Voice double knockout, but Gouging Fire says, look, I'm not here just to boost my partners, I'm also here to do damage.
Yeah, and, you know, the Dragonite has inner focus too, so, you know, you don't even have to protect it.
That's
You're
right,
just getting a fake out, so.
The risk is, like, you could still feint from a fake out, and you can see Enrique's like, you know what, it's just over, yeah. And for what was such a slow-paced defensive war, Dylan basically wins the game in 2 turns.
Really just changing up the pace right there, but what a huge adjustment. You're right, though. It did take 2 drops of defense from the scale shot, so I guess the fake out could have done, but I mean, Enrique saw it, like, the play was clear even then.
Yeah,
and then just get
exactly.
KO,
I think maybe worth playing out one more turn there if Dylan like does mismaneuver, but the reality is like Flutter, there's just too much offense to stare down at that point.
What an adjustment, though. I mean, look at this. This Gouging Fire getting such a huge knockout with that breaking swipe, right? So, like, huge knockout right there. I mean, that's what you were most concerned about. Is it going to get the KO? It clearly did. So, wow. What? Games 1 and 2, such a slow pace maneuvering of position and just methodically carving out what the end game was. Game 3, I knock out your Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think to go with the Gouging Fire Dragonite combo, you need conviction. And the main scary thing is because this is inner focus Dragonite, right? It's not going to be multi-scale. So a normal Terra, Blood Moon might just get the knockout on Dragonite on turn 1. That game probably looks a little bit differently if Dragonite just faints immediately, right? Because now you have taken out a really, really big threat. And then, for example, the subsequent turn, you can like switch Ursaluna out. Also, getting 5 hits with that loaded dice scale shot was a big deal. If there were 4, then I'm not sure that the breaking swipe would have done enough damage to get the knockout. And so perfectly positioned where it's like you do just enough damage, you know that the Ursaluna cannot, pivot out. And Ursaluna, once again, going for Hyper Voice instead of a Blood Moon or Earth Power on turn 1 was a big deal because yes, both Pokemon are low, but if neither faint, it means both can attack the subsequent turn safely.
Yeah, so, it's those small things. There's so many moving pieces, right? Like, how much would that Blood Moon have changed that we may never know.
Yeah.
We may never know, Aaron. We'll think about it in our dreams and stuff like that, but we'll never know for sure.
Yeah, I think the other thing here that was fun to see is Dylan's team is not just a very defensive-based team, right? If you watched only games 1 and 2, you'd be like, oh my gosh, like he needs to play 10, 15 turns to win with this team. But he shows I can win the game in just 2 turns. I do a ton of damage with Dragonite, and being able to give it that boost. I mean, a +1 scale shot is like really unlike any other attack that exists in this game, right? Yeah. Like the thing that makes this combination so appealing is that you do, with that Howl boost, often get the extra damage you need to either secure knockouts or put things in KO range, versus the regular skill shot Dragonites, which are just so affected by Intimidate. Being able to constantly either negate the Intimidates or even boost you, really big deal. But it was really cool to see this combo come out because I think that's what makes Dylan's team so threatening. You have to respect the defensive capabilities as well as this like really fast-paced offense coming out on turn 1.
Yeah, I mean the Howl. And you said it earlier on when we were, previewing this match where it's like the Dragonite wants to be able to select different moves. I mean, that locking yourself in a scale shot and then facing off against a Fluttermane feels bad, right? But then you can switch to Ironhead because you're not locked in because of the choice band. Instead, you're using Howl instead, as well as Gouging Fire, being able to provide so much support with that breaking swipe to be able to drop attack stats and stuff like that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. We're ready to go ahead and hear from Dylan himself about this really cool team, this matchup. Go ahead and take it away, Sierra.
Thank you so much, you two. I am here with Dylan after that fantastic win. I want to start with just the set overall, because game 1 and 2, took a second. Game 3, done like that. So how are you feeling? What was the big difference maker to even have that happen?
I think my opponent adjusted really well to Ting Lu Dondozo, and I realized in game 2 that it just wasn't going to work. They had a really good lead into it, so I spent the remainder of game 2 taking my time on my turns, thinking about my game 3 plan once that was over. And like you said, I mean, the first 2 games with all the turns and all the animations from Sandtomb and leftovers and everything, I mean, game 3 was over pretty quickly compared to those. So it's definitely, it all happened pretty quick.
I mean, for the rest of the day, not that we're too far into the day, but earlier matches, were they also kind of like game 1 and 2, where they kind of dragged on and took forever, or?
Yeah, I've kind of been joking with my friends, the yawn animation noise, wah wah. We've, Yeah, most of my matches have been like that today. Just Dondozo yawning things and protect cycling, and it's been fun, but it's taken a while.
Fun?
It's very fun for me.
That's fair, because I was thinking about sitting on the other side, and it's like, I'm feeling like the
They're probably having no
you know?
fun.
No, absolutely not. I mean, with this team, talk to me about this team, because we've seen a lot of hyper offense out there. Of course, Raging Bolt Balance has been like one of the talks of Regulation F, but I love to see like this variation, right, and kind of a different play style to play into it. So what is it about this team that made you drawn to it, or do you just think it's really well posed?
That's a good question. I've been using it for a couple months now, different iterations. I changed around some spreads and some moves and items and different things like that, but I just think it's really hard for teams to deal with, especially balanced teams. When I play into those, it's usually, I think, favored a little bit more towards me, and I just wanted something I felt comfortable with it being the last event of the regulation. Whatever I've been practicing with, I knew that I didn't want to kind of jump ship last second to a different team. So far, it's been working out today.
I mean, that kind of was like the talk beginning of the day too, is people kind of leaning into comfort going in for the last event, right? Now, there's still a lot of rounds of Swiss through this grid straight, but there's still so much more. What's your mindset going into the rest of the day?
I think, you know, at this point, it's already been a great event so far, and I'm just happy with whatever comes my way. I'd love to make day 2. I'd love to make a push into another top cut, because it's been a while. It's been almost a year since Milwaukee, second place last year, but I'm just happy to be here. I'm excited. It's a great venue. It's been a good tournament so far, and I've got really good friends with me.
Glad to hear that. And yeah, you said it's a great tournament. So talk about, like, not just a great tournament, but like it's been a fun time. So talk about that. Have you gotten to enjoy Houston, just hanging out with the friends?
So I got in pretty late last night, but I'm staying till Monday, so I'm excited to explore Houston once the tournament's over. So far though, coming from Chicago, the weather has been the main thing, not having to deal with 30 degrees and snow. But I mean, just the atmosphere here is great. I love the Texas community and just the VGC community in general. It's so fun.
I definitely, as the Canadian here, also understand the going from the snow and the cold to the heat.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you understand that. Last but not least, well, 2 questions, but we'll start off with the more usual one. Is there any final words that you have, or like shout outs that you have for those friends that you've been hanging out with?
Yeah. So I've got a whole crew here with me. I've got Kay, Andrew, Gio, they're staying with me. Everybody from Chicago who's been supporting me, and they're just such great friends that I can always talk to. My wife, Katie, she's watching from home right now, and she's super excited. And also my students in my class, because I'm a teacher, they're watching as well. So it's really awesome to be able to win and have them watch that.
Do you get to like talk Pokemon with them often?
Yeah.
Teach them a little VGC?
Yeah, I got a little Pokemon club going on.
Oh, I love that. That's amazing to be able to see the community fostered like that. Last but not least though, and I think this is the most important question, with us being in Houston, what Pokemon, in your opinion, looks best in a cowboy hat?
Caterpie.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
Caterpie.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I love that one. I love that one. Dylan, congrats on this win.
Thanks.
Best of luck with all the yawning going on for the rest of the day. Please click that fissure button sooner rather than later. We're all hoping for that.
1 for 2 so far.
Okay.
I clicked 2 on stream. Those are the only 2 I've clicked all day. 1 for 2.
Okay, well, you got to click more then. You got to click more. All right, as for us, there's still so much more in store, but let's talk a little bit about that match with What's the Strat with Evan Latt.
Thanks, Sierra. I am Evan Latt of What's the Strat with Evan Latt. You can tell Dylan has actually been hanging out with the Texas community because Caterpie does, in fact, look great in a cowboy hat. That is an A++ tier choice for cowboy hat Pokemon. Let's hop into this game because this was a really interesting matchup here. Both of these 2 players having different modes available for their team. This is, of course, Dylan's team that you are seeing on screen. Pretty standard team that we're used to. You have the Dondozo and the Ting Lu mode that go together. And then you also have the Gouging Fire, Chien Pao, and Dragonite mode that likes to go together. And then you also have the Wellspring Ogerpon here that can fit in with any one of these modes. So you have these 3 cores here, the Chien Pao, Dragonite, and Gouging Fire. You have the Dondozo and the Ting Lu core. And you have the Ogerpon Wellspring that can go anywhere. The really interesting thing about this team to point out here is this Encore on the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. This is not something that we have seen a whole lot. We usually see Follow Me instead of the Encore as a support option for the Wellspring Mask, but it actually came up really huge in this matchup in Game 1. Now, if we go on to our other player here, Enrique's team, As you can see, this is a little bit different. This is not a very standard team. He's making his own choices here. Of course, there is the notorious Assault Vest Ursaluna here, which does come up into play really big in this game because by holding the Assault Vest, Enrique cannot protect that Ursaluna. I guarantee Enrique had plenty of times during those sets that he would have rather protected the Blood Moon Ursaluna instead of having to go on the offensive. But because of the Assault Vest item, can't hold Protect, and doesn't get the benefit of that extra special defense boost. The other really big choice here that Enrique made is the Clear Smog on Amoonguss. While that can be useful for stopping things like Howl Spam coming out from the Gouging Fire mode of Dylan's team, what this means is that Amoonguss also does not have Protect. So as we saw in some of these slower games in Games 1 and Game 2, Enrique may have wanted to spend some time protecting these Pokemon, but did not have the option because of these choices. Now, let's go ahead and jump into the lead matchups here in Game 1. As you can see, going with the Ting-Lu and Dondozo core on Dylan's side faces off against the Incineroar and the Ursaluna Blood Moon on the other side. This is going to be the slowest lead that Enrique brings out to the table here, and it's because Enrique is really valuing the Intimidate on Incineroar. Like Dwee and Aaron mentioned, Dylan's team is entirely physical, so Enrique really wants that Intimidate to drop the attack, but going up against the Dondozo and the Ting-Lu, neither of them really cares about it, and Incineroar is kind of a momentum suck here. Incineroar can't really do anything, does get an attack drop onto Ting-Lu, but other than that, isn't really threatening a lot of damage and is instead just allowing Dylan to go off with the trap with the Sand Tomb and with the Yawn on Dondozo. However, Enrique does have some options here, as we can see in this clip here. The important thing that Enrique is able to do is get this Amoonguss in. And what Amoonguss really does here is it allows the Ursaluna to fire off some damage and keep it healthy. Even though Dylan was able to get the Sand Tomb onto Amoonguss and a Yawn is able to get the Sand Tomb and Yawn into the Ursaluna as well, once Amoonguss wakes up here, it can spam Pollen Puffs into its partner Blood Moon Ursaluna, which means that that Ursaluna is going to continue to recover its health. All of the damage that Dylan had managed to get off onto that Pokemon is taken away in one fell swoop by Amoonguss. Now this Amoonguss is really important for Dylan to take care of. He has a couple of different ways to do so. The one that we saw early on in this set is the Ting-Lu going for Taunt onto the Amoonguss, which is really effective at stopping the Amoonguss from going for Spores. Doesn't block the Pollen Puffs, but preventing your Pokemon from going to sleep can be just as important. However, once Ting-Lu goes down, Dylan is forced to adapt into the Ogerpon Wellspring version of taking care of this Amoonguss. And this was an incredible turn here. Amoonguss is not taunted for the first time in this game, is able to fire off Spores. And it seems like Enrique is going to be able to take some momentum back here after losing the Blood Moon Ursaluna to a Fissure. Now, however, Dylan is going to go ahead and Terrastalize the Ogerpon here, which is going to protect it from the Fluttermane in the back, and go for that tech of Encore onto the Amoonguss. Previously, it had gone for that Pollen Puff to deal a little bit of chip damage onto the Ting-Lu, as well as heal its partner Pokemon, but now, finally, it's not taunted, so it can Spore, but once again, it doesn't get a chance to Spore. It has to Pollen Puff as Dylan goes ahead and gets big damage onto the Incineroar with that Wave Crash. Incineroar is going to be able to heal up a little bit, but, it would rather have had the additional advantage of the Spore onto either the Ogerpon or the Dondozo, and instead, all Enrique gets out of that is a little bit of chip damage onto the Wellspring Ogerpon. And from there, Dylan is able to take out the rest of Enrique's Pokemon and take game one. That's kind of what this team does. It gets a lot of little chip damage early on, finds little moments where the Dondozo can go for a Fissure and get a big KO, which Dylan was able to do. If you let Dondozo fire off 2, 3, 4 Fissures, one of them is going to connect, maybe 2, honestly, maybe all 4 of them. So you really have to make sure that you're keeping control of that Pokemon. And that's exactly what Enrique does in our second set. Instead of going with that more passive lead with the Incineroar next to the Ursaluna Blood Moon, Enrique opts for the Ogerpon instead. So with these two Pokemon out in front, that means that Enrique is threatening big damage onto both of these Pokemon. So not just the Ursaluna is threatening damage, but also the Ogerpon as well. And this becomes really important because Enrique needs to be able to threaten immediate damage onto both of these Pokemon, or else Dylan's just going to do the same thing that he did in Game 1. Find opportunities for fissures, get chip damage with that Sand Tomb, and just knock down Enrique's health bars until the Pokemon in the back can pick up KOs and sweep. Now, this is an incredible play here. Enrique is finally freed from the trap from Ting Lu by knocking it out with that offensive pressure, and has so many options ahead of him. Has the ability here to now finally switch out all of his Pokemon on the field, and does so. That's going to bring in the Incineroar, finally getting a valued Intimidate onto the Chien Pao, and also bringing in the Flutter Mane here. And Dylan, recognizing that he needs to make something happen here, goes on the offensive, goes for a Stellar Terra Sacred Sword into that Ursaluna, which is now a Flutter Mane, so not doing any damage here. And even worse, the Yawn connects onto the Incineroar, which is easily able and wants to switch in and out over and over and over again against this team. And that's going to be huge because that just means that Enrique is able to position, finally, the Ogerpon next to the Flutter Mane. And what that does for Enrique is it allows the Ogerpon to protect the Flutter Mane. It takes this Icicle Crash so well, and crucially also wastes the Stellar Terra boost on the Icicle Crash onto the Ogerpon instead of onto the Flutter Mane. Flutter Mane is able to get good damage off with this Dazzling Gleam, and then is able to just crush Dylan's hopes in Game 2. And of course, really cool here is you see that Yawn go off onto Ogerpon. Dylan's real hope here is that Enrique will continue to play passively. And if Enrique continues to play passively and focuses on trying to get rid of the Yawn debuff on the Ogerpon instead, then Dylan might have a way back into this game. The Chien Pao is faster than the Flutter Mane. The Flutter Mane is choice specs, so locked in. So if Dylan is able to finally get an option here, then maybe he can win Game 2 and not force a Game 3. However, what Enrique does here is finally takes the moment of saying, yep, I know I'm yawned, I know I'm falling asleep after this turn, but more important is I get damage down onto your Pokemon. Here comes the Dazzling Gleam, here comes the Horn Leech, Dondozo goes down, and now it's just Chien Pao and Ogerpon Wellspring against Flutter Mane, Incineroar, and the Ogerpon on Enrique's side. Not a great place to be if you're Dylan. And that, of course, is going to force our Game 3. And if Game 1 was slow Pokemon versus slow Pokemon, and slow-paced game versus slow-paced game, Game 2 was maybe slow-paced on Dylan's side and a little faster-paced from Enrique's side. Game 3 was fast versus fast. Finally, Dylan is going to bring out this Gouging Fire in Dragonite mode with the Howl up against Enrique's side, which is going to be the Ogerpon Wellspring and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Now, you all just saw this. This lasted probably about 3 turns overall, if I'm not mistaken. And what's really important here is just that Enrique really needed a KO. And instead of going double offense, sort of hedged his bets here. Goes for the Terastallization on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but instead of going for a big Blood Moon into the Dragonite to try to pick up a one-hit KO, because this is crucially Inner Focus and not the multi-scale version, so would be able to pick up that KO. Instead, hedges his bets, goes for a Protect on the Ogerpon, as well as a Hyper Voice coming out from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Now, this is one of those times where you would definitely be looking at this and saying, okay, maybe I just want to try and scout out what's going on here, but Enrique doesn't have that option because Enrique only has the Assault Vest, which means it has 4 attacks and cannot use Protect. So once it's able to survive this Scale Shot, it does get an opportunity to deal damage into both of Dylan's Pokemon, but this Hyper Voice just isn't enough damage. Once Dragonite is able to survive this, it's basically game over from here, as Dylan has a huge advantage. Even with the critical hit, Dragonite is okay, gets the speed boost from the Scale Shot, and then that's going to be about it for Game 3. And that's going to mean that Dylan Kleinvent takes Swiss round 3. So really well played. I really enjoyed watching that set, seeing the difference between the slow modes and the fast modes. And I'm really excited to watch that continually over the course of this weekend. Now, speaking of, we have even more matches to come, and there are even more matches ready to be seen right now. Let's go ahead and toss it back to the desk. Let's see what we have coming up.
Thank you very much, Evan. And we are here for our round 4 coverage of the Houston Regional Championships. I'm Joe Brown. I'm joined by Gabby Snyder. We're going to be covering the next 2 rounds here on stream. Howdy, partner. How we doing?
Howdy, partner. I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing this morning?
Listen, I'm excited. We've had a lot of fun so far to start the day, and it's only going to get more exciting as we go along, as we're able to check out some of the pairings of how the trainers are doing so far early on this day in Houston. We are only a couple of rounds in, right? So we know it's going to be a long day ahead. Some familiar names up at the top there, like Christopher Hahn at 3-0.
Of course, and a lot of new names as well. And I think this is also really exciting, as it's been a bit of a mix-up here. We were talking about this just now as we were looking at the matchups from this round. Already we have some very notable players dropping down to X and 1, and a lot of newer faces coming up to the X and O rank here. So I'm really looking forward to seeing some of these newer players advance as we move on to the latter rounds of this tournament. Every single opportunity at these events to get new players on stream is really fun, and you never know who's going to have their breakout performance.
Right, exactly. And I think there's around roughly 700 trainers in the Masters Division in this tournament this weekend, so it could be any one of them to take it home this weekend. We'll see with notable pairings, though, or notable matchups, I should say. The one in red is what we are going to be showcasing, Gabby, and that is Steven Morioka versus Ethan Trejo.
Ethan being one of our players to watch this weekend, and Steven Morioka, one of the OG VGC players from back in my day. So really looking forward to see them match up. Of course, we have Wolf Glick up there as well, playing Ruzi Zhang. We have Baby Singh versus Yodam Cohen. I believe that's Texas versus Yodam Cohen. Yep. So that should be pretty exciting to watch. And some other fantastic matchups as well. So lots of incredible Pokemon going on. You're not going to want to miss a single minute of the action.
Yeah, and this will be officially halfway through phase 1 after this round, right? So I think a lot of, for any of our viewers at home who have never really experienced playing at a regional, have not experienced the mental gauntlet, that goes on through playing all 8 rounds consecutively, and all of the bleak wind misses and the critical hits and the 3 turns of sleep and everything that can go awry. I feel like if you start 4-0, that is when you start to feel comfortable. That's when you start to feel like, okay, I can perform well here.
You said bleak wind misses, and then you just lost me based off of personal recent experience. But no, you're absolutely right. I think comfort is maybe not the word that I would personally pick for it, because I do think that comfort implies like you sort of relax a little bit, and I do not think you can let yourself relax given just how much variance there is in Regulation F, because of the misses, because of the sleep turns, because Amoonguss is one of the top 6 Pokemon in the format here this weekend. But I do think you can have confidence, right? Like, that you're already halfway through the tournament, and you only have to win 2 out of the remaining 4 rounds to move on to the next day. Of course, you want to win all 4 of those rounds, so you have the best odds of making it into Top Cut on the next day, but you give yourself breathing room and you give yourself, confidence.
Yeah, and then of course, obviously only one of these 2 trainers with Steven and Ethan are going to be 4-0 after this round. But I wonder, Gabby, you've been in this situation before, you've top cut regionals. How is the momentum, because they were both in the same season, so somebody like Ethan, who is on a run right now, playing really well over multiple events throughout this format, how do those prior regionals impact your performance in Houston?
I mean, well, I never played in Houston, first of all, so I can't speak for the in Houston part. But it also, I think, depends on the individual, right? Like, I think in modern Pokemon, because these events happen closer together, because there is sort of a structure and there are consistent locals as well, you can sort of build that confidence from event to event. And I think you can come into a regional with expectations like, I did this at this past event. I know, bearing anything like my Tornadus deciding it's not going to wear its contacts this morning, you know, I should have a pretty good chance of making it to day 2, making another deep run in the tournament. And I would not be surprised if Ethan, you know, has that confidence in himself for this tournament, given his past results.
And, you know, we can talk about Steven as we have some time here as they're getting set up, getting ready for the start of round 4. You talk about Steven, one of the original players right back. He journeyed across America, if you will. Yeah. That is how long Steven's been playing. So the amount of legacy skill that Steven's been able to pick up from 20 years of competitive Pokemon, it's hard to match.
It really is. And I'm so happy that we can like talk about these old tournaments because it makes my heart sing. But for now, let's go ahead and jump into our matchup here of round 4 of Swiss as our players are ready to go.
They're ready, and let's take a look at Steven Morioka's team. Chiyu, Dondozo, Dragonite, Fluttermane, Galarian Weezing, and the Tatsugiri. Just because they're not next to each other in the team sheet, you didn't fool us, Steven. We know Dondozo Tatsugiri's there.
We do, and his opponent, Ethan Trejo, going to be running the Urshifu, Fluttermane, Indeedee, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, Tornadus, and Iron Crown. So a little bit of a mix-up here for both of these trainers, running some slightly different versions of the teams that you would expect to see. Like, let's talk about the Dondozo Tatsugiri here. You know, normally I would expect to see a Pokemon like Dragonite, maybe a Chenpao as well with Dondozo to just give it some more offensive options once the Tatsugiri maybe goes down and it's just sort of left on its own. Maybe even give it an opportunity to play without Tatsugiri like we saw in the previous round. But Chiyu and Fluttermane is an interesting adaptation. You know, two very strong special attackers known to stand on their own.
Yeah, I think that it's the kind of we think of a 2-2-2 core. If the Galarian Weezing was a Chien-Pao, then you would have that in this case, but you have a 2-2-1-1 basically individual Pokemon there with Dragonite and Galarian Weezing. And I think the Weezing is going to be really important, Gabby, obviously, because of that neutralizing gas, turning off all abilities on the field. Your opponent, in Ethan, who has Psychic Terrain available with Indeedee, if Galarian Weezing is on the field, Indeedee cannot activate the Psychic Terrain.
That is very true, and you can also do some really interesting things as well with maybe Photosynthesis or Beads of Ruin, or really any Intimidate abilities, really anything you want, honestly, with that neutralizing gas. And I'm very curious if it's going to come into play in this matchup, as I feel like Galarian Weezing is a very situational Pokemon, and I'm not sure I see the situation here against Ethan's team, but on the other hand, you know, I've also seen Galarian Weezing just do really interesting, crazy things, and sometimes all you need is a couple of toxic spikes on the field, and then a Dondozo to just hang out on the field for, you know, however long it needs to hang out, and that can be your game plan right there.
And that Tatsugiri does not have a Choice Scarf or maybe Focus Sash or some of the other things that you might think would give it a little bit extra help. The safety goggle is effectively not going to be relevant here since Ethan does not have an Amoonguss or any Spore or anything.
Exactly. And why don't we go ahead and take a look at Ethan's team now? And if it looks familiar to you, you would be absolutely right, as at least in terms of what the team looks like from this perspective. Well, I mean, maybe the Pokemon are in different spots, but these do appear to be the same 6 Pokemon that he brought to Seattle last week. It does appear to be the same moves and the same items. Whether or not some of these Pokemon are trained differently, we will have to see as this match plays out. But, you know, I don't blame him. If it's not broke, don't fix it. You just did so well in Seattle just a couple weeks ago. This is the last tournament of Regulation F. If you have that confidence, if you have that, you know, I guess, honestly, experience with your team, why change things up?
Absolutely, and if you look at the importance of the duos on Ethan's end, right, that would be the Iron Crown and Indeedee female kind of working together as Psychic types. Indeedee sets up Psychic Terrain thanks to its ability, and then Iron Crown can hit both Pokemon with Expanding Force while in the terrain. But then the other pair of Tornadus really helping support both Fluttermane and Ogerpon Hearthflame with Sunny Day. You're boosting the damage that Ivy Cudgel will be doing as the sun will be up for your fire attack, as well as activating a Photosynthesis boost on Choice Specs Fluttermane. That's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and this is honestly a really hyper offensive variant of these size spam teams. A lot of times with the Iron Crown and Indeedee, you know, you see that Reggie Drago that we sort of saw, you know, Sierra bring for her caster picks, if you will. But this team sort of takes the best of like hyper offense in the sun with the Ogre Pawn, with the Sunny Day on the Tornadus, and just adds in the size spam as just another mode. And I really love how Ethan has constructed this team for that reason. You know, I love the sneaky Perish song on the Flutter main to try and just punish teams that maybe rely a little bit too much on stall. You know, there's so many different ways that Ethan can approach this matchup just because he has all of these different Pokemon, all these different combinations available to him. I'm very curious if he has like a line, if you will, in mind for Dondozo teams, and we're going to see that revealed, or if he's just going to take a more organic approach, you know, maybe lead Tornadus plus something else, maybe lead the Iron Crown and Indeedee to start things off and see how it goes.
Ethan Trejo and Steven Morioka here around for the Houston Regional Championships. Ethan with Urshifu Rapid Strike. That Choice Scarf's gonna make it super fast. And the Iron Crown's Quark Drive activating thanks to the booster energy is gonna boost its speed as well.
But I love how Steven has approached this lead because he's given himself two very strong options here. The Chi-Yu can go ahead and check the Iron Crown and Indeedee, and the Dondozo is just a single switch away from getting its partner, the Tatsugiri, and getting the Commander ability and all of those boosts. So yes, the Urshifu can threaten the critical hit damage and break through those boosts, but he's given himself options to play around what Ethan is trying to set up. And Ethan's kind of done that as well. You know, you can switch out the Urshifu for the Indeedee, or you can switch out the Iron Crown for something else at the cost of the booster energy.
Chi-Yu gonna switch out on turn one here for Steven. You don't wanna take any risks on turn one of game one in this best of three set. So we'll just lock in the Commander combo. Tatsugiri swapping into this turn, going into the Dondozo and boosting all of its stats by 2 stages. Now, Steven only has 1 Pokemon on the field, and Dondozo can't switch out. But if they targeted down the Chi-Yu slot, it is going to miss. Ethan protecting the Iron Crown this turn, so no attack. And the Surging Strikes goes towards that Chi-Yu. So great play by Steven to get the Commander activated without taking any damage this turn, and then doing some really good damage with an Earthquake in response into this Urshifu, bringing it down about 40%.
And that's a good amount of damage onto that Urshifu, knowing that it will be knocked out in a couple of turns here. And honestly, a Surging Strikes into the Dondozo, especially if it decides to Terrastalize, probably would not be enough to knock it out on its own. You still have to worry a little bit about that Iron Crown, but without the Psychic Terrain up, it's not going to be at its full power. And it's not going to find enough time to try and use Calm Minds to get that power up either. So Ethan really forced to switch here to try and find an opening, but that just leaves this Indeedee open to huge damage.
Right, and that Urshifu was choice locked into Surging Strikes against the water type Dondozo, so that's certainly not going to do the desired amount of damage for Ethan. So this is something that Steven, if he was able to predict this turn, could be pretty huge. Terra Psychic, more on the offensive. We saw Terra Water earlier for a defensive Terrestrialization. Ethan is all in on this expanding force in the Psychic terrain with the Terra Psychic. Gonna do so way less than I thought because of the Commander boost. I thought it was gonna do I thought it was at least a 2-hit KO on that because of the Terra Psychic, but no, Steven is really bulky.
I mean, even if you threw a Helping Hand in there, that would probably be the 2-hit KO mark. And this Indeedee does have Helping Hand, which is why I call it out. Now you do have to worry about the possibility. It looks like that could be a roll here. And unfortunately, this Dondozo is stuck on the field. So I think that's something that...
no leftovers.
No leftovers, exactly. So I think Steven just has to take this risk now. Maybe go for another Earthquake or just target that Iron Crown directly down with a Wave Crash. And it's either going to get retargeted into the Indeedee with a Follow Me, or it's going to hit its target. There could also be the threat of a Trick Room here, knowing that the Commander boost is up and the Dondozo's speed is up and everything, but knowing that Ethan has the Choice Scarf in the back, I think the redirection is the better play.
Follow Me with the Indeedee. Gonna redirect any attacks that are not spread attacks towards the Indeedee instead of Iron Crown. And Ethan locking in the Calm Mind, boosting his special attack and special defense by 1 stage. Earthquake does not care about Follow Me though. Thankfully for Iron Crown, no longer a ground, or no longer weak to ground, as I should say, so it only does 50%. And Indeedee hangs on for 1 more turn.
And Indeedee hanging on for 1 more turn does mean that Ethan can threaten to do the same thing again. I think going for a second Calm Mind is a little bit greedy in this situation, but more importantly, it does force Steven to think, do you go for the single target attack or do you go for a second Earthquake? Notably, I don't think the second Earthquake is enough to KO the Iron Crown if it can attack at all.
If it's even going to get that opportunity, Indeedee going to give a helping hand to Ethan's Iron Crown. So with the Calm Mind boost in Psychic Terrain into this Dondozo, it gets the knockout. Tatsugiri will be able to swap or come back onto the field this turn without taking any damage though.
Exactly, and now it's going to be down to just the Chi-Yu and 1 more Pokemon for Steven, which viewers at home know what that is, but I'll keep the suspense going a little bit longer in terms of my commentary. I do think it's an interesting choice here to make in terms of which Pokemon you do send in, as, you know, on the one hand, Chi-Yu is a Dark-type Pokemon in addition to that Fire typing, so Expanding Force will not be doing a lot of damage to it. Tachyon Cutter as well does have the ability to potentially knock it out with the 2 hits, but again, going to be resisted because of that Fire typing. So even though Iron Crown is still going to be the fastest Pokemon on this turn, I do think Steven has found himself an opportunity to at least get rid of the Iron Crown, but then you still have to worry about that Choice Scarf or Shifu in the back.
Yeah, this is one of the few matchups where the frail Chi-Yu can actually be strong defensively because it resists both, same as Incineroar, right? Resisting both Psychic or immune to Psychic and resisting the Tachyon Cutter Steel attack for Ethan's Iron Crown. Gonna preserve Indeedee, as we've already been through most of the Psychic Terrain turns in this game, so wants to save that for a little bit later. And now Tatsugiri wants to get in on that Psychic resistance.
Exactly, and the Steel Terrestrialization will help it a lot, but also it just won't take damage anyways thanks to the Protect.
Now with Urshifu getting onto the field, it will be a Heat Wave, not hitting Iron Crown thanks to Protect. The only target can be into the Water type on Urshifu. Not enough for a knockout, and I don't want to jinx it. Okay, there was no burn on the switch in. Muddy Water, though, is a spread attack that's going to hit Urshifu here, and even with the resistance, Urshifu gets KO'd.
So that will remove the fastest Pokemon for Ethan that we've seen so far. So that does open up Steven's win condition a little bit more. We know that Ethan's own Flutter Mane is going to be the Choice Specs variety, and depending on how Steven's Pokemon are trained, it is going to be possible to outspeed that Pokemon. And because Terrestrialization is no longer available there, again, depending on how these Pokemon are trained, as long as you can land a little bit of chip damage onto that Flutter Mane, I think Steven has found himself in a very good position to move this game forward. Still have to worry about the Psychic Terrain, still have to worry a little bit about that Iron Crown, but you're making the steps you need to regain the ground to get yourself to a winning position.
And the Tatsugiri for Steven can somewhat mimic what Indeedee likes to do, since it also has access to Helping Hand in this spot. Helping Hand Heat Wave could be really solid into these if Steven ever wants to attack with the Chi-Yu. But no, will just protect itself, keeping itself safe this turn and forcing Ethan to lock into a certain attack with the Choice Specs on the Flutter Mane. So Tachyon Cutter is going to into the Protect, and the Protect there, keeping Chi-Yu very healthy. So really, really strong turn from Steven. Muddy Water brings Iron Crown down into the red and gets the accuracy drops
on both of Ethan's Pokemon. Now, regardless of that little bit of bad luck there, I do think that doubling into the Chi-Yu there was a very risky play for Ethan. Chi-Yu is the Pokemon that is the biggest threat for him right now on the field. So you have to go for those big shots where you can. And he will struggle to deal damage to the now Steel-type Tatsugiri, even though it's not, again, the most defensive Pokemon traditionally. But ultimately, you do have to try and do any damage you can.
That's a Calm Mind boosted Tachyon Cutter, but since it is resisted, right, there is not even a 2-hit KO. You're going to need the Choice Specs Flutter Mane to pick up the KO on the follow-up with Moonblast, so Chiyu goes down. But this does allow Tatsugiri to just stick around and be even more pesky with those Muddy Waters, but not enough to take down the Iron Crown.
So here's the big question now, is how has Steven trained this Flutter Mane? Traditionally, I would expect this to boost its speed, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. So now this Flutter Mane should be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and because it is going to be, you know, not locked into a single attack, it can go ahead and choose between Moonblast or Icy Wind to deal damage in this position. An Icy Wind would be tempting here to try and go for damage on both of the other Pokemon and maybe sneak Tatsugiri faster than the opposing Flutter Mane after, you know, maybe another Icy Wind after that. But ultimately, I think you do have to try and go for the guaranteed knockout on the Calm Mind boosted Iron Crown, because that is still the scariest Pokemon on the field.
Icy Wind sounds very tempting 95% of the time in this matchup, so we'll see what happens there. Ethan preserving Indeedee Female for later on in the match, and we have gotten to that point, swapping it back onto the field and protecting Iron Crown so that next turn it will be fast from that speed boost it had before, and then have the Psychic Terrain, but it will not be faster than a speed boosting Flutter Mane. So the Muddy Water does connect onto Indeedee, which is something that maybe Ethan would have liked. Let that take the damage instead of the Flutter Mane.
He also got rid of the accuracy drop on the opposing Flutter Mane, and it can now switch its move as well. So I think swapping to Shadow Ball here is probably more advantageous, as it will avoid the resisted damage on the Tatsugiri and now do super effective damage against the opposing Flutter Mane. But you are still going to be moving second here against Steven's Flutter Mane, and you are going to still have to worry about taking more damage from, you know, the Tatsugiri and Flutter Mane, who are perfectly healthy on Steven's side of the field. It was a great play to try and save the position if the Muddy Water had missed, or if you got the double protect, but unfortunately it's just not in the cards.
No, only a 30% chance for a double protect. Okay. Flutter Mane does miss the Icy Wind on the Flutter Mane of the other side. So we did kind of say Icy Wind is not a fully accurate attack, right? So there was that little chance, but it importantly hit the Calm Mind boosted Iron Crown there. Now with the Shadow Ball into Flutter Mane, that is a one-hit KO.
This opens up the game though, because if Muddy Water misses here, and if Shadow Ball is enough to do the KO,
that's you swapped out to get rid of the accuracy drop, and it came right back.
Well, Shadow Ball will connect, so let's see how much damage this is going to do.
This is Choice Spec Shadow Ball into Tatsugiri. Muddy Water doesn't finally miss. It didn't miss the whole game, and the last one is going to have Flutter Mane dodge.
All right, so there is still accuracy in play here, as both Flutter Mane and Tatsugiri have a chance of missing again. So somehow both these trainers just have to hope for the best here.
Shadow Ball connecting through the accuracy drops, and with barely any hit points remaining, Ethan is going to win game one.
Ethan just finding the win condition at the end of the day, literally taking it by an absolute thread. Steven played that game absolutely perfectly, and unfortunately for him, just did not have the luck to lock it in.
The minimal amount of damage that Icy Wind would have done if it connected on Flutter Mane would have secured the victory for Steven there. So that's got to be an absolutely heartbreaking position to be in, where you felt like you secured game one and now you're down a game.
Exactly, and it does mean though that your approach to the game was valid, you know, saving the speed boost on that Flutter Mane for the end game to ensure that you were the fastest Pokemon on the field, to ensure that there was enough chip damage so that your Flutter Mane could pick up those big hits despite the fact that it's not holding a Choice Specs item like the opposing Flutter Mane. You had all the pieces in the right places, and Ethan just had to fight for those 30%, those 25% 90% chances just to try and find any opening, trying to get the double protect, trying to hope that the Muddy Water would miss. And, you know, going into game number 2, that's not necessarily a strategy you can rely on again. And I think he will have to switch up his game plan as a result.
So if you're, you know, looking at Steven's perspective here, Dondozo and Tatsugiri, they get set up. You know that on its own, even with the Psychic Terrain and Terra Psychic, without a helping hand from Indeedee, the Iron Crown is not able to two-hit KO Dondozo. Does that damage calculation now alter your decisions on how you want to play this matchup for Steven, that like you can take 2 neutral expanding forces?
The interesting thing about that, though, is that the Dondozo, he can't really do 2 Earthquakes worth of damage to pick up the returning KO, assuming that Ethan dedicates the Terastallization to the Iron Crown once again. And again, seeing how that game played out, I don't think you necessarily want to put that Terastallization anywhere else in that matchup. So I think you do want to bring the Dondozo Tatsugiri again, as it's just such a foundational part of the metagame. It's such a foundational part of your team. It's something that Ethan has to answer every single time. But at the same time, I think you do have to start risking more of the wave crashes. You have to start risking a little bit more of the bigger hits and just not rely on the safer Earthquakes.
All right, so it's game 2. Steven is going to have to win this one to force a game 3, or Ethan will go up to 4-0 on the day here in Houston. Iron Crown or Shifu lead yet again for Ethan, with Dondozo and Chiyu back at it. Last time, he swapped Chiyu into Tatsugiri.
And eventually we saw the Urshifu switch into the Indeedee after missing the connection of the Surging Strikes into the Chiyu Tatsugiri. So I don't think we'll see Ethan go for that play a second time. I think you can pretty safely target down the Dondozo here, as if it protects, you'll still do damage through that. If it switches out, it'll also do damage.
And that's a great point, because Ethan has now, you know, seen and conditioned Steven to be wary of this Iron Crown or Shifu lead with Chiyu. It's not safe on the field, so you don't have to be worried about a Heat Wave into your Steel type, right? You don't have to worry about a Dark Pulse into your Psychic type there, because it very likely was the Tatsugiri switching in, which is exactly what Steven goes for. So does Ethan predict this on his end and target into Dondozo this time around? No, it will be an Iron Crown protecting this turn, but with Choice Scarf, Ethan does have access to U-turn, and exactly what happens here, swapping out, taking a little bit of damage because of the Rocky Helmet on Dondozo, but this does allow Indeedee to get onto the field at full HP.
And also does a little bit of chip damage on its way out. So I think overall, still the same position. Does have to worry now about the Indeedee taking damage right from this turn. So we'll see what move it went for. Oh, order up!
Order up right into the Indeedee, bringing it down to 50% HP. And listen, as long as we saw even in the last game, as long as it's got some hit points kicking, it's still able to helping hand, it's still able to follow me.
But Steven immediately locked in that Earthquake. I don't know if you saw how quickly he went for that. And I don't blame him. You got the +1 attack boost. You know that even if Indeedee redirects, you will be able to connect with the opposing Pokemon. And if you think about what we were just talking about, the downside to Earthquake was, well, it kind of falls short of a 2-hit KO. After an attack boost, that's no longer a concern. It will be a 2-hit KO, and you will be able to out-damage the Expanding Force.
Absolutely, and Ethan is forced to Terastallize his Iron Crown here, not just for the offensive boost of the Terra Psychic to do even more damage with the Expanding Force in the Psychic Terrain, but also to get out of that ground weakness that the Earthquake is going to go for. But no Expanding Force. Instead, it's the Calm Mind, boosting his special attack and special defense by 1 stage each. The Follow Me is not going to matter at all, though, from Indeedee, because Earthquake is a spread attack. Indeedee goes down without really too much help to the teammate. You tried to redirect it, but Earthquake said no.
But is the redirection the best thing it could have done that turn? Because it did mean that the Dondozo couldn't click a more powerful attack, such as another Order Up or a Wave Crash. And it did also mean that the Iron Crown now has Expanding Force. It's going to hit both targets for the next few turns, and will also have the boost from the Psychic Terrain. So yes, it was able to, hit the field and then get away quickly, but I almost feel like you're in a better position now that the Fluttermane is back on the field, the Iron Crown is all powered up, and these Pokemon are going to be able to go on the full offensive against the Dondozo, who is really just by itself.
Right, Dondozo is, you can't switch out. You're stuck.
Yep.
You trade those boosts. You say, I'm willingly asking for the boost on Commander. for the inability to switch out. So here is a +1 in this, or onto the Dondozo, I should say, bringing it down well under 50%, where the Moonblast follow-up is not enough. Dondozo hangs on at 5 HP and will retaliate with the one-hit KO Wave Crash.
But that Wave Crash is gonna have some consequences of its own and take that Dondozo down with it. That's a big trade, but I think that's the trade that Steven needed in that turn.
Because it keeps Tatsugiri healthy.
It keeps Tatsugiri healthy. It gets Dondozo out of the way, and I think most importantly gets Fluttermane now out on the field. The Iron Crown has taken enough chip damage so that the Fluttermane should be able to knock it out in a couple of turns, and it has that speed boost just locked in.
So we got some really interesting speed interactions here. Iron Crown has a speed boost, Fluttermane has a speed boost, and Urshifu has a choice scarf. One of the ways to give your Tatsugiri a speed advantage would be from the Icy Wind, like we said, 95% of the time.
Exactly, and you do have to wonder if that's something that Steven's gonna hesitate on, given how it went in the previous game. A Draco Meteor into the Urshifu should be enough to pick up the KO as well here, as in addition to a Moonblast, depending on how he wants to target. So certainly has options. I would not take the risk. I think I would just go straight for the big KO with the Moonblast and hope that your Tatsugiri can hold on.
And that's what Steven looks like he's going to go for here with a Terra Steel on the Tatsugiri, the second game in a row. Helping Hand looking like it's Indeedee out there, boosting the damage from Moonblast into Urshifu, and that is going to be the knockout there. So Ethan only going to get one attack this turn. It is a Calm Mind boosted Expanding Force in Psychic Terrain, but that will be resisted into Tatsugiri, and Fluttermane also very much known for a high special defense, but not high enough. One-hit KO.
That's an okay trade, though, because your final Pokemon is the Chi-Yu with the Focus Sash. Not going to take any damage from Psychic-type attacks, and we saw just how much Tachyon Cutter did at the +1 special attack on that Iron Crown. So making the perfect trade there, going for the Helping Hand to ensure that the Moonblast would do enough damage to pick up that KO, even with a little bit of chip there. Just locking in the damage and locking in a Game 3.
Yeah, nothing that this Iron Crown can do into the Chi-Yu, since it only has a Psychic and a Metal or a Steel attack here. This is different than the Iron Crown we saw earlier that was Terra Water, Terra Blast, right? That's one of your better answers into the dark fire typing that Chi-Yu and Incineroar have in the metagame, but Ethan didn't have access to that, which means Steven is going to force a Game 3.
And this is, I think, how Game 1 would have played out had there been a little bit more, let's say, consistency in how the game unraveled. You know, I think that Steven did a very good job of recovering and identifying that, yes, I had the right game plan in mind. It was just unfortunate that, you know, maybe I made some suboptimal plays. Maybe I shouldn't have gone for that Icy Wind like you so cleverly called out. But also making good adjustments here, like the order up into that Indeedee plus this Earthquake to just remove it from the field, I think really forced Ethan into a position here where the Fluttermane became vulnerable a little bit too early.
Yeah, now that we think about it, Gabby, that order up is really a fantastic turn one play from Steven, because one, it is Urshifu on the field with a Choice Scarf, which means it cannot protect. So whatever, either Urshifu takes the order up, Indeedee on the switch in takes the order up, and then even if Indeedee's on there, it's not Terra Fairy on this Indeedee for Ethan, where you see commonly on Indeedee females. This is Terra Dragon, which you would never want a Terra Dragon against an order up. So it really was a very free attack boost for Steven to allow the Earthquake to do more damage.
Exactly. So you're right, though, that if you're assuming we're going to see the same play from Game 1, that the order up was the adjustment. Now that we go into Game 3, you do have to wonder if the mind games are going to kick in, and do you try to get the Fluttermane on the field instead of the Indeedee so that you don't take damage from the Dragon type move, you negate the attack boost. Of course, you then leave the Iron Crown without the Psychic Terrain, and you sort of start playing this mind game where things sort of devolve from there. I do think that Ethan probably won't go that route because it just feels too risky.
I'm wondering not about Fluttermane versus Ndidi. I'm wondering about a Fluttermane instead of Urshifu lead, as this is open team sheet. Steven can see Fluttermane on Ethan's end has Perish Song, which if you force Dondozo to activate, right, with the Tatsugiri, it can't get off the field and, you know, would be very worried.
It would force Steven, I think, to switch out the Dondozo turn 1 instead of, you know, switching in the Tatsugiri, which would mix up his game plan. If we sort of follow that thought through, that would mean the Chi-Yu is on the field. It can't protect in front of the Urshifu. Could Terrastalize, but that's not really going to save it against 3 critical hits. It would put him in a much stronger position, certainly. So we'll just have to see how this is going to play out. I like that adjustment, though, but it looks like instead we're actually seeing Tornadus and Urshifu.
Two teammates that are peanut butter and jelly with each other. Tornadus Urshifu, a patented duo, versus Chi-Yu Fluttermane, another iconic duo from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Well, you called the Fluttermane just on the wrong side of the field. But honestly, I like this adjustment from both these trainers, as the Tornadus with the ability to set up Tailwind to ensure that the Urshifu now outspeeds the booster speed on the Fluttermane, ensures the fastest Pokemon on the field can land the Surging Strikes where it wants to land it. I think that's going to be a huge boon to Ethan in this position. They certainly still have to worry a little bit about the targeting of the attacks this turn, as if Fluttermane and Chi-Yu just decide to go full on the offense here, that could be a really risky spot for Ethan. But overall, Steven's actually taking a very passive approach to his first turn.
Yeah, I was actually thinking Steven would potentially be very unlikely to switch Fluttermane out on this turn because you lose the booster energy boost on it, but Steven is foregoing his entire turn 1 to activate the Commander combo with Tatsugiri and Dondozo. Now, if Ethan was going for an attack into that Fluttermane slot, it would miss just like it did in game 1. So a big play coming out in a big game for Steven, and let's see if it pays off on his end. The only attacks are going to be from Ethan's side.
And we're also seeing Ethan commit the Terrastalization to that Urshifu this turn now. So all in on this first attack.
Terra Water Urshifu, just like the Terra Psychic on Iron Crown, you're going to be boosting the damage of those water attacks. Tailwind from Tornadus. Where is this Surging Strikes going into? Is it the empty slot? And it is! Tatsugiri going to dodge that. Dondozo, even if you did target there, is still resisted. What a call from Steven.
I think Ethan correctly identifying that some Fluttermane can be trained to take Choice Scarf or Urshifu Surging Strikes, depending on how it's trained. So you want to lock in that Terra to guarantee the KO, but Steven recognizing that that was the most likely play from Ethan that turn, turned it on its head, sent in the Tatsugiri in that spot, and now this Dondozo, yes, it's going to be naturally slower thanks to the Tailwind on the opposing side of the field. It has enough defense to start dealing some really big damage, potentially even to order up to boost its own attack. Steven has so many options this turn, but another adjustment.
And now Urshifu has to swap out here because you don't want to click Surging Strikes into a water type. So we will finally see Ogerpon Hearthling for the first time in this set. Dondozo is going to avoid the Tornadus attack too as well. Insult to injury, and calling the Urshifu swap will go for the knockout into Ogerpon.
A great call there from Steven, because if this was like what we saw in game 1 or 2, that could have been the Ndidi, that could have been the Iron Crown, could have been Fluttermane. So just very safely picking your most strongest attack, just happened to catch the Ogerpon, which really that Woodhammer was a very tempting target for the Dondozo. So just eliminating that Pokemon entirely. The Bleak Wind miss is a little bit unfortunate, as it's possible another Bleak Wind Storm plus an attack from this Fluttermane would be enough to pick up the KO on the Dondozo, but still, Steven just has such a lead in this match already.
It's 2 wasted turns of Tailwind, and it's going to be a third because Steven's smartly protecting here. Sunny day, nice though for Ethan. You know that Tailwind is going to eventually expire, right? So activate the sun while well, your Choice Specs Flutter Mane is on the field, so you can get the Photosynthesis and Choice Specs boost. Really smart play from Ethan. Unfortunately, not going to help you this turn with the Protect, though.
And indicating how this Flutter Mane is trained on Ethan's side of the field, getting the boost in its speed and not its special attack. That's something a little bit unique about this Flutter Mane, and I think will make it a bigger threat once the Tornadus and the Tailwind is gone, assuming we get to that position. Of course, Dondozo has a lot of work to do to get to that point in time, trying to stall out the remainder of the Tailwind turns. I think to get there, knowing that it can't really take a lot of damage here, but we'll see if it's able to survive the turn.
Choice Specs boosted. Moonblast into Dondozo, brings it down to half HP, and Bleakwind Storm does connect this time around, and you can see the damage, even if the first one did connect, that it would not have been enough for the knockout. So now Dondozo can respond with an Earthquake into the Flutter Mane. Tornadus avoiding as a flying type, not going to get hit, and that would be a 2-hit KO onto the Flutter Mane.
That would be, but will it have the opportunity as Tornadus at full health can go for another Tailwind, and Flutter Mane can easily follow it up with another Moonblast. We are in an interesting position though, where if the Flutter Mane finds itself KO'd before the sunlight expires, this Urshifu in the back of Ethan's party will be at a disadvantage because of that sunlight, and the Chi-Yu on Steven's side of the field could be at an advantage, so that's a position that Steven could try and play his way towards, you know, really focusing in on the Flutter Mane. Can't protect because of the Choice Specs. That's one way you can find your way out of this spot.
So Flutter Mane going to swap out here, wants to reset its Choice Locked attack on this turn. So Ethan will bring her Shifu Rapid Strike back onto the field. The Bleakwind Storm is going to connect yet again and bring Dondozo down finally into the red. But it's not going to stop Dondozo from going for an order up, boosting its attack one more time.
All right, so had that first Bleakwind hit, we would be in a situation where Dondozo could be removed from the field, but it will be around for one more turn. You look like you have something to say.
No, I was worried about protecting in front of, I was worried about protecting in front of the Urshifu because I was thinking on the last turn, but potentially maybe if you go for a protect. But I think Steven has gotten what he's wanted out of Dondozo at this point, so you don't really mind if it gets knocked out.
And I think you're also in a position where odds are it will be knocked out this turn. You know, I do think that you should click the attack move anyway, obviously. If something happens, you know, give yourself the best shot. But at the end of the day, if Dondozo is going to be removed from the field, you know, maybe it's not the worst mistake to make at the end of the day.
Yeah, and now it's the time for Ethan to click Tailwind, get the most optimization out of these turns. Clicking Close Combat as well. Into the Tatsugiri slot though, not the Dondozo, so you will avoid, and the Dondozo is going to stick around. I think Ethan is trying to set up a turn where you knock out Dondozo to then allow Tatsugiri to take damage afterwards.
I agree 100%. So just acknowledging that the previous turn would set up the Tailwind. You're not going to do any damage, but you're also not going to get knocked out by the Dondozo. This turn, assuming your Bleakwind connects and gets the KO, the Choice Scarf Close Combat into the Tatsugiri, you're absolutely right. That will be doing your best amount of damage in this situation to that Tatsugiri. Also will stop it from potentially terastallizing like we've seen it do. Not that it will necessarily want to in this spot, but still. And now the Dondozo protecting to stop that play.
Yeah, protecting, but it's not going to matter because of Unseen Fist. So this is the play Ethan was building up to. Intentionally chose to target the wrong, quote-unquote, slot, right? To waste a turn so that now Urshifu knocks out Dondozo and brings Tatsugiri onto the field. And the Bleakwind Storm, if it connected, would have done some solid damage there.
Flutter Mane now out on the field for Steven. Will not...
This is a roller coaster.
This is yeah, I know, this is a roller coaster. So there is no sun on the field, and it has already used its booster energy. So it will not be benefiting from any speed boost. The Urshifu will be in the position it was in all the way back in turn 1, where it can threaten a attack into the Flutter Mane eventually.
Yeah, I think at this point, because because your choice locked into close combat, Urshifu might want to just switch out right now because you can't hit the ghost typing, right, on the Flutter Mane, and potentially, you know, that's what you're going to need, is you're going to need the Surging Strikes into that Flutter Mane later on in this matchup. That's what Ethan, understanding here, needs to switch it out, but this is something that Steven can take advantage of. Flutter Mane is already under 50% remaining health, and that is the terrestrialization.
It's an interesting spot to be in, though, because, yes, you do save the Surging Strikes for later, which will do great against the Flutter Mane, it'll do great against the Chi-Yu, but at the same time, you are leaving your own Flutter Mane open to some really big damage this turn.
All right, Bleakwind Storm connecting onto both and getting a speed drop onto only the Tatsugiri. Now a Terra Fairy boosted Moonblast into Flutter Mane, gets the KO, and Ethan Trejo is down to his last 2 Pokemon. It'll be the first 2 he brought in Game 3, and Tornadus will stick around for one more turn as Draco Meteor barely misses the knockout.
But with a 3-2 Pokemon lead and with a significant health advantage on Steven's side of the field, I do think there would have to be a little bit of shenanigans here in order for Ethan to find a win condition. Steven can only... He could protect this turn, however, the Urshifu would be able to attack through the protect. Tornadus could then try and reset the Tailwind, but then we would sort of be in the same spot we would be in right now.
So here's the Surging Sparks into, or Surging Strikes, excuse me, apologize. Surging Strikes into the Flutter Mane. You knew, as Gabby had mentioned, you can't protect because, or Unseen Fist will just go through that. So Steven has to force that Flutter Mane to get knocked out. Neither of Tatsugiri's attacks are fully accurate, though, so that's one thing that might work out in Ethan's favor. Bleakwind Storm connecting onto Tatsugiri, bringing it down very low. Already got 1 speed drop. Might as well throw another one into the ring. And Draco Meteor does connect on the Urshifu, and that was most of Ethan's remaining damage.
Exactly. Had the Draco Meteor missed there, the Urshifu would have been able to target down the Chi-Yu the next turn, pick up that KO, and then the Tornadus would have been able to try and land another Bleakwind Storm, and then worst case scenario, if Muddy Water didn't pick up the KO there, that would have been Ethan's out. But unfortunately, Steven Morioka once again being able to land the attacks he needed to land to win the game.
Dark Pulse into Tornadus, and that will do it. Steven Morioka 4-0 here to start his day at the Houston Regional Championships. And you know, not for nothing, Gabby, but sometimes it feels like you gotta win all 3 games in a set there. That's kind of how Steven's feeling right now because of that icy win in Game 1.
You know, that's just Pokemon, though, at the end of the day. If you want to play a game where things can just happen consistently, I don't know what to tell you. I don't think Pokemon's it.
The Bleakwind Storms, the Muddy Waters, the Draco Meteors, I mean, that was scary.
But it's what makes Pokemon exciting at the end of the day. It keeps you on the edge of your seat, and being able to find consistency in situations where there can be this random chance, such as finding the opportunity to land Earthquakes into the opposing Pokemon, finding the opportunity to set yourself up for KOs, even if it means not doing damage the previous turn. You know, maybe wasn't the best choice for Ethan in retrospect, but in that moment was a really cool play. And I think had things played out a little bit differently, maybe that Urshifu not forced to switch out to change its move, that could have been, you know, that could have been the winning play.
Yeah, I think there's a way to analyze that set. I'm excited to see how we break it down later on, but that game, I should say, where it very much felt as if Steven had quote-unquote won the game on turn 1 with that Dondozo Tatsugiri swap, but credit to Ethan for bringing that game back. Credit to leaving the size spam core in the back as well, because it's just those first 2 games, it really didn't seem like there was an Iron Crown sweep possible against Steven's strategy. So I think, unfortunately, Ogerpon getting 1-hit KO'd, and you know, the adjustments that Ethan had to make made it so difficult. But the fact that he made it so close, that because of how strong turn 1 was in Steven's favor, the fact that he still could have won if Draco Meteor missed, like, that is credit to how strong of a trainer Ethan is, that he brought that game back.
And I think the reason why you couldn't ultimately ultimately bring the Iron Crown and Indeedee in that matchup is honestly because of the Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu. You know, typically when you look at Dondozo teams, you know, Dondozo is a Pokemon that has incredible defenses, but its special defense really leaves a lot to be desired, and that's usually how people will go after it. You know, they'll bring their big special attackers, such as Iron Crown, Terra Psychic in Psychic terrain to deal that big
With Calm
damage.
Mind, yeah.
With Calm Mind. But because you have your own big special attackers and your own ability to match the booster speed, to match, you know, the ability to do good spread damage, to eliminate the Indeedee's redirection, it just wasn't really an option for Ethan. So Steven just identifying a really unique approach to this team as well.
Yeah, and one of the great things with Iron Crown, right, or Pokemon in general, is you can run Iron Crown with Terra Water, and it's going to help you way better against Chi-Yu, versus running the Psychic version without it is going to change up your matchups drastically, even with the same Pokemon. So absolutely congratulations to Steven. Let's hear what he has to say. Let's head on over for a quick interview with Steven Morioka.
Thanks, Joe Brown. Thanks, Gabby. I am here with Steven. After that victory we got to see, your first words to me was like, yeah, that was a crazy set. Like, talk to me about how you're feeling, just the craziness that went on.
Yeah, it was a very fun game. You know, Ethan's a good friend of mine. We're both from the Chicago area, so we play at locals a lot together. There's just a lot of accuracy issues in those games where you saw a bunch of moves missing, which was okay. You know, I had a clutch survival in game 2, which I think I would have had a tough time dealing with the Fluttermane if Dondozo didn't survive that double up that turn when Iron Crown and Fluttermane attacked it. But it was a lot of fun. There are mind games on whether a Pokemon's going to attack, going to stay in. Do I need to switch? You know, is my opponent going to switch? So it was a lot of fun.
I mean, it definitely was a really fun experience for us too, being able to spectate. And you said that he's a good friend of yours, like being able to do these locals. Is this a matchup that you've played before up against him, or?
Yes, yeah, we played at locals before, pretty close to both of these two teams already. And I've been playing, I played a lot of Iron Crown and Indeedee today already as well. So that's helped a bit. Different variants, but yeah, we do play at locals, not super frequently. We just don't happen to get paired together. But yeah, it's a good experience playing a strong trainer like Ethan.
I mean, you guys just have to travel all the way to Houston to finally really get to pair against each other, right?
Yep.
Now, I want to talk about your team, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen you with Dondozo Tatsugiri at a regional since past regulation back in Pittsburgh, right?
Yes, that's correct. I brought Tatsugiri Dondozo version, the Regulation H version, to Pittsburgh. Managed to advance to day 2 with that. And yeah, last time I brought... last time we had Regulation F, I brought this to Orlando of 2024. Yes.
It's been a bit.
The lead up to that season, it's been a bit for that first Regulation F go around. But yeah, this team, you know, it gets a lot of criticism for the play style and just like the concept of the team and the build of the team. But honestly, it's just like a comfort pick for me. This whole second go around of Regulation F, I've been playing a lot of the Tinglu Dondozo team, which, you know, still had one of my favorite Generation 9 Pokemon, Dondozo, on it. But just some of the Sand Tomb accuracy issues, they just kind of plagued me a little bit in some of the previous majors I was at, and I just had more fun playing, you know, my comfort pick in the standard Dondozo Tatsugiri.
Go from one inaccuracy to another inaccuracy,
exactly.
Right? Was there just a kind of like an eureka moment, or what brought you back to this team? Because you played something different for UIC, right? So what was kind of like the go around to like, wait a second, like this is what I was kind of missing out on?
Yeah, honestly, it was just a comfort pick. This is what I wanted to play. I was just gonna have more fun playing this style anyway than any other type of team for this format right now. So, you know, I always prioritize and tell all the newer players that are coming around the scene to encourage them, you know, keep playing, keep training, don't give up, and honestly, the most important thing is have fun.
I love that advice to the players out there, because it's really easy to kind of get wrapped up in the competition and serious about it, but You're smiling on stage. You're smiling here. Is that kind of the mindset going into the rest of the day two? Because you're great record so far. There's still a long tournament. Same mindset, like go out there, have fun?
Yes, definitely. Definitely just focusing on still having fun out there, focusing on each game, obviously, but just having fun, you know, being welcoming to all of my opponents, all my neighbors I'm playing next to as well, and, you know, just, you know, being a good sport about things. You know, sportsmanship is something I really take pride in with this game, just being around for so long, and yes, cannot emphasize that enough. Have fun, everybody, please.
Love that. It's Pokemon at the end of the day, right? We love to hear that. I definitely want to make sure you can get back to your friends out there too, but before I let you go, I got 2 questions, but the first off would be if you have any shout outs or any final words to those watching.
Yeah, I guess my shout outs would be to my family, my dad, sister, brother, sister-in-law, you know, niece, and all my friends at home, they're watching. And my mom is here playing in the event as well in the Houston Regional.
Really?
So I just want to say thank you to her. You know, I have a whole great family support system, and you know, we do travel a lot. We actually did the long drive from Chicago to here for this event. So I enjoy the road trips, and I enjoy the company and always the help with everything.
I love to hear that she's competing too. Are we going to have a Morioka family finals tomorrow?
I don't know. That might be tough. She wasn't doing too well at the beginning of this tournament so far, so I can't really count on that. But you know, just great having her around at all the events still.
We believe in the comeback, that's for sure. Last but not least, I've been asking everyone this, but we are in Houston. We got all the cowboy hats around. What Pokemon do you think is going to look best in a cowboy hat?
What Pokemon? I would have to go kind of back to the Alola region and just go with Mudsdale.
Okay.
Because I think there's a trainer wearing a cowboy or cowgirl hat, and the Mudsdale just screams ranch to me.
Joe Brown, I think, had the exact same answer to
really?
you. You guys are aligned. Yeah, okay. I'm also surprised you didn't say Dondozo, because I feel like that would be quite
Oh,
a
that
funny
would be
image.
cute, yeah.
It's not too late. It's not too late. We can find a cowboy hat for the Dondozos out there. But Steven, congrats on this win. Best of luck going on for the rest of the competition.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, thank you. As for us, still a little bit more to break down, so let's go over to Evan Lat, break it down, whatever we called it. Go.
Excuse? It's What's the Strat with Evan Lat, Sierra. Of course it is. And I have to say, the strat appears to be the family that plays together, wins together. I have been seeing Steven Morioka and his entire family compete since I was competing way back in 2010. Was the first time that I met them, and it's been a pleasure to see him and his brother and his mother out here competing over the course of that entire... I'm not going to do the math. I don't want to do the math. I could, but I don't want to. I don't want to say it out loud on camera right now. 16 years of playing Pokemon here now in Houston. But let's go ahead and jump into our match here. Of course, we have Steven running the Dondozo, the Toxic Dondozo variant here. First started by our colleague Yuki Zaninovic in the 2023 Oceania International Championships. That was the Glamora variant, using the ability of Glamora to set the toxic spikes. Here, Steven is using the Galarian Weezing to also add in that neutralizing gas to disrupt his opponents. But the important things here on this team, for this match in particular, is going to be this Rocky Helmet item. Now, this has been something that has been really taking the Dondozo world by storm, specifically because we are in an Urshifu meta. If you are in an Urshifu meta and you can resist the surging strikes, Rocky Helmet's a pretty good add-on for that. So you can see over and over throughout this set that Ethan was afraid of leaving that Urshifu in alongside of the Dondozo because of this Rocky Helmet. The other important thing to note here, this Tatsugiri, sometimes we see this as a Choice Scarf version or a Focus Sash version. Focus Sash, of course, is over here on the Chi-Yu, but instead we have the Safety Goggles. And that's important because it means that Tatsugiri can use additional moves that aren't just attacks. So in addition to the Muddy Water and Draco Meteor, Tatsugiri has Protect as well as Helping Hand to offer an additional boost to its partner's damage if it is not inside the Dondozo or if the Dondozo has fainted earlier on. Also got to shout out this Terra Steel, which was very important over the course of this set. we've seen before, this Terra Steel can be really disruptive if you are relying on Iron Crown and that Psychic and Steel combination. Now, if we go ahead and look in at Ethan's team, again, this is very similar to the team that we saw Leslie using earlier on in the day. However, switching out the Regidrago for the Flutter main. Still going on the offensive there with the Choice Specs variant, but adding in that Perish Song, which, as Joe called out, is often a tech for sometimes if you're in a last-ditch Dondozo answer. Unfortunately, Ethan never really got a chance to position that, and honestly, being able to just deal big damage with Moonblast was going to get through that Dondozo faster, but never really got an option to really set up a position for the Perish Song on there. Again, really important here, the Choice Scarf on the Urshifu means that if it is on the field, it has to attack, and if it is on the field in front of a Dondozo, it has to attack into the Dondozo, or, spoilers, the empty slot next to the Dondozo. And that is really important because of that Rocky Helmet item. That means that Urshifu is always going to be taking damage and not really dealing a whole lot back to the Dondozo. Let's hop into game number 1 here. We have both of our competitors out here. The lead's going to be the Urshifu and the Iron Crown for Ethan, alongside the Chi-Yu and the Dondozo for Steven. The Dondozo plus a Pokemon is a classic fake-out lead for Dondozo players. It gives you so much flexibility because Dondozo could go for an attack, it could protect itself, it could switch out, or the Chi-Yu could do any number of those things. And it's really important because you want to try to catch the Dondozo before it gets rolling with the Commander boost. But if you guess wrong, then you actually end up giving a free turn over to your opponent when that Tatsugiri switches in, goes inside the Dondozo, activates the Commander ability, and then is immune to damage. So if that Urshifu or Iron Crown target the Chi-Yu as the Tatsugiri switches in, then no damage will be dealt to that Pokemon, and that's just a free turn and a free Commander boost for the Dondozo. That's why we see that Ethan, again, Urshifu alongside the Dondozo, does not want to stay in here. Even though it has a decent matchup into the Chi-Yu, of course, there's always that threat of the Chi-Yu switching out to the Tatsugiri, which is, of course, what we see ends up happening. Instead, we get the Indeedee coming out as the Urshifu switches out, and I love this. This play in game 1. Iron Crown goes for a Calm Mind here instead of additional damage. It was able to get a little bit of chip damage onto the Dondozo earlier on in the game, but not enough for a KO with Helping Hand. So instead of spending 2 turns on the offense, Iron Crown instead gets a free turn of boosting action with that Calm Mind. And even though it takes damage in the form of this Earthquake, Indeedee is able to hang on, which means it can still give a Helping Hand boost to the Iron Crown. You can see the damage on the Dondozo right here. It only took about 70 or 90 damage there, rather, 82 damage. So it wasn't actually going to be enough with the Helping Hand boost, but Helping Hand plus Calm Mind will get you there in the same amount of turns as 2 Expanding Forces. And from there, the Iron Crown is able to start dealing some big damage, gets KOs onto the Dondozo, finally breaks through it, while Ethan here is forced to switch out the Indeedee here to protect it later. This is important because Ethan really needs to keep other switches available for the Flutter main in the back, which is, of course, choice locked. Here, though, we see the first Steel Terastallization from that Tatsugiri, which proves to be a real thorn in Ethan's side here, going for the Protect here, while instead the Urshifu is going to take a Heat Wave and a Muddy Water, meaning that it will be knocked out on the switch-in. That's a huge loss for Ethan. Would have loved to have had one of those 2 attacks miss, so that Urshifu might have been able to get in here with its Choice Scarf and be able to threaten either of these 2 Pokemon remaining on Steven's side. From here, things get a little bit messy. We do see a lot of Muddy Waters, accuracy drops, we see some misses, but ultimately what it comes down to is this Iron Crown is unable to get a double protect off here, which means that this Icy Wind will knock it out. But crucially, the Flutter main avoids the Icy Wind on Ethan's side. These players don't really know how each other's Fluttermanes are trained. Sometimes these Fluttermane can be very bulky, which means that they are slower if they are choice specs, but that doesn't end up mattering as much as that little bit of chip damage onto the Fluttermane. So Ethan's Fluttermane is able to avoid damage, fire back a one-hit KO with the Shadow Ball, and then Tatsugiri, with its Muddy Water, connects onto Fluttermane and just a sliver of health remaining. You get the accuracy drop there, so there is a little bit of hope for Steven in the future, but it's not going to be enough here as the Shadow Ball connects, this time onto the Tatsugiri. Holds on just a little bit, but the Muddy Water is going to miss once again. And from there, it's just all about, is it enough to have gotten that one accuracy drop? And unfortunately for Steven this turn, it is not. So is unable to take the win in game one, and Ethan goes up 1-0 in the set. And that was a really close set. Obviously, there was a lot of variance in that particular game, but it was still really close. And this is kind of just what happens when you're using some of these moves that have imperfect accuracy and have secondary effects like the Muddy Water. Let's hop into game number 2 now, see what goes different here. Same leads come out from both players, the Iron Crown and Urshifu on Ethan's side, and the Dondozo and Chi-Yu from Steven's side. Now here's what happened in game 1. In game 1, Steven went for an Earthquake right off the bat to try and get damage onto both the Urshifu and the Iron Crown, while switching in the Tatsugiri. What that did was it did a little bit of respectable chip damage to the Iron Crown, which did have to use its Terastallization, and to the Indeedee on the switch-in, while also giving Steven the ability to boost all of its stats with the Commander. Here's what happens in game 2. In game 2, Ethan does still go for the Terastallization onto the Iron Crown here, is going to be able to remove the Steel typing, but instead of going for an Earthquake previously, Steven went for an Order Up, which gave itself an attack boost onto that Indeedee on the switch-in. So instead of the split damage from Earthquake, goes for the Order Up to get an attack boost, while this Iron Crown is continuing to boost itself with the Calm Mind. Ethan, of course, knows the rest of the Pokemon on Steven's team and knows that he is going to need that extra special defense boost to break through the Dondozo. And with the combination of the Order Up and the Earthquake, Dondozo is able to knock out the Indeedee, deal good damage back to the Iron Crown again, and take a KO and set up this important set here with the Fluttermane. Now, if you're Ethan, you're probably feeling pretty okay about this. This is 2 extremely powerful special attackers up against a Dondozo, which typically does not want to take too much damage on the special side. Unfortunately, Ethan just does not have the damage here. Here comes the Expanding Force. Tatsugiri, of course, dodges, but it will connect onto Dondozo, brings it down to 78 hit points, and at which point you really expect this Moonblast to pick up the KO, but with 5 hit points, Dondozo, able to survive, knocks out a key piece of Ethan's team by taking out that Fluttermane. And this is not going to be the first time Dondozo gets a big KO with Wave Crash, taking out an important piece of Ethan's team. And this is what's really scary about these Dondozo teams. If they are able to take a KO and break through your offensive or defensive cores, then the Pokemon in the back, including Tatsugiri, which is no slouch, are able to clean up pretty easily. We saw that in our previous round where the Fissure was able to knock out the Blood Moon Ursaluna and then be able to continue to take over the rest of that game. And here, it's this Wave Crash on that clutch survival. And even more importantly than the survival, Dondozo damages itself with the recoil from Wave Crash and will faint. That means that Tatsugiri gets to come out onto the field without taking any damage. That means that this Tatsugiri is able to go straight for this Steel Terastallization as it had in the previous set, making itself so safe from this Iron Crown, and the Urshifu on the other side is, of course, afraid of this Fluttermane, which with the booster energy is able to outspeed. The Helping Hand gives it just a little bit of extra oomph there to knock out the Urshifu in one hit. And from here, Steven Morioka is able to cleanly tie up this game. Now heading into game 3, it's a huge switch up here from both players. Ethan goes with the Tornadus and the Urshifu, while Steven goes with the Chi-Yu and Fluttermane combination. These are two extremely classic combinations here in the Scarlet and Violet era. Of course, Tornadus and Urshifu even before then. But this is a trap. What Steven has done is just laid a huge trap. This is a perfect lead to see if you have Dondozo Tatsugiri in the back, which, of course, he does. Steven hard switches both Fluttermane and Chi-Yu for Tatsugiri and Dondozo respectively, which means that they are able to come in, and this Urshifu and Tornadus cannot do anything to these Pokemon except for slowly try to chip away the health of Dondozo. But Urshifu definitely doesn't want to be hitting it with the Surging Strikes, and those Bleakwind Storms are really they're hit or miss, so to speak. Even here, Ethan is able to actually target correctly by not taking extra damage onto the Dondozo here, instead targeted down the Tatsugiri, but that is just not going to be it for him going forward in this. And especially after this set, he is forced to switch out the Urshifu because there is nothing that Pokemon can do against this Dondozo, and that opens up a huge opportunity for Steven. Here comes the Hearthflame Ogerpon, which could have done so much in this set with the fire and grass typing. Tornadus is not able to do much of anything. You can just see the Bleakwind Storms don't connect. The Wave Crash does. That's another one-hit KO from this Dondozo into a key offensive piece on Ethan's side. And with that, it's really struggle bus times for Ethan. It's really difficult at this point because Ethan is trying to set up a situation where he's able to defeat the Dondozo, but in such a way that Ethan will also be able to deal damage to the Tatsugiri afterwards. So you see him making some interesting plays here that seem really awkward from the outside, like going for a Tailwind here, while going for the close combat into the Tatsugiri slot. All of this is to set up a situation where Ethan is able to both remove the sunlight, because does not want to be able to either take away damage from the Urshifu or boost the Chi-Yu or Fluttermane on Steven's side, but also needs to be able to knock out this Dondozo and hit this Tatsugiri in the same breath. Now, does get the option to do so. The Dondozo is going to go down to the close combat here, but this is such a crucial miss here from the Bleakwind Storm. It is not going to hit the Tatsugiri, so all of that work that Ethan did to set up a situation where Ethan was able to knock out the Dondozo and swing at the Tatsugiri goes to waste because the Bleakwind Storm doesn't connect. And as you track the hit points over and over again for the rest of this end game here, that miss really matters here. The Tatsugiri having that extra bit of hit points is really able to set it up for success later on. Ethan, of course, is trying to reposition here, trying to find a way to get that Urshifu in a position where it can take out the Fluttermane, the Chi-Yu, and the Tatsugiri, but it's really hard for it to do so, given that it is water and fighting typing, until this terrestrialization happens. Now, Ethan is probably pretty safe to go for Surging Strikes if that Tatsugiri has taken a little bit more damage. You can see here it takes 63 from the Bleakwind Storm with double targets on the field. It's going to take another one that is single target, but it's not going to be enough to pick up the KO onto the Tatsugiri. Needed that one extra swing of the Bleakwind Storm that Ethan tried really hard to set up, but unfortunately just was not able to make it happen. The Bleakwind Storm did not connect onto Tatsugiri, and with that, Steven Morioka becomes 4-0 heading into round 5 of Swiss. And with that, it's time for us to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have even more action from here in Houston, Texas at our regional championships.
I am here with Apollo Stevens, Houston local, just about getting ready for the regional. How are you feeling going into the event, especially with this being your hometown regional?
I'm feeling really good. I'm so happy it's in Houston. I don't have to fly over, and I've been missing a lot of school for to attend these regionals. So yeah, really happy that I don't have to miss any school for this.
That definitely works out well. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Seattle and your run there, especially too, we got to see you there. You got to play on stream. We got to see the win. I want to talk about, though, your friends cheering you on in the crowd for a moment and your reaction to that, because that was a really funny clip.
Well, I actually like didn't really hear them in the moment, or maybe I was like just too locked in on the game. But like after the fact, like my friend like showed me the clip and it was like, hey, watch this. And then it was so funny just hearing like, I love you, Mr. Stevens.
I mean, what does that support me to? Your friends are there, they're cheering you on, especially too, this being your first year in the Masters division and playing against all these really tough opponents.
Yeah, I'm really like happy that I have a lot of friends. Like going into NAIC, like my first ever tournament, I had like some online friends, but like I didn't even really know them too well. But now like I just have so many more friends and I'm really happy and I'm really grateful.
I'm glad to hear about that. And you brought 2 Pokemon with you for this. Is Jumpluff and the Hoppip your favorites, or?
Yeah, the Hoppip is my favorite. Jumpluff might be my second favorite.
And what about Skiploom?
Skiploom? Honestly, Skiploom's an enemy.
Don't let James Evans hear that one. Now, gearing up for the event tomorrow, how are you feeling? Do you feel prepared going to the event? Any pressure because you're the hometown hero?
I feel like pretty fine. I don't want to put any extra pressure on myself. But like I do know I'm in a good spot for Worlds, and I don't have to do like too well here, even if I like want to qualify. Like if I just do well at my locals, then I like should be in a good place. And I also have Orlando and NAIC.
Makes sense. So we still have a couple of more tournaments. Now, I know that you get to travel out to these events, I think with your dad most of the time. So how is it being able to compete in Pokemon, travel around, and be with family while doing so?
But yeah, I'm really grateful for my dad, like taking his time to just go out to these like random places so he can just stay at the hotel room while I'm just at the venue competing.
I love to see that support. Last but not least, do you have any final thoughts going in tomorrow, or even friends to thank, those who've supported you?
Well, I want to thank my friends like Dorian and the Crow for like help with the team. But besides that, I can't really think of anyone right now.
Putting you on the spot, there's still event prep to do. Paulo, thank you for your time. Best of luck going on into the regional. As for us, let's get back to the action.
Welcome in, everybody. I brought 3 incredibly athletic trainers to do a little challenge called Can You Lift It? They're going to introduce themselves, and then we'll go ahead and get started. So, Caleb?
I'm Caleb Pang. My athletic history, played a lot of sports growing up, but primarily was a swimmer through javelin, and then I did a lot of Olympic weightlifting as in my adult life. Crowning achievement is I got 2nd place at a local meet to the head coach of the actual Olympics team. He's pretty fit too. He's a coach, but he was pretty fit.
Wow, all right.
Yeah, I didn't beat him, but close.
All right, Lauren?
Hi, I'm Lala Wonderland, and I'm a former professional cyclist and a amateur boxing coach.
All right, Andy?
Hi, my name is Andy, and I lifted a muffin to my face today.
All right. So we're going to have 3 parts of the game. We'll go ahead and kick off with part number 1. I'll ask each of you about a Pokemon, and then I'll reference his Pokedex entry to see how heavy it is. I need to know, can you lift it? All right? Caleb, you're up first.
All right.
Aegislash, the Royal Sword Pokemon.
Ooh. Is this blade form or is it shield form?
Shield form.
The heavy shields. I feel like I could lift it.
Okay. Aegislash comes in at 53 kilograms, which is 116 pounds. Caleb, I think you can lift it as well.
I got it.
All right, the next one. Lala. Okay. We have Shelgon, the Endurance Pokemon.
I feel like this is a trick question, so I don't think I can lift it.
Okay. It comes in at 110 kilograms, which is 243 pounds. It's actually pretty heavy. All right, Andy, I got one for you. Larvitar, the rock skin Pokemon. Excuse me.
I feel like this is also a trick question, and I don't think I can lift the Larvitar.
You don't think you can lift it?
No, it looks small, but it probably weighs a lot.
Okay, it is a rock type Pokemon. It's 72 kilograms, which is 158 pounds. So honestly, I respect it. All right.
Heavier than a muffin.
Next up, we're going to rank heavyweight Pokemon. These are Pokemon drawn from the Curitiba Regionals just last weekend. I have L&D Harjeff's Clodsire. I have Zardy's Guzzlord. And I have D-Saint's Tinkaton. I want you to work together as a team and rank them from lightest to heaviest. You have 15 seconds.
Well, what size are they? Were they like extra
The only note I can give you is that the Tinkaton is extra small.
Ooh, okay. I feel like Tinkaton's probably the lightest, right? That and Clodsire might be kind of, it's steel.
Is it including Tinkaton's hammer?
Oh, that's a good. No, it's gotta. Oh, yeah, that's a good
the
point.
hammer is gonna weigh a lot.
I feel like Guzzlord's maybe the heaviest, but now that you say the hammer, that might be a heavy hammer. What are you
5
thinking?
seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So what's the heaviest?
Guzzlord or Tinkaton, I think. I think Clodsire is probably the
I
lightest.
feel like Guzzlord is like a trick. Like it's not as big as you think it is.
It eats everything. What do you mean? All right. Well, you want to do second?
Yeah.
I think
Tinkaton first?
think first, then second.
Okay, small. Okay, we're gonna do.
All right. Oh, you have your order?
Yeah.
Okay, so from lightest to heaviest, go.
We got Clodsire, the lightest. We got Guzzlord, the second heaviest or second lightest, and then we got Tinkaton as the heaviest.
That is incorrect.
Oh!
As the lightest Pokemon here, we have Desyn's Tinkaton. It stands at 0.46 meters, which is just about 1.5 feet tall, and it only weighs 119 pounds. The second Pokemon is LNDS Harjeff's Clodsire, which is 7 feet 3 inches long, and it weighs 726 pounds. The heaviest Pokemon is Zardy's Guzzlord, coming in at 20 feet tall and 2,661 pounds. It's a massive Pokemon.
Yeah.
Massive Pokemon. All right, last part of the game, everybody. This is what I call the superset. I'm going to give each one of you an individual problem, and I need to hear your response, okay? Which Pokemon is heavier? Andy, we're going to reverse it. We'll start with you. Unova Stunfisk or Galarian Stunfisk?
Unova Stunfisk.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. Unova Stunfisk is 24.3 pounds, and Galarian Stunfisk with its steel typing is 45.2.
Okay.
All right, Lala.
Okay.
Quagsire or Swampert?
Swampert.
That's correct. It actually beats Quagsire by 15 pounds. So Swampert is 180.6 pounds, and Quagsire is 165. All right, Caleb, you ready?
All right, I'm ready.
Carbink or Sableye?
Oh. Sableye's like ghost too, but Carbink is kind of small.
It's a tough one, but it's rock.
I'm gonna go with Carbink. I feel like it's very condensed, right? It's very, very dense Pokemon, dense and heavy.
I'm sorry, Caleb, that's incorrect. Carbink is only 12.6 pounds, and Sableye is 24.5.
Oh, it has the drool too. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll just chalk it up to the drool. It's been a really fun segment, everybody. This is called Can You Lift It? Thank you so much for our participating trainers, and let's get back to the stream.
And welcome back, everybody, to round 5 of the Houston Regional Championships at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Potential relative, I'm unsure. We'll find out eventually. But we are having a lot of fun here. Joe Brown and Gabby Snyder ready for round 5. And we're halfway through our phase 1.
We are. We're halfway there. We have 4 more rounds to go, and yeah, I didn't realize we were going to be doing a little bit of family history here this
I didn't know either.
Okay.
Listen, it's a common name, so it can't be totally secure. Gonna have to, or you know.
Yeah, I mean, we're learning about Pokemon's weights. We're learning about your family history.
I was locked in on Carbink. I'm gonna be
about.
honest. I was ready for Carbink. I wasn't thinking
honestly
about
thought it was Carbink as well. We were both fools.
Speedy got us.
It was the wink. It was the wink.
it was the wink that did us in that one for sure. But I know we don't want to spoil anything for this matchup. But as we were looking through, I'm very excited for this matchup. I think some of the best parts of Regulation F for me, Gabby, are when you can use some of these, as you'll see, unexpected Pokemon that either offensively or defensively can really alter certain matchups.
I absolutely agree. It will not be Carbink, I can tell you that much. But no, you're right. It's I wouldn't necessarily say it's innovation because, you know, one of the teams we have seen do very well in the history of Pokemon, wink.
Yeah, I should have winked like Speedy, yeah.
I know. It's okay. I stole it. So.
Hey, no, you got it covered there. Let's take a look at the standings as we're getting ready for our round 5 matchup. And you can see the players remaining that are 4-0. Remember, as we always say, you have to go at minimum 6-2 during phase 1 in order to qualify for tomorrow. So these trainers that are 4-0, Gabby, they just have to go 2-2 for the rest of the day.
Exactly, and that's you're getting closer, right? I mean, we were just talking about this in the previous round. You know, you only have to win 2 more. It's not necessarily, you know, something you can feel comfortable about, but it's something you can start to feel confident about. And if this is, let's say, your second regional and you're 4-0 as opposed to maybe a rockier start the first go around, I think you can have a lot of confidence going into these latter rounds, knowing that you are doing better and that you do have, you know, that experience to fall back on. You know, maybe whatever happened the first go around was just a bad day. You know, everybody has them. I think, you know, given the names on this field, I think there are a few people out there who maybe aren't having the best morning here, but that just means we get the opportunity to showcase a lot of newer trainers here on the stream. And I think that's a benefit, honestly, for all of us at home.
Absolutely, and we can showcase the notable matches going into round 5 as well. The top one there, Seaver Ledane versus Apollo Stevens. We actually just had Apollo talking with Sierra about, you know, being the hometown hero, having the previous success, and, you know, trying to build upon that, and currently 4-0.
Yeah, we also have Pero Sen, who is running a very interesting team. We might be able to see that later on. You and I were talking about that earlier. Luca Paz and Andrew Zhu. We have Steven Warioka up there versus Kaylin Brown. A lot of trainers who look sort of familiar versus trainers we haven't seen before. So best of luck to everybody in this round 5 of Swiss. And I'm excited to learn a little more about Apollo. You know, that was a great interview we saw Sierra do, but I'm also excited to learn about Seaver, as this is his second regional.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. The fact that you can, you know, be 4-0 right now in your second regional. Seaver Ledane, as a Dane earlier, Ledane, and it might be a name we have to recognize because they go on a run here today, Gabby. We're never going to forget.
And that's also something I think that's really exciting about this like newer era of Pokemon, as we are in the 30th anniversary. You can come to these events and the resources are available that you can just have your moment, have your breakout event, even if it is only your first or second time competing at the regional level.
All right, so Seaver Ledane and Apollo Stevens. We have the Articuno versus Galarian Moltres, and those are not the only Pokemon, obviously, on this team. We're going to have to break down a lot more than that, but we can really start on Seaver's team with the Alolan Ninetales. And, you know, if you've seen the championship history video, Articuno, for 2 decades of competitive Pokemon, was not very strong, but with Alolan Ninetales, making it stronger with Terra, with the snow mechanics of Scarlet and Violet, and with Terra Ice, it is now a threat in Regulation F.
Now, I know you just worked on this history video, Joe, so I do have to ask you, the rest of this team looks a little bit different.
Yes, there is a Ninetales and an Articuno, but according, you know, different to Nikhil's Utrecht Championship team there. Ogerpon Wellspring, this is a Hearthflame instead. There was a Raging Bolt. There was a Landorus Incarnate instead of Roaring Moon, right? There are really a lot of differences here. The main thing is it is not Choice Specs Articuno, and there is no Sheer Cold.
There is no Sheer Cold, and I do want to take a moment to talk about the 4 Pokemon that aren't the Ice-type Pokemon on the field, as these are 4 Pokemon that Justin Tang identified on a previous regulation as just being very good, brought them into Regulation F, and they kind of just went off on their own and did very strong back in Toronto, I believe it was. So, you know, they kind of stand on their own. You have Tailwind support with the Booster Energy on the Roaring Moon. Choice Specs on Golden Go is a very powerful tool to have. You can redirect any Shadow Balls from Fluttermanes with the Ogerpon. And then, of course, Urshifu. I don't need to talk about Urshifu. Everybody knows about Urshifu. So adding the Ice core to this 4 Pokemon is a very unique take, and I'm really excited to see how it's going to slot in.
Yeah, it's very, very important with the freeze dry, with so many great water types in the format. We look at Apollo Stevens' team. We go from Kanto with the Articuno, and we go to Galar with Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, I had to run around the field to catch that Pokemon a few times, but I think it was worth it as choice specs with the Berserk special attack boost once you've taken enough damage. That Fiery Wrath is going to be one of the most powerful Dark-type moves in the metagame and something that you have to be very careful to play around. And I do like how Apollo has structured this team with the Sneasler Unburdened. You can activate that White Herb anytime your stats are dropped to boost its own speed up. You have coaching that can work really well with the Ogerpon and the Hisuian Arcanine. There's just ways for him to go really immediately on the offense with these Pokemon, as we saw him do in the past. And it's such a, you just have to be really careful because you make one wrong misplay and then all of a sudden there's a choice band head smash or a Fiery Wrath or who knows what that you have to contend with.
Right, and at least one of the legendary birds has a choice specs. It's holding it with Galarian Moltres with a Choice Specs Fiery Wrath. Its most important teammates being Fluttermane and Hisuian Arcanine. Really, the Hisuian Arcanine, Wellspring, and Raging Bolt betraying the Articuno core because those were all on the original team, and now they're on Apollo's side, switching it up, getting ready for Game 1. Apollo Stevens versus Seaver Ladan. Seaver with a Roaring Moon and Golden Go as his lead, activating the Photosynthesis thanks to the booster energy, boosting Roaring Moon speed. And Apollo says, hey, that's a great idea. I'll boost Fluttermane speed and have the Raging Bolt on the field as well.
But interestingly enough, the Roaring Moon getting that speed boost first, so it should be able to set up a tailwind here, giving Golden Goat the advantage if Seaver decides to go for that. It's a little bit of a risky play here, as you do have to worry about that Fluttermane then possibly going on the offense with some additional damage of its own if you don't lock into the Make It Rain, then sort of leaving you susceptible to that Raging Bolt. There's a lot of opportunities for trades here depending on what these trainers prioritize, and I think Apollo keeping that Fluttermane safe for later is his best option, as that Pokemon can win matches on its own.
Yeah, very often these flinch core teams in Regulation F with the Thunder Wave on Fluttermane, with Fiery Wrath, with Rock Slide, they do often go bulky on the Fluttermane and make up for the lack of speed investment with a booster energy. So great call from Gabby to see that Roaring Moon was going to outspeed this turn, so Apollo does not want to deal with the speed. And now Tailwind boosting Seaver's side of the field, his speed for the next 4 turns. Now a Make It Rain is resisted into Raging Bolt, and Ogerpon on the switch-in takes that very well. Dragon Pulse though from Roaring Moon, or onto the Roaring Moon, is not enough for the KO, barely hanging on.
Yeah, just making a trade there. The Terastallization for the lock move on the Golden Go. You know, Seaver was, I think, considering going for Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam there, and that's exactly why Apollo went for the Terra Electric on the Raging Bolt in addition to the Ogerpon switching in. Just making sure there was only so much the Golden Go could do that turn. Is a little bit unfortunate that the Roaring Moon wasn't knocked out by that attack. However, at the end of the day, the Roaring Moon probably would have enjoyed being removed, as it just wants to set up Tailwind and get out of the way for the Alolan Ninetales, who will be switching in for the Golden Go.
And if Alolan Ninetales is the 3rd Pokemon on the team, you can maybe, if you're Apollo, make an assumption that Articuno will be the 4th. Thunderclap into Roaring Moon, so calling that Roaring Moon would go for an attack. Apollo correctly predicts that and knocks out the Roaring Moon. Now Ivy Cudgel into Alolan Ninetales, no critical hit, means it takes that pretty well.
And this gives Seaver the opportunity to either send in the Articuno or the Golden Go. I like the Articuno a lot better. Yeah. Has Snow
with
and
the Tailwind too.
With Tailwind, with Snow and Snow Cloak, and the Never Melt Ice held item. That Blizzard with the Terastallization as well could do some really big damage, despite the fact that it won't be super effective against either of these Pokemon.
And it's really nice that Apollo, for Seaver I should say, that Apollo has already used Terastallization.
Yep.
And it was very smart of Apollo to preemptively Terastallize. You knew you were going to get hit by a Blizzard from either of these 2 Pokemon at some point. You need to get out of that Dragon typing. But it does stop Ogerpon from being able to Terastallize, boosting his special defense and you know, resisting those ice attacks. So kind of a difficult spot for Apollo, doing the right thing on the proper turn, but now it's going to cost you, forcing Ogerpon Wellspring to switch out. And it's time for Articuno to Terrastalize. So you're in the snow, you have the Never Melt Ice held item, and it's Terra Ice Articuno behind Aurora Veil, essentially a Reflect and Light Screen in one turn for this team for a side. And now the Blizzard into both is, they're actually, Raging Bolt takes that pretty well, but gets frozen!
It took it pretty well until it decided to just take a little bit of a breather.
No
It's
big
fine,
deal.
it's fine, everybody, it's fine.
Thaws immediately, fortunately for Apollo. And yeah, that could have been really tough. As, Apollo's the one that wants to spread flinch and spread paralysis, but he was the one that got statused.
You have to take a moment to breathe in those situations, as there is always a chance for the immediate thaw. Of course, if you're Arcanine, you could always opt to go for the Flare Blitz to thaw yourself if you were to freeze and you hadn't already locked into a move. But in this situation, what Seaver has to worry about is going to be the rock type attacks, as there is, you could go for a Flare Blitz for sure as well, but I think the Rock Slide here would be super tempting. It's not as accurate, but you're going to be doing so much more damage to either of these Pokemon.
Fake Tears acting like Whimsicott, lowering the special defense, but it's not enough. Arcanine, Seaver really needed the knockout there. But Flare Blitz dodging onto the Arcanine. There's so much chaos that Articuno provides on the field that Flare Blitz certainly would have gotten the knockout. But because the snow was up, there's always that small chance that you can dodge any attack.
And that is why we play Pokemon at the end of the day. Apollo, just unfortunately, a little bit unlucky
The
there.
Fake Tears tech, Gabby.
The Fake Tears tech is very cool, and the Alolan Ninetales opting to run that over Protect in that spot, really giving the Articuno play into a Pokemon it would normally struggle against if it was able to not dodge the attacks. And that's exactly why I think Apollo will be switching out that Arcanine, going to try and bring it back later, maybe when this Articuno is a little bit less of a threat.
And it makes sense when you go for Flare Blitz instead of Rock Slide, because you're going for the more accurate attack, but because of Snow Cloak, it is not fully accurate. Now, Ninetales can go for the Icy Wind onto both of these Pokemon, and Blizzard will connect, obviously, with the Snow being active, bringing Fluttermane down to under 50% of its HP remaining, and Apollo losing the Raging Bolt that he started the game with. So just 3 Pokemon left here in this game for Apollo. You have Ogerpon, but you can't redirect Blizzard, so, you know, who you bring in this spot?
You can't redirect Blizzard, but you can try and stall out the remaining snow turns, as this Alolan Ninetales is holding Light Clay to extend the duration of the Aurora Veil and not the duration of the Snowstorm. And Seaver does not have access to Tailwind anymore, so the speeds would be more predictable in this situation. The Fluttermane should be the fastest Pokemon on the field. The Arcanine can now opt to go for extreme speed to ensure that it will be attacking faster than any of the Pokemon on Seaver's side of the field. And at the end of the day, I think that's just what you have to do in this position. Go for extreme speed, maybe try and... You could try and go for some speed control as well on Fluttermane if you wanted to, but I think you really just have to go faster and try and deal damage.
But with the snow boost, because of the ice typing on Articuno, it's going to get a defensive boost, and extreme speed does hardly any damage, even with Choice Band on Hisuian Arcanine. You're going to respond with a KO from Alolan Ninetales into that Arcanine, and now Roost, Articuno, you were so close to getting the knockout for Apollo, and now it's back into the green. Now it's time for Apollo to start playing by his own rules with Thunder Wave. As the snow stops, there's now always that chance that Alolan Ninetales can be paralyzed every turn.
And some interesting interactions there as well, as the Ninetales was able to outspeed the Fluttermane without the booster energy prior to the paralysis. So just something to keep in mind if that were to come up in a Game 2 or a Game 3 situation.
The Articuno doesn't have the snow active right now, and so that's why Seaver is going to swap Alolan Ninetales out on this turn. Ogerpon Wellspring protecting itself with the spiky shield, and there's the protect that we were anticipating. Now, just waiting this one extra turn to restart the snow up next turn.
So now that We know where the targeting is going to go for that Thunder Wave. I do think it's a little bit interesting to opt to leave the Articuno on the field, as Seaver has put himself in this position where if Blizzard fails to knock out the Fluttermane this turn, we know it will connect as the Alolan Ninetales is going to come back out onto the field. Both of these Pokemon will be paralyzed, and that will give the Fluttermane and the Ogerpon the opportunity to attack faster. So a little bit of a risk here, but at the same time, you do have to wonder, like, well, if I were to leave the Golden Go on the field, you know, and go for another Make It Rain, or maybe try to lock into another attack, how that could potentially play out. But it is going to be that hero Articuno trying to do its best to pick up the KOs to win the game for Seaver.
Apollo definitely taking his time on that turn to determine his attacks here, knowing that the game is starting to slip away and might need the help of Thunder Wave to bring this one back. Articuno with the Blizzard, now that the snow has re-entered the field. These are fully accurate. Blizzard can't miss. It will connect onto Fluttermane and gets a critical hit. Fluttermane has a really solid special defense, an incredibly high special defense, and is generally trained very bulky with these Thunder Wave sets. So that crit was very nice.
Yeah, and the thing that made me nervous about that play was that Blizzard that connected earlier did just about half, and it's really hard to tell when it does just about half. Like, well, is that rounding up? Is that rounding down? Is that like the good play or the good roll? Is that the bad roll?
Right, because there was also icy wind damage included in there, right? So
it's really hard to say just how that would have played out had there not been a critical hit, but that's not the universe we're in. The universe we're in is the universe where this Articuno now is free to rely on Freeze Dry, which is going to be a much better move to use against the Ogerpon Wellspring.
4 times super effective at that. And one of the benefits, what I really like about Seaver's adaption on this team, is you give the choice specs to the Golden Go, right? You take it off of Articuno. You're able, because you're not choice locked, you can swap from Blizzard to Freeze Dry. You can protect to stall to give your Alolan Ninetales time to get back onto the field. And Apollo's Ogerpon goes down, and Seaver Ladan 1 game away from 5-0 here in Houston.
And you can also go for a Roost, so she saw that Articuno find time to sneak in as well. And really just making itself the MVP, the most most valuable bird of that game #1. It really honestly stayed on the field. It felt like the entire game once that Roaring Moon was knocked out, and just was comfortable going for Blizzard after Blizzard after Blizzard, and being able to guarantee the connection of those attacks, being bulky enough to take all of these hits with the help of the Aurora Veil, made it such a big target. And yes, there was that unfortunate miss on the Flare Blitz that we saw come through, but that's just the game you play when you're playing these Articuno teams. It's something that you have to account for in your strategy, and it just unfortunately did not work out for Apollo.
Yeah, very tough for him, but this is why we have best of 3, Gabby, right? That's why we're able to adjust. Apollo is going to have to make some adjustments in this matchup. Maybe start relying on the Thunder Waves earlier on instead of what it almost felt like somewhat of a last-ditch effort as the game was starting to slip away. Maybe start relying from the beginning with Thunder Wave, so then you can then more confidently click Rock Slide or potentially Fiery Wrath.
But if you were to do that, hypothetically speaking, it was the Golden Go and the Raging Moon on the field that could leave you open to taking a Make It Rain. So you have to wonder where the trade-off is, and how do you get the Fluttermane in front of the Articuno early enough to connect that Thunder Wave? I do think that you can't lead the Fluttermane because of the threat of the lead of the Golden Go, but then what Pokemon gets knocked out, or what Pokemon switches around so that you can get the Fluttermane on the field safely. And a lot of times in this position, people like to rely on Incineroar because it can Parting Shot or U-turn, but that's just not an option that Apollo has available to him.
Right, that is not what Hisuian Arcanine is. You don't have Parting Shot, you don't have Fake Out, you have Rock Slide and Choice Band instead. So that's what your Fire-type Intimidator is it's doing in this matchup. Apollo switching it up right away, bringing Hisuian Arcanine, onto the field next to Raging Bolt to lead instead of Flutter Mane, just like you were talking about, Gabby. And Seaver says, hey, don't need to switch it up. My Roaring Moon's going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field.
And honestly, that Arcanine is a great adjustment, knowing that Seaver went for the same exact lead, just because it is going to match up well into that Golden Go. And we know that the Raging Bolt is going to match up very well into the Roaring Moon. It might take a couple of turns here to pick up the KO onto these Pokemon, but every turn that passes is a potential turn of Tailwind burned if Seaver goes for that again. So Apollo's just buying himself time to a potential position where the Flutter Mane is faster than the Articuno and can start safely going for those Thunder Waves like we were talking about.
Interesting of Apollo to swap out his Hisuian Arcanine, as presumably if Articuno and Alolan Ninetales are the two Pokemon in the back, hitting the Golden Go slot, who cannot protect, means any of those three Pokemon would have been weak to the Flare Blitz going into that spot. But a critical hit into the Raging Bolt. Dragon Pulse, just like we saw in Game 1, does not get the KO. So this Seaver's Roaring Moon is trained very well to tank that hit.
And also, I think critically is now in a position where it can safely go for Tailwind after getting good damage against the Ogerpon. This is something that did not happen in Game 1 because you went for the Tailwind first and then the Thunderclap followed up. By going for the Tailwind second and going for the attack first, you're not leaving yourself vulnerable to the priority attack.
Right, so you will get the Tailwind because Thunderclap would fail if it targets into the Roaring Moon, and then even if you're totally okay. It almost seems like this is one of the times where Raging Bolt's not as effective as we've kind of built up in the format.
Exactly, and that is the downside of Raging Bolt right now, but it is still holding that Assault Vest, and with the special defense boost on the Ogerpon as well, these are two very bulky Pokemon that Seaver's going to have to find a way through, even though they've already taken a significant amount of damage.
That's an Embody Aspect boost onto a roughly, barely 30% HP remaining Ogerpon, and it matters! It hangs on through the hit. Now can respond with an Ivy Cudgel into Golden Go. Does not get the crit, so does not get the knockout. But Electro Web with the follow-up is a double KO.
But Roaring Moon was able to set up Tailwind, is getting out of the way. So if Seaver's final two Pokemon...
I've done my job.
Exactly, I've done my job. I did better than my job even. And now it's time for Articuno and Ninetales to set the stage. You have the speed advantage. You have the ability to go for an Aurora Veil. The Articuno can Terrastalize immediately to avoid taking super effective electric type attacks. You can even protect this turn if you're worried about the Thunderclap dealing a lot of damage. You know, Seaver still has a lot of options open to him, even though he is at the Pokemon disadvantage. It's only going to take one turn, essentially, to even up the score.
Exactly. Down 4-2, but in the advantage, has the momentum on Seaver's side as these two ice types working hand in hand to bring Seaver potentially just a couple KOs away from 5-0 here in this matchup. Finding time to Terrastalize Articuno into just a pure ice type now, so you're no longer weak to those electric attacks like a Thunderclap that Raging Bolt could be throwing in your direction. Ogerpon will Spiky Shield this turn to keep itself active. Maybe want to keep a potential redirection with Follow Me for a later turn. Thunderclap does not work here against the Articuno, and now Aurora Veil is set up. Now Articuno is as bulky as possible. Snow Cloak has been crucial for Seaver in 2 straight games to get a dodge.
Again, this is the game you play when you are running Articuno, and I really feel bad for Apollo, as these have been two, and maybe not as critical as game number 1, but you do have to, you know, wonder just how much the two Thunderclaps would have done to the Articuno together. I mean, we have the opportunity to see one coming up this turn, and whether or not that would make a difference when the Arcanine comes out to the field. With Aurora Veil around, you know, I do think that, especially with Snowcloak and the defensive boost, that it's possible this Articuno is just bulky enough that it would be able to withstand the Choice Band Arcanine, but still, there is so much momentum that this Articuno has just based off of its moves and its ability alone.
An avalanche of momentum, if you will, from these ice
But
type
it's a special attacker.
That's true. That's true. And it's going to do even more damage with these special attacks, thanks to Fake Tears lowering the special defensive Arcanine by 2 stages. That is that's a Raging Bull knockdown. And insult to injury, Arcanine gets frozen.
Well, we saw him use Flare Blitz the last game, so...
Yeah, but the Tailwind means Seaver's faster.
Yeah.
For that stare, that's a very frustrated Arcanine.
I know.
That stare, frozen stare.
I'm trying. Apollo's, this is just not, unfortunately, his game. And that, again, that's just what happens sometimes with Pokemon. And the booster energy speed boost on the Fluttermane, if it wasn't so bulky, maybe could be a potential out here. Again, Thunder Wave connecting with the Articuno so that it's paralyzed would certainly negate the Tailwind boost, and then the Flare Blitz, if it connects, there could be something there. But Seaver just has so much momentum. His Pokemon are at full health. There is still the Fake Tears in play as well to ensure that Blizzard can find the knockouts where it needs it. This is just a really cool version, pun intended apparently, of this Ice-type team just being able to use the Golden Go and the Roaring Moon to just open up opportunities for the Articuno really to shine.
Arcanine will swap out here while it's thawed to bring Ogerpon back onto the field with just barely a sliver of HP remaining. So any attack into that slot is going to be obviously more than enough for the KO. Ninetales with the Fake Tears into Fluttermane, harshly lowering the special defense by 2 stages. And the Thunder Wave goes towards Alolan Ninetales, not the Articuno. So Ninetales, since it's already moved this turn, can't get paralyzed. Here's the Terra Ice boosted Blizzard with the Fake Tears, brings Fluttermane down to the invisible Focus Sash. That's a really bulky Pokemon, and it just lost 99% of its HP to a neutral attack.
But critically, Fluttermane is faster than Articuno with booster energy in Tailwind. So that is something that if Apollo can find his way through this board position, which there is now a chance for him to do so, it's a very, very, very thin chance, but it is a chance that could come into play. You have to land the Thunder Wave. You have to hope for a lot of paralysis, but it's there.
You have to hope to thaw as well to click Rock Slide.
Well, you can guarantee the thaw with a Flare Blitz, and then you connect, and then you just paralyze. But yeah, you could also go for the Rock Slide. I honestly don't know which is better. You're also knocking
yourself out though with the Flare Blitz, right?
Yeah,
so Thunder Wave does connect. Both of Seaver's Pokemon are paralyzed, but the freeze on Arcanine, he can't go for the attack. Moonblast is ineffective. It doesn't get the KO. Articuno breaks through paralysis. Blizzard hits both of Apollo's Pokemon, and Seaver Ladan is 5-0 with Articuno.
What a game of Pokemon there at the end of the day. But again, you give the Articuno opportunities to do what it does best. And in this metagame, Snowcloak taking advantage of the snow, Blizzard taking advantage of the snow, the Ice-type Terrestrialization, those are the things that it does best. And if your opponent just isn't prepared for them, because this is a team that we have not really seen in Regulation F compared to a lot of the other cores out there, especially with the Golden Go and the Roaring Moon alongside of it, it just finds openings and it finds ways. And even though Seaver did have the Pokemon disadvantage very early on in this game number 2, he was able to just find a way.
Yeah, I think that adjustment from Seaver, who's already, you're able to take risks, right, Gabby?
Yep.
Because you're up a game here. To not Tailwind on turn 1 and go for the acrobatics into Ogerpon to get the damage off, as Apollo had correctly figured out his best answer was the Embody Aspect Ogerpon into these special attackers, right?
Yep.
And so to go for the acrobatics, to force it at low HP, and then stagger your Tailwind for later on in the game was just such a smart adjustment from Seaver.
Exactly, and I do want to give Apollo credit. Ending that game with a smile, I think, is a sign of a very strong Pokemon player. I think Stephen Morioka said earlier that sportsmanship was one of the things that he was proudest of. And I know a lot of times, especially when games happen like this, when you get the bad matchup, and on top of that, maybe there's some things that happen just aren't in your favor, like smiling is the last thing you want to do. Just great sportsmanship from Apollo as well. And, we saw him do very well in the seniors division. This is his first year in the masters division. I don't think this is the last we're going to see of him. I think he's we've seen a lot of really great potential from him. So I'm looking forward to see more of him and honestly more of Seaver. I would love to hear just how he came up with the team, how it's been treating him throughout the Regulation F metagame, and honestly how he's been finding his second regional championship ever.
Absolutely, because really, we have the time here to break it down, Gabby, when you can compare Seaver's team to the Nikhil Reddy Articuno team, right? It is vastly different. This is a remix. This is not an iteration of taking it and tweaking one move or tweaking one Pokemon. This team operates severely differently. There's no Landorus Incarnate, there's no Raging Bolt, there's no Ogerpon Wellspring for redirection, right? You took the choice specs off of Articuno to give it Protect and Roost and put specs on Golden Go for that extra power there, right? Like I just said, the Roaring Moon to have Tailwind access as well. I think it's just so cool to see how you can use the same Pokemon in Ninetales and Articuno, and it operates completely differently.
It's also kind of funny. I didn't want to get into this, before the battle because it's completely irrelevant to what we're talking about. But the original version of those 4 Pokemon was, I think, Regulation G with Calyrex Ice Rider. And, Ice Rider with the Articuno. Maybe that was how he got there or something. I don't know. But Articuno, honestly, looking like a better Ice-type Pokemon than Calyrex Ice Rider right now, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and it's tough for the Galarian Moltres, right? Like, I was excited to see that because that has been the big adjustment in Regulation F 2.0 when we first started this format back up again, were the Fiery Wraths next to the Thunder Waves, right?
Yeah,
and then whatever Fiery Wrath doesn't secure, then Rock Slide can take care of with the Arcanine. But it's tough to bring Raging Bolt into the double ice types. It's tough to bring Moltres into double ice types. I wonder what could happen because it's Terra Dark, which is also like really offensive. So I think Apollo had some really cool tech on this team we didn't get to see in those games, but we are really excited to find out how Seaver came to this team. So let's head on over with Sierra for an interview.
Thank you so much, you two. I am here with Seaver after an incredible win, now 5-0 here at Houston. How are you feeling after that set?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think the team is doing well. Yeah. I don't really have much else to say. I'm feeling pretty good.
Glad you're feeling good. I mean, something we talked about is you felt like that one maybe wasn't quite as deserved. Like, talk to me about the set, because it definitely was a crazy one to be watching through. We got the Snowcloak coming in glitch, we get to see Freeze, we get to see all of it happening.
Yeah, this just happens with Articuno sometimes, and I think it is generally a good matchup, but they played really well. I probably should have lost that because the early, turn 1 of game 1, they kind of baited me into locking in Make It Rain for Goldango, which, it's not a thing you want to do in front of 2 resists, but yeah, they played really well, and I don't feel like I played as well, but it happens sometimes.
It's Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
There's still plenty of opportunities. We'll get that mic up a little bit so everyone can hear you at home. We got to make sure we're getting the insight for the answers, because this next one I really need the answer to. It's Articuno. Because sometimes we get to see Articuno in VGC, but it isn't the most popular Pokemon. So why were you compelled to be bringing it into this event?
So I saw, this happened like a month ago. I saw all the Articuno teams online, and I was like, there's no way anybody can be using this right. I play a lot of DOU and stuff, and that has no teams that are more balance based. So I was like, why don't I lean really hard into the Aurora Veil and just focus on that? And then I saw some teams getting traction with Nevermelt Ice and then Roost. And I was like, that looks really nice. I think that works really well. I'm gonna use it. And so I've spent the past month working on that team generally. I started with Stun this format, but I didn't really like it, so.
You switch back to the snow. We've had an extended winter for a reason, so you could show up here with snow in your Articuno. But I mean, how have you felt it matches up meta-wise? Because we haven't seen, again, the most of it. It's been around, but it's not been crazy dominant. But we're kind of at a point where we get some of the balance, we get a lot of the tailwind, so you feel like it matches up at 5-0. It seems like it so far.
I have not dropped a game.
At all, okay.
If you want to put that in. But yeah, basically that's how I feel about it. The team, it is just really good. Initially I found like this core four of like Ursh, Ogre, Ninetales, Articuno, and I found that beat like basically every balanced team, which were like the top of the meta. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna use this and then get the two that patch up those matchups. And I think it works really well into this meta game right now.
I mean, not dropping a game?
No, I have not dropped a game. I mean, to be fair, my round 1 did not show up, so
counts.
Kind of only 8 game wins, but I still haven't dropped a game, so
exactly. We don't need to question the round 1.
Yeah.
But now that you're 5-0, I mean, 1 away from locking up phase 2. How is your mindset going into it? Are you kind of looking at the big picture, like, okay, this is a winning team, or is it kind of that mentality players talk about it, like that one game at a time?
I felt like it could be a winning team, but my goal for this tournament was 5-3 at least, because at Vegas I went 4-4, when I was a much worse player with a much worse team, and I got pretty bad matchup luck. So I was thinking, okay, as long as I can improve off that, I'll be happy. But going into it, I definitely thought this could be a winning team. I've been taking it game by game, though. I think that game by game is the best way to do it.
I mean, you cannot at any point not be able to hit that 5-3 at the end of it that you aimed for. And hopefully we'll get to see a lot more wins. 2 things to be wrapping up so I can let you get back to the field. But first, if you have any shout-outs or anyone you want to thank.
Oh yeah, my mom and little sister are here with me. They're great. My little sister doesn't play VGC much, but I let her use this team in seniors if you want us to check that out. But she's like 2-2, I think, right now. And my other friend, I actually don't know his real name, but he's called Spooky Online, and he did help me build this. He helped a big part with some of the choices on this team. And I think he went 1-3, which is, he got really bad matchups.
It's like that sometimes, but your sister's still in it, so the best of luck to her, and best of luck to you as well. And last but not least, with us being in Houston, got to ask everyone, what Pokemon do you think looks best in a cowboy hat? Would it be the Articuno?
I'm a bit biased because it's my favorite Pokemon, but Phalanx, just 6 little cowboy hats, would look so good. I think that it would be very funny.
And the 6 hats, I love that. That's a really good answer. Thank you for your time. Best of luck going on for the rest of the tournament with the Articuno. We're looking forward to seeing the run. As for us, we still have a lot more Pokemon on the day, but of course, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna waste some time after this short break. Stay tuned.
What makes a Pokemon viable in VGC? There are many factors to consider. Fluttermane has strong offensive pressure. Amoonguss has incredible defensive utility. Rillaboom has valuable support with an ability that boosts its damage. And if you're looking for a Pokemon that can do all of the above, then Incineroar has got you covered. These are the skills trainers look for when building teams. These are also traits lacking from legendary Pokemon Articuno. Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For nearly 2 decades, Articuno was better off left in the Seafoam Islands than it was on the battlefield.
It's going to be Articuno. How much can this Pokemon do?
Oh, that's a miss. That's huge.
The other 2 legendary birds from Kanto had many more accolades than Articuno. In 2019, world champion Paul Ruiz got top 4 at LASC by using Moltres as a Xerneas count.
The way that he builds his team is just phenomenal. You can see that wonderful Moltres.
Zapdos has a fantastic typing, great utility, and a decade's worth of top finishes to its name. Chaldean region introduced terrestrialization, giving Pokemon the chance to change their typing and potentially change their fate. Scarlet and Violet also changed Hail to Snow, now boosting Ice Pokemon's defense by 1 stage. Terrestrialization and Snow were the missing pieces needed for Articuno to finally show us what it's got in VGC. 2 brave trainers were up to the challenge, Amir Abdulovsky and Nikhil Reddy. At the Utrecht special event, Nikhil cracked the code on Articuno, and Amir also saw the potential in this diamond in the rough. The most important teammate was Alolan Ninetales, which set up the snow, giving Articuno accurate blizzards and helping it take less damage thanks to Aurora Veil. Hisuian Arcanine was the other key Pokemon in this core, with Intimidate to lower attacks and Rock Slide or Flare Blitz to threaten the Pokemon that resisted Blizzard.
Rock Slide there, launched out from the Arcanine.
Nikhil and Amir took Utrecht by storm with one of the coolest strategies we've seen in VGC.
There for a particular point in time in a match where you need that one-hit KO. Body Press does connect through. Articuno able to take that really well thanks to the Aurora Veil.
Sheer Cold though does connect. It's connecting onto the Registeel, and the Registeel is down and out. One-hit KO.
There it is.
Choice Spec Sheer Cold sent a shiver down the spine of Articuno's opponents.
Wrap-up trainers, it's getting cold in here.
Sheer Cold!
It connects!
It's going!
Not every day you see an Articuno taking down an Incineroar, but the king of Pokemon video game has been felt. Exactly, Articuno gets it! The Sheer Cold comes through. All of Registeel's efforts are null and void.
Thanks to this high-risk, high-reward team, Articuno finally had a chance to climb the mountain in VGC.
Amir Abdulovsky is here providing sheer entertainment on stream.
Destiny would pit Amir and Nikhil against each other in top 8. These 2 trainers were completely in sync during this chilling battle, choosing the same Pokemon, clicking the same attacks, and understanding this team like no one else could. We had never seen an Articuno exceed expectations like this, let alone 2 of them.
That's going to wrap up the game for Amir.
Look how much help that hand is doing to the damage count against that opposing Articuno. Critical hit, single target attack.
Often the winner in a mirror match is the one who can use their common information against their opponent and do something unexpected. After losing game 1, on the brink of elimination, Nikhil would leave Articuno on the sidelines to even up the set.
There's the Moonblast guaranteeing that if the Rock Slide connects, it will get the knockout. It does find its mark.
And it is a double knockout for Nikhil, getting Ninetales and Articuno off the board.
This showdown in the snow was starting to heat up, now tied 1 game apiece.
It looked like Amir was on the front foot for the early stages of that game.
I love a game 3.
Nikhil continued to rely on Arcanine in game 3. Knockout after knockout, Arcanine snowballed momentum for Nikhil, closing out the set and securing the title of Utrecht's strongest Articuno.
Let's be honest, the star of the show there, doesn't matter whose team it was on, it was the Hisuian Arcanine.
Articuno's cold front would continue in the finals. Nikhil already proved that all it takes is the right time and place to capitalize on your potential by taking one of the least viable legendary Pokemon in VGC history and turning it into a champion.
And that is going to be Nikhil Reddy, your champion of the Utrecht special event.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament. Check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether or not I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't gonna work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can.
You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
Welcome back, Pokemon traders, to the Houston Regional Championships. 5 rounds done with, over on day 1 of our competition, and only a few more rounds as players try and secure themselves for phase 2. We still have to wait for the round to finish up though, so we are gonna take a little break, play a little bit of games in the lounge. So to start off, we've been in Scarlet Violet for how long, trainers?
Roughly 3.5 years from launch, a little over 3 from the start of regionals, right? January 2022.
And would you say we've played like a lot of Pokemon in that time, gotten to see a lot of unique picks?
Yes, I would.
All right, so this next game, this next little segment we have is with the Paldean Pokedex. We are going to try and guess the Pokemon that have never made phase 2 of an official competition.
No.
Of fully evolved Pokemon, because I'm not a monster.
No.
There's one, it's one or is it multiple?
I got 13 here in my pile.
I was gonna say, I
only
think
13?
Yeah, actually, for the Paldean Pokedex, yeah, we've been doing good.
Yeah, wow, that's really good.
That's way better than I thought, honestly.
Yeah, our trainers are picking some spicy teams out there, so cannot hate on that at all. So you guys get underway. I got a list. I got a bunch of Pokemon here, and I've got our subject matter expert in my ear to hopefully tell me some great stuff if you guys are guessing wrong with what events things of phase 2. So anyone want to take the first guess? Phase 2 has never been in a phase 2.
go ahead, sorry.
Wishy-washy?
Nope.
That's a Alolan.
So
you're right. I was thinking of the...
So just for clarification,
the Paldean Pokedex.
Paldean or originated Pokemon.
Got it, okay.
Yes.
So not Pokemon you can catch in Paldea, Pokemon that were originally discovered.
Right. Got it, okay.
My Insta-lock for a very long time would have been Oinkologne or Oinkologne. I think it's Oinkologne, right? Cologne. But there was that recent iron body press, right?
No.
Strategy.
No.
No, what was it?
You don't know the Oinkologne strats.
No, I forgot.
Joe Brown,
I'm
you gotta
lost.
get up the level.
I'm lost in the Oink sauce.
Well, specifically, that's Oinkologne female.
Yes.
So Oinkologne male might be there, of course.
Yeah, that's the great call out, because that's what prompted this segment, was Seattle, the other Oinkologne making it to phase 2, but Oinkologne was left behind. So this is still wanted.
I'm a
phase 2 of our
fraud, but I get
competition.
partial credit because the male. Yeah.
Enjoy partial credit. I'll take the full score.
And the reason we're playing this now at Houston is we have just a couple of events left, assumingly, here for Scarlet and Violet. So this goes on the wanted list.
Who will make phase 2?
You have the opportunity.
With the worst Oinkologne.
I think it's got a great chance when the restricteds come back, you know?
Really? The Oinkologne, yeah. Really? I look forward to it. Him?
Of all people?
All right, that's our first one, gamers. We're starting off strong. All right.
Started off strong.
We got 12 more in our little list. And I can give hints along the way, don't worry.
I would love a hint.
I want to, I don't know. I don't want to keep guessing because what if I'm wrong? I'm nervous now.
Well, you're doing better than me because I had like a hunch and then I'm like going through the Rolodex in my brain, which is severely out of date.
Yeah, it's so hard for me to remember
I'll try,
when they were introduced.
I'll try again. I'm gonna lock in low kicks.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
good. That's good.
There is no low kicks that have ever phased to an event. Funny enough, one actually is playing here in Houston with a full bug team. I think one off of Wolf's Bug Month team, which is incredible. So one scene.
Low kicks fans, it's possible.
You have time.
Now, that being said, there are plenty of low kicks in Regulation I.
That's true. That's true.
Don't get it twisted.
Let's go.
We need the bug. The bug dark type, right?
I like the confidence. I like, yeah.
Confidence. All right.
Are we counting like the different forms of Pokemon as different Pokemon? Because Oinkoloch male was different.
Yes, we got different forms in here.
So I know, like, I think Aqua Breed and Blaze Breed, Paldea and Tauros made it, but I don't think like the normal, just the plain
normal
Tauros.
Good call.
Yeah.
Man, our analysts are so smart, guys. 3 for 3 so far.
I'd like to dedicate this one to Pokemon Go in regional forms I have not caught.
Yeah, early format, we got to see a lot more of the Tauros, but this
Yeah.
one never had the same level of success. So it goes on the wanted list. You can have an opportunity to change their fate over at Orlando, friends.
I'm noticing that they're all very brown. Like they're like the color scheme. It's not a very colorful. Maybe our competitors just wanted.
Yeah.
We got some colorful Pokemon in here.
Okay. Oh, Squawkabilly.
Yes, but I will say, like I said, I'm not a monster, so Squawkabilly, the green Squawkabilly, actually did phase 2 an event.
Really?
But the
Yes.
3 other colors did not.
Huh.
I did not want to cut
I
out 3
remember that. That's
Squawkabilly,
fair.
so only one's here, but
Wait, which event? Do you remember?
subject matter expert. Ah.
That's great. I never would have
Malmo
thought.
2023 for Squawkabilly
Yeah,
green.
I remember that. Because it has Intimidate, so it's useful.
Oh yeah, of course.
If it has Intimidate, it's
you can make it work. Yeah.
Thank you, TJ, for giving me the fun facts in my ear. So yeah, another on the wanted list. And remember, that is the Squawkabilly blue, white, and red.
Yeah.
Pinky
We're
red.
on a roll here, guys.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm nervous if we're gonna break the streak here.
You guys are doing great.
I'm gonna.
All I can think of are the stupid Pokemon that I know made it because I was really excited.
I'm gonna lock in Spidops.
Spidops.
Oh, Spidops, no way.
I thought Spidops was an older Pokemon.
No.
No, that's
No, it's my
that's
favorite
new.
Team Rocket Pokemon, Spidops, in the trading card game.
Wait, it's a Team Rocket Pokemon in the trading
Yeah,
card?
and Orbeetle and all my other favorite Team Rocket Pokemon.
So for someone who wants to roll up with Orlando with their Spidops, how are we building this out?
That's a great question.
For someone else to answer.
I could try to think of low kicks, right? Because of first impression and dark typing. I don't know what you do with Spidops.
It might get like Sticky Web, which lets you, is speed drop on switch in, which I tried to make work with Galvantula at one point.
Yeah. Did it work?
Nope.
All right, maybe Spidops has no hope here, friends.
We have to start eliminating the fully evolved Pokemon that we know, right? Because
Golden Go.
Right.
Dondozo.
Well,
right. Armaroos, Ceruledge.
There have to be like some Paradox Pokemon because I refuse to believe that every Paradox Pokemon has
She
Pikachu.
nodded. She nodded.
It's Slitherwing.
Oh
Yeah.
no! I didn't want to do that to
Yeah,
you.
of course.
I wanted to
Slitherwing's never
leave.
made phase 2.
No. I will be at Orlando with my Slitherwing, and I'm gonna try, guys. I'm gonna try.
There's 3 Slitherwing
three in the field
here.
today.
Last I checked, the strongest Slitherwing was 3-1.
Okay.
There's hope. There's hope.
That might be the best record Slitherwing has ever had.
How dare you, Evan Ladd? You're not wrong, but how dare you? But yeah, Slitherwing, there's only a few of us believers out there, but those who believe will
Are
get rewarded
wrong.
with a normally subpar record. But I believe in the Slitherwings of this event, and I believe in myself at Orlando. If you have a team, please send it over. That goes on the list.
Has Iron Thorns made it? No.
It is not.
I was thinking. I was like, it's got to be more than one Paradox.
Poor Iron Thorns.
Well, it was very good in the TCG, so it can't have everything.
Yes, true.
Can't have everything.
Doesn't count. Not over here. Switch to the TCG stream if you want to talk about Iron Thorns.
I don't think they can play it anymore, so maybe not.
This one kind of surprised me, not because I think it's necessarily good, but just because I figured that at some point that it would be
Yeah.
kind of squeaked by on a team that it had no business being on.
But its typing is just so
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah.
it does not have anything that it does better than literally any other Pokemon.
I mean, maybe Orlando is its time, considering we'll get a little bit more electric terrain out.
That's the thing. Think of all the Iron Hands that were dropped off teams because Miraidon came in. Like, if it's hard to justify Iron Hands on your team because you have Miraidon, it's even harder to justify.
But this is the version of your boy Tyranitar.
I'd rather use Tyranitar.
Yeah, don't mess with the classic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. You guys
So we're halfway through.
Yeah, you guys are more than halfway
crushing
through.
it.
You guys are crushing it.
Who are Pokemon that we used in our playthroughs? Maybe that'll help us. spark.
Arboliva, but Arboliva has made phase 2.
Yeah.
Scovillain's made phase 2.
Scovillain, yeah.
I have down that it is not, so I am either incorrect
Scovillain has it with like chlorophyll?
or it hasn't.
Oh, no, we did see it on stream a couple times, but I don't know that it actually made it into phase 2.
That's a fair point.
That's actually a good question.
Yeah, so
I think we accidentally got a correct answer.
hey, however you stumble upon it,
All that matters is you said the name of a Pokemon.
Yes.
don't start listing Pokemon. I will not start
Gabby's
accepting
cooking.
answers.
I can't remember if this is the final form, but Reller evolves into
Rabsca.
Rabsca.
Which I think has made it to phase 2.
Rabsca has because of the revival blessing.
Yeah.
Most notably, because me and TJ were talking about this earlier. TJ, help me out. It made one recently. Brisbane 25.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That tracks.
Yeah, that tracks.
What?
That makes sense. Yeah, it's a Rabsca.
Very
It's a
good.
Rabsca.
I got 6 more Pokemon here.
Oh, man.
You guys
man.
are crushing it. And I would love to see
So
in
there's
chat.
14 Pokemon.
Yeah, I just can't count.
That's fair.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Are there any more Paradox?
No.
Okay.
You're out of Paradox Pokemon.
Are there any more regional variants?
Yes.
All right, we gotta think.
Implying I
Paldean
actually remember the
Quagsire
regional.
has made it.
Yeah.
Quagsire has made it.
Because Wolf used Toad Scroll at a regional once,
Toad
right?
Scroll has made it.
Oh, it definitely has made it.
So that
definitely
made it.
Yeah.
Made it. Which is crazy. I still remember that team. That was a
That
wild
was awesome.
team.
Toad Scroll is good.
That team.
That was a wild team. Wild concept.
I love a Weezing team, and Toad Scroll was the best of the Weezing teams.
Yeah.
You're the monster.
I am.
I think we need hints now at this point.
Yeah.
Some help.
There's still a Paldean form. Oh, is there one behind us?
I was looking because I know that there is a long plushie of its pre-evolution, but I don't think we have it in the lounge.
Is
So it's a
Wugtrio
long
Paldean?
Paldean Wugtrio, or just
Wugtrio.
Wugtrio.
Just
We'll count it.
Okay.
We'll count it.
Yeah, it's
poor
regional.
Dugtrio.
I think it's called like a convergent species, but
Yeah.
it's kind of
Yeah.
regional. Like
Yeah, no, that counts. That
That
counts.
counts. That
Yeah.
counts. Yeah.
it's like I haven't seen a Wugtrio in phase 2. I don't know what I'm supposed to call it, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
So that
There
counts.
are 3 Dugtrio, and they're all bad. I feel
rough.
bad for Dugtrio.
That makes
Tough
9
life.
of them if you count it.
At least they have friends.
So true.
All right, more and more on our wanted
I
poster.
bet there's like a fish.
There is a fish.
There has to be a fish. There's so many fish.
Veluza had that one team, right? Or am I wrong?
Which one's Veluza?
It's
This,
Is it the pointy
the
one?
one that will
throws-
never stop chasing you down in the water.
Okay, yeah.
The
It's
reason
the one
why
that,
it's a
like-
pain to shiny hunt Dondozo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it throws
Yes.
like its own fish stuff at you.
Okay.
Like scales?
No.
Okay.
For the sake of not throwing y'all down the wrong path, though, I believe Veluza is also one of those Pokemon that has different stats per the different genders. So
right.
one has
Yep.
made it, but we get the opposite one to add to
Got
our wanted
it.
list.
Accidentally correct. Let's go.
We keep stumbling onto these answers. What is this? So yeah, just a little different stats, but like Veluza has shown that it can make a phase 2. So like I have.
Oh. So now I'm just going through gym leader Pokemon because that's obviously the next thing
smart.
to do. Is Satitan one of them?
No.
Cool.
No.
It's a good try.
Yeah, no, that's
Good
cool.
answer.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Good answer. Good
TJ,
answer.
what was the Titan placement? What event?
Wasn't it San Diego?
He said calculated.
I think the first regional, didn't James Evans top cut the first regional with Titan?
That kind of sounds right.
That does seem
With which
right.
Pokemon?
It has made it 3 times, by the way.
Titan has been.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
3 phase 2s. So yeah.
Neat.
Yeah,
All right.
it's a more
What's our next
calculating.
hint?
So yeah, that one's not on the list.
But what other gym leaders are there? There's no way Houndstone hasn't made it.
One is very in tune with the Scarlet and Violet story. He's just a hungry boy.
Hungry.
Mabosstiff?
Yes.
Wow. Wait, does
it have Intimidate?
Look how
He broke our rule.
If Squawkabilly can do it.
He is at not being on any of these phase 2
Get him some
teams.
food.
So you're
He
really
needs
gonna
a
do
sandwich.
this? He needs a phase 2.
He needs a phase 2 sandwich.
It's true. That's the real power up. Give this guy a hot dog before the event, and you will win.
Speaking of food, though, what about the apple Pokemon?
Oh, like Hydrapple?
Or Flapple?
Well, but Apple's Sword and Shield.
No, because
But
it evolves into
Hydrapple
Hydrapple.
is the DLC.
Hydrapple.
Yes. Which, this one's cool because it has, like, cool moves and stuff, but yeah, it's just not as...
It just doesn't do it.
Doesn't do it. No.
I've had some locals try to make it work. At Fluttermane, that's why it doesn't work.
That's kind of the issue
Yeah.
I've ran into with Slitherwing.
We have what, 1 or 2 left?
We got, let me count, 2 left.
Okay.
I think we've done pretty good.
I think we've done. Are any of them also DLC Pokemon?
Calculating. I just need to put, this is in my
Just
hand.
gotta
right
check
now.
my notes. I'm flipping them over.
Neither of them are.
Okay, because I was
It's a base
thinking
game.
maybe a Monkey Dory
You
or
will
something.
come
but-
across both of them within a story playthrough.
In a story playthrough?
Yes.
Oh, Revavroom?
Yes.
Oh.
Yep, Team Star.
Let's
Yes.
go. Yep, Revavroom has not made it as of yet.
Imagine if they gave us the other Revavrooms, all the different typings and abilities, and it'd be so good.
I like Revavroom. I'm
There's
kind of
only-
surprised Revavroom. If we had played more Regulation A, we would have seen Revavroom.
For sure.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have not now. We only have 1 left
One left.
on our list of Paldean evolved Pokemon
The
that
least
have never.
wanted.
That you see in a story playthrough.
Yes, if you play a story
Okay.
playthrough, you will see this Pokemon.
So we've had Team Star. We've had a couple of gym leader Pokemon.
This is difficult.
Is it one of the Titans, maybe?
Oh,
Is it
Bombardier.
the claw. There's the claw. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes!
What
Best
did
for
you say?
last!
I saw Bombardier.
No. What if? Wait, Bombardier.
Did Bombardier
It
make
had
phase
to
2?
have, right? It probably gets
Yeah,
Tailwind or something.
TJ, what event?
That has to be a reg like A or something.
Reggae.
Yeah.
At San Diego.
Yeah.
Vancouver 2023.
All right.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. Good claw.
Let's go, Vancouver.
Dude, Cloth.
Cloth,
What a way to
yeah.
go out. Ending on Cloth feels
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Good claw.
So, you guys, do we think these Pokemon could make it phase 2?
Sierra,
Who is
genuinely.
the most viable of the least viable?
It's genuinely Slitherwing.
I think it's Hydrapple.
I was gonna say Mabosstiff just because of the Intimidate.
This is why Evan's my
fair.
favorite.
No, I think Gabby's making a really strong pitch for Mabosstiff.
You're no longer my favorite. I mean, I feel like a couple were surprising. I feel like the Tauros, just because like Regulation A, when we were still kind of, I know the others were stronger, but like
Yeah.
everyone was still in a discovery phase.
Yeah.
Could have maybe. The Iron Thorns again was kind of surprised. The Scovillain especially was, but
Yeah,
mean-
I think Scovillain and Revavroom would have made it with more time in Regulation A.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's not happening. Sorry, Scovillain and Revavroom.
Because isn't Reverum like the fastest space speed in the
Well, it gets
Paldean
speed
Dex?
boost.
That too,
Yeah.
yeah. Or maybe it's just the fastest like animation speed because if you're trying to farm materials.
Makes sense.
yeah,
That
I need to check my math on that.
all right, well, we need a little bit more time to cook with our Orlando team. And a reminder, if you guys want unlimited aura, if you roll up in phase 2 with any of these Pokemon, you're a certified real one. But it's time to see who's going to be making phase 2 of our competition now, as it's time to get started with our games yet again and send it over to our casters. It's Aaron and Dwee.
Thank you so much, Sierra. It's kind of sad that we were here instead of being there having fun with them, but alas, we have a tournament to cover. It's all right. It's all right, Aaron. We got this. We got this. We are ready for Swiss Round 6 here at the Houston Regional Championships. I am very excited because, you know, the day's winding down. You know, it's been a long day, but there's still so much action to come.
You know which rounds we're doing, do we?
Which rounds?
6, 7. You can walk off now, it's okay.
All right, cool. I don't understand that, but let's go ahead and take a quick look at the Masters Swiss rankings. And this is just a snapshot of the top 16 players right now in the Swiss standings. You know, we're going into round 6. These are 16 players currently undefeated. You know, we've seen some of these players on broadcast. We've seen Steven Morioka. Yep, we've seen...
That's it, I think.
Seaver.
Yeah.
We just saw Seaver as well. So, you know, some of these players we've seen on broadcast before, whether it is, you know, today or in past broadcasts. But also there's, like, some players whose names that aren't really, like, household names in VGC, I feel like.
Yeah, I think, you know, part of it is we are nearing the end of this format, and a lot of the players that have been competing very actively this season have kind of earned a lot of championship points already and are probably kind of waiting for the next format, whether, of course, it be our return to the previous regulation or, of course, the brand new Pokemon Champions regulations when that is officially out. So some players are taking a break. They've already accumulated a ton of points, right? But there are many other players who, you know, have not maybe played as much. And it's just really exciting to see. Like, we've already gotten some newer faces on stream throughout the course of this event. And I'm hoping that that continues to be the case because, yeah, out of the 5 and 0s here, I think I only actually recognize a few names that have been competing at, say, the World Championships before. So awesome to see, yeah, so many new players doing super, super well here. But, yeah, excited to see where we go from here. All of these players are just one game away from making it into day 2, and they've got 3 chances at it, so it's a great spot to be in.
Yep. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the notable matches for Swiss Round 6 here. The feature match will be Zach Immersion versus Aaron Brock. Zach coming from NorCal, Aaron coming from SoCal. Zach has had a lot of success, you know, a couple years ago. He was able to top cut some regional championships, even made it to the finals of the Vancouver Regional Championships. And then, of course, Aaron Brock, who's coming off a very strong season. I mean, top 16 in the World Championships, as well as coming off of, what, a top 4, I believe, from the Toronto Regional Championships. A very high finish.
Yeah, he has been definitely one of the most outstanding players for North America. And I don't think he's won a title yet, but he's gotten top 32 at 2 different World Championships, multiple deep regionals runs. He's come so close, and he's been kind of one of the main pilots of Cresselia plus Ursaluna in this format. So really excited for this one. You know, Zach, I think, a player that has had very eccentric team choices throughout the years. In my opinion, like one of the most creative team builders in North America, always bringing some really, really fun stuff. I think he's actually reined it in a little bit for this event, specifically looking at his team sheet, but we still have some fun elements, especially Torkoal, Pokemon we don't see very frequently in this format.
Yep, so on your left you see Zach, on your right you see Aaron. Zach is actually a local of mine in Northern California. Zach has actually been helping with the broadcasting and casting those tournaments as well. So, you know, it's nice to see someone dedicate their time to broadcast, but also at the same time have success here at competition at the regional championships. So Zach will be running the team of Amoonguss, Chi-Yu, Farigiraf, Fluttermane, Regidrago, and that Torkoal that you've already mentioned. Aaron on the other side running that team that he's known for, the Amoonguss, the Cresselia, the Fluttermane, the Incineroar, the Ursaluna, and the Urshifu. 2 bears and the Cresselia.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Cresselia already earlier in this day, second time featuring it, and Aaron really has been kind of the premier pilot of the composition he's using. But quick look at Zach's team. This is very, very offensive. You've got that Stellar Fluttermane, you've got that Choice Scarf Chi-Yu, very reminiscent of the duel that won the World Championships in the dual restricted format. And what's interesting here is that you don't have Tailwind. Regidrago is often paired with that Tailwind. Instead, you've got means of speed control, namely Icy Wind from Fluttermane, Trick Room from Farigiraf. And the Torkoal here is also a unique element, right? Able to, of course, boost that photosynthesis. No Koraidon, no Groudon, no problem. We've got Torkoal here. Chi-Yu, of course, also immensely powerful, especially when the sun is set up. And so Zach has a bunch of different angles. You can lead Fluttermane, Chi-Yu, just start dishing out massive amounts of damage immediately. Something like Fluttermane, Torkoal, Chi-Yu, Torkoal, all work. And if you want to slow things down, you can go with a Trick Room angle, Amoonguss, Farigiraf with Torkoal in the back. So Torkoal can function to enable its partners or even be a really solid damage dealer with that Eruption under Trick Room.
Yeah, so remember my key tenets from earlier, Aaron,
yeah,
where you don't want to be operating Trick Room if your team's not built for Trick Room? Zach's team does have that hyper offense, but also, you know, if that Trick Room does get set up, I don't mind that Trick Room, right? Obviously, the Fluttermane's a fast Pokemon, the Chi-Yu's a fast Pokemon. Regidrago likes to operate in a more fast environment, more so than the Trick Room, but again, you got other pieces of the puzzle. The Mungus also can help punish Trick Room if, you know, let's say Zach's caught it in a position where Zach doesn't want Trick Room up, but hey, guess what? There might be an Mungus in the back to be able to provide support. Let's go ahead and take a quick look over at Aaron's team here. You know, like you said, it's that team that Aaron is known for piloting, that Cresselia with that really good synergy between the Cresselia and the Ursaluna, right? I mean, Cresselia levitates. Ursaluna can Earthquake. Name a better duo than that, Aaron.
Exactly. Does not get any better than that. One thing to pay attention to in this matchup, though, of course, is going to be how Ursaluna matches up into Zach's team. Now, if Zach did not have the Torkoal on his end, I think I'd be a little bit more concerned. But he's got Torkoal, he's got a Mungus, and so the Torkoal is Grass Terra, meaning like it can actually threaten Ursaluna under Trick Room while also resisting a ground-type attack. And then a Mungus, of course, can put on pressure into Ursaluna with that Spore. Part of, you know, the strength of Aaron's team is that you don't always have to rely on that Trick Room. You can also just burst for a lot of damage. And, of course, you can take advantage of the Sun from Zach's end with your Fluttermane with Photosynthesis as well. So, you know, part of the goal with Aaron's team is finding the right positions to dish out massive amounts of damage, whether it be Fluttermane, Urshifu, or the Ursaluna. Some other things to pay attention to in this matchup. Aaron's got that Fairy Terra on that Amoonguss. What that means is you now have 2 potential immunities to Regidrago with Fluttermane and Fairy Terra Amoonguss. Regidrago's #1 nightmare, of course, is going to be opposing Fairy types, and so coming into this match, I'm already thinking, does Zach actually even want to bring that Regidrago? Because it can be a huge liability should Fluttermane and Fairy Terra Amoonguss come into matchup.
Yeah, and then Cresselia has that Terra Steel as well, so
exactly.
You know, we talked about that earlier in our first Swiss round that we broadcasted, where the Cresselia just basically needed to stick around. But I mean, this you know, the Cresselia with that Steel Terra is able to resist those Regidrago attacks. So, you know, I'm excited to see how Aaron's gonna pilot this team that, you know, he's done so well with, right? And you know, we reminisce a lot about Cresselia and stuff like that. we talk a lot about it, and
we do. And here we are.
Here we are. Yeah. Here we go. It looks like Aaron will be leading with Urshifu and Incineroar, as Zach will lead with Regidrago and the Chi-Yu. So the Beads of Ruin are going to make sure that Chi-Yu and Regidrago can dish out so much damage right now.
Yeah. The Incineroar, of course, pressuring with Fake Out immediately. It is Ghost Terra here on the Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu, honestly, in a really awkward position. You basically don't do good damage into Urshifu or Incineroar, and this isn't something like Focus Sash Urshifu, so it's not like Heat Wave even, you know, breaks a Focus Sash. So Zach could be inclined to maybe switch out the Chi-Yu, but then it leaves the Regidrago open to eating up something like a Fake Out plus a Close Combat immediately. So I think Aaron may be getting the better trade here with the lead. Zach might also be content just like chipping for some damage, saying, hey, look, if I click Heat Wave, I know both of your Pokemon are going to resist it, but it might put you in range where my Regidrago then can potentially finish you off. Overheat's even stronger, of course, getting a lot of burst damage off. And okay, we're seeing a pretty interesting commitment here, saying, you know what, I think I'm in a pretty bad spot, but I can at least block the Fake Out this turn by switching in the Farigiraf and getting some damage off onto Urshifu.
Yeah, so Farigiraf will take the field. The Armor Tail will prevent that Fake Out from being used into any slot, so Farigiraf will block it there. So now Chi-Yu going straight for an Overheat, some big damage being dealt. That's some good damage on Urshifu.
Really, really good damage.
It's not very effective, but that's a lot of damage. So, and here's the Surging Strikes into that Chi-Yu. 1 hit there, here's another hit. 2 hits knock out that Chi-Yu. So, you know, getting down a lot of damage for sacrificing that Chi-Yu, but also being able to pivot now for Zach to switch in another Pokemon that might be able to take advantage of the spot.
I mean, for a Pokemon that wasn't going to do very effective damage to end either of the two on the field, I think getting 60% on a Urshifu is as good of a trade as you can ask for. So nice way to kind of outmaneuver in what felt like, honestly, a really bad lead position. And yeah, being able to dish out that much Urshifu makes me think the Urshifu's not exactly the bulkiest here. Fluttermane, of course, now can switch in freely and start threatening with a lot of damage, but you do have to be careful because the Urshifu does have Aqua Jet. Although Farigiraf is out on the field, so right now you're actually protected from that Aqua Jet. So Fluttermane then could put on a lot of offensive pressure, but then the thing is, you don't threaten the Incineroar very much, especially with that Assault Vest, right? If we look at Zach's team, he's only brought special attackers in this matchup, and so Incineroar being able to hang on and even being able to get a single attack off, whether it be a U-turn to break the Focus Sash on Fluttermane or even a knockoff onto the Farigiraf, can be quite deadly. Aaron hasn't taken any damage with that Incineroar, so this turn he could just, you know, pretty easily protect the Urshifu, pivot out Incineroar, or you could just sacrifice Urshifu, say, you know what, it's done its job, I'm not really going to get much value out of it, let me get a free switch in.
Yeah, so this Incineroar is really going to be problematic for Aaron, or for Zach's side, right? Because, as you mentioned, Incineroar is sitting pretty healthy and can just continue to dish out damage while it, you know, takes the other hits pretty well. Like, How is Zach going to adjust and knock out this Incineroar? Where's that damage going to be coming from, right? As Zach has to try to, he really has to think about these next couple turns because it's crucial right now because you don't want to be in the spot and you definitely don't want to make a misstep and then play from further behind the spot. As Fluttermane now goes for an Icy Wind, slowing things down a little bit. Urshifu will survive that one. Incineroar will be slowed down there. Negligible amounts of damage, but this support is so valuable. Here's a Surging Strikes into that Fluttermane, and there it is. 2 hits to KO that Fluttermane, so this Urshifu is doing work right now with all of these Surging Strikes, getting 2 key knockouts on that Chi-Yu and that Fluttermane, and now the Incineroar will be able to move here as the Urshifu does take the Life Orb recall. Actually, Farigiraf will go for the Hyper Voice, will go ahead and knock out the Urshifu here, and then also get some damage down onto the Incineroar as it consumes its Throat Spray to try to allow itself to do more damage next turn. But here's a U-turn in that Farigiraf.
Oh, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a good chunk, but most importantly now Aaron gets to pivot out that Incineroar, save that Fake Out for even possibly the next turn.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about something subtle there, which was the decision to go for Icy Wind instead of just Moonblasting into Urshifu. The whole idea behind it is Farigiraf might be slower than Incineroar otherwise, and should that be the case, the Incineroar can knock off the Farigiraf, getting rid of its Throat Spray, and dealing so much more damage, right? So it's like you not only do more damage, but you also deny the special attack boost. And so Zach's saying, look, I am willing to sacrifice my Fluttermane if it means getting this Throat Spray boost off because it do so much damage. But I think Aaron really positioning this game quite phenomenally as Fluttermane now comes out. That is the #1 Pokemon you do not want to see as a Regidrago player. It's part of why Regidrago is quite the difficult Pokemon to execute in this format. And so really, really fantastic positioning by Aaron here. And I think it puts Zach in a really tremendously difficult spot because the Drago just basically can't really do very much to Fluttermane. Yeah, Farigiraf's at +1 special attack, but how much are you really going to be able to do, right? Like, it's not like a Psyshock is going to knock out the Fluttermane. And so I think Aaron having really good command of this game, and it really started with just the leads.
Yeah, and of course, I misspoke. Incineroar can't Fake Out because that Farigiraf is still out on the field right there with that Armor Tail. So
the value of Armor Tail, right? It's blocking Fake Out, it's blocking Aqua Jet. That being said, sure, it's blocking these moves, but its partner has to really be able to deal damage.
Has to capitalize on it,
exactly.
Yeah. Here's the Fluttermane on Aaron's side. Will Terrasilize into that Fairy type, you know, so it is going to boost all of its Fairy type moves here as Regidrago will protect, doesn't want to get knocked out this turn, maybe hoping for Farigiraf to be able to do something here as Farigiraf will actually also protect as well. Just trying to scout out what Aaron's plan is with the Incineroar and this Fluttermane, and also what that Fluttermane is going to lock into. It is going to be the Moonblast into that Farigiraf protect, so really trying to target it down as Incineroar will follow up with a knockoff into that Regidrago slot. So, you know, good scouting opportunity there to figure out what this Choice Specs Fluttermane is going to lock itself into. But, I mean, it's kind of dangerous because it's a Terrastalized Fairy type Choice Specs boosted Moonblast, right?
Exactly, yeah. And basically, Regidrago has a defense to Terra and Steel, but the only way you can do damage in a Fluttermane's Earth Power, that might be like a 3-hit knockout, maybe even a 4-hit knockout. And so the reality is the Regidrago is just caught in a really terrible spot into Fluttermane. It's, once again, part of the reason why it's difficult to execute. And so Zach may be hoping for a double protect, try to get a knockout onto Incineroar, but the reality is that Fluttermane is just perfectly positioned right now, and there's not much that Zach can really do as a response, especially with the speeds not working in his favor either. But to start, any chance of a comeback, he's going to go for the Steel Terra here, make sure he does not faint immediately to a Moonblast.
Yeah, so the Regidrago will become a Steel type. Zach also trying to take as much time, maybe possibly thinking about game 2 to come, as Farigiraf will protect itself here. Does not actually, yeah, that's actually
gets the double.
Yeah, it gets double. Yeah, could be a Moonblast in that slot too. So now Regidrago will be able to move. Does open up an opportunity for a Flare Blitz into that slot, but it is going to be a Draco Meteor and Incineroar with that Assault Vest just hanging on. So not enough damage at all. And here's Incineroar going with the knockoff, knocking off that Dragon Fang, so reducing all of those Dragon-type moves' power.
Yeah, you can see just how crucial Incineroar and Fluttermane are on Aaron's team, both providing so much defense and so much offense. The fact that the Draco Meteor didn't even get the knockout, and the fact that now it's at -2 special attack puts it in an even worse position. And once again, Farigiraf can, you know, keep attempting protects, but what Aaron is making sure is not happening is Photograph not clicking Trick Room, right? As long as Trick Room doesn't go up, Fluttermane will always be faster. You can kind of 1v2 in this position.
Here's a triple protect. No,
doesn't
it fails. That's a K rate right there. As Fluttermane on Aaron's side will finally connect with a Moonblast onto that Photograph, get the KO from that range, and you know Regidrago will be able to move, but with that special attack drop, as well as losing that Dragon Fang, Incineroar does get knocked out from that range though, so a 2-hit knockout essentially with those Draco Meteors knocks out that Incineroar. So now it is going to be revealed what Aaron's 4th Pokemon is, which is kind of important, right? You kind of want to see what your opponent's strategy is, and it's going to be that Cresselia coming all the way out from the back.
So big deal to see it actually, because basically coming into this last turn, I was like, okay, well, if you're Zach, what do you do, right? This kind of felt like a nightmare game 1, and I was like, well, Amoonguss seems like the answer, right? You can Spore Urshifu, you can Spore Incineroar. Yeah, Incineroar is Grass Terra, but then you've at least forced a Terra out of it. But then Safety Goggles Cresselia is the perfect answer into Amoonguss, right? So maybe it actually doesn't work out that effectively, because with Safety Goggles, you ignore the Spore, and should you put something to sleep, well, then Aaron can just Lunar Blessing it, wake it up through that way, right? So and doing, you know, I'm kind of getting deja vu because earlier we commented a game where it was an entirely physical team and we were like, hey, we haven't really seen an entirely special team. Well, look at Zach's team. Do you see any physical attackers?
No.
And that's part of what makes it so challenging, right? Like, Fluttermane is very naturally specially defensive, and Incineroar's got that Assault Vest, and so both of those Pokemon proving to be really crucial offensive options and, like, can survive multiple attacks from Zach's end as well.
Yeah, and of course that Assault Vest. You know, finally that Assault Vest paying off in this one, right? You got to bring that Incineroar. You got to have that Assault Vest. You got to have it.
Yep.
Regidrago does protect itself, so getting Zach some more time to try to figure out what the game plan is going to be for game 2 because... well, Regidrago also, like, you know, resists anything that the Fluttermane and the Cresselia can throw at it. So it'd be a long shot, but, like, I think really it's going to come down to game 2. But Zach trying to think about all of the outs right now, right? Like, it's a very defensive Regidrago. It's a favorable defensive position for Regidrago, right?
Yeah, I think this game has highlighted what Zach needs to think about going into the next game, which is you need to deal with Incineroar a little bit better. You need to deal with Fluttermane a little bit better. And crucially, the leads I felt like were not in Zach's favor, right? He was immediately threatened by Fake Out. The Chi-Yu was hoping to maybe... Okay, it does survive.
Never mind. Yeah, it's a lot more damage than I expected, but the Draco Meteor will follow suit into that Cresselia, so Cresselia falling back into that Regidrago with the Psychic Ink gets the KO from that range, so, you know, trying to think about all the options, but that Fluttermane with the Choice Specs and the Moonblast does so much damage, Aaron.
Yeah, I think, you know, Zach's Fluttermane did not get much value out of that game. It got a single Icy Wind off, and that was basically it. And yes, Photograph was able to block Fake Out on turn 1, but it wasn't doing very much damage with Hyper Voice, right? And even when boosted, like, it's just not exactly the scariest when you're facing off Assault Vest, Incineroar, and the, you know, Fluttermane. And so I think if I'm in Zach's shoes, I'm thinking about playing a little bit more offensively on turn 1. Something like leading Fluttermane immediately could put on a lot of pressure. I was also actually kind of surprised to not see Torkoal coming out from Zach's end, because while it might not be the strongest offensive option if Trick Room isn't set up, setting up that Sun, having that helping hand actually can go a long way. And it does also crucially reduce the damage output of Surging Strikes from Urshifu. So if you are in Zach's shoes and you're thinking about a way to counter Incineroar plus Urshifu as a lead, one thing you can look towards is, you know, weaving in Fluttermane and Torkoal. Amoonguss also didn't make an appearance in that game, and it's partially because Aaron has, like, the perfect Cresselia set to counter it. You could still bring it in, forcing the Cresselia to come out on the field, but then it's like a huge liability should Cresselia hit the field. So I think Zach can consider some more aggressive offensive leads that don't incorporate Chi-Yu, or it could be like Fluttermane Chi-Yu, Fluttermane Torkoal, to name a couple of examples, right? But if you lead Fluttermane, you immediately apply pressure onto the Urshifu and potentially force a Terra out of it or a Protect out of it.
Yeah, I mean, the Urshifu on Aaron's side picked up 2 very quick KOs.
Very quick
KOs.
Like, he was knockout turn 1, knockout turn 2.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, you know, losing those pieces also losing those pieces, yes, Chi-Yu and the Fluttermane are very offensive pieces, but also that impacts your defensive capability too, right? Because you basically can't switch as much once you start losing those pieces. So, you know, either adding more bulk or going more on the offensive, right? Because that Regidrago switching out immediately into the Photograph kind of like left Chi-Yu on its own, and then switching that Fluttermane, and then just, I don't know, maybe like going for that Icy Wind. I could see why Zach wanted that Icy Wind, just to have a little bit of speed control, but at the same time, it's like, could you have just knocked out that Urshifu?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So, you know, you kind of paid the price there by trying to set up the rest of your team for the game, but at the same, at what cost? Like, I think knocking out that Urshifu there could have definitely switched and swung the game in a completely different favor.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what route Zach takes, because I can see a bunch. You know, I was talking about leading Flutter Mane, bringing out Torkoal, but I think you could also just go Frigoraph and Regidrago immediately, which would block Fake Out, and it is going to be Flutter Mane Chi-Yu. Okay, so opting for a little bit more offense, replacing the Regidrago with Flutter Mane, which would, of course, would have applied a lot of pressure onto Urshifu. You now theoretically could Terra Chi-Yu on turn 1 and have 2 things immune to Fake Out, but then, of course, you are weak to Knockoff. The Amoonguss right now, of course, is going to be threatened by Chi-Yu with its fire-type damage, but could Terra around as well. But Incineroar, honestly, once again, in a really nice spot on turn 1, because with the Assault Vest, you're just not going to take a ton of damage.
Yeah, and, you know, the most that it could be is possibly, like, what, a Moonblast from the Flutter Mane into that Incineroar for neutral damage, but, again, Incineroar is a naturally bulky Pokemon, supplemented with that Assault Vest, so how is this Incineroar going to be broken, basically, right? Like, with all these special attackers on Zach's side, where is that offense going to come down? And it might have to come down in bursts, right? There's also the option of possibly doubling up into that Incineroar, but then, of course, if you leave an Amoonguss alone, it could score, but also, of course, this Amoonguss could just Rage Powder everything away to try to prevent all that damage from landing into that Incineroar, as the Amoonguss now will Terastallize into that Fairy type, so, you know, will be able to take an Overheat or a Heat Wave better. So that's what Amoonguss is going for. And here, Chi-Yu going for a Heat Wave, but there's a miss. It is going to be the Amoonguss dodging that attack, so huge miss right there from that Chi-Yu, as the Moonblast from that Flutter Mane will hit into the Incineroar, as Chi-Yu's Choice Scarf will be knocked off by the Incineroar on Aaron's side. And here's Amoonguss going for the Spore, so Amoonguss now forcing this Flutter Mane to take a nap, but look at that. The Heat Wave and the Moonblast didn't even do 50% to that Incineroar.
Yeah, and Incineroar Amoonguss, just, you know, one of the classic leads in VGC where it has a lot of defensive capabilities. Getting a single Spore off can really pay dividends, and you know, I think Aaron there saying, look, I'm not going to bother going for a Fake Out because I know you can Ghost Terra, and even if you don't Ghost Terra, like removing a Choice Scarf, sure, that's great. And so now the position is quite awkward for Zach, right? Because the Flutter Mane has to guarantee take at least 1 turn of sleep, so you can see him contemplating switching in. The miss on Amoonguss, definitely unfortunate, because I think had that hit, then another one when the Sun is set up with Torkoal switching in might get the knockout. So really tough spot right now. Still trying to burst it down, though, saying, you know what, I'm going to switch in Torkoal, set up the Sun, and let me just try to get a 1-hit knockout onto you, because should Amoonguss go down, that is your Terra down.
Yeah, so one of the benefits of getting that Choice Scarf knocked off, well, guess what? You can actually switch your moves now, right?
Yeah.
So now Chi-Yu going for the big Overheat here with the Sun, it hits into that Amoonguss and gets a 1-hit KO. Chi-Yu drops its special attack stat at the trade of knocking out that Terastallized Fairy type Amoonguss, so huge knockout right there. But of course the Incineroar will still be able to maneuver here, goes for a knockoff into that Torkoal, gonna go ahead and knock off that Charcoal on the Torkoal.
So the question still is basically, like, how do you deal enough damage to Incineroar, right? Because now it's -2 Chi-Yu out on the field. The Torkoal no longer has its Charcoal. Eruption's not going to be super powerful. Flutter Mane very happy to just come out and start dishing out massive amounts of damage. There's not much that you can do in return. Could launch an Overheat into that slot still, but Flutter Mane, of course, could just go for that Fairy Terra now and start, you know, going for Moonblast if it wants to. Could lock into Dazzling Gleam as well for some spread damage. And I think what is tough for Zach here is kind of the lack of speed control, especially now Choice Scarf is gone on Chi-Yu. Your Flutter Mane has to take a turn of sleep, so that Pokemon feels basically useless. And the last one's Regidrago. That is not a Pokemon you want out against Flutter Mane. Yeah, it's got that Steel Terra, but you kind of have to clear everything around it, right? And so the question now is, how does Zach ever do enough damage to Flutter Mane? And I don't see a good answer, quite frankly.
No, not at all. Losing that Choice Scarf was so huge because, again, you know, this Chi-Yu is going to be underspeeding that Flutter Mane over on the other side. You might have to just hope that, you know, Aaron kind of targets incorrectly, and then that somehow that Flutter Mane takes its turn of sleep and then wakes up immediately.
That's exactly it.
But here's the Moonblast into that Chi-Yu, gets the KO as Torkoal will protect himself here. So now gonna set up Zach for what is gonna pivot into that Chi-Yu slot that's been knocked out. Here's Incineroar going for a Flare Blitz into that Torkoal protect. So now how is Zach gonna react to this? This is gonna be pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, you can bring out the Regidrago, go for the Steel Terra with it. Suddenly you have 2 resistances, right? And then go for something like a Helping Hand into an Earth Power.
But even then, that Flutter Mane actually has like special bulk, right?
So, you know, the kind of duo of Assault Vest and Cinder plus Fluttermane just so strong here. But I think also huge credit to Aaron in this one because he identified like, hey, I don't think I should lead Urshifu anymore. I got away with it one game, but I don't think it's the right leading game too. Cinder Amoonguss was kind of like a beautiful response here, right? And Zach, I think, was kind of playing down already. Could have maybe opted to protect turn 1 with Fluttermane, hope that the score goes into that slot. That would have put him in a much better position. I think this would be a completely different ball game if the Fluttermane was awake right now. But it being asleep and not taking any turns of sleep is like the worst case for a Fluttermane with no bulk, right? So Regidrago hits the field, but Torkoal not really putting on a lot of offensive pressure right now. And it's like, yeah, you can maybe go for the Terra and try to get a knockout onto Incineroar, but like, where does that really get you? Because you're still ignoring the fundamental threat of Fluttermane. Seeing Zach now maybe thinking I should launch my damage into Fluttermane instead. But yeah, just a really, really tricky position here. And it feels like Fluttermane on the opposing side with that choice spec is just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, but of course, you know, Torkoal's not exactly a speed Pokemon, right? So, you know, if you want to target down any of the Pokemon on Aaron Thunder with that Torkoal, you have to be careful because Aaron could easily just knock out that Torkoal before it can even move. But, you know, identifying the Fluttermane as a threat right now, pretty important. But Aaron's not going to let that Fluttermane go down just yet, as it's going to be Cresselia taking the field here for that Fluttermane. So this changes everything here, as Zach will now terrestrialize one of his Pokemon. It is going to be the Regidrago in that Steel type, of course. You don't want to get knocked out to a Moonblast immediately by that Fluttermane. So here we go. This changes everything, Aaron. How's this turn going to play out? It's going to be a Dragon Energy from that Regidrago. Hits it, gets the KO! Does so much damage to that Cresselia. So now, this Weather Ball might just be able to clean up here as Regidrago just finding all that power. And here's the Weather Ball from that Torkoal. Boosted by the sun, converted to a Fire-type move, and gets the KO!
Yeah, so I was thinking, you know, Fluttermane, even though it doesn't want to click Moonblast there into a Steel Terra, like, you still deal damage, right? Make Dragon Energy weaker, potentially lower its special attack instead, just gives up both Pokemon, and now I actually think Zach just wins, right? It's a 3v1. Sure, Fluttermane has the choice specs, but it's not going to get a knockout onto Regidrago. I mean, it will be close, because I think what you can do is, like, you probably have to lock into the Shadow Ball here, which will do a lot of damage, but I don't think it'll get a one-hit knockout onto the Regidrago, right? And there's still the Fluttermane waiting in the back, although then it's a question of does it wake up quickly enough. But yeah, I mean, double knockout there, absolutely huge. And Fluttermane not wanting to, you know, get locked into that Moonblast, wants to switch its move, but Zach capitalizes off of it, shows the power of Regidrago.
Yeah, so, I mean, a 2v1 situation versus his Fluttermane is a lot more manageable than a 2v2, where the Fluttermane does have a partner Pokemon. So, like, yeah, here we go. Aaron's Fluttermane will go for the Shadow Ball, connects onto that Torkoal, gets the KO on that Torkoal, but now Regidrago will be able to respond with an Earth Power into that slot here. How much damage is this going to do? It's going to be about 3 hits, so this does give opportunities for Fluttermane to possibly wake up.
Yeah, so no turns of sleep taken yet. If Zach ends up eating a 3-turn sleep, Aaron might be able to still pull this one off. Shadow Ball, I don't think will be a one-hit knockout onto the opposing Regidrago, right? So Fluttermane here can click anything, has to take turn 1 of sleep. If you are Aaron, the question is, do I want to gamble clicking Protect? And I think the answer is no, you should just Earth Power. Here's turn 1 of sleep.
There's the first turn of sleep on the Fluttermane over on Zach's side. Here's Fluttermane going for a Shadow Ball from Aaron's side. Connects onto that Regidrago, brings it down to under 50% health. Special defense drop, not going to matter because the next one is going to go ahead and get the KO anyways. That's a good hit. Even a 3-hit KO might... Okay. So now it will be a 3-hit KO because of that drop. The Photosynthesis wears off, but that's not going to matter too much. We already know how the speed's going to play. So now, is this Fluttermane going to be able to wake up over on Zach's side? 1 turn of sleep has already been taken. Is it going to be a fast sleep? Is it going to be a slow sleep? How tired is this Fluttermane on Zach's side right now?
And the question is, do you want to go for the Protect with Regidrago as well, right? Because you could just say, look, I can win the game right now with Earth Power, but are you really going to target my Fluttermane, right? And so if you decide to Protect here and the Shadow Ball goes into the Protect, that buys you that extra turn of sleep that should then guarantee you the game. So you can see Zach is considering it. Does Aaron call this out?
So Fluttermane now does to take another turn of sleep. Regidrago will Protect. Where does Aaron target with his Fluttermane's Shadow Ball? It is going to be into the Protect. Wow,
And
What a play!
Yeah, that should do it for Zach here, right? Because even if you take a third turn to sleep here, you then guarantee wake up the following turn. So goes for the protect, gets it right, and Fluttermane wakes up anyway, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess it wouldn't have mattered if Fluttermane woke up there, but of course you never want to leave it to chance as the Fluttermane on Zach's side gets the Shadow Ball off onto the Fluttermane on Aaron's side and gets the KO and forces game 3.
It was looking so bad for Zach, but that one turn Dragon
Even
Energy...
Zach is like shrugging, it's like, oh.
Yeah, like, I think he was kind of surprised to see Fluttermane switch up, but it makes a lot of sense, right? I think Zach was like, this is the only way I can potentially still stay in this game. Great identification of that Dragon Energy and Weather Ball, and this is what makes Regidrago so scary, right? If you're clicking Dragon Energy into 2 Pokemon that don't resist it, it often can be absolutely game-changing. So Fluttermane was out on the field, sure, but it was locked into that Moonblast. And once again, Cresselia, yeah, just took so much damage off here, and even without the Charcoal and Torkoal, Sun is enough still to get the knockout here with the Weather Ball. So Aaron just sacrificing both Pokemon that turn completely swings things back into Zach's favor. And at the end, yeah, I mean, it's really tough. Like, I think the deck was kind of stacked against Aaron's end, and he'd have to make the call that you were going to protect Regidrago that turn, Shadow Ball Fluttermane, and then hope that Fluttermane also just doesn't wake up, right? So it would have been really tough for him to win anyway. But yeah, Regidrago gets one single huge Dragon Energy off, and it completely changed the tides of this battle.
Yeah, that was one of the best Dragon Energies that I've ever seen.
Yeah,
one of the greatest Dragon Energies of all time, in my opinion. Really just forcing this game 3 here, as now both players have to try to think about, you know, what the adjustments are going to be. We saw the adjustment going into game 2. It was that Amoonguss and that Incineroar over that Urshifu that we have already talked about. That Amoonguss was so critical to be able to set up Aaron for that end game. I mean, those spores are very important, but also at the same time, like, I mean, if you think about it, that Chi-Yu just one-hit KO'd that opposing Amoonguss off the bat with an overheat.
Which was huge.
Is that going to happen again?
Exactly. And something that's been interesting about this matchup, Dewey, is Aaron keeps bringing Cresselia. We've seen it basically do nothing in both games, but the reason for this is because Zach has Amoonguss. You know what Zach hasn't brought so far?
Amoonguss.
Exactly. So hear me out now, right? Aaron might be like, well, okay, it's time to replace Cresselia. I keep not getting value out of it, and I keep bringing it to hedge against Zach's Amoonguss. But it was a liability for me in the last game, so maybe you consider bringing the Urshifu back into the mix, right, and have both Urshifu and Amoonguss in this time. If you're Zach, though, you might be like, I'm going to call you out, and I'm going to bring in the Amoonguss to counteract, but it's going to be Incineroar Urshifu once again, and another mix-up here.
So it is going to be the Chi-Yu and the Torkoal over on Zach's side, so just going going immediately for all-out offense, right? We saw how much damage the Chi-Yu can do operating under the intense sunlight. So now, maybe hoping to catch that Amoonguss off guard, but now instead it's that Urshifu. So the Surging Strikes is weakened, which we've talked about before. That's really important too, because, I mean, it's still probably going to knock out the Chi-Yu, but at the same time, the damage output from that Urshifu will be mitigated because of the sun.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is exactly it. It was a response to potentially Amoonguss saying, look, you can't tear out of it. Overheat will always KO you. So I think it's a little bit awkward for Zach right now because, once again, you're not applying the most amount of offensive pressure. Although I was going to say, you do have Helping Hand plus Overheat, which you could use to target Urshifu. And we saw how much Overheat did previously into Urshifu, right? Helping Hand with the sun, like, I actually think it's immensely powerful here.
But Chi-Yu switches out instead, not wanting to sacrifice it all, especially if that Amoonguss is in the back, right? So Regidrago will take the spot of that Chi-Yu.
Oh, wow.
Here's the Surging Strikes into that Regidrago. Because of the sun, not much damage being dealt at all. I mean, every tick of hit point counts for the Dragon Energy, but like this is nothing right now. Like, yeah, you're going from what, base 150 to base 145. It's fine. Urshifu took more damage from Life Orb recoil there, as the Incineroar will knock off the Charcoal onto the Torkoal, as Torkoal goes for the Eruption here. Does some decent damage. Urshifu stays above 50%. Incineroar just, you know, a little bit of chip.
So I think, yeah, Zach had the opportunity to go for Helping Hand Overheat there on turn 1, but it's liable to a couple of different things. Fake out immediately onto turn 1. And then, of course, you could get around Fake Out by going for Ghost Terra, but Aaron's already revealed I'm willing to click Knockoff onto you on turn 1. And so I think Zach was like, I really don't want to just gamble here on turn 1 because you could so easily protect Urshifu and knock off onto the Chi-Yu slot, right? So hoping to get some damage off. I think what's scary here, though, is that you are still really vulnerable to the Life Orb close combat from Aaron's end, right? And I don't know if Regidrago can survive that. So covering this Dragon Energy, but this could go really, really poorly Depending on how the speeds are.
Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty big turn right now because Zach could lose a lot of his Pokemon. There's the close comment in that Regidrago does get the KO from that range, so huge offensive threat. The Pokemon that kind of forced game 3 from Zach's side has been knocked out from that close combat, as now Incineroar will get to move here. Urshifu again takes that Life Orb recoil. Here's a Flare Blitz. Torkoal resisted, has good physical bulk, but it's boosted by the sun. And Torkoal now down to about maybe a little under 50%. And here's a Weather Ball from that Torkoal. How much damage is it going to do? The Urshifu gets the KO from that range. So a huge threat on Aaron's side of the field, even though it was under sun, was still pretty threatening, gets knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Regidrago, even though it was kind of the unsung hero of that second game, is still an awkward Pokemon to pilot, especially because Aaron likely will have the Flutter Mane in the back. And so I think Zach's saying, look, I would rather just make sure I have Focus Sash, Stellar, Flutter Mane, and Choice Scarf Chi-Yu going into this endgame. And works out quite well, right? I think he had the option to maybe switch the Regidrago out into Flutter Mane, eat up the close combat, but then if Flare Blitz goes into that slot, you're at Focus Sash range anyway. And then, yeah, you're just at 1 HP, right? So Zach does have 2 of his best offensive options now going into this endgame. However, you still have to deal with the Incineroar. I'm curious, like, I don't know, and I don't think Helping Hand Stellar Terra Moonblast even gets the knockout onto Incineroar, which is once again a testament to just how important this Assault Vest is. But it is going to be Flutter Mane from Aaron's end, right? So what that means is Zach could maybe just angle to try to get a one-hit knockout onto Aaron's Flutter Mane here, try to bring it down to 2 Pokemon right away.
Yeah, but then where's the damage going to come from in order to knock out this Incineroar, right? Like, that Moonblast into the Incineroar looks very tempting, but of course, one thing is the Focus Sash on that Flutter Mane is intact for Zach's side, so that's kind of nice to have. And then, you know, Torkoal does have... Torkoal can Weather Ball again, so...
yeah, Protect Weather Ball here is like, okay, if I get this, then I, 1 bait out a Terra from Flutter Mane, and 2, more importantly, get damage onto it, so then it's in KO range, right? So I think that's the option that Zach is hovering right now, and it makes a lot of sense. From Aaron's end, couple key decisions. Do you want to go for the Terra on your Flutter Mane? You probably do, right? Because otherwise, Shadow Ball is just a huge threat to you. And then the question is, what move would you want to lock into at that point?
Yeah, there is the chance to also just double protect to see what the Flutter Mane also locks into too.
Yep.
Just scout out what this Flutter Mane's choice specs is going to force it to use until it switches out. So Flutter Mane on Aaron's side will Terrasilize into that Fairy type. It's such an offensive powerhouse. So revealing that, Flutter Mane on Zach's side does protect here. Wants to see how Aaron is going to protect his Pokemon.
Oh! Nice call!
Moonblast from that Flutter Mane straight into that Torkoal. No protect there, so that Flutter Mane, does protect itself, but at the same time, that Torkoal goes down. As Incineroar will go for a U-turn into that Flutter Mane slot. So now it is down to Zach's final 2 Pokemon. The Chi-Yu with the Choice Scarf still intact in the back, as well as this Flutter Mane with the Focus Sash, as now Zach is trying to determine what the best sequence is. He's trying to calculate the rest of the turns in the game in his head.
Yeah, I mean, the big question I have is, what is Aaron's final Pokemon? Because, it can't Terra, right? So Cresselia, Amoonguss, Ursaluna, all of those are not exactly like super strong to Chi-Yu and Flutter Mane that outspeed you, right? So Aaron, gets the knockout, doesn't end up eating chip damage on the Flutter Mane, but Zach now does have the world champion winning duo out on the field. There's only 2 turns of sunlight left. And crucially, once again, we keep talking about the Assault Vest. Incineroar, it's not going to be taking that much damage, but it does add up, right? A Stellar Terra Moonblast here, a Heat Wave there, can really start to pick up some momentum. You are, however, facing down Choice Specs Moonblast from the opposing side, so if you're on Zach's side, you might feel pressure to try to knock out the Flutter Mane this turn, but in order to do that, it either means committing an Overheat from the Chi-Yu or Heat Wave plus an attack from the Flutter Mane. And so, it's going to be the Icy Wind, okay. My question is that enough? Stellar Icy Wind with Beads of Ruin as well as Heat Wave. Both of these moves can miss as well, but the idea behind this is Zach's like, I need to commit my Stellar. I need to save that Moonblast, and it's going to be a switch on the Flutter Mane as well. Okay.
So Aaron switches out the Flutter Mane right now as, the Icy Wind play is about to happen. It is an Amoonguss in the back. So no, it's not an offensive Pokemon, but at the same time, Amoonguss kind of does not enjoy facing off against this Chi-Yu here, as the Flutter Mane will now Terrasilize into that Stellar type. And here we go, a huge turn again. Flutter Mane using Icy Wind does connect on both. Gonna slow things down just a little bit. A good amount of damage onto the Amoonguss there. Incineroar again with that Assault Vest, just so important, but now, I mean, that Incineroar is very problematic as Chi-Yu now connects with the Heat Wave, hits into the Amoonguss, brings Incineroar down to 50%. So, now.
This is tense,
now,
dude.
yeah, and Incineroar still gets to move here, as Incineroar will go for the knockoff, knocking off that Choice Scarf. So very smart play from Aaron right there, saving that Flutter Mane for later, and dealing with the speed control right now for that Chi-Yu with his Choice Scarf.
Yeah, and that's a really big deal because the Flutter Mane on Aaron's end, still fully healthy, crucially does get that photosynthesis boost, and it's going to be that speed boost, which means Aaron can now safely target down Chi-Yu, right? And I really like Zach's play there. I also really like Aaron's play. Sun is about to expire, but Aaron having that one extra turn is so key here. If there were no more turns of Sun here, you could just Icy Wind Overheat once again, right? And even without the Choice Scarf, you'll drop Flutter Mane speed, but Flutter Mane now having that photosynthesis really paying dividends. And so you can see Zach being like, okay, I think I might need to just go for it. I'm going to click Moonblast, try to knock out the Incineroar. If you knock out Incineroar and it's a 1v1 Flutter Mane into Chi-Yu, Zach might still be fine, right? And so it is really tense. I mean, I think Aaron also probably just locks into Dazzling Gleam here. No need to click the Moonblast and just break Focus Sash on his Flutter Mane. And so I give the advantage to Aaron right now. Here we go. We start off with the Moonblast.
Zach's Flutter Mane will move first.
Oh, target's Flutter? Oh, just one shot! Oh my goodness!
Big damage right there from Zach's Flutter Mane. The Stellar Terra gets the KO from that range. Aaron not happy seeing that, as Chi-Yu will connect with the Heat Wave, bringing Incineroar down to less than 25%, and there's the knockoff. Doesn't even activate the Focus Sash there. So now the Harsh Sunlight fades, but what a huge knockout right there.
Yeah, Flutter Mane normally quite a bulky Pokemon, especially on these kind of teams, and the Stellar Terra and the Beads of Ruin enough to give Zach the damage output to just knock out the Flutter Mane. And this is how you deal with the Sylvester Incineroar. You just knock out all of its partners and slowly deal with it. You can see Zach is in disbelief. I don't think he was expecting to pull off what a comeback. Yeah, I mean, game one, it was just like, dude, what do you do against a Sylvester Incineroar and, bulky Flutter Mane? But Zach found a path, and the fact getting that one-hit knockout just lights out.
Yeah, we were worried about how much damage that would do, and honestly, I thought about the sequencing myself, and I thought maybe you save the Moonblast for that Incineroar later on. You just hope that the Shadow Ball would be able to chunk that Flutter Mane, but I mean, smart play from Zach right there. That's why he's down on the stage instead of being down on stage, just being able to find that out. And wow, it always seemed like Zach was playing from behind, but methodically he was thinking about everything, and he had the pieces there.
Yeah, and from the leads, I thought like, hey, Aaron, kind of went back to the Urshifu. Urshifu looks really good once again, but what Zach did in this game was sacrifice Regidrago and knocking out the Urshifu, which otherwise was kind of a huge problem Pokemon. And the Incineroar just didn't get, a ton of offensive value in that game, and so just really masterfully positioned, especially after this turn. I was like, oh, Torkoal went down. Like, this looks really spooky now, right? But Aaron decided to switch out that Flutter Mane. And I think what's tricky for Aaron is whatever fourth he had was never going to be very reliable into Chi-Yu and Flutter Mane, and Zach recognized that, right? So I can't call out how important that Icy Wind was. Clicking that Icy Wind to make sure your Stellar was saved on that Flutter Mane for that Moonblast was the difference between losing and winning this game, right? And so Stellar is not the easiest Terra to use because of course you only get one big use out of each of your different types, but the fact that it was Icy Wind instead of Moonblast there meant that you would have the Moonblast and it would deal enough damage to knock out the Flutter Mane. The game also would just boil down to would Flutter Mane survive that, right? In my head I was thinking
it was close.
Yeah,
it was close, right? Yeah.
But I am really curious. Like, I'm not sure what the role was because I think Aaron was also probably expecting to survive that and playing the end game in a way like, that would work out. And so what a lights out set, honestly, because I thought like both players played really well, and I felt like the matchup looked really scary for Zach, but he found the perfect way to distribute his damage.
Yeah, and there was also that turn where the Chi-Yu lost that Choice Scarf, kind of putting the speed control in Aaron's favor, in my opinion. That I was thinking to myself, that Chi-Yu's Choice Scarf was so crucial for it. Yeah. Like, it kind of ensured that if the Icy Wind did land into the Flutter Mane on Aaron's side, then that Chi-Yu would for sure be able to outspeed, right? So it's just, wow.
I want someone to run the numbers. I'm just curious, like, what the Stellar Moonblast calculation.
Y'all hear Aaron? Someone out there run those numbers.
Mainly because it's like I think when people first had seen Flutter Mane as a Pokemon, they're like, oh, choice specs, like it's just like max speed, max special attack. But like a lot of players run a lot of bulk on Flutter Manes as well, right? And so if you choose to invest a lot in bulk, like especially in like your HP, for example, it does give you a big edge, right? But yeah, and the Flutter Manes on Zach's team's composition are generally like prefer to use timid nature over modest because you want to be max speed, so you obviously trade off a little bit in terms of damage output as well. And so all of those like micro things can factor in, right? But at the end, it was enough. It was enough.
Just I mean, here we were doubting, Aaron. Why are we the ones doubting?
Yeah, I was like, okay, I think Aaron's like found the right position. Like, if he gets the knockout onto Chi-Yu, then it's a 2v1, and you can't knock out. Like, it felt like, oh, you need to use Moonblast to knock out Incineroar, because otherwise, how are you going to deal with Incineroar? But the answer is just hope I deal enough damage to Fluttermane, and that was it.
Yeah, and you know, the Stellar Terra, adding those boosts to those attacks, those attack types once per game, or once per Terra, I guess. Like, you know, really kind of is a pseudo sort of like choice specs, right?
Yeah.
But it's a lot more commitment. You're committing your terrestrialization for the game. You're committing, you know, you're just committing your terrestrialization, and then you're also like, I mean, it's nice, right? We talked about this earlier with the Dragonite with the Howl. You can actually change your moves, so that's kind of nice about the Stellar Terra.
Oh, well, that was honestly a riveting set, so I can't wait to hear more from Zach about how he secured day 2, beating one of North America's best players to do it in a crazy set.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and throw it over to Sierra.
Thanks, you two. I'll get the answers for you, don't worry. I am here with Zach after that incredible win on stage.
Hello.
You still seem in disbelief. Like, talk to me about that.
Yeah, game 1 didn't quite go my way. Like, Aaron played that really, really well. He's a very, very impressive player. So and when I saw the pairings, I was like, okay, I think this is going to be a good set. I'm going to learn from someone who's very good at the game, and I was happy about that. And so game 1 didn't quite go my way. Game 2, the way it was going, I was like, all right, this is a wrap. All right, it's another bad stream showing. That's fine. I've had plenty of those. I'll have more of those. That's okay. And then Fluttermane switched out, and I got a giant dragon energy off. And I was like, wait a minute. Wait, there's hope. There's hope somehow. From the jaws of defeat, there was hope. So clawed that back, and then game 3, we saw it came down to that very decisive Terra Stellar boosted Moonblast into his Terra Fairy Fluttermane. Fluttermane's pretty good, who knew? But Beads of Ruin, I think that was a roll is probably in Aaron's favor, so I think he probably wins that more often than I do. But that is Pokemon, that's how it goes, and so how am I here? I don't know.
And not only did you get the win, so you're like, how am I here? Because, like you said, it kind of looked rough from the get-go, but that's also put you at a 6-0 record and put you into phase 2.
Yeah, I did not expect that at all. I've gone 5-0 before. I went 5-0 in Portland last time when I was using Solgaleo, and I proceeded to win the next 3 rounds, so I didn't make day 2 there, which is very disappointing feeling. And so I got 5-0 this time, but I did not have good hopes for this tournament. This is the same sort of team I was running back in Seattle, and it didn't go too hot. And I've had an immense struggle with this format, with national dex formats as a whole. I've been trying to figure them out. And so when Regulation F came back, I was optimistic. I was like, another chance to try to learn how to play these formats a little bit better. And after Seattle didn't go too amazingly for me, I was like, all right, fine, I'll give it another go at Houston. But I was really feeling like sort of demoralized, and I was trying a bunch of different team ideas. Nothing quite felt right, and so I was like, well, this is the best. I've been kind of running this sort of Regidrago, Fluttermane, Chi-Yu, Sun team since Regulation F came back, and so I thought, well, nothing else that I've been working on had panned out, and so I was like, well, I'm going to go back to old reliable. It's weird to call Chi-Yu reliable, but, you know, old reliable.
Enough in this case.
And so I was just like, I'm just going to have fun. I'm going to, try to do my best. I was fully expecting to go like 06 to 08. I was like, that could totally happen. So the fact that I am the opposite of that at this moment is just, I'm over the moon. It's crazy to me, utterly crazy.
So then what is that big difference then? Because you said you brought this to Seattle and it just didn't go your way and you struggled, so it's not even like that just wasn't it and I can do it. Like, you just couldn't quite land on something else. So why is it such a drastic result going into the event?
Yeah, I think I might have Seattle didn't go that bad for me. I was at I was like 4-1 at a certain point, and then I lost the last 3 rounds, so I ended up 4-4, right? So my front half of the tournament was actually pretty good. I was happy about that, but I really lost steam in the later 3 rounds, and just my play was not up to par, and my opponents rightfully capitalized on that very well. And so this tournament, I went in not only with let's just see what happens, but also I had a very clear mindset of, I want to make sure I drink water and eat food and stay mentally well during the tournament. So I've been like, as soon as the tournament's done, I'm running to the bathroom, drinking water, eating food, coming back, and then if I have time, chatting with folks about how things are going. And honestly, that has been a huge difference maker where I can feel my play, where I'm like, I'm happy with how I've been playing things, which I don't know if I could say that for later rounds of Seattle. And so I think that's been like the real difference makers, just like eating food, drinking water, you know, what amazing health tips I know.
Take
it's been
care
really,
of yourself,
really
kids.
Yeah, just like trying to be taking care of myself as much as possible, and then like the good plays will come from there. You know, good luck as well. You know, it happens, but I think that's kind of the big difference maker. And like I've been also been using this team for quite a while, where like I got a bunch of matchup experience at Seattle, which was helpful, and then just I've been every time I've been practicing, so I'm relatively familiar with this team, even despite the fact that it's quite outside of my comfort zone normally. So I'm happy. My goal was to like feel like I'm getting better at these sorts of formats, and maybe I'm getting there. That's good.
On the last Regulation F event.
Yeah, just in time.
Just
Perfect.
in time. I mean, better late than never, right?
Yeah, certainly, absolutely. I'll take it for sure.
I mean, I definitely want to make sure you can get back to that routine because there's still a couple of rounds. So I'll wrap this up quickly. But first, I want to know kind of how you're feeling going into the rest of this. Now that you are locked for Phase 2, you still have 2 rounds on the day, and of course, are going to be back here tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be back.
Yeah, sorry to
The
burst that
reward is I
bubble.
get to play more regulation.
I hope you didn't have plans.
It's good practice. No, yeah, I know it's kind of a trite thing. Everyone says like just one game at a time, but I really have been, I think not only one game at a time, but I've been going into a lot of these games saying, I'm okay losing. And I think that like not placing so much expectation on any particular game is really important, where, you know, it is Pokemon, you have influence over how the game goes, but you do not have total control. Absolutely. And so I think trying to emphasize and focus on the things that I do have control over. I have control over what moves I click, what Pokemon I select, those things, and I'm trying to make sure that, you know, I'm doing that as best as I can. And so, you know, I didn't expect this would go this well, so everything's like bonus at this point. So yeah, I really did not think this would happen.
We'll believe it eventually, whether it's sometime today or tomorrow at some point.
Yeah, I'll be like, wait, that happened? How did that happen?
Yeah, as long as you come back here tomorrow, that's the one that counts.
For sure.
All right, final 2 questions. The first one, the usual. Any shout out to people you want to thank out there, anyone who might be supporting you?
Yes, I'll try to keep this brief because I've done some shout outs before. I want to thank the P2 crew, especially those folks that couldn't make it because of flight cancellations. I'm so happy to get to work with a great team building group, so you all know who you are. I want to thank the Northern California community. Saw a lot of people from NorCal at the 5-0 tables last round, and it was super motivating. That like, okay, yeah, we're like, as a scene, we're getting a lot better, which is great. And shout outs to my parents and family. Hope I messaged, hey, I'm on stream. I really didn't think this would happen, but hopefully they're watching, and I cherish the support from all of these different groups so much. It's really, it takes a lot to do well at any of these events, so I really appreciate the support from everyone. Everyone just checking like, oh yeah, good to see you did well. Like, you know, you'll get them next time. And when it doesn't go well, like it means the world. And I'm just super grateful to be in the position that I'm in.
Well, I'm definitely glad with your family tuning in that you can get the win on broadcast. Yeah. That's always like, a good one.
Oh no, I'm gonna get, Aaron's just gonna roll me over.
Not this time.
Not barely. We hung on there just by a thread.
Very good. Last but not least, before I let you go, obviously we're in Houston. There is cowboy hats everywhere, so I'm asking everyone. I gotta know. Okay. What Pokemon do you think looks best in a cowboy hat?
You should have asked me that first. I need to be thinking about that.
My bad.
Looks best in a cowboy hat. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe this is the answer that's coming to mind right now. So you know, West Sea Gastrodon has like little horns that kind of like fit the shape of a cowboy hat, and it like matches the color of it. So I'm like, that's actually my favorite Pokemon is West Sea Gastrodon. So okay. I think Gastrodon could rock a cowboy hat really nicely. That's my pick.
That's a good answer. Though I know Lou is sitting there right now. She's like, no, EC.
I know. It's sacrilege, but that's my favorite Pokemon. I'm sorry. The blue one's good too. East Sea is great too, but I have a special place in my heart for West Sea Gastrodon. So.
Don't worry, I'm on your side. I think the fake capture is the best one.
West Sea, Best Sea. There you go.
Perfect, exactly.
Hashtag.
Best of luck, Zach, on your
so
next
much.
2 rounds and for the chat. As for us, time for a little bit more yap with What's the Strat with Evan Latt in a hat.
Thanks, Sierra. Welcome back to What's the Strat with Evan Latt in a hat for that incredible round 6 of our competition. Really excited to see Zach come out on top there. Definitely a player to watch and a person who has been really repping his NorCal scene there. And let's just dive right into it because I know we got plenty to talk about with this. Let's take a look at these teams. Obviously, Zach is running one of the more unique teams that we have seen so far this tournament. However, it still shares a lot of DNA with a lot of those more offensive Regidrago and Iron Crown teams that we've been seeing. I'm thinking here especially of, you have the Farigiraf, which offers Trick Room support and the ability to block priority with the Armor Tail ability, similar to how Indeedee does with the Psychic Terrain. And of course you have Torkoal there that also is offering Helping Hand support, just like the Indeedee does in those other Iron Crown versions of the team. However, split up, Indeedee does what 2 Pokemon can do, but these 2 Pokemon also are doing quite a bit more, and especially setting up the Pokemon like Chi-Yu. That was fun. But let's take a look at the other team coming up here. Aaron Brock is running that Cresselia Ursaluna team that he has been very much known for over this year. And we have already seen a version of this team earlier on stream. Some really important parts of this, we think about the Ursaluna teams, we think more about the Porygon 2 versions, but the Cresselia actually offers some really unique things that the Porygon 2 can't. In particular, because it has the Levitate ability, it is able to run alternate terrestrialization types. So while Porygon 2 tends to be stuck running the flying type, Cresselia instead can run the Terra Steel. This is especially useful against opposing Regidrago, because Porygon 2 can't terrestrialize into a resistance, Cresselia can. That doesn't really come up in this set, but it's definitely something I know that both players would have been thinking about in the run-up to this set. Let's go ahead and hop right into game 1 here, as we have our competitors out on the field, and these leads are just devastating for Zach. Using the Regidrago and the Chi-Yu up against the Incineroar and the Urshifu, there is so much pressure that Aaron is putting off with these 2 Pokemon on the field. Incineroar's fake out pressure means that Chi-Yu would have to terrestrialize into the Ghost typing to prevent itself from getting faked out. And Regidrago can only protect, but you can't protect in front of Urshifu. So if Regidrago wants to be protected from fake out, it either needs to switch out or Chi-Yu needs to switch out in favor of the Farigiraf. Zach, kind of playing a little bit ahead of himself in this turn. You can tell that he thinks that this Regidrago is going to be the bigger target for Aaron. You look at this, you see the Chi-Yu and the Regidrago. The Chi-Yu can't do anything to either of these 2 Pokemon. It's probably switching out. So if you're Aaron, you're probably thinking, yeah, that's probably going to switch out. So then maybe I'll just target the Regidrago. Zach knows that Aaron is going to think that, and instead makes the call to switch out the Chi-Yu, or switch out the Regidrago for the Farigiraf. And I wanted to pause right here, just because I love this little handy tip that the game provides you. This is why Chi-Yu is not having a good time. Not very effective, not very effective, not very effective, not very effective on both targets, Urshifu and Incineroar. So you would expect this Chi-Yu to switch out. So if you're playing really aggressively, trying to get in your opponent's head, you predict that's going to happen, you target something else. If you predict your opponent's going to predict that, you have to go one step ahead. And as Zach does, keep the Chi-Yu in, try to get as much damage as possible with this overheat onto the Urshifu, and protect it with the Farigiraf. You're hoping that this Farigiraf is about to take a close combat from that Urshifu and be, still, take a lot of damage, but relatively healthy, and with the overheat plus Life Orb recoil, keeping that Urshifu in check. Instead, Farigiraf does block the fake out, but this Chi-Yu is only going to deal damage to the Urshifu and then take a Surging Strikes immediately afterwards, which seems that Pokemon is now knocked out. And now, Zach is in a real bind here. These Pokemon are all special attackers, and now there is an Incineroar that hasn't been touched staring down this Farigiraf as well as the Regidrago in the back, and we know that there is also the Flutter Mane. To get around this, Zach is really putting a lot of priority on having the Throat Spray boost on the Farigiraf. But the only way to really guarantee that is to go for this Icy Wind. The Icy Wind connects onto both the Urshifu and the Incineroar. And Zach's probably really hoping right here that the Urshifu is going to try to protect itself to avoid any damage from like a Moonblast that would pick up the KO, or switch out, and then Zach would get a free Icy Wind speed drop on whatever Pokemon Aaron has brought in the back. However, Aaron's very much in a position of thinking, yep, Urshifu, you did your job, you tanked an Overheat, and you knocked out the Choice Scarf Chi-Yu. I am happy with your contributions to this match. However, Urshifu was not happy with the contributions to this match and wanted to pick up an additional KO. The Surging Strikes will connect onto the Flutter Mane, knock that Pokemon out, and then, while the Farigiraf is going to be able to go before the Incineroar and activate the Throat Spray with this Hyper Voice, it still does negligible damage onto the Incineroar, and now you've wasted additional damage onto that Urshifu that has already knocked out 2 Pokemon. That is a lot of investment to get this Farigiraf into this position here, and even still, it's not a great position against the Assault Vest Incineroar, which you can see, even with a U-turn, is able to deal enough damage that is potentially a 3-hit KO onto the Farigiraf. At that point, it's really difficult for Zach to come back here. Aaron is very much in control and is then able to force into Game 2. As we come into Game 2 here, big adjustment with the Flutter Mane and the Chi-Yu leads up against the Incineroar and Amoonguss. This is a great adjustment from Aaron, and I enjoy this adjustment from Zach as well. Don't want to get stuck in the position that you were with the Game 1, where Chi-Yu is not really threatening a whole lot of anything, and you have to worry about your Regidrago taking damage, which would make those Dragon Energies much less effective. Here, though, on Game 2, the Incineroar and Amoonguss combination gives Aaron a lot of flexibility. There are so many things that these Pokemon can do, and it's why they are consistently at the top of our usage charts. It's really just sort of a decision of what do you value out of these Pokemon. Do you value Fake Out Pressure? Do you value getting more positioning and switching with U-turn? Do you value Redirection with Rage Powder? Or do you value putting a Pokemon to sleep with Spore? As we see in this first turn, Aaron is going to opt for the Spore part of this. And as you can see, Zach does have more options here. No longer is all of Chi-Yu's attacks not very effective. Instead, it will have the option to deal super effective damage to the Amoonguss and forces the Terastallization really early out of Aaron's Pokemon. Now, it's going to be an unfortunate Heat Wave miss here from the Chi-Yu because that is kind of what Chi-Yu does. But you are still chipping into the Incineroar. Would not have been enough to pick up the KO onto the Amoonguss either, but more importantly, this Moonblast coming out from the Flutter Mane is able to deal good damage onto the Incineroar and slowly start chipping it down. All of this is in trade for the Spore onto Flutter Mane. Now, if you've watched our streams before, you understand how the sleep mechanic works. But sleep is extremely strong because you are always guaranteed at least one turn where your opponent is immobilized, and then up to 3 turns where the Pokemon is not able to make an attack. But crucially, you have to make an attack for that to come into effect. If you switch out your Pokemon, like Zach is about to do, then your Pokemon has reset that sleep counter. You have not used that time yet. So Flutter Mane, whenever it comes back in, is still guaranteed to have 1 turn where it is unable to attack. And that's really important because, Zach really needs to make something happen. This is a huge part of the offensive threat. And with that Choice Scarf being knocked off of Chi-Yu, it is very possible that Aaron has some faster Pokemon in the back that could be very threatening. Now, here's where we get to the awkward position. So we were able to get to a point where you have your Regidrago and your Torkoal up against Aaron's Fluttermane and the Incineroar after the Chi-Yu is able to knock out the Amoonguss with the Overheat and then goes down itself. This is an unfortunate position because I can also see how Aaron gets a little bit over his skis here and is thinking a little bit too far ahead. Of course, it feels really bad to be staring down a Torkoal, which resists your Fairy-type attacks from the Fluttermane, as well as the Regidrago that can terastallize into the Steel-type. So Aaron is really feeling the pressure to need to switch out this Fluttermane to reset the Choice Specs lock and make sure that he can reset whatever move that he wants to use. Unfortunately, that means that by switching out, this Regidrago is now going to be the fastest thing on the field. Sometimes you get into these positions and you think, I'm so far ahead, the only way I can really lose is if I make a targeting mistake, right? You think like, oh, well, if I just target into the Regidrago and it protects with my Fluttermane, and then Torkoal is able to somehow get really big damage off onto my Fluttermane with a Weather Ball or something, maybe that's how I lose here. So I understand the tendency to want to switch out that Fluttermane to protect it and reset the Choice Specs lock, but unfortunately, Zach does not go for any of that. Instead of trying to go for predictions and guessing games of, I'm going to protect this Pokemon and get an attack out there, and then Aaron's going to lose a turn and I'm going to gain a turn. Instead, Zach just goes on the full-out offensive here with the Regidrago, getting a full-power Dragon Energy off onto both Cresselia on the switch-in and that pesky little Incineroar in the back. This is going to be so much damage onto both of these Pokemon. Cresselia is going to get knocked out by this Weather Ball as well, and all of a sudden, Aaron is in such a bad position from such a strong position, all because the Pokemon switched out and gave Zach that free turn to deal that big damage. And from here, you end up in a really awkward end game. So you have the Fluttermane up against the Regidrago and the Torkoal with the other Fluttermane on Zach's side in the back. Now, this Pokemon is still asleep and has not taken any turns of sleep yet, which means it's not going to be able to actually go for an attack until it has spent at least one turn waking up. That being said, it does have the Focus Sash, which means that it's going to at least be able to survive one attack from the Fluttermane. This Torkoal is within Shadow Ball range, but Regidrago is going to take 2 Shadow Balls to knock it out. That means that Zach is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns to be able to knock out this Fluttermane before losing. And Aaron has to win, has to defeat all of these Pokemon, has 5 turns to do that. And unfortunately, just isn't able to make that happen, which means we go into a Game 2, or Game 3 rather. In Game 3, we have our competitors making another change here. That's the Incineroar and Urshifu from back in Game 1, this time up against the Chi-Yu and the Torkoal. This is another great adaptation from Zach to go for more offensive pressure and additionally get that drought on the field to boost the power of the Chi-Yu and make that Urshifu, which was so threatening in Game 1, much weaker out on the field. That being said, again, you have great offensive pressure from the Incineroar and from the Urshifu because they don't really care what's going on here. They resist all of the attacks. Torkoal only has fire attacks. Chi-Yu only has fire and dark type attacks. Both of these Pokemon are happy to take attacks here. When we move forward into the game, as our players are trying to find a way to break the game open, you can see Urshifu and Regidrago have both been knocked out here, 2 offensive pieces, and their positioning. This is going to be a key moment here as the Fluttermane on Aaron's side does go for a Terastallization into the Fairy typing to try and get some damage off. Correctly predicts that the Fluttermane on Zach's side will protect itself, gets the KO off onto Torkoal. But what that really does for Zach is it gives Chi-Yu a free switch in here. So Chi-Yu gets to come in for free and be next to the Fluttermane. And that's really important because this Fluttermane is able to deal big damage alongside the Chi-Yu. You can see, again, Aaron needs to protect the Choice Specs Fluttermane, so switches it out for the Amoonguss. But the Terra Stellar on the Fluttermane, plus Chi-Yu being able to deal big damage with its own fire-type attacks, is going to easily clean up this Amoonguss on the switch-in and continue to pressure that Incineroar down. Like, this is big damage, all just to reposition that Fluttermane once again. Going into our final clip here, this is the moment. No one, I think, really expected this Stellar Terastallization plus Beads of Ruin to KO the Choice Specs Fluttermane on Aaron's side. But you know what? It does. And by doing so, Zach is able to remove the final piece of offensive power that Aaron has, and just Chi-Yu and Fluttermane are going to be able to clean this up and put him into Phase 2 with a 6-0 record. And with that, let's take a look at our 7th round of competition, because there are still 2 more left today. Casters, let's take it away.
Thank you so much, Evan, for breaking down the strat for us. Dewey here, Aaron here, getting ready for the next round of Swiss.
I had to run the numbers because that last game
was...
You were
following you so much that you were running the numbers. You're back here fiercely just typing in numbers.
The roll was like very, very much in Aaron's favor. Yeah, it was like, you know, almost all the time. It was like, what, 7/8 of the time he should survive that, or even higher. And so, yeah, that's partially why I was like, oh my god, I didn't even think that I had a chance of knocking out. But it is a testament to, you know, the boosts that you get from Stellar as well as Beads of Ruin.
Yep, so there you go. For all of you who also calculated back at home watching along, let us know if your numbers align with Aaron Zhang's numbers. So, you know, numbers, right?
Numbers.
Yeah. Exciting round 7 coming up, though. You know,
Dewey, we had a lot of throwbacks throughout the course of today. You and I have talked about Cresselia a lot. It's made a bunch of appearances, but we've got a bigger throwback for you.
We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
In a bit. You're foreshadowing again, Aaron.
I just want to get into it, man.
You really love foreshadowing today, but let's go ahead and take a quick look at Swiss standings right now. You know, 6 rounds of Swiss moving into 7 rounds of Swiss. Any player that wins 6 rounds today moves on to Phase 2 of the competition. The previous round, we saw Zach qualify for Phase 2, sitting right there as the 6th seed right now. And again, this is just a snapshot, right? This is just a snapshot of all the players out there right now. Any player that is currently sitting at 5-1 needs to win 1 more, and then of course if you're sitting at 4-2, you have to be able to win out in order to secure your spot in Phase 2. So this is where it gets really exciting.
9 players have already made it into day 2. Of the 9, only 1 has actually won a regional championship before in Daniel Yu. Many have come very close though, like Zach, we just saw on stream, finishing as high as 2nd at regionals before. And of the 5 ones, Christopher Hahn, maybe the most notable name there. Of course, he's been one of the strongest players in North America once aging up to the Masters division, consistently day 2ing, feels like basically every event. And of course, his brother, Kevin Hahn, won both the junior and senior division world championships the past couple years.
Yeah, so you know, strong family right there. You know, you love to see 2 brothers go into VGC and compete with each other.
You know, that sounds familiar, Dewey. You probably know something about that.
Much farther time away from you and Brendan, of course.
That too was a long time ago at this point.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the notable matches for Swiss Round 7. Exciting matches all around. I mean, you see Steven Morioka versus Daniel Yu. You mentioned earlier that Daniel Yu is a player that has actually won the regional championships. Steven Morioka has been competing since before us.
06?
Journey Across America.
That would have been 06, yeah.
Yeah, pretty sure it was also a part of the battle in Seattle as well, or at least, you know, tried to enter there for the battle in Seattle. So, you know, Steven Morioka has been around for a very long time. We saw Aaron Brock on broadcast just in the previous round. We'll be going up against Luca Paz, who has been no stranger to the stream at all.
And a regional champion as well at 5-1, having won one of the first Scarlet and Violet regional championships over in Europe.
Yep, and then of course we've already highlighted this before. We have Carson Confer, former world champion, has won regional championships before as well, going up against Alex Smith. You know, we also have Dylan Stone versus Stefan Luna, who we actually haven't seen on stream before.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll be able to see them in Phase 2. But of course, our matchup right now is going to be Lewis Milich versus Max Simon.
Is it time?
We'll wait a bit. We'll wait a little bit. All right, now it's time. Now it's time. Go for it, Aaron. Go.
Pikachu, I choose you. Max Simon, the premier Pikachu player here, 1 game away from making it to day 2 at this regional championship. this isn't just a gimmick, Dewey. Max is the premier Pikachu player because he's been using Pikachu since 2020. He's earned multiple championship points with it, top 32, top 64 regionals with Pikachu. He's rocking it once again here.
Yeah, so Max has built most of their teams with Pikachu. If not Pikachu, then at least some form of Pikachu. I've seen from the team histories, you know, sort of like Raichu, Togedemaru. So Max, no stranger to using Pikachu at all. Over on the other side, it is going to be Lewis, who we've seen play a lot of VGC before, right? I mean, from around the time that we were also competing as well, having top finishes in tournaments. Max has also made top finishes in tournaments, although a lot of these happened before 2020.
Yeah, Lewis, a player that was, I think, you know, very, very strong, especially in the Sun and Moon era. Took a long break from VGC, but came back last season and was very consistently in day 2 of pretty much every tournament that he was attending, and had, you know, qualified for the World Championships. And I think he actually has not played very much this season, but is making a late run for the World Championships. And he's going to be using Dondozo, Tatsugiri. Both players are going to be using it, but he's got that Galarian Wheezing. What's really interesting about the Galarian Wheezing, though, is that it is toxic. It's not toxic spikes. It's not poison gas. Those two moves are most common on Galarian Weezings. Instead, it's going to be that toxic, which of course can make the toxic damage add up even more.
Yeah, so that exponential, right, with that toxic, I mean, I will always remember back in the day, just, you know, in-game teams just using toxic and slowly whittling away the opposing team. So Lewis going to be running a Dondozo team, as you mentioned before. You know, Dondozo is a Pokemon that we've seen on broadcast before. A lot of players hate going up against Dondozo teams, but here we are. We actually have a Dondozo mirror.
And I think what's really interesting, of course, in the Dondozo mirror is, oh, are you running Oblivious? Are you running Unaware? Well, we just saw Lewis is running Oblivious. That is kind of the more common ability right now because of how good it is into, of course, Intimidate, Incineroar being everywhere, being immune to it, big deal. And turns out, well, Max is also running Oblivious. And so I was going to say, if one of you is running Oblivious and the other is running Unaware, that gives you a big edge if you are the Unaware player. But with both being Oblivious, kind of levels out the playing field. But, I mean, we got to address the mouse in the room. Let's talk about Pikachu.
Pikachu, of course, with access to that Lightning Rod, provides a lot of support. I mean, it will be able to draw away electric-type attacks from that Dondozo as well as that Pelipper, so that's pretty cool. Light Ball gives it a crazy amount of offensive stats. And then, of course, you know, Pikachu has a pretty decent move pool. The only issue with Pikachu is that, you know, its stats aren't that great, but it has access to great moves. I mean, again, with that Light Ball, you get so much physical power that you can go for really powerful Volt Tackles, you can go for really powerful Play Roughs, but most importantly, it also has access to that Fake Out to provide support.
Yeah, part of the beauty of Pikachu is actually as a Raging Bolt counter, right? And Lewis does have Raging Bolt on his team, but it's like, hey, how do you make Raging Bolt's life miserable? Well, you've got Lightning Rod for the electric-type attacks, and you have Fairy Terra, right, as well to get rid of the Dragon-type damage onto it. So this lone Pikachu can actually be a counter to one of the most common Pokemon in this format. Curious to see if it ends up coming out in this matchup, right? Like, one of the big dynamics to pay attention to is that Lewis has Galarian Wheezing. Galarian Wheezing, of course, shuts down abilities. It means that Lewis also obviously won't be able to combine a Dondozo Tatsu if it's out on the field. Oh, you can't, right? It has to be out on the field. But what it means is Lewis at any point could switch out his Wheezing, bring in Dozo Tatsu immediately, let it combine that way. Whereas if you're Max, if Wheezing's out on the field, you just will not be able to combine, right? And so Max's goal is, hey, if I think I'm going to bring Dozo Tatsu and I'm staring down the Wheezing, I got to knock out that Wheezing. I cannot let it get a Toxic off into my Dondozo. If that happens, Lewis will have the huge, huge advantage.
Yeah, but then of course Pikachu can also deal massive amounts of damage to Dondozo as well. You will be taking a lot in recoil. As a matter of fact, you might even knock yourself out with the recoil that you do from Volt Tackle. But I mean, hey, Aaron, happy 30th anniversary
to Pokemon. Happy 30th indeed. I think it's just so awesome we get to see Pikachu here, and I really want to see him make an appearance here. I do think that it might feel a little bit scary to bring into this matchup because you are staring down double priority and Chien-Pao Dragonite. This is Life Orb Chien-Pao with Sucker Punch and Choice Band Dragonite with extreme speed. I think Pikachu probably doesn't survive either of these. You could go for Fairy Terra, obviously, to resist the Sucker Punch, but I think that's one of the main things Max probably has to be a little bit wary of. And you're probably wondering, well, why in the world is Pikachu on this team to begin with? And it's because, first of all, it can counter Raging Bolt. It's a faster Fake-Out user than Pokemon like Incineroar and Rillaboom in this format. You can actually deal really reasonable damage, and it, of course, has that Lightning Rod ability. And here we go! I choose you!
Pikachu and Dondozo over on Max's side. It is going to be the Raging Bolt and that Neutralizing Gas. So Weezing's Neutralizing Gas will be preventing that Lightning Rod from taking effect, but at the same time, that Pikachu does get access to Fake Out this turn. So how's this going to play out? It's Pikachu on the field.
Yeah, and so you can Fake Out into the Raging Bolt. Weezing here not going to apply that much pressure damage-wise, but of course the big thing is you can go for the Toxic, right? And if Dondozo gets poisoned, it's a complete nightmare here. So really interesting dynamic because Pikachu normally used specifically to counter Raging Bolt, but when your ability is shut down, suddenly Raging Bolt can actually attack, right? So you can see Lewis considering going for that Electric Terra. That means that you won't get KO'd by a Fairy Terra play rough immediately. Happy to just go for Electro Web, try to poison the Dondozo immediately. I think the Pikachu is really strong here. The Dondozo, unfortunately, caught in a very awkward position to start this game for Max.
Yep, so it will be the Pikachu terrestrializing right now into that Fairy type. Pikachu is so adorable, just sitting on the field, so tiny. You know, getting that heart on top of his head from that terrestrialization, as it will be the Raging Bolt to terrestrialize here into that Electric type. So here we go, Aaron. Looks like we're getting underway. What's Pikachu got up its tiny sleeves here? And how is it going to play around here? As Pikachu will go for a play rough. Terra Fairy play rough connects into that Raging Bolt. Doesn't do 50%, and here's an Electro Web from the Raging Bolt. Connects into that Dondozo, and that Pikachu does so much damage to both Dondozo and Pikachu, but most importantly gets some pretty nice speed drops here as Weezing is content to go for a Toxic into that Dondozo, which is going to be so important. It will remove the staying power of Dondozo over on Max's side of the field, and here's a Wave Crash hitting into that Raging Bolt, gets the KO from that range, but you know, that is going to be, you know, a big threat. The Raging Bolt being removed, but, you know, has Max paid the price? That Dondozo is now poisoned. It's taking recoil, and also it's just so low in health after taking that Terra Electric Electro Web.
Yeah, my main question is, did Max bring Tatsugiri into this one? I think if so, he's in a lot of trouble because the Dondozo is very close to fainting already, right? Like the main win condition in winning the Dondozo mirror match is often like getting your opponent's Dozo lower first. I mean, getting it this low and getting the poison onto it is a complete dream. However, obviously, Lewis does not have Terra available to him. He could just switch Weezing right now into Tatsugiri, combine, go for Earthquake immediately. Max, crucially, does have Dark Urshifu with Choice Band, so Wicked Blow will still deal massive amounts of damage, but you need to get it out, and of course, it can't Terra either. So my big question is, what does Max have as his fourth? If it's going to be the Pelipper or the Tornadus, both of those can set up a Tailwind, which actually goes a really long way in this matchup. If it's Tatsugiri, I think he's going to be in a really tricky spot. But the main question this turn for Lewis is, do you want to combine? You could theoretically like protect with Dozo, stay out with Weezing for another turn, but looks like, yeah, switch out into Earthquake, really safe now.
Yep, so Max will also switch out the Pikachu on their side of the field as Tatsugiri will take the field here and doesn't get a combine yet, but will get a combine as the Weezing on Lewis' side will switch out for that Tatsugiri as well. So here we go. Tatsugiri's commander will activate once that Weezing switches out. And well, guess what? Hey, guess what? We got a Dozo mirror.
Not for long, though, I think, do we? Not for long, because after the Earthquake and the Poison, Dondozo is going to shoot that Tatsugiri right back out. But if you're Max, this is a nice way to protect the Pikachu for a turn, right? And get Tatsugiri in actually safely. So, yeah, very interesting dynamic there, right? You obviously aren't guaranteed to combine there should the Weezing stay on the field, but I think Max being like, oh, it seems like a really safe time for you to combine, might as well. So if he's going for this, then, you know, it makes me wonder, okay, does he feel confident being able to knock out the Dondozo? Once again, what is that final Pokemon, right? Because I don't think Tatsugiri is really going to provide that much value for Max. It's only got Dragon Pulse to really deal damage into Dondozo. Could it be something like Tailwind? Because if you set up Tailwind, then Pikachu can come back out and click that Volt Tackle into Dondozo.
Yeah, so, I mean, one thing that's nice about that switch that the Pikachu will get access to Fake Out again. Yep. And now that it's just one Dondozo on the field instead of dealing with two Pokemon, you do get access to the Fake Out. So potentially going for a Fake Out option here. Maybe if that fourth Pokemon is Tornadus, right? Can't set up a Tailwind for the future, but again, right now, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, this is why I was saying, like, what is Max's fourth, right? Because I was like, if it's not Tatsu, you brought both Tornadus and Urshifu. It's actually really interesting where it's like you use the Dozo early to make your opponent think that you have Tatsugiri, but in the end you don't. I think Tatsugiri is kind of a liability here. Tatsu is going to switch out though, so let's see. Could also be that Urshifu, which of course has a very powerful Wicked Blow, and it is going to be Urshifu.
Yep, so the Urshifu will take the field for that Tatsugiri. Dondozo protects, does not want to get faked out as well as take any additional damage here as Pikachu does go for that Fake Out option. you know, smart maneuver there to try to get that Urshifu out, but of course this Dondozo does threaten a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, and it likely will be faster than both of these, right? So can really just freely click Earthquake. So Pikachu here, yeah, opting to protect, does not want to feint this turn, but Earthquake's still going to do a lot into the Urshifu. Let's see if it's a 2-hit knockout. I would expect it to be.
Yep, so here comes the Earthquake from that Dondozo. Gonna go ahead and make that ground shake, but Pikachu protects itself. How much damage does this do to this Urshifu here? Big Earthquake, not even a 2-hit KO, and here comes a big Wicked Blow onto Dondozo. Big critical hit. You know, just being able to bypass those defense boosts and stuff like that. So that's pretty nice to see from that Urshifu with that Wicked Blow. So not even a 2-hit KO, pretty big there.
Yeah, but the Rocky Helmet gets you the extra damage that you need, where now Earthquake should be able to knock out both. Urshifu is Choice Banded. It can't switch into a Sucker Punch. So I think, yeah, Lewis just being in really, really good position with Dondozo right now. This is partially why Rocky Helmet is such a good item. It gives you a huge edge into the Urshifus, which otherwise actually cause a ton of issues. And as you can see, yeah, Earthquake actually not doing enough to get the 2-hit knockout. And so Dondozo being as fast as it is, that definitely poses a lot of problems here. Yeah, Pikachu just opts for the double, doesn't get it. Should be a double knockout.
Not. And here comes Dondozo with another Earthquake. So again, that Rocky Helmet, so important to be able to get that extra damage, as Pikachu will get knocked out as well as the Urshifu, leaving it just to the Tatsugiri standing on Max's side of the field versus this Dondozo.
So I think if you are Max and you're evaluating this game, the answer is like either have to get Dozo Tatsu out earlier, or I have to drop Tatsugiri, maybe even both of them, right? Because the problem was basically Tatsugiri doesn't even provide good offense or defense, right? It doesn't have something like Helping Hand to further your damage output. And the two Pokemon that Max dropped in this matchup were Tailwind users, so both Pelipper and Tornadus could have been really helpful. If you set up that Tailwind, then Urshifu Wicked Blow, just, you know, 2 Wicked Blows will knock out Dondozo. And so I think if you're Max, you're probably immediately thinking as an adjustment, potentially bringing one of Pelipper or Tornadus. The other question is, do you really want to go with Pikachu plus Dozo as a lead again, right? Because I think Lewis had this really nice lead where Weezing was just perfect at shutting down abilities. Pikachu, when it does not have Lightning Rod active, unfortunately not going to be as powerful.
The order up from that Dondozo knocks out that Tatsugiri, and Lewis will take Game 1 here of Swiss Round 7 in Houston. So, back to the drawing board for Max. Max's adjustments. Max needs to make adjustments now to force that Game 3. And, you know, the Pikachu is pretty cool, but is it going to be that piece of the puzzle? You know, as you mentioned, that Tatsugiri kind of came in at such an inopportune time, as well as Dondozo taking so much damage. I mean, that basically needs to try to figure out how to shut down this Raging Bolt immediately.
Exactly, yeah. One of the leads I was thinking about is you could actually go Pikachu Urshifu, where you go Fake Out into Dark Terra Wicked Blow immediately. Yes, you're vulnerable to eating up a Toxic or a Dazzling Gleam, but by going for the Dark Terra, you get around the 4x, you know, super effective hit. Weezing not exactly your most offensive Pokemon as well. You just get a ton of damage immediately onto a Raging Bolt on turn 1, can't protect in front of it either, and just start the game off strong. And then I think what's tough probably for Max here is he's like, does it really make sense to drop both Dozo and Tatsu, because then I'm playing a matchup with Pikachu, Urshifu, Pelipper, Tornadus? Like, that doesn't really feel right.
Yeah.
So it could still make sense to keep going with Dozo Tatsu, but I think leading Dozo put Max in a pretty tough spot because he just like lost the war of attrition there. If you want any chance of winning with Dozo, I think you need to get your Dozo at full health and ideally have damaged Lewis's Dozo before anything. It's the complete opposite where it's like, yeah, Dozo just took way too much damage on turn 1 there, right? So the other thing was, like, you could see Raging Bolt was bulky enough where even with the Raging Bolt not Terra, like, Play Rough was not a guaranteed knockout at that point, right? And so that's like the other tricky thing here, where the Fairy Terra made Max even weaker, and it's not like it gave the extra damage it needed to, like, get the knockout. And so, yeah, I think if Max is expecting the exact same lead, one thing you could look towards is leading Urshifu, and maybe even with that Pikachu.
Yeah, so here we go now. It's getting ready to jump into Game 2. It's just about finding that opportune time for Dondozo to take the field. You don't want Dondozo to take too much damage.
And, you know, if you, like, I'm curious if, like, either player moves away from Dozo, because Lewis could go with Chimpao and the Dragonite, but nope, just Pikachu hitting the field once again. It's actually just a run back here, okay.
Yep, so here we go, same leads as last time. Now Max will have to make adjustments. Does not want the same situation happen from Game 1 here, so how is Max gonna react? It looks like Lewis is still pretty content to just you know, keep it up with the terrestrialization into the Electro Web, so it's going to come down to how Max reacts to how that turn 1 played out from game 1.
Yeah, I mean, you could grass Terra the Dondozo this time around. You can even protect it on turn 1. Like, one play is protect Dondozo. Pikachu just goes straight for a Volt Tackle into Weezing. The thing is, I don't think that will be enough damage to knock out the Weezing, right? And that's part of the problem. Pikachu here could opt to fake out into Raging Bolt, but then what is Dondozo going to do, right? Maybe the best is you read Dondozo, or Raging Bolt goes for Electric Terra again and fake out Wave Crash into it, but then you're still getting poisoned. And so, yeah, the Toxic here, I think, just really safe onto the Dondozo.
Yeah, so here goes Pikachu with the fake out into the Raging Bolt slot. So now Raging Bolt will flinch. Dondozo will double up with a Wave Crash here, but no Terrestrialization yet. Brings Raging Bolt to above 50%, as now looks like that Weezing content to go for another Toxic.
So my big question to you, Dewey, once again, is do we think there's Tatsugiri in the back? Because I think basically how turn 1 had played out in the previous game made me think, hey, Dozo's actually pretty good just to deal early damage if you're not relying on Dozo Tatsu in the end game. I like Lewis's decision to actually not Terra this time, saying, look, I revealed I was Terraing on turn 1. Had he Terra, he would have eaten up a Wave Crash. That would have done substantially more damage, enough where a Fairy Terra play rough then may have gotten the knockout. So not going for a Terra now gives him, you know, additional mind game going into this next turn. But once again, getting the Toxic onto the opposing Dondozo is such a big needle mover in, like, now that shifts to Lewis, in Lewis being able to just kind of power through with Dozo Tatsu. So, like I said, the question is, does Max have a more adequate response to late game Dozo right now?
Yep, and it looks like, yeah, you're right. Like, it's so awkward, right? Like, when does that Tatsugiri come in if it's there? Raging Bolt over on Lewis' side will Terrestrialize now, getting that electric typing, or, you know, becoming nothing but an electric type. And here comes a play rough in that spot, and it misses the Raging Bolt. Unfortunate miss for Max, and here comes a big Electro Web. We saw Dondozo survive last time, but Pikachu has not Terrestrialized, so it takes that way better. But most importantly, gets very big speed drops down onto the Dondozo and the Pikachu now. Weezing goes for a Dazzling Gleam, connects onto Dondozo. Dondozo hangs on. Here's a Wave Crash. How much damage can this do to the Raging Bolt? And the Raging Bolt actually hangs on from that spot as Dondozo knocks itself out from that recoil. So now Pikachu hangs on with just a sliver of health. You know, you'd hate to see if that Tatsugiri is in the back for Max's side, but maybe being willing to sacrifice that Dondozo from this position might mean that Max doesn't have that Tatsugiri in the back.
Yeah, unfortunate miss, though, I think, onto the Raging Bolt. Would have knocked it out immediately, which then would have forced Lewis to bring out either Dozo or Tatsu. Now, being able to get an extra potential Thunderclap off on your way out is honestly quite a huge deal here. So, gonna opt the Thunderclap into the Urshifu. Urshifu theoretically could go for Sucker Punch here, for example, as Pikachu protects, but then you're locked into Sucker Punch, which doesn't feel really good. And so, yeah, really clutch on Raging Bolt. Both, you know, turn 1, not going for Terra. Pikachu is going to protect here, so buys it another turn, but we'll see what Urshifu locks into.
Yeah, and it looks like Raging Bolt will go for a Thunderclap. Will connect onto that Urshifu, does so much damage, but we see how important that neutralizing gas is, because, you know, it just prevents Pikachu from just redirecting that attack, as Urshifu will get to reset, will get to use that U-turn and pivot out as it knocks out the Raging Bolt. So now Max will reveal their last Pokemon partnering up with this Pikachu, but again, it is that Tatsugiri.
Yeah, and you can see Lewis, you know, fist pumping. He knows, okay, there's no tailwind now from your end. My Dozo should just win the game. And so the Dazzling Gleam here does so much damage. I mean, I think Weezing by itself could probably solo through it, but at this point, Dozo comes out, you combine, you click Earthquake, and you should be good. So yeah. I think, yeah, I was kind of surprised to see Max just offer the same 4, because I feel like you won't win the Dozo war in the fact like there's a Weezing on the opposing field and there isn't a good way to knock out the Weezing. I would have liked to see the game play out had Play Rough connected, but I think realistically with Tatsu being the final one from Max's end, like it was always going to be an
uphill battle.
Fodder, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, it should be very comfortable from Lewis's end now, where you can just switch out. Just thinking about everything, but you know, this isn't even Draco Meteor in the Tatsugiri, it's Dragon Pulse, Muddy Water, Terra Blast from Max's end, so won't be able to do a ton of damage. Gotta give Max a lot of props for running a Pokemon like Pikachu. It is really frail, it's volatile because it can miss its moves as well. So that is, you know, a tough Pokemon to use, and they has been the only kind of person brave enough to use it at multiple events.
Yeah, and you know, just because they lose this one doesn't mean that they're not in phase 2, right? I mean, they're sitting at 5-1, gonna, you know, depending on how this match plays out, if they drop to 5-2, there's still a chance,
still
right?
in it.
They're still in it, as Weezing now will switch out, will be the Tatsugiri to take the plays, and then go ahead and combine into that one singular Dondozo. So Lewis playing to the outs right here. That Galarian Weezing just so strong with that neutralizing gas. Tatsugiri will go ahead and jump into that Dondozo's mouth and get those boosts that are so important for Dondozo players. Obviously, we've seen it without the commander, but at the same time, these are nice boosts to have.
Yeah, and you've got two very, very tiny Pokemon on the opposing field of what will be a very large Earthquake here. So Dondozo contentious click Earthquake. You know, part of the strength of Weezing is being able to threaten so many things with poison, and a single poison goes such a long way, especially in the Dondozo mirror match.
Especially since it's toxic poison too.
Exactly. So yeah, you know, part of what I was thinking is like because Pikachu is really good at exerting that Terra out of the Raging Bolt, then if you get even a single Volt Tackle off into the Dondozo, it can't Terra, does so much damage, but now Dondozo just, you know, has the boost, it's got the speed advantage, and so should see Lewis comfortably take this game.
Yep, and here it is, the Urshifu and the Tatsugiri over on Max's side of the field. Will Terrasilize in these final turns of this game. That Urshifu will Terrasilize into the Dark type, hoping for a possibility of a critical hit Sucker Punch, possibly.
Yep.
As a potential option, as Tatsugiri does get a Protect here as well. So double Protect. Now Dondozo will just go for an Earthquake. So Tatsugiri will protect that, as it should be enough to get the KO over here onto the Urshifu, and it does. So now it's just Tatsugiri versus Dondozo. So really just, you know, I guess trying to maybe hope that it survived.
Yeah, I think maybe hoping like, or you misclick or you make a mistake. If you target Tatsu with a single target attack for some reason, you could blow, you know, of course.
And here it is, the order up.
Yep.
Lewis takes Swiss round 7, secures his spot in phase 2, actually. Sorry, phase 2 of the 2026 Houston VGC Regional Championships.
You know, it feels a little evil to see Order Up come out and then serve 3 pieces of Tatsugiri to Tatsugiri. Like, something about that just doesn't sit right with me.
Doesn't sit well with you?
No, it doesn't, man. But congratulations to Lewis. Makes it to day 2. And for Max, they are 5-2. They'll have another chance at making it to day 2. And even though Pikachu lost, I thought Max gave a really good show. Unfortunately for Pikachu, it's like, you know, it is the perfect Raging Bolt counter unless Weezing is out on the field, and that's like the one duo.
The one piece that Lewis actually had, right? But yeah, I mean, looking back, like, you know, this isn't like we said at the pregame, right? This isn't a thing, like a one-off. Max builds with Pikachu.
Yep.
So Max knows how to play Pikachu, and Max right now is sitting at 5-2, still a solid showing, but you know, Lewis just had the pieces that, you know, kind of prevented that Pikachu from being able to shine.
Yeah, and honestly, it was really tricky. I think, like, it was always going to be an uphill battle for Max because the Weezing on Lewis's end makes things a lot more lopsided. So, you know, one of the approaches I had suggested was leading Pikachu plus Urshifu, fake out into Dark Terra Wicked Blow. I think another option is like you use Pikachu Dondozo, and basically what you do is you switch the Pikachu out early into, say, Tornadus. The downside here, unfortunately, is that Tornadus actually is not, it's what, Covert Cloak, and it's not Focus Sash. Yeah, so then like, yeah, Thunder, I guess this is the problem where, yeah, by shutting down the Lightning Rod, Raging Bolt just gets to do too much, unfortunately. I was gonna say, like, you could switch in. I think maybe it's like one approach is like leading Pikachu with Tornadus.
And even then, like Raging Bolt also has a spread option, right?
Exactly.
It was clicking. I mean, yeah, you prevent the Thunderclap, but most of the important damage really came about because that Raging Bolt was using Electro Webs, which kind of just bypasses the Lightning Rod anyways.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right? And then getting those important speed drops. So in the event that it was sort of like this Dondozo versus Dondozo situation, I mean, losing that speed from that Electro Web makes a big difference in that Dondozo mirror.
It does, yeah. Like, it felt like the way that for Max to win this one, what they had to do was like kind of say, you know what, I'm going to use Dark Terra Urshifu to beat your Dondozo, but then in order to get to that spot, you also need to have Tailwind set up for it. So it's like maybe one line you could take is Protect Pikachu on turn 1. Dondozo clicks Earthquake immediately, which does do super effective damage to both Weezing and the Raging Bolt. And then if you've gotten that Earthquake damage off, even if Dondozo is poisoned, if you don't have Tatsugiri in the back, now you've distributed damage across the board. Pikachu on the second turn could then threaten with either a Volt Tackle or Fairy Terra Play Rough, potentially, although if you Fairy Terra, then you can't Terra Urshifu, obviously. But it felt like basically Max needed to kind of get a big lead to start things off and needed Tailwind in the back, and unfortunately, yeah, they weren't able to really like do too much with Pikachu, and the play rough miss definitely unfortunate in game 2 as well.
Yeah, so the positioning really just wasn't there. It was just always awkward for Max's gameplay. But I mean, Lewis played exceptionally well, right? Like kind of realizing those outs, realizing I need to do something about. I need the wheezing out on the field right now. I need this Raging Bolt out to be able to deal with that early Dondozo, but at the same time be able to bypass that Pikachu and just that Galarian wheezing. Those Toxics were so important. Did we see a lot of toxic damage happen? No, but it puts the pressure on, right?
Exactly.
It's that pressure that really gets you. Is like, oh, now my Dondozo doesn't have that staying power that a lot of Dondozo really want.
Exactly, yeah. I think it's like in the Dondozo mirror, as soon as you know you've poisoned your opponent's Dondozo, you can like, it's not like it's just one, right? But you can kind of breathe a sigh of relief because you're like, okay, this should give me the edge to win should we end up in a Dondozo versus Dondozo position. Hilariously enough, like we only saw that for one turn in one game when Dondozo already took 90% of its health. But it means you already have a big edge. And yeah, I think part of why Weezing is so scary to fight against in this format is because there are very few ways to reliably knock it out, especially when it's got that Citrus Berry. You can often take even a double up, right? You take one big attack, Citrus Berry, heal you back up, take another attack, and still get a move off. I do think this variant is really interesting because, like I said, almost everyone's been running Poison Gas as well as Toxic Spikes and then often something like Sludge Bomb or Gunk Shot. So it's actually quite different in terms of moveset, but Toxic just really, really scary because, like you said, it's exponential, and that really adds up.
It's a lot of pressure, and then you combine that with all the Wave Crash recoil that you're taking. If you're hitting into another Dondozo, the Rocky Helmet, Wave Crash recoil, as well as Poison Ticks at the end, adds up, and like you just don't like to see that. You don't like to see that you're doing damage and you're doing more damage to yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, we talked about that earlier with the Pikachu with the Volt Tackle into a Dondozo. Probably would have done more damage.
And I do think that's one of the harder things about using this current version of Dondozo. It is by far the most popular, Oblivious with Rocky Helmet. So Oblivious gives you the counter to Incineroar and Intimidate. Then you've got the Rocky Helmet to deal with the Urshifus and fake out chip damage. But then the thing is, you don't have leftovers, right? And so you're not healing back like those normal Dondozos that we used to see in the beginning of Scarlet and Violet VGC. And your best means of offense is Wave Crash, and you take a ton of recoil from it. And normally Dondozos are going to run a ton of speed and attack investment, very little bulk as well. So it's honestly more of a glass cannon than you would normally be used to with Dondozo.
Yeah, I mean, there's also no terrain recovery as well. I mean, I've seen a lot of players, it really just adds on with a bunch of like staying power with that Dondozo with all the different healing options, right? But hey, Aaron, guess what? There's only one better person to hear, two better people to hear from about that last match, if you ask me.
Let's hear.
Yeah, let's go ahead and throw it over to Sierra and Lewis for the interview.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Lewis out on the floor to talk a little bit more about that match. But first off, you've secured Phase 2 here at Houston. How are you feeling?
Feel really good, especially because last year I was day 2ing everything. This year I've been struggling a lot. What do you do when you struggle? Hey, you go with Dondozo. So happy to be in day 2.
Oh man, as a non-Dondozo enjoyer, I know about that one. But I mean, you took that to heart because we just saw you like at Seattle a couple weeks ago. We're getting the team switch up. So what was it that prompted the switch up? Was it that you just felt like this Dondozo Weezing everything was it? You just needed a change?
Yeah, all jokes aside, like Dondozo's actually in like a pretty interesting spot because if you just go really fast on that guy, he's outspeeding all of the boosters, special attack flutters. He's outspeeding all of the adamant Chien-Pao. So there's like a lot of stuff that it outspeeds that normally it wouldn't, but right now it is. And the other thing about the team that really unlocked it, that was kind of shown on stream a little bit, was the Bolt with the Weezing. I've been bringing that to my games more than I've been bringing Dondozo. I've just been leading that, clicking Electro Web, clicking Snarl. Weezing it hasn't really been all that good. This format, it hasn't found its place, but Snarl is what gives it the extra survivability so that it can toxic stuff, stall turns out, and then you can come in and sweep.
And we definitely saw the toxic with it come in clutch in that match. And I want to paint a little scenario here, right? You're everyone feeling great. You're about to go on stream. You sit down and you see Pikachu in the team preview. Like, is it the oddest team you've gone up against? Like, what are you even thinking at that point?
Well, I knew the second I saw Max's name, I was playing Pikachu. I've known Max for like 10 years. He was my local demon in like 2016, 2017, and every format that Pikachu has been legal, he always uses it. So I saw the name and instantly I was like, okay, what's my Pikachu matchup? You know, I'm probably the only one in this venue who would think that whenever they get their pairings, but you know, that's the way it was, so. But yeah, no, Max is like a great player too, and like it was a really rough matchup for him, so there's really not much he can do. But I'm really hoping that he makes day 2 as well, because I mean, we all want to see Pikachu do good, so.
I was about to say rematch tomorrow, but then I remembered what you said about it not being a good matchup.
Yeah.
So maybe you guys just sit next to each other going on for tomorrow's matches, which leads to the next question. You're scared for tomorrow. How are you feeling, especially too with Dondozo wheezing? You were saying it felt good into the event. You've had an opportunity to scope out now. Like, feel confident it can make the run?
I feel a little worse now that I've played on stream, gonna be perfectly honest, because people are gonna see the team, people are gonna think about, oh, what do I do, what do I do? I'll just win all the 50-50s, it'll be okay though.
There you go, you got the plan, you're set. 2 more questions before we go. First off, do you have any shout outs for friends out there, anyone who's supporting you?
Yeah, big shout out. Oh, I'm gonna forget so many people. Big shout outs to Joe Selmer, because he's really the guy who got me on this team. I should have ran it at Seattle and I didn't. And it was like all Joe that basically got us on this team. And a bunch of us are running it. My friend Logan, my friend Joe, Will, there's so many people, I'm gonna forget all of them. Joe's brother Joey, our friend Shrey. So, I mean, for all of you day 2 people, you better know your Dozo matchup. Also, all of my friends who get me all of my Pokemon, gotta shout them out. My friends Micah, my friend Justin, so many more. I'm gonna forget everyone. There's no way I can do justice to all the people who helped me out. With me, it really takes a village, so just thank you to all of my friends and everyone who supports me.
Can't believe you're issuing the challenge out there to everyone to make sure they know their matchup. That one just seems crazy. I thought you would want that to be a little bit more under the radar, but before I let you go return those friends, of course, we're in Houston, been asking everyone, what Pokemon do you think would look best in a cowboy hat?
Dondozo.
Perfect, love it. Congrats on the win, best of luck tomorrow and the last round. As for us, time to break that one down a little bit more with Evan Latt.
Big fish, little hat. Yeah, Dondozo in a cowboy hat would definitely work for me. Great choice, Lou. Let's take a look at that round 7 where Lou Milich has secured his ticket into Phase 2. And here it is. We've been talking about it. We've been dancing around it for the entirety of Scarlet and Violet. It's that classic 2-2-2 Dondozo. What do we mean by 2-2-2? Basically, 3 cores of 2 Pokemon. We pretty much will always see these combinations with some exceptions, but obviously, Dondozo Tatsugiri at the top. Of course, classic combo, activate the commander ability to give Dondozo the huge stat buffs. Next up, you've got Chin Pao and Dragonite. These 2 Pokemon are cleanup. So as soon as Dondozo starts dealing some extra damage with some wave crashes, or you start getting some chip damage from the Weezing and the Raging Bolt in the back, Chin Pao and Dragonite come in and clean it all up. And of course, lastly, the most dominant pair that we saw during this set, the Galarian Weezing and the Raging Bolt. Really interested to see how this pair has worked out for Lou in other matches, because it was kind of the perfect situation for the Galarian Weezing and the Raging Bolt going up against Max this time around. But this is a very common archetype, or at least it was much more common, because you have just some sheer offensive power of, you know, the +2 to all stats on Dondozo, have the Choice Band on Dragonite, plus the Sword of Ruin on Chin Pao to be able to pick up all those additional KOs with extreme speed. And then of course here, the Galarian Weezing and the Raging Bolt serving the role of chipping down your opponent's Pokemon while also sort of controlling the matchup. So you heard Lou talk about how important Electro Web and Snarl were on that Raging Bolt, chipping down, increasing the survivability of the remaining Pokemon. And again, that Toxic. Again, Aaron and Dwee talked about it at length during the match, but most people are using Poison Gas and Toxic Spikes. Why? Poison Gas affects both Pokemon on the opposite side of the field, and Toxic Spikes can set 1 or 2 layers. And as soon as you get 1 layer set, any Pokemon that switches in is going to get poisoned. With the advent of Amoonguss rising up to that top level of the stats of our day one usage, Toxic Spikes is a little bit less useful because Amoonguss is happy to switch in and out and continue to absorb those Toxic Spikes. If a Poison type switches in on Toxic Spikes, it absorbs it. Poison Gas, you know, it does really good damage. It does more consistent damage, but Toxic in these sort of longer, drawn-out matches really starts adding up over time. Poison Gas, one stage regular poison, just does a set amount of damage every turn. Toxic will continue to increase over time as the game continues, as a Pokemon remains on the field. So it's really good at forcing switches in addition to dealing that damage. If we look over at Max's team, they are also running the Dondozo and Tatsugiri. Of course, we saw that. And whenever you're in a Dondozo mirror, the first thing you usually think about is, okay, do I have to opt into the Dondozo mirror? Do the Dondozo have to face against each other? And if so, you need to have a plan for how do you get ahead in the game. Especially if you end up having two healthy Dondozo up against each other, you really want to have the Pokemon advantage so that if you do end up going to time, you will be able to win on the tiebreaker because you have the Pokemon advantage by the end of it. Again, other positive combos here, you have the Pelipper and the Tornadus. And then, of course, you have the Urshifu and the Pikachu sort of off to the side. Now, I say, of course, you have the Pikachu and the Urshifu off to the side, but these are actually two. Pikachu, obviously, we all know Pikachu. Urshifu Single Strike, we haven't seen a whole lot of. Rapid Strike has absolutely crushed Urshifu Single Strike in the usage, but it does have some interesting uses here, especially. The Wicked Blow with the Terra Dark and Choice Band is going to deal much better damage to opposing Dondozo than a Rapid Strike would, especially with the advent of Rocky Helmet, which both players are using. Now, we have to talk about Pikachu. I get it. I love you too, Pikachu, but I get it. You know, you turn 30 and some things just aren't as easy as they used to be. And unfortunately, Pikachu just wasn't able to keep up with the damage coming out from all of the other Pokemon that Lou had out on the field, and especially wasn't able to keep up with the Raging Bolt. But let's hop into our first game and let's see exactly how this all works out. Of course, this is a win and in as both players were sitting at 5-1. And of course, you have the Pikachu and Dondozo for Max up against Lou's Weezing and Raging Bolt. And here is the problem. Pikachu has a great matchup into Raging Bolt, normally. But as soon as Weezing hits the field and the neutralizing gas fills the area, this Pikachu is no longer going to be able to prevent those electric type attacks from damaging Dondozo. And in fact, it will be damaged by them. And Pikachu, while it can put out a lot of damage with that light ball, it is really frail and is not going to be able to take those hits very well at all. At the same time, you have Dondozo out on the field staring down that Raging Bolt, which is instantly threatening super effective damage because it cannot be protected by the Pikachu anymore. And Weezing is on the field to threaten that Toxic immediately onto the Dondozo. And that is exactly what happens in both of these games. As we hop into our first turn, I have to show it because who doesn't want to see Terra Fairy Pikachu launch a Play Rough onto a Raging Bolt? Well, maybe not the Raging Bolt player, but Lou is over here considering this option. You heard him talk about playing Max at their locals, and so clearly knew that this was an option to go for from the start with this Terra Fairy Play Rough into the Raging Bolt. Matches Terrasilizations to remove that weakness to the Play Rough, and instead is going to be able to deal a lot of damage back. This is also really good damage, really important damage to see for the Play Rough. Like was mentioned on the cast, it did barely under 50% damage, which means that even if Raging Bolt had not Terrastilized, it may not have picked up the KO anyway. You can definitely assume that this is something that both players, or Lou especially, would be thinking about going into Game 2. Now, without the Lightning Rod active on Pikachu, it takes a full power Electro Web from that Raging Bolt, and Dondozo takes so much damage. It's already down to basically a quarter of its health, and then gets Toxic on top of that. Dondozo only has a couple of turns left at this point, and then it goes for the Wave Crash into Raging Bolt, which at least picks up the KO there. But this is a big problem for Max because they are now in a really weak position. Pikachu and Dondozo are both so weak at this point that it's so easy for Lou to just bring in the Dondozo and clean up from there. Max is able to reposition a little bit to protect Pikachu and get this Urshifu single strike out on the field. You can see it does a decent amount of damage coming up. This Earthquake, of course, not hitting a 2-hit KO is a big deal, except for that Rocky Helmet, which has been so important for these Dondozo to keep up in the modern era. Wicked Blow deals a lot of good damage, may be able to pick up a 1-hit KO with the Terrestrialization boost, but with that Rocky Helmet, additional damage, Urshifu is well into its 2-hit KO range. Another Earthquake just picks up these KOs, and then Tatsugiri has nothing it can do for the rest of that game. Hopping into game 2, our players chose to go with the exact same leads. Again, it is Pikachu and Dondozo up against Lou's Weezing and Raging Bolt. And again, I get the idea here, but it's really difficult because that neutralizing gas just takes over the arena, and now Pikachu is not able to protect that Dondozo. The only options here would be to go for a Grass Terrestrialization on that Dondozo to potentially weaken some of the damage coming out from the Raging Bolt. But there is still always the option of Poison coming out from the Weezing, which means that even if you do the Terrestrialization on Dondozo, you have a really fast timer on how many turns Dondozo is going to be actively effective during your game. What Max does a little bit differently here is to just go for the fake out onto Raging Bolt instead of going immediately on the offense. However, Lou does not do the exact same thing that he did on the first game and instead does not terrestrialize the Raging Bolt. This means it is able to resist the Wave Crash. It still takes decent damage from that attack, but it is able to resist it much better than it would if it had terrestrialized. And again, the big win here is going to be the Poison onto Dondozo. This is exactly what Lou is trying to get on this first turn every time. As soon as Dondozo gets that Poison, it is no longer remotely as threatening when it combines with the Tatsugiri as it would if it was not poisoned. Later on during the set, Max is able to get the Urshifu out in front of the Raging Bolt, but I just had to include this because the Thunderclap in front of Pikachu, this is entirely what you want Pikachu on your team for, is to prevent these Thunderclaps from happening, protecting Pokemon like that Urshifu, and instead, it just takes so much damage from a Thunderbolt, or Thunderclap rather, and then switches out into the Tatsugiri that was in the back for Lou to just deal additional damage with the Dazzling Gleam coming out from Weezing. And again, we hit a point where there is just no option for Max here. Once Lou is able to bring Dondozo in, as Lou is able to this turn, all Lou needs to do is combine the Dondozo with the Tatsugiri and start firing off Earthquakes, and that's just going to be game. That's exactly what happened in Game 2, and it's exactly why Lou Milich is going to make it into Phase 2. But Pikachu fans out there, never fear. Max Simon is not eliminated. They still have a chance to make it into Phase 2 in our final round of Swiss, which we are going to be bringing you right after this quick break.
Utah. But I grew up here. We actually have we go way back.
Yeah.
We were in locals together back in Dallas.
Dallas?
Yeah.
We've been playing each other since like 2016.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
as
if
I've never seen this guy before, but.
The best advice I've gained from my friends is to probably not give up. I've been to many regionals. This is actually, I think, my 18th, and I have only ever day 2'd at one of them, but I played all of my day ones always because all of my friends are always like, don't give up, one of these days you'll break through. And when I finally did, it was really awesome. And that's helped a lot with enjoying these tournaments and making sure that even if I'm not doing the greatest, I'm still having a good time.
The best piece of advice I've received from my friends is learning my move count so I can optimize my gameplay.
The best piece of advice I've gained from my friends is probably to take it slow. More specifically in a match when you're like really stressed out or maybe you made the wrong read. Try to just, you have a little time, take a breath, take a step back, reevaluate it, and then just see if you have any outs or see where you can go from there. It doesn't hurt.
I believe the best piece of advice I've received from my friends is to just take it a game at a time, relax, don't worry about it, know your lines, and just have fun.
Best piece of advice I received from my friends is, when you lose a match, there's always a lot to learn from it. So I always say, losing's learning, and that's a great way to improve and a good outlook to do better in future tournaments.
I think one big piece of advice that I would give to people, or that has been given to me by my friends, is to find a Pokemon you like. Obviously, you can kind of see my get up here. I found Glaceon. I decided to use it on my team this year. It tests your limits in ways you probably wouldn't otherwise, using more meta picks. And those are totally fine to use, but for me, choosing my favorite Pokemon and finding a way to make it work, it was really impactful for me.
I would say Wolfblick has to be the toughest opponent just because he lives up to the reputation, He's the world champion way back when, but he's still got the juice now. And I think playing against him on a world stage was particularly stressful, I gotta say. My favorite Pokemon is Ursaluna Bloodmoon. Ursaluna Bloodmoon has gotten me a lot of championship points. It's one of my favorite Pokemon to use in a competitive setting. It's just really cute, to be honest. I know people might not agree with that opinion, but I think that Ursaluna is just a cutie patootie. The most underrated Pokemon in VGC right now is probably, in my opinion, Farigiraf. I think Farigiraf has a lot of potential as a priority blocker, and there's previous formats where Farigiraf has done quite well, obviously, but I think in this format specifically, it's a little lesser hailed near the end of Regulation F the first time, so I'm excited to be bringing it back for this tournament to try and make good use out of it. I don't have a funniest competitor, I have a funniest match. The first time that I played against Justin Tang it was Peoria, Illinois. We played on stream. I was playing a pretty goofy team with Ilamise, and the entire stream set was just completely goofy. It was just, we were bantering back and forth, and every time that Ilamise got to do something, the crowd just went wild for it. So it's it was a very, very fun and silly stream set. Build connections, build yourself into some communities that are maybe a little already established, and that way you have more veteran players who are able to give you advice and pointers. A great way to do that, you can go to locals. Locals are where I met some of the first friends that I ever had in VGC that I still have to this day. So yeah, locals, online communities, they're gonna be the most help that you have getting into the VGC community. I work at a movie theater, and I make the best bag of popcorn that anybody would ever see. So I don't know if you have your home popper or whatever, mine's better. It would be a psychic type that has an ability that sets Trick Room as it hits the field. Would it be balanced? No. Would I love to play it? Absolutely. Yokohama Worlds 2023, it was the most surreal experience, not only just because we got to go to Japan for it, which was surreal in its own right, but also because the tournament itself was very, very fun. And my first day too at Worlds, it was very, very memorable. That's a very difficult question to answer, but right now I'm thinking about steak. So I'm gonna go with steak. Pizza, because it's so flexible how you can have a bunch of different types of pizza, and I would feel pigeonholed by hot dog or cotton candy, to be honest.
It's been an exciting day here at the Houston Regional Championships. We've been through 7 rounds of Swiss here at the Pokemon video game tournament, but it's about time to end our day strong, to end it the best way we can. And that's by setting us up for Phase 2 tomorrow. Joe Brown, Gabby Snyder on the call. We're going to round up this rodeo, okay? We're going to take everything down, set it up again tomorrow when we will crown our Houston Regional Champion. But I think it should be a hype match, no matter what we choose.
I don't think they're going to actually tear everything down, though.
No, that takes too much time.
Yeah, no. We just leave and then we come back.
We'll save the lassos for tomorrow.
Yeah. No, I don't think they actually lasso anything.
I was at the rodeo. They were lassoing. I saw it.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they just like dropped it right after. They'd be like, all right, and they go, timer, boom, and then they throw it, and then they dropped it. And everyone was like they were popping off.
But I don't understand the rodeo.
That's the rodeo I went to.
You know, maybe I should go check out the rodeo.
Well, I guess
later on.
I guess you still haven't been to your first rodeo. That's the issue there, Gabby.
No, I have not been to my first rodeo.
This is not our first rodeo dealing with win-ins or undefeated players in round 8 at a regional, though. I can tell you that much.
I mean, whoever we're going to feature, I bet you they are all good picks, and I just trust whoever's making the decision that they are thinking the right thing, and they're going to pick a great match.
More important conversation for us to have right here. Are you a wind gamer or are you a waves gamer?
I love the ocean too much. I'm going to be a waves gamer.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm a waves gamer.
I was so excited when we saw that in the presents. Like,
I was popping off.
I was popping off a lot because it just looks so cool, right? Like, it's a region that's inspired by some cultures we haven't really seen in the Pokemon universe before. It's a lot of tropical vibes, and I'm a very tropical vibes kind of person.
I've always said that about you.
Thank you. There's new Pikachus. I love Pikachu, so, you know.
Pikachu is just on stream. I feel like we can't really cover this enough, right? We had the whole match of it, the precursor, the total, recap with Evan, and like I feel like we still need more time to have a conversation about how, if it wasn't for that darn Galarian wheezing, Pikachu kind of would have popped off in that match.
Well, there's still hope alive for Pikachu, and I mean, you and I have seen Max do incredible things with their team. It was what, the G-Max Butterfree back in the day with G-Max Befuddle?
Wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah, no, that was a real thing.
Unfortunately, no Gigantamax Butterfree available for Max in that match. So that definitely would have swung the tide.
Oh yeah, well, let's go back to this game at this tournament where we have the current Swiss standings here going into round 8. And as you can see here, there are still many undefeateds left in the field. All have, honestly, a really decent chance of moving on to Top Cut tomorrow. As some of y'all may remember, we do not reset the Swiss standings going into Phase 2 of the competition.
Right, so at this point, if you're already 7-0, Gabby, you just want to secure the full, perfect day and going 8-0 into tomorrow, right?
Yeah, you really do. But I also am excited here because, we've been able to feature Steven Morioka and Zach Amarizian, on stream already, but I think we're going to be able to feature a couple more of these undefeated players coming up soon. So, and I know this is something that we don't always get to see depending on, how the pairings work out, who's playing who, but this time around we are going to be able to feature most of our undefeated players going into day 2 of the competition, and that's very exciting.
Yeah, that's awesome. Take a look at our notable matches for round 8 here, and we have Hudson, wait, I'm gonna look it up. I believe it is Chu, the way it is said there, and then Ryuze Zhang. We'll get confirmation as they're getting up onto the stage. But more importantly, is they are both 7-0 right now.
Yeah, Ryuze was able to beat Wolf. I think back in round 4 of Swiss was Wolf's first loss of the day. And, I think that's already sets a great precedent. I mean, going on undefeated after that is incredibly strong. And, in a field field with this many strong players still remaining. You have Andrew Figueras versus Aaron Brock right below that. You also have Christopher Hahn still in the running, playing Arbin as well further down. There's a lot of notable players in these matchups going into this final round of Swiss. To be undefeated at the end of the day is such a huge accomplishment. And even just making it this far undefeated just really goes to show how strong these trainers are, even if this is really their breakout performance.
Yeah, Carson and Koji, to me, that stands out as that'd be a really fun one if I was out in the crowd, right, watching out there, seeing how that matchup goes. But you certainly cannot go wrong with whatever selection. So we have 2 7-0 trainers because there will be only a couple of, there will only be, I guess there's 5 right now. So there's going to be 3 undefeated going into tomorrow, if I'm doing my math correctly.
Well, it depends on how the pair down works, but could be.
Well, let's find out here. And I think overall it's been a really fun day. I think this is, as we're closing out Reg F 2.0, I think there's been some new developments. We saw Pikachu, we saw Articuno. We've had a lot of Dondozo, which has been kind of lacking in the last couple of events, right?
Yeah, it's so funny. I think the story out of Seattle was hyper offense, right? And it feels like to me, people saw hyper offense and then just went ultimate defense with Dondozo.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, fair.
Let me slowly roll, partner. That's how it is a cyclical meta, right?
Yeah, no, it totally is. You're absolutely right. And I think the secular nature also comes out, especially going into the final tournament or the final regional tournament. Obviously, there are still opportunities for local tournaments after this of a format, because you're not necessarily going to want to invest a lot of team building time into this format if you know that you're going to have to immediately pivot into Regulation I afterwards if you are going to Orlando, or maybe if you have some other events afterwards that you want to put more focus into.
Yeah, I mean, Orlando, it is right around the corner. So
it is like 2 weeks away.
Literally. So, I mean, if you were in these players' perspectives, how would you handle, trying to close out Reg F and trying to have the best team for Houston as you possibly can, but also making sure you're prepared for the next format in Orlando just 2 weeks away?
I mean, personally, I would play favorites. Like, if I enjoyed Regulation I more than Regulation F, I would just play whatever I'm comfortable with in F, see how it goes, and then focus my time more on preparing for Regulation I, which was my favorite. It actually is my favorite in comparison right now. Yeah,
I respect it.
I've had better luck with Regulation I, but also I just like Calyrex Ice Rider. I think we've established that plenty of times on this broadcast before. And then, if you're not me and you like Regulation F more, then maybe put a little bit more time into this format. Maybe consider a Pokemon like Dondozo that could have the opportunity to break the format open and use the time to get more comfortable with that Pokemon if it's not a Pokemon that you've used a lot. But what I find really interesting is that a lot of the trainers that are using Dondozo in this tournament, I think Stephen Morioka is the first one that comes to mind. That was a Pokemon that he's been running time and time again. And you can just see that experience sort of come through. And, I think that's why he's undefeated right now.
Yeah, and I think you make a great point about, choosing the preference or, choosing the time on which format you appreciate more and which one you're enjoying more. Because at the end of the day, Gabby, we're here to have fun. We're here to play Pokemon. We're here to, hang out with our friends in Houston and have fun time sharing this, this unique competitive community that we're all a part of. And if you like Raging Bolt more than you like Calyrex Ice Rider, then you should focus on Reg F.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say. Yes.
No, listen, no.
I can't argue with it.
It's good to hear. No, it's good to hear the validation.
Yeah, I want to yes and you, Joe.
Thank you. That's all I'm ever looking for in this world. But we are still getting ready for round 8. So, I think one thing we haven't really talked about the venue. It's a massive venue. This is my first time ever in Houston. I've never been to San Antonio. The last couple times we had that. But have you been enjoying Houston?
I've been enjoying it. I've been to one other conference, like an actual conference, mind you, in this building, and it was very different compared to having Pokemon here. I like Pokemon being here a lot more than being here on official business, let's say. But no, it's a very fun space. I think that there is a ton of space, which is nice. There's plenty of room for players to compete. There's the rodeo that you guys actually went to, which is something.
It was apparently it's like you know, all the Texans are gonna come after me, but it's like over a whole month. It takes like 4 months to plan and everything, and it's at the the NFL stadium, so it's like massive. It was a pretty big ordeal last night.
Yeah, so if you plan on coming to Houston at some point, maybe we have regionals here again. I don't know. I guess there's stuff to do. Go to the rodeo.
I mean, that's the best part about regionals, Gabby. It's the stuff in the venue is fun. We can have popcorn over at the stand, which Gabby and I are very much fiending to have some of the popcorn because it smells delicious over there. You could play in the side events. You could, obviously playing the main tournament here on Saturday. But really, it is some of your favorite memories from traveling the world with your friends playing Pokemon are not from playing Pokemon. They're from the surrounding circumstances of the weekend.
Yeah, I've actually been seeing some people out in the hall playing Fire Red and Leaf Green on their Switches, and that is absolutely sending me. I love it so much. Like, it just brings me back to, like, way, way back in the Journey Across America days where, I was there with my little Game Boy SP, like, playing in line, waiting to compete, waiting to redeem my event Celebi from the people working there. And I don't know. Time is a circle.
Whatever happened to your Celebi?
I still have it. Yeah.
You still have it?
I still have it. It's
that's sick.
If it's not in Pokemon Home yet, it's in Pokemon Bank.
Okay.
So I know where it is. It's just one of those two places.
I think about so many of those old events of picking up the mythicals at stores and putting them in games and everything, and they're gone to history.
Well, that's why you just gotta be like me and be slightly crazy and keep track of everything. But what I haven't been keeping track of is time, as we are finally ready to get into this final round of Swiss. So, Joe, why don't you go ahead and walk us through these teams?
Yeah, let's get excited here with Hudson and Ryuze on their teams. Another Alolan Ninetales, second time, but this time around, instead of having the Articuno as the team, it will be Galarian Moltres with Amoonguss, Entei, Iron Bundle, and Iron Hands. We're going double future Paradox Pokemon in round 8, Gabby.
I love this for a lot of reasons. Like, it's another way to sort of give yourself that Icy Wind speed control, and arguably the only way to give yourself that speed control with a booster energy speed boost that is guaranteed to outspeed the Flutter Mane if that is what your opponent's bringing. So it's one of those Pokemon that I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of in a couple of weeks. So maybe a little bit of a sneak preview for it right now in the metagame. But overall, this team just seems to be taking like a little bit of pieces from one core. You have the Alolan Ninetales with the Light Clay. You have the Amoonguss, of course, to provide some support. That Galarian Moltres that you like so much. No specs here, but maybe a bulkier build indicated by the Citrus Berry. And just putting these good Pokemon together to give yourself the ability to sort of figure out what your opponent's doing and then just play your way through it.
Yeah, that Galarian Moltres I'm very interested in from Hudson's, and the Berserk ability activating when Galarian Moltres falls under 50% HP. They gain 1 stage of special attack increase. So if you click Nasty Plot the turn that you're getting attacked, right, and you fall beneath 50%, you activate your Citrus Berry, recover 25% HP, and then you're effectively +3 special attack on 1 turn.
And Hudson actually won regionals last year as a senior and did run this team in Seattle a couple weeks ago and got top 128. So already having another strong showing with this 6 Pokemon. And again, that experience coming through.
Absolutely. And we take a look at Riju Zhang's team over on the other end, our other undefeated trainer in this matchup, having a little more traditional, right, compared to all the Paradox Pokemon on the other side. Riju has Farigiraf, Fluttermane, Incineroar, Tornadus, Incarnate, Ursaluna, and Urshifu single strike, going with the Wicked Blow instead of the Water type.
It's just slightly different, right? You expect to see the Rain Dance on the Tornadus and the Rapid Striker Shifu here from Riju, but instead having that single striker Shifu with the Focus Sash and then Sunny Day gives this team a completely different play style. You're able to set up the Sun to weaken opposing water-type Pokemon, such as opposing Rapid Striker Shifu, and then you can also try and set up your Shifu to have better matchups against, I don't know, maybe some other Psychic-type Pokemon that you might run into that otherwise you would really struggle against, especially if you are an Ursaluna player.
Yeah, and you can see that this team is somewhat really the prevalence, I should say, of the psychic Psy Spam and really strong Psychic Pokemon as this format has developed is kind of what you're talking about here, where you have Fertigraph, who is a Psychic type, so you would resist the Expanding Force, right? You have Terra Steel on the Tornadus. You have an Incineroar who is immune to Psychic. You have Urshifu, who is Urshifu Single Strike, who not only is, you know, compared to the water version where it's really threatened by Psychic types, you're now immune to it. So I think maybe Riju, in a lot of their practice leading up to this event, they kept running into so much of the ever-evolving Psy Spam teams in this format.
Yeah, and it's also, again, just a little bit different of a team that we've seen do well time and time again. And I really do like this adaptation that Riju and a few other players on the field here today have made. Whether or not it'll work out in this matchup, you have to look at just the speed control options on the field. You have to wonder just how this Ursaluna in particular for Riju is trained, because in teams where you have access to Tailwind with Tornadus, you can opt to run a faster Ursaluna and maybe not go as dedicated into the Trick Room mode. And, you know, typically I would say, like, okay, well, if your opponent's going in on all speed, you know, maybe that's not so bad. The Flame Orb, the burn means Amoonguss can only do so much against you, but you are staring down an Iron Hands, and knowing that your Terra Fairy, that's going to help a little bit, but not so much with Heavy Slam.
No, I think it's a great point to bring up the Ursaluna in comparison to Iron Hands. This is a problem Ursaluna players have had to deal with for the entirety of Scarlet and Violet, is that they're essentially in that same speed bracket. It's very low, very slow Pokemon, but it's hard on Riju's end, where you have Tailwind with Tornadus, but you have Trick Room with Farigiraf. How you invest speed into that Ursaluna could really make or break your matchup into the Iron Hands, which is usually, especially on on Hudson's team that doesn't have a Tailwind, right? It very much likely is going to be as slow as possible.
Exactly. You know, it's funny that you mentioned that too, because even in like other Ursaluna matchups, we're just waiting for them to correct a couple things on stage. So don't worry, they'll get started in a couple of minutes. Like, the speed that your Ursaluna runs is so important. Like, I've seen matchups where it comes down to Ursaluna versus Ursaluna, and they're both just running like some absurd speed number. Like, most notably was like, I think a 95 and a 93 recently at one of my locals, and it was like, oh, well, okay. You try to speed creep, and then you just end up in these weird matchups, and nobody knows.
So if you are from Hudson's perspective here, Gabby, and you do see Ursaluna, like, I feel like there's two schools of thought with its speed and how it's going to interact with Iron Hands, because there is a Tornadus on the other end. There is the argument that you don't need to invest in speed because Tornadus had your back, right? But then the other school of thought is, if you do, every point that you invest, because Tailwind doubles your speed stat for 4 turns, every point or every amount that you invest into your speed is essentially doubling the investment you're putting into it. So how should Hudson expect or anticipate this Ursaluna to work in this matchup?
If I were in Hudson's shoes, what I would be trying to figure out early on is what Pokemon on my team can I use to suss out the speed of the key Pokemon on Riju's side of the field. And in this particular moment, you're right that Ursaluna is one of those, the Urshifu's going to be one of those, and I think the Fluttermane as well are the 3 Pokemon you want to try and figure that out with. The Alolan Ninetales, I feel like, is a good benchmark Pokemon for that. You want to be able to try and set up that Aurora Veil pretty early on as well in the matchup, just so you have that additional bulk on your side. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Alolan Ninetales out in the lead for Hudson, as it is traditionally one of the faster Pokemon in the metagame. It can try and help suss out some of these speeds for Hudson. As for what goes alongside of that, Iron Bundle could also be really helpful, but again, it's just so naturally fast. You have to wonder, like, well, is it too fast to help me figure this out?
Right, the Iron Bundle, and that is so exciting because, you know, if we flash back to the early days of Scarlet and Violet, some of the earlier regulations, right, Iron Bundle was a mainstay. Iron Bundle was a staple of VGC for many formats because of the speed booster, because of it naturally outspeeding Flutter Mane and using Icy Wind, and then of course Freeze Dry in the mirror against other Iron Bundles. And it really has fallen off as the power level has gotten higher in, you know, the later regulations, but it still is, it's not like its support has changed. It's not like its value has lessened.
You're absolutely right, and that value is only going to go up as we return to a format that's more kind to it, but I think more importantly as well, finally start this match.
Let's get it started. Round 8 of the Houston Regional Championships. Riju Zhang versus Hudson Cho. Both 7-0. They're saying this town ain't big enough for the two of us at 8-0. Only one of them is going to end day one undefeated.
And both of these trainers taking a really safe lead for this matchup with the fake out, plus the opportunity to go for Aurora Veil on Hudson's side of the field, and the classic, you know, Incineroar or Shifu lead on Riju's side of the field. Now, the Alolan Ninetales cannot protect here, so I think it just has to decide, do you try and go for the Aurora Veil anyways? You could try to Terrastalize to avoid the fake out, but I don't think that's something you want to lock into turn 1 of game 1. Overall, just try and figure out, do I play it safe or do I go on the offense? And it's the offense that he opts for.
There is the super effective Moonblast, bringing your Shifu single strike down to its focus sash. Riju also faked out the Iron Hands as Incineroar is faster. It's going to stop it from attacking this turn. Eating a close combat as well, lowering the defenses on her Shifu, but since it's at 1 HP, that's not going to matter. Iron Hands flinching from the fake out and is threatened by, you know, another attack maybe from the Incineroar the next turn, because Urshifu probably going to have a tough time attacking with Alolan Ninetales on the field.
Exactly, but most notably, Hudson not going for his own fake out there, just I think accepting that if they were to both try and go for fake out, you know the Iron Hands is going to be naturally slower than the opposing Incineroar, and maybe trying to just get an attack in if the fake out did go into the Ninetales to try and stop the Aurora Veil. So Ninetales now free to set that up if that's something that Hudson wants to prioritize. Not necessarily something he has to opt for this turn though, as the Alolan Ninetales is still at full health.
Urshifu will protect itself or keep itself safe this turn by eating that Moonblast into the the Icy Wind into the Detect. It's going to lower the speed of Incineroar, which could be very valuable because now the Iron Hands outspeeds Incineroar, hits it with super effective Drain Punch, and will recover some HP back above 50%. And with the U-turn into the Alolan Ninetales, it hardly does any damage, but it does allow Riju to get some momentum by bringing another Pokemon in.
But more importantly here is that the Iron Hands was able to get all of that health back. Iron Hands is just very naturally bulky. It will be holding the Assault Vest as well. And even though this Flutter Mane can threaten super effective damage against it right now, the Iron Hands could opt to Terrastalize into a Water-type Pokemon. Hudson could also try and switch it out here to keep it safe. There are plenty of options for him to save it for later when the Incineroar makes a comeback.
And Hudson hasn't even clicked Aurora Veil yet at this point, so that is another capability with Light Clay. We're on turn 3 of the game at this point. A lot of HP already been taken down from some of these Pokemon. With Light Clay, the Aurora Veil might be up for the entire remainder of the game.
It's a tough call to make here. You can see him considering it here, this or Icy Wind. Icy Wind would hopefully pick up the KO onto the opposing Urshifu, would also lower the speed of that Flutter Mane by 1 stage, whereas the Aurora Veil would give the Iron Hands a chance of holding on for just a little bit longer.
Incineroar swapping into the Urshifu position, so Riju understands how valuable Urshifu can be in this game. Even if there's only 1 hit point remaining, he wants to save that for later on. And Entei's going to tank the Moonblast, so a great switch for Hudson. Instead of being super effective, going to resist that as a fire type. Icy Wind does connect onto both of Riju's Pokemon, lowering their speed. And now it should be the case that Alolan Ninetales outspeeds the Fluttermane.
Exactly, and while we might see a turn here where the Alolan Ninetales has to be a little bit careful because Fake Out is back in play, overall with Ninetales being the fastest Pokemon on the field, Hudson will have the opportunity to go for, again, Aurora Veil, more speed control. It's really just how he wants to set the pace of the game at this point in time. I like how he's keeping Riju guessing about whether or not he's going to go for, some of these bigger attacks or try to get speed control or maybe go for the Aurora Veil finally. There's also a helping hand that we haven't even talked about yet. This Ninetales has really just been able to sit on the field completely unthreatened for this entire game, and it's doing a lot of great work for Hudson during this time.
Absolutely. It is running out of snow at some point, though, so you will have to reset that up later on. Fluttermane does protect itself as Tornadus swaps into the Incineroar position, and now's the time for Aurora Veil. So for the next 8 turns, Hudson's Pokemon are going to be taking less physical and special damage. That's the beauty of Aurora Veil. It is Reflect and Light Screen in one.
Just in time, too, as the Tornadus on Riju's side of the field would be able to remove the weather at any point in time. Can also set up Tailwind to get some of that speed back in the Fluttermane's favor finally, but another Moonblast is not going to be able to pick up the knockout onto that Entei, and we saw it already target down that Fluttermane with Sacred Fire. Depending on how it's trained, that could be a knockout with the chip damage.
Riju swapping Fluttermane out on this turn to reset that speed drop that Ninetales hit it with earlier, and the Inner Focus is going to stop Intimidate. One of the reasons Entei is viable is because it can counter Incineroar. It does not care about the Intimidate thanks to its Inner Focus ability. Icy Wind hitting on both of Riju's Pokemon, lowering Tornadus' speed is going to be very relevant, as now Entei is going to bring Incineroar down very low, but not enough for the KO. The Life Orb with 30% boosted damage. If that was a choice band like we see many Enteis carry, that would have got a KO.
But the Entei can protect this turn as a result, so does not have to worry about the combination of a Fake Out and a Bleak Wind potentially picking up that knockout. Could also just go for an extreme speed and be very fast and pick up the KO onto that Incineroar here. So Entei, yes, it is sacrificing a little bit of extra damage that would have gotten a knockout there, but giving itself a lot more playability in return.
And now that Hudson has set up the Aurora Veil, the snow is gone. How do you handle, what is Ninetales' role for the rest of this game besides just being an Icy Wind bot?
Use Icy Wind? No, I know that
there's nothing wrong
silly.
with it. I'm just saying.
I don't think that snow is necessarily what Hudson needs at this point in time. This is a great opportunity to get Iron Hands on the field without Intimidate. But if the Ninetales comes back in, I think it's more so to support the speed of whatever Hudson's final Pokemon is.
Tornadus with the Tailwind. It's still not going to allow Incineroar to outspeed, and Entei gets the KO with Stomping Tantrum. A nice little critical hit Stomping Tantrum to feel good in this game one. Definitely not mattering with how low the HP was. Entei actually takes more recoil damage pretty much than the amount he dished out for that knockout. Riju bringing Fluttermane back onto the field without the speed drop.
You have to remember that with the Fluttermane in play on Riju's side of the field, and also with the Tailwind support up now as well, you want to be able to ensure that you have some kind of speed control moving forwards. And while the Entei doesn't have to worry about it as much, knowing that it has access to extreme speed to at least target down the opposing Tornadus, and if you can get that Urshifu back out on the field, that'll certainly pick up the KO. But again, Fluttermane is really the key Pokemon that Hudson needs to focus down on here. You do have the benefit of being able to terrestrialize your Iron Hands away from its dual weakness to both of Riju's Pokemon here, but it's going to have to take 2 hits before it can fire back an attack.
Well, Iron Hands is very much known as a Terra Hog, as we like to call it on team building, where a Pokemon is very likely to be the one you terrestrialize in-game because of that very weakness. And so many Fluttermane in the meta, you're going to terrestrialize into a water type now. Good defensive use of it, so now you're no longer weak to the Moonblast, just going to be with your Assault Vest and Aurora Veil. barely even touching this Pokemon because of those defensive abilities. And in response, gets the knockout with Heavy Slam.
That was an easy knockout as well for that Iron Hands, as it is a lot heavier than the Flutter Mane.
It's almost tough for Riju in that spot because you know the Terra Water's coming, and because of the way that your Tornadus is trained, there's not much you can do besides just go for the Bleak Wind.
Exactly, and at the end of the day, you can't even try and switch in that Urshifu sneakily there because they're still going to take that 1 hit point of damage to get the KO. At least now you can go for a nice attack into that Pokemon. You know that it can't protect as it's holding the Assault Vest, and you still do have speed control on your side of the field, so you're gonna at least get a attack into the Iron Hands, and maybe Bleak Wind can help with the Ninetales, but overall it is a uphill battle for Riju here. I don't think he has what it takes to find his way back into this game.
Another interesting point here as we're starting to wrap up game 1. Riju terrestrializing Tornadus into a Steel type in this spot. His Hudson has not revealed his 4th Pokemon yet in this matchup. Wicked Blow, always a critical hit, will get the knockout onto Iron Hand. So now Hudson can either bring Entei back in to keep that information concealed or reveal the 4th Pokemon to let Riju know going into game 2 what the plans were. Ninetales actually going to avoid the Icy Wind here, but it will crucially...
It missed the Urshifu.
I apologize. It hits the Tornadus. I thought with the way the animation played out, the 1 hit point Urshifu gets to stick around.
And that was the Pokemon that you wanted to stick around, as it is going to certainly threaten both of the Pokemon that Hudson has left. Entei can always go for the extreme speed, but the Urshifu can actually protect itself from that attack.
Yeah, Unseen Fist doesn't work both ways.
Exactly. So if Riju is able to go for the detect, technically, and land the Bleak Wind and have that knockout, we can at least get the final Pokemon revealed from Hudson.
I think that's the conversation right now, Gabby. Is he's trying to understand back and forth. Iron Bundle helps secure the victory way more than the Entei does in that moment, but it also reveals information to your opponent. So are you willing to have the extreme speed mind games and you go into a detect and take a lot of damage from the Bleak Wind Storm, maybe you get critically hit and actually get knocked out from it? Or do you want to reveal info but have your full health super fast Iron Bundle help clean up some of these Pokemon?
But this is such a big piece of info to give away, as I don't think Tailwind has expired. Actually, we just got confirmation. Tailwind is still up on the field for Riju, and now we get to see just how the Iron Bundle with the booster speed boost will interact with the Tailwind. It is going to be the fastest Pokemon.
It is 2 Ice types on the field against a Steel type Tornadus on the other end, resisting Moonblast as well. So Hudson's entire turn wasted into the Tornadus. Does land the Bleak Wind, and the critical hit did go into the slot that Iron Bundle was in. So just pointing, how that one worked out there. Iron Bundle hangs on at 2 HP.
Well, now there's an interesting mind game here with Sucker Punch and that Iron Bundle, as that will certainly do enough damage to pick up the KO onto that Pokemon.
And you don't have Extreme Speed ready to stop the Sucker Punch.
No, you don't. So here's a tough question for you. Do you try and go for a Protect and hope that your Ninetales is able to pick up the KO onto that opposing Pokemon? Do you think that your opponent's going to go for the Protect and then you just avoid the Sucker Punch this turn? It's tough calls, tough calls.
Also, 53 seconds remaining of your time for Hudson in this match. The Sucker Punch into Ninetales, but it's resisted. It hangs on in the red, and Icy Wind connecting, crucially, finally onto this Urshifu single strike, which has been at 1 HP for the entirety of this game. Finally gets knocked out, and Tornadus is by itself in a 3-1 deficit.
Will be able to pick up the KO onto this Ninetales finally, and Entei will have to come out onto the field as a result, but with those speed drops and with Tailwind finally going to expire soon.tm, it will only be a couple more turns before we see Hudson wrap this game up, but still, overall, a very, very well-played match from both these trainers. Riju just keeping himself in the game until this very, very last moment.
There's the Extreme Speed into the Steel typing there, not enough enough for the knockout. And Rocky Helmet actually taking Life Orb and Rocky Helmet damage. But fortunately, Iron Bundle is going to clean it up. And Hudson Cho is 1 game away from moving on to Phase 2 of the Houston Regional Championship at 8-0.
Very well played from Hudson there. You know, I think it really did come down to that final choice that you called out between the Entei and the Iron Bundle. Whether or not you reveal that information yourself and hope for the best, or do you try and send that Entei in and find an opportunity? And at the end of the day, the Iron Bundle did end up being the more consistent play, being able to land those blizzards while the snow was still up on the field, being able to have that speed on your side of the field as well was what opened the door for him. Got a little bit shaky there with the critical hit. But at the end of the day, was still able to find the damage and connect the attacks he needed to connect.
And the Icy Wind, it feels like Icy Wind always misses the wrong target. I would have taken a miss on Tornadus, right, to get the knockout on the 1 HP there. And not for nothing, but if Entei was in that slot and clicked Extreme Speed into Detect, it would have taken a critical hit Bleak Windstorm and break through the Aurora Veil, right? So Hudson very fortunate to come out of that game by making the correct call of bringing and revealing Iron Bundle.
Yeah, so now going into game number 2, I think Riju has a couple of different adjustments he can consider here. I think one is just trying to play the weather game a little bit sooner. It's really scary when you have to play it against an ice-type Pokemon, as, you know, that Tornadus, if it doesn't terrestrialize right away, will be taking some really big damage from blizzards, from icy winds, but I almost feel like Riju terrestrialized a little bit too late in that matchup. Yes, you're worried about the Entei and Sacred Fire, but at the same time, while you're worried about that Pokemon, it was still just sitting on the field worrying about taking the Icy Wind as well. So I do think that you have to try and position the Tornadus in a way where maybe the Aurora Veil isn't in play for as long as it was. And then, or just not in play at all, really. Remove the Alolan Ninetales altogether, and then sort of find the opportunity for your other Pokemon to attack. Because the Alolan Ninetales was there for most of the game, just unthreatened.
Well, we'll see what Riju can do to force a game 3, and it will be a switch up with Farigiraf next to Fluttermane. Alolan Ninetales and Iron Hands is the lead again for Hudson.
Farigiraf notably having access to Helping Hand, which will certainly help this already special attack boosted Fluttermane deal a ton more damage. And there's really nothing Hudson can do to stop it, as Fake Out won't work with the Armor Tail nor the Ghost typing that the Fluttermane has. Could also opt to terrestrialize the Fluttermane into a Fairy type Pokemon if it wanted to try and do even more damage in this situation. Overall, though, does have to worry, I think, about how Hudson adjusts in this position. You know, we've seen Hudson sort of opt for Icy Wind time and time again now, and I do have to wonder if Hudson decides to change up the formula a little bit here, maybe go for the Aurora Veil a little bit sooner and catches Riju off guard, maybe going for a big attack into the Iron Hands instead. He could already be up to a very strong start.
Farigiraf will switch into Incineroar here on turn 1, so if you thought maybe there'd be a Helping Hand or clicking something else, no. And no terrestrialization either, just a regular Moonblast. That is super effective. We saw Iron Hand switch to a Water type last game to get out of that weakness, but take so much damage from the Moonblast. Fortunately for Hudson, he is able to get the Aurora Veil up, and Heavy Slam gets the one-hit KO.
Even with the Intimidate onto that Pokemon, still able to pick up the KO onto the Fluttermane, was not able to, I think, make the trade that Riju was hoping for that turn. Does get the Incineroar on the field now, which is good. You do have Fake Out pressure once again, and you do have some decent pressure against the opposing Pokemon. You have, you know, I think Incineroar here being able to pivot, or otherwise just being able to threaten a big Flare Blitz into one of these Pokemon, you know, ignoring Aurora Veil, is something that Riju has available to him. But overall, I think he really needs to find an opportunity to open up the board for himself. And I'll be honest, Joe, the only thing that's coming to mind is that what if that last Pokemon is the big adjustment in this matchup? What if this is the Trick Room setup?
Ooh, that could be something, and that would be why you wouldn't.
Consider.
That's why you wouldn't terrestrialize Fluttermane, because you have to save it for Ursaluna, so you're not weak to ice.
Exactly, and if you can find a way to get rid of the Iron Hands before you go for it, it's just something to consider.
Fergraf lending a helping hand to Incineroar on this turn, so he wants to do a lot of damage. Try to break through the Aurora Veil with the helping hand boosted Flare Blitz, and yes, Iron Hands is knocked out. So now Hudson is down one of his most crucial Pokemon. We did see an adjustment bringing Amoonguss in the back, but just for now, revealing the Iron Bundle.
And Iron Bundle is in the position that it really wants to be in, like we saw in game number 1 with the snow on the field. It's going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. And even though its Blizzards aren't going to be doing as much as, let's say, an Articuno in this situation, it's still going to be doing, I think, enough damage to really make Riju think how he wants to approach this turn. Now, I do think it's possible for Farigiraf to withstand a Blizzard depending on how it's trained from this point. I just think you have to figure out what your end game is if you're Riju. If you did bring your Ursaluna, I think this is the confirmation you need to just try and go for that Trick Room, go for that speed control, hope for the best. If it isn't the Ursaluna in the bag, I think you just have a really tough spot here. Maybe try and go for some big damage with Incineroar, but again, really the speed disadvantage here is really hurting Riju. I really love seeing the player perspective with Hudson there, because you can see how much he was wavering back and forth. Do I terrestrialize Iron Bundle to do more damage? Decides not to, and gets rewarded anyway with the freeze into Farigiraf. Absolutely disastrous as it eats a citrus berry while frozen, which is funny to think about, and covering 25% of its HP even though it can't move. And Incineroar with a U-turn into the Amoonguss to allow it to pivot out into Riju's 4th Pokemon. And that is the Ursaluna. I recognize those characters anywhere. And unable to thaw out.
Yeah, I think he definitely went for the Trick Room there, yeah.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate for Riju. You can still try and play your way around this.
At least you don't have to Terra yet, because you can just protect. I guess you could try to protect as you try to thaw and click Trick Room,
yeah,
right?
Because you're not going to be able to be put to sleep, because the frozen status will last until you move and try to thaw, and Trick Room will ensure that you will be slower than the Amoonguss. So you do have that opportunity this turn, and maybe you'll get lucky, maybe you'll thaw. If it gets to it, you could consider attacking yourself with Flare Blitz, but maybe don't do that.
I mean, that'd be crazy.
That'd be a little bit too crazy, I think.
We're getting dire. He's 7-0 at this point. That'd be a crazy thing to do. Terra Ice Iron Bundle, getting rid of the water typing, now just a pure ice, but you're going to do way more damage with those Blizzards. Amoonguss with Rage Powder will redirect any single target attacks away from the Iron Bundle and towards the Amoonguss, with the Blizzard going into Ursaluna's Protect as we were anticipating, and now the Terra boosted Blizzard into Farigiraf does so much damage, but it does! It's perfect time, but he doesn't click Trick Room. Instead, it's just a dazzling gleam for hardly any damage.
That is, I mean, it does do a little bit of damage there, and there is still the terrestrialization available to this Ursaluna, and depending on how it is trained, you can make sure they're pretty specially bulky. I mean, this isn't a Fluttermane we're staring up against. It is going to be an Iron Bundle, and being able to do as much damage as it can with Guts, with the Facade as well as an attack, provided it's not redirected, there are options here.
That might be the best option because you're worried about Amoonguss redirection to just Helping Hand Earthquake, because it's not likely your Farigiraf's going to make it through the turn anyway.
You could Helping Hand Earthquake, you could protect your Farigiraf and try and stall out the remaining snow turns and hope for a Blizzard miss.
There is the Helping Hand, so Farigiraf going to be knocked out this turn, giving one little boost left to the Ursaluna. Riju's entire game right now relies around this Terra Fairy Ursaluna making it through the turn. Farigiraf knocked out. Ursaluna brought down under 50% HP here, but he did get a Helping Hand boost, and it's Facade into Amoonguss for the knockout.
Will be taking a ton of damage though when you add in the Rocky Helmet recoil on top of the Blizzard. So while the snow will stop this turn, the Alolan Ninetales is going to immediately return to the field to set it right back up for that Iron Bundle, ensuring that those Blizzards are going to be fully accurate once again. Now, knowing that the Incineroar is the final Pokemon remaining for Riju does mean that those Flare Blitzes are going to be looking pretty nice against the fully Ice-type Iron Bundle, and we've seen how much this Ninetales can do against the Assault Vest in particular on that Incineroar. So if you can find a way to get the Incineroar and the Ninetales in a 1v1, it's looking pretty favorable for you if you're Riju. But it's just how do you navigate to that position knowing that your Ursaluna is at such low health?
Right, without Trick Room being up, these two Ice types on Hudson's End are so naturally fast that you're going to have to eat 2 attacks first before you can even try to retaliate. And because their HPs are so high, sure, you'll do a lot of damage with Flare Blitz, but you'll also be taking so much recoil.
Exactly. Now, there is an option here where if the Iron Bundle decides to rely on Hydro Pump and it misses, that could be an opening for the Incineroar, but it will connect.
When my Iron Bundle uses Hydro Pump, it misses. But for Hudson, that's a clean knockout into Incineroar. Riju only having Ursaluna remaining at such low AP, so Hudson 1 knockout away from feeling on top of the world, moving into 8-0 tomorrow.
And Ursaluna, you know, one of the best Pokemon to have as your final Pokemon standing. Certainly capable of picking up these 2 knockouts, but just doesn't have the speed.
There's the forfeit, and Hudson Cho will finish Phase 1 of the Houston Regional Championships undefeated, having so much momentum heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, going from winning the 2025 Sacramento Regional Championships as a senior, getting top 128 Phase 2 of Seattle just a couple weeks ago, to undefeated here in Houston. That's quite the accomplishment.
Absolutely. We take a replay, or we'll take a look at the replay here. Iron Hands, Hudson ended up being right. It was not as important in this matchup because of the adjustments that were made as Riju had went more for the Trick Room option.
And you do have to remember, though, that the freeze on the turn where the Frigoraph went for Trick Room was huge. And had Riju gone for Trick Room on the turn it thawed, we would be looking at a much different position. But unfortunately, that's just what happens sometimes. You don't think, odds are you're not going to thaw, so maybe you just click a
And
move.
even if you do, right, Amoonguss still redirects, you're still gonna be facading into that spot. It's still tough either way.
It's still very tough for sure. So I think Riju did a very good job of trying to find the win con given that unfortunate freeze, but why Pokemon are freezing when it's like 90 degrees outside, I don't know.
That's a fair point.
We'll have to maybe figure that out too, but very well played. And of course, both these trainers have locked in Phase 2 as well. And Riju certainly has plenty of opportunities tomorrow to make it into top cut of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the weather, and we really have seen a lot of Alolan Ninetales here today. We have a couple of different Articuno variants, right? We have this, even though we didn't see Galarian Moltres, that's definitely one of the cores that you try to nasty pop behind in Aurora Veil, right? So this Galarian Moltres variant of Alolan Ninetales with Iron Bundle, I think like it is really showing that even if it's not the highest on the usage, it kind of is dominating Houston right now.
It really is, and it's the bulk, right? It's the Aurora Veil bulk, it's the Dondozo bulk, it's the natural response to seeing a hyper-aggressive metagame in Seattle. You just slow things down as easily as possible, and honestly, I was sort of wondering if we were going to see Grimmsnarl kind of be that Pokemon in this position, but I think that, again, Fluttermane just existing means that Alolan Ninetales and Dondozo, I think, are just better equipped to be that Pokemon right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've always been a big Alolan Ninetales fan ever since Sun and Moon. I was always trying to cram that Aurora Veil onto my team, even when it didn't deserve to be there. So it's happy to see the glow up that Ninetales has had here in the Scarlet and Violet era compared to Sun and Moon. But seeing Iron Hands, right, seeing Iron Bundle, seeing Entei, that was awesome, and I can't wait to hear more from Hudson with his winner interview. So Sierra, take it away.
Thank you so much, you guys. I'm here. That's an 8-0 here at Houston. How are you feeling? Undefeated.
Yeah, I feel incredible. Like going 8-0, like that means when I'm in Phase 2, I just need to win 2 more to make top cut. So like this is like way beyond my goals. My goal was to just day 2 again, and like hopefully finish top 64. And now I'm 8-0. I think I could really go deep in this event.
Especially too, talk to me about this team, because we got to see this at Seattle, not quite the same effect, but what made you believe in this team to rerun it back? Because it's definitely unlike anything we've seen.
Well, yeah. So this team, like, I personally like created and I brought it to Seattle, and I ended up going 8-4 there, which is like pretty good. But like, I tried to do like another team. Like I tried Arcaladon Rain. That was one team I really wanted to learn, and then like I got like decently good at it. But then like there were some matchups I just didn't like how it feels. So then about a week and a half before, I decided to stick with my own team, the team like I personally created, and then it's proven to work.
And how did you even come up with this team? Because there's a lot of Pokemon that we haven't really seen within this current regulation. I don't really remember the last time I've seen an Iron Bundle. Alolan Ninetales isn't the most popular. Galarian Moltres is kind of up and down. Like, how did you figure out this group of Pokemon?
Well, I really like Iron Bundle. I really like the idea of like Terra Ice Blizzard. I think that's really strong. And like having that move on like a really fast and offensive mon like Iron Bundle, I think is like really incredible. And then like Iron Hands is like also like one of my MVP on this team. Like Iron Hands, the typing and the stats are just so incredible, and like it matches up well into so many Pokemon.
And now you're talking about, yeah, you feel strong with this team. You've obviously had an opportunity to kind of play a whole day of Pokemon, know what's in the field. Like, what's the mindset going into tomorrow? Is it still like that one game at a time?
Yeah.
Is it just like, you've won an event before, I know, like you just think, I can go all the way?
Yeah, definitely gonna be one game at a time. I try to like not think about, oh, well, I need to win like so-and-so games to like top cut or like day 2. No, I just think like then if I win the next game, I'm like one step closer.
And this Iron Bundle, you said that this is the Pokemon you wanted to build around. We get to see some freezes, we get to see impact. How has it been for the rest of the day too?
Yeah, Iron Bundle has like been really good throughout the day. That was like my first freeze that actually like mattered. Yeah, that was my first freeze that whole day that like mattered big time, because like had Trick Room gone up, it would have been a different game. But like, you know, Ferrograss stays frozen, and then Iron Bundle still has the speed advantage, and it can sweep the rest of the team. Yeah, so it's been feeling pretty good.
I mean, when you stand by the favorites, you know, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Now, I'll let you go rejoin your friends in just a moment, but just 2 questions. First off, if you have any shout-outs or people you would like to thank, especially going into tomorrow.
Yeah, I would like to shout out my mom for like taking me here, my family. They drove me here from Austin. And then I would like to shout out all my friends from back home and my Pokemon friends. Yeah, like they've helped me so much. They're just great people to hang out with.
I love to hear that, especially too. It's really nice to hear about family and stuff for these events. So, no, she's got to be super proud of you right about now. And before I go, we're in Houston, of course. There's the cowboy hats everywhere. What Pokemon do you think would look best in the cowboy hat? Would it just be Iron Bundle?
That's a really cool question. No, I don't think it would be Iron Bundle. I personally think Flareon would look really cool.
Oh, Flareon.
Yeah.
I love hearing all these answers. That would be a good one.
Yeah, Flareon with a little hat. Yeah, I think it looks pretty cool.
We got to make that happen, guys, all right? Then congratulations on the 8-0. Best of luck going on for tomorrow. We'll be rooting on the Iron Bundle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. As for us, our day is almost done. Quick break. After that, our outro to get ready for tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Skarzig here with your favorite segment, Draw Your Faves. You can see my art class has grown. I'm here with a couple new students, Glitch and V, and we're going to draw their favorite Pokemon today, and I want you at home to follow along. We're going to start with V's favorite Pokemon, Fuecoco. Now, this is a modern Pokemon that has captured everyone's hearts, so this is definitely a great pick for a fave. So let's see if we can make this happen. He's a hot pepper, so we're going to just have a nice curve like that.
Oh, gosh.
And then he's got a cute snout like that. I think I'm doing okay.
I think I am too.
Wallem?
I think so too.
Yeah, follow along. Maybe there's a Fuecoco plush right here to study off of.
Might need a little bit more pointers here.
Just don't be afraid to put those lines down on the board. You know, we've got erasers.
Okay,
it's all good.
Yeah.
Now, when we're going down to Fuecoco's cute little body, he's a hot pepper. So just imagine that pepper shape like this. And then I think his feet are like this, right? He's got like little
surely
hooves.
it's kind of like square shaped.
He's got like little hooves.
Yeah.
And then his cute little arms. And he's got kind of like a derpy little face like that.
Oh,
I
wait a
think,
minute.
Right?
It adds character.
This is.
I think that's right.
That sounds right, or it looks right to me.
And I think he's got like one of these going on. Or is that on the front?
No, this is correct. There's like a little like yellow on the back of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, he's a chunky boy.
I think so.
Oh, wait, I see the vision.
Now I'm like
Okay.
second guessing myself.
I see the vision.
And that's so funny when you go to draw the
Wait a
Pokemon, you're like,
minute.
wait, what is that what it looks like? He's singing, right? Are
Ooh,
these
that's a
music
good
notes
point.
facing the right way?
Point. Can't forget about the singing.
Boy, Coco has the voice of an angel.
Okay, so I think that's Fuecoco. Did you do a good job at home, viewer? But we've got to see how my students did.
Oh,
Are they
man.
able to follow along?
Are we both gonna turn around together?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see those Fuecocos.
3, 2, 1. How's that?
Oh, that's amazing! That's super cute.
Well, you have
Fuecoco.
more music notes though, so you know, I think I might have to do a redo, but this is good enough.
I think everyone's Fuecoco looks fantastic.
Amazing, but we still have one more Pokemon to draw, folks, so don't go anywhere.
Now, trainers, I hope you're ready because it's time to get started with the Houston Regional Championships. Yeehaw! The Houston Regional Championships. The Houston Regional Championships. Yeehaw!
It has been a great first day here at the Houston Regional Championships. Smiles everywhere, some great battles out on the fields and on the broadcast. And yeah, it's just been a great weekend overall. We're wrapping up our great day, but I have to say, because there's been showing bloopers of me dropping the cowboy hats, Dwee was throwing them.
I thought I did pretty good. I mean, we got that in like 5 tries.
Yeah, those were making it. They were making it where they needed to go.
Yeah.
I don't know, y'all didn't see the warm-up tosses. That's all I'm saying.
Well, there's no proof of that now, is there?
Man, all right, you got me on that one, but
Release the full tape.
It probably exists somewhere. We just don't know where.
at least there is no tape of either of us falling.
I think ultimately what matters most is that the end goal is accomplished. You got that shot. It was a beautiful shot.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what? True friendship. I'm sorry for throwing you under the bus, Dwee.
It's okay. I'll forgive you.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess we do have Pokemon to talk about as well, guys. I mean, day one of Houston is done, Aaron. It's been a lot of fun. Like, these matches, like, we got to see a lot of wacky stuff.
I just wanted Pikachu to win so badly, but we at least got to feature it on stream, which I think was exciting. And yeah, a lot of different teams. The Articuno Fake Tears combo was really, really fun. I think that may have been my favorite team to come out of today, but we saw the return of Dondozo Team Lu, Gouging Fire made an appearance as well. So lots of Pokemon and lots more to be played tomorrow.
Which I think is my least favorite team coming out of today, but you know, I respect what people got to do to try and make it to the top, right? What about you, Evan? What's the strat with Evan Lat?
Well, obviously it was Dondozo for a lot of the people that we saw. Both the traditional Tatsugiri Dondozo and then the modern traditional of Ting Lu Dondozo. And honestly, maybe it's just been too long since I've seen a Dondozo set. I kind of liked it. I kind of liked watching Dondozo. I'm excited to see some more Dondozo in Phase 2 tomorrow.
All right, we're bringing out all the Dondozo. I think the thing is we got a little bit of faster Dondozos, and that was not quite the Dondozo that I remember, right?
Yeah, the fast Dondozo really changes up how that plays. It's no longer the stalling out with leftovers and just trying to buy as much time as possible. The speedy Dondozo, and I remember that was something that Kylan was using, Van Severin was using earlier as well. It does outspeed basically everything that is choosing not to go with a speed boosting nature or the booster energy. Like, Chien-Paos are running Adamant now. Fluttermanes are running Modest now, and max speed Dondozo can outspeed them after a commander boost.
I mean, you're going to get to see some Dozo later on. Talking about a couple of those players that have secured their spot into Phase 2 of the competition, we get to see a little bit of everything and a little bit of everyone. Notable shout out as well to our 8-0s. I mean, we just got to see Hudson lock up his spot. Steven, who we saw earlier on broadcast, also ended up 8-0.
Yeah, and it's great to see Steven go 8-0. You know, during that interview with him, he's out in the field. He competes with his mother. That's very adorable to see. I mean, there was a whole family of competitors from the Morioka family, right? You got Steven, you got national champion Wesley Morioka, as well as their mother competing, and he's been around for so long. And just to be able to see a name that's been around for like almost 20 years now make it to 8-0, that's really impressive. That's longevity.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always a pleasure to see Steven out here competing, and seeing Steven go 8-0 here, it just really fills my heart a little bit. It's been really fun. And he's running Dondozo, so maybe that's why. Maybe that's why I was enjoying it.
I mean, we got a lot of incredible players in Phase 2. We got 2 world champions. We have some people that have gotten crazy accomplishments. Shout out to Connor as well. The first Slitherwing to make it into Phase 2 of a competition.
It is so fitting that the first time that happens, you are our host, Sierra, so.
I've been telling people, and finally, they listened, and you know what? You shall be rewarded with a Phase 2, so their wing is the best. But have to see how it fares up tomorrow. There's still a lot of competition to be played. A competition that you're not going to want to miss. It's going to be bright and early, but make sure you set those alarms. It's going to be 10 a.m. Eastern, 9:15 Central, to make sure that you are here seated and ready to watch the championships. And of course, if you missed some of the action from today, you can go back on the channels, see Pokemon.com/broadcast, check out that YouTube, and go back for all those incredible moments. You can go back and watch your Iron Bundle, all your Dondozos if you're just really missing it like Evan is. But guys, what do you say we mosey on out? What would you say?
Well, let's hit the old dusty trail.
Let's hit the old dusty trail.
Good night.
All right, good night, everyone, and we will see you back here tomorrow.